Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. In the forest under the scorching sun, a 7-year-old boy with black hair and starry eyes lay unconscious on the ground. Ants and beetles crawled over his white robe, and soon there was movement. Moving her eyelids slightly, Ye Nan felt the weight in her eyelids and opened her eyes slightly, looking at the surrounding scene. Strange, why do you feel like the trees are getting taller? Suppressing the overwhelming tiredness, Ye Nan stood up and looked at the surrounding trees with an extremely stunned expression. The sound resounded throughout the forest, frightening all the birds away. Why? Why is this happening? Ye Nan looked down at his hands, which had shrunk by at least 20 years, and fell into immense grief. What's more, the place where he appeared was not his home at all, but a strange forest. After exhausting his brain, Ye Nan couldn't figure out why he appeared here when he was sleeping well at home. This was too ridiculous. Kidnapping? Time travel? Ye Nan felt that he had encountered something magical. Ding! The Blue Eyes White Dragon cultivation system is activated. A voice suddenly appeared in my mind. It was this voice that made Ye Nan, who was already in extremely sad mood, feel a little surprised. System. A system is a must-have for time travelers. Without a system, life would be miserable. Ye Nan calmed down a little and appeared in the deserted forest, turning into a child of about 7 years old. The appearance of the system was undoubtedly a booster. System, system. Ye Nan kept calling the system in his mind, this was his only life-saving straw. The system has been started, please select the evolutionary branch route. Route 1, Blue Eyes Bronze Dragon, Blue Eyes Silver Dragon, Blue Eyes White Dragon, Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, True Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, Blue Eyes Dragon. Route 2, Blue-Eyed Half Dragon, Blue-Eyed Dragon, Blue-Eyed White Dragon, Blue-Eyed Ultimate Dragon, True Blue-Eyed Ultimate Dragon, Blue-Eyed Dragon. These two routes appeared in Ye Nan's eyes, and he knew that these were the functions of his gold finger. Can transform into a blue-eyed white dragon. Blue Eyes White Dragon, a name that was very familiar to him in his previous life. Ye Nan is also a half-player of Dual King, so naturally he will not be unfamiliar with Kaiba's Blue-Eyed White Dragon. Even the original Blue Eyes White Dragon has an attack power of up to 3000. Undoubtedly a powerful dragon. It would be nice to be able to solve the embarrassing dilemma Ye Nan is currently in. After thinking for a moment, Ye Nan had already made up his mind which evolutionary route to choose. System, I choose Evolution 2. Although Evolution 1 is not bad, he still prefers to be a human being. Evolution 1 is obviously not the evolutionary path for humans. Evolution 2, Half Dragon, also considered half human, is undoubtedly the best choice. Evolution begins. Ye Nan suddenly felt the severe pain in her heart, and her whole body collapsed on the spot, twitching continuously. What a miscalculation! After saying that, he passed out. When Ye Nan was in a coma, silvery white scales appeared on half of the skin on her face, and her hands turned into sharp dragon claws. This change was not just about her appearance, her body was also changing. Boom! The sound of several trees falling to the ground woke Ye Nan up. Evolution, yes, evolution. Ye Nan remembered something, her eyes widened suddenly, she sat up, lowered her head and looked at her hands. One of her hands had transformed into a dragon claw. The mood is complicated, with mixed feelings. Ye Nan sighed. From now on, I am half a human being. A shadow suddenly enveloped Ye Nan's head. A few trees had just fallen down, and the culprit who woke up Ye Nan appeared in front of Ye Nan himself. Roar! With its extremely powerful roar, the height of a building, and its domineering posture, there is no doubt that this is a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Ye Nan looked up at the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Tyrannosaurus Rex looked at the strange little bug underneath with contempt. The corner of Ye Nan's mouth twitched, and a bad premonition surged in her heart. Could it be that I'm in the Jurassic era? Ye Nan almost cried at this premonition. Jurassic, this was not a good time. Dinosaurs are everywhere. There are no traces of humans, and even if there are, they are primitive humans. Coming to the Jurassic period means that he is the only intelligent creature in the entire world. Endure thousands of years of loneliness. Ye Nan couldn't bear it anymore and wanted to turn her grief into strength. Ah! Ye Nan shouted. He was alone. Roar! Tyrannosaurus Rex exudes the majesty of being an overlord. Don't make any noise. Ye Nan raised his head and stared at him, his eyes filled with the pressure of a blue-eyed white dragon. Horrible! Extremely terrible! The Tyrannosaurus Rex suddenly lost all its power, and cold sweat broke out on its back. Bow decisively. Ye Nan immediately sighed even more, he had no energy left, this silly dragon. You go! As soon as he said this, the Tyrannosaurus Rex quickly turned around and ran away. Even Ye Nan is a little embarrassed at this speed. Anyway, let's find a way out first. Ye Nan still held on to a glimmer of hope, just in case, what if this was not the Jurassic, but a forest? Ye Nan tried to walk out of the forest. Taking solid steps, Ye Nan moved forward firmly. After walking a certain distance, a scratch will be made with the dragon's claw as a mark. I believe I will be able to go out soon. However, Ye Nan ignored the sharpness of his claws. Not long after he marked the tree fell down and Ye Nan was already gone. The sun is gradually setting. End of day. A month passed suddenly in a busy trade union. Haha, keep drinking. Why can't you do it anymore? Look at me, you can't do it anymore. Let's play guessing games. Kana, come together, ha 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 ha. Tables were set up one after another, with wine on them, and people there. They were all smiling, and they were all drunk. On the reception desk, there was a short old man sitting cross-legged, holding a wine glass, and he was also drunk. Drink. Keep drinking. The people around you are even more cheerful. The president has said so, so feel free to drink. The president said it. Drink. That's right, I won't come home until I'm drunk today. The house was filled with an atmosphere of joy, but it didn't last long before a man with red hair and a cloak came down from the second floor. There was also a parchment scroll in his hand. President Makarov glanced at it, his face still looking drunk. Gildarts, you've accepted the mission and come down. The man named Gildarts came to Makarov, with a bright and confident smile on his face, and placed the parchment on the table. President, I accept this commission. Makarov picked up the parchment and recited the information on it with a drunken expression. Many trees fell to the ground in the forest, with scratches from unknown monsters on them. Chapter 2. Okay, Gildarts, be careful. Makarov stamped the Union seal without hesitation. Gildarts took the parchment with a confident smile on his lips. Don't worry, President. After saying that, he gradually walked away with the parchment, leaving only a long back. Gildarts. Makarov sighed and continued to drink. It should be fine. Soon I heard someone shouting outside. The Gildarts are coming, activate Gildarts mode, everyone, go and take shelter. Makarov took a sip of old wine and sprayed it directly. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Gildarts arrived at the location where the mission was released, Laxus village. He frowned and entered the village. This village looks harmonious and peaceful, and it really doesn't look like there are monsters. Gildarts came to the publisher of the mission, the village chief. I am a wizard from Fairy Tale. Gildarts introduced himself and handed over the parchment roll in his hand. As soon as the village chief saw the mission, he immediately thought of it, and the confusion on his face disappeared and turned into a smiling expression. It turns out to be a magician from Fairy Tale. I'm sorry, please come this way. The village chief sat on a cushion, picked up the tea on the table and drank it. Gildarts really couldn't imagine the crisis the village was facing, the village chief and the scene of the village. Gildarts sat across from the village chief. In the blink of an eye, the village chief explained why he issued this mission. It turned out that it was because the trees had fallen down in the past few months and there were signs of monster scratches. He was worried that one day the monster would come to the village. Gildarts narrowed his eyes. So you want me to help you solve this hidden danger? The village chief nodded. That's it. After listening to the village chief's description, Gildarts had no point in staying here anymore, so he got up and hurried towards the forest. If there were monsters in the forest, it would indeed be a big hidden danger. Gildarts is not careless in the slightest. Although he is very strong, in this magical continent where dragons and crouching tigers are hidden, there is still the possibility of overturning. Before confirming the identity of the monster, it will never go wrong to maintain the highest level of vigilance. Not long after Gildarts walked into the woods, he saw fallen trees and monster scratches on them. Gildarts became serious and ran over to check the situation. The monster's scratches on the tree have penetrated the trunk. How terrifyingly sharp it is! Gildarts made up his mind that after encountering a monster, he must not fight head-on, otherwise he would be seriously injured if he was hit. If you encounter a monster, just use split magic. Gildarts made up his mind. He stood up and walked deeper into the forest. He had a hunch that maybe the monster was inside the forest. Along the way, more or less scratches of varying depths were seen. Gildarts's hanging heart gradually relaxed a little. Judging from the scratches, the monster's condition is getting worse and worse, and its power is far from what it was at the beginning. It seems that this is the monster's weak period, maybe we can take advantage of it. Gildarts made a plan, taking every step with caution and not daring to be careless. The deeper you go, the fewer scratches you get. Gildarts felt the monster's figure getting closer and closer. Fewer scratches is no surprise. Now is the monster's weak period. The fewer scratches, the weaker the monster's body. It seems that this task will be completed quite easily. Gildarts observed the surrounding trees, now he just needed to find the monster's body. A monster that is so weak no matter how strong it is. It's no longer possible for him to be Gildarts' opponent. As we get deeper, no scratches can be seen at all. Gildarts' figure in grey robe suddenly stopped. Reached. Gildarts raised his head, looked at the cave in front of him, and curled his lips. After all these itineraries, we have finally arrived. This is the easiest S-level mission he has ever completed so far. Without any hesitation, he walked into the cave with a torch, and Gildarts walked inside the cave. Dispel the bats in the darkness. At the end of the cave is a different world, where a Tyrannosaurus Rex lives. Gildarts' face became solemn. Is that monster you? The Tyrannosaurus Rex tilted its head, expressing questions on its face. Gildarts was unmoved and stepped forward, splitting the magic with one hand. The Tyrannosaurus Rex split directly into several small dragons. Seeing such ease, Gildarts was stunned. He thought it would be easy, but he didn't expect it to be so easy. Such a powerful monster, even in a weak state, should not fall in a second. Gildarts was confused. He was not a person who was good at using his brain. He couldn't figure it out after thinking for a long time and simply gave up. Never mind. When I was about to go home, a voice suddenly sounded from outside the door. Zioba, it's time to eat. Split into several small Tyrannosaurus Rex heard this voice and ran over quickly. Gildarts is a little ashamed of this speed. Suffer it. Gildarts' eyes widened, that was a weak monster, and the person outside was obviously just a person. Could it be? Gildarts thought of the monster that preyed on people and restored themselves to their weakened state. That's why I'm so excited. What happened? I was careless. Gildarts slapped his forehead and ran over quickly. If he hadn't run, he would probably have eaten the man without leaving any bones. Use all your strength and accelerate forward. Turned into an afterimage. I caught a Tyrannosaurus Rex at the door and burned it in a bonfire. It was very fragrant. Ye Nan can already tell it's ripe by the smell. There is no other way. Now that we have arrived in the Jurassic period, we can only adapt. For this reason, he also used the power of his blue-eyed white dragon to adopt a Tyrannosaurus rex as a pet. These dragons are very intelligent. Soon, Ye Nan saw the familiar figure in the cave. Strange. Why don't the sizes match? Ye Nan looked puzzled, and in the blink of an eye she saw a bunch of baby Tyrannosaurus pounce on the piece of Tyrannosaurus rex meat, eating it extremely delicious. Ye Nan looked shocked. Is this giving birth? Good guy, his master doesn't even have a partner yet. Ye Nan looked at this pile and counted at least hundreds of small Tyrannosaurus rex, and felt a little numb. Good guy. How fertile is this? Ye Nan touched his chin and observed these little Tyrannosaurus rex, and found that they all looked exactly like his Tyrannosaurus rex. Young man over there, run! A mature voice full of human male magnetism sounded in my ears. Hearing this voice, Ye Nan looked excited and felt like she was about to cry. Turned out to be. There are humans. Woohoo! Chapter 3. His name is Ye Nan. After a month, I still couldn't get out of this maze like a primeval forest, during which I saw all kinds of dinosaurs. We were all desperate and prepared to survive in this Jurassic era, but we didn't expect people. Ye Nan burst into tears and rushed towards her. Gildarts was unable to dodge and was unprepared. His eyes widened when he saw the figure rushing towards him. What? Flutter! Ye Nan threw Gildarts to the ground. Gildarts pushed Ye Nan away with a push, stood up covered in leaves, patted his clothes to clean the dust, and then looked over. His face was full of displeasure. You boy! Gildarts had the word well popping up all over his head, and looked at the figure in front of him with black lines. When he saw it clearly, he was suddenly stunned. You! Gildarts' eyes widened. Ye Nan also stood up and dusted himself off. He was also unhappy, but he was mostly moved. Finally, I'm not the only human being anymore. Gildarts' black line, how come these words feel like a primitive man? But still. Hey, kid, are you the monster? Gildarts looked at Ye Nan's right hand. It was a pair of sharp claws of unknown objects, but the light that penetrated through the sun and the sharp light of silver reflected. This is a pair of extremely sharp claws. It was hard not to remind Gildarts of the sharp scratches on fallen trees along the way, and he had a premonition. Those scratches were most likely caused by the kid in front of me. Ye Nan didn't answer this question head-on, as her mind was full of black threads. What a monster, why are you so rude? Ye Nan turned around and threw away a small portion of the pet Tyrannosaurus Rex's uneaten meat, and picked up a handful of meat himself. Eat! Before he finished speaking, Ye Nan started to move. Gildarts' mind was filled with dark thoughts, and he glanced at the pile of small Tyrannosaurus Rex. Are they sure they weren't leftovers? Xiongui thought so, but Gildarts, a foodie, didn't care much and just bit into the meat. For a moment, his eyes glowed. Tasty! The sound echoed throughout the forest. Seeing Gildarts eating so happily, Ye Nan was relieved a lot from worrying that the delicacies he cooked would not be popular, even though he had already cooked home-cooked meals in his previous life. But who knows whether these home-cooked dishes will suit the taste of the people of Otherworld. It's fat but not greasy, and it's delicious but also has a bit of game. Not only that, the fishy smell is perfectly handled. There is no disgusting fishy smell after eating. It's like coming to Overlord Dragon's paradise. Gildarts took a bite and was intoxicated by it. When he came to his senses again, the flesh on his hand had long disappeared. Gildarts was shocked and angry. Who stole my meat? The hatred of stealing food is irreconcilable. Ye Nan felt a little moved by being recognized, but also a little speechless. She silently reminded, didn't you just eat your meat when you were in a daze? Recalling the memories in my mind and the impact on my taste buds, I seem to have this feeling. Gildarts looked at the bones on his hands, and there was a moment of silence. Bite it. Ye Nan quickly snatched it away. Stop, are you crazy? How can you eat bones? Gildarts reached over and said with a scoundrel look on his face, give me back my bones, woof woof. Ye Nan was speechless and threw the bone into the grass far away. Moment. A gust of wind blew, and Gildarts had a bone in his mouth. The happy eating time was over soon. After Ye Nan finished eating, she touched the recovered Tyrannosaurus Rex next to her and her expression became much more serious. Friend, what is your name, and are there any other humans besides you and me? Gildarts finished licking the bones, but his taste buds were still a little unsatisfied. When he heard the question, he laughed. My name is Gildarts, and I am a magician from Fairy Tale. There are many magicians outside this forest. Fairy Tale? There was a hint of suspicion on Ye Nan's face, with some observations mixed in with the suspicion. The name Gildarts. Ye Nan carefully observed Gildarts' appearance and dress. A head of striking red hair. Wearing a black cloak, those who didn't know it thought he was the red-haired brother of the Pirate King. The more I look at it, the more I think of someone in my memory. The more I look at it, the more I think of someone in my memory. Ye Nan became petrified after overlapping the appearance and dress of the person in the fairy tale anime she had watched in her previous life with the person in front of her. 100% match. He actually came to fairy tale. After understanding the current situation, Ye Nan sighed more and more the more he thought about it, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that life was not worth it. Fairy tale, what kind of world is this? A proper high-risk world. The level of power is still one of the top power systems in the entire two-dimensional world. Not to mention the gods in the original work who only have a few words, there is only one black dragon. As soon as his paw came down, Ye Nan still estimated whether his small body could bear it. There is a high probability that it cannot be carried. Just when Ye Nan is still thinking about where to go in the future, Gildarts extended the invitation. Boy, come to Fairy Tale and become the wizard of our union. Ye Nan looked up and asked. Why? Although Fairy Tale is indeed a good place to go and the plot revolves around Fairy Tale, it is also very dangerous. If you go to other unions, at least before Zeref invaded, it was in a relatively safe state. At least, you don't have to face the Black Dragon on Tianro Island. Because, you are also a magician. Come join us at Fairy Tale. I believe you will not be disappointed there. Gildarts looked at Ye Nan's paws and laughed. Magic is the gift of miracles. And these claws are the gift of miracles, Fairy Tale. Whether fairies have tails and whether fairies really exist is also a miracle. Their union is looking for people to create miracles. Ye Nan did not refuse. Everything has its pros and cons. Although Fairy Tale is much more dangerous, it will also be beneficial to the advancement of templates. Can. Ye Nan thought for a while and nodded in agreement. Let's go, then. Gildarts stood up and laughed. President, I kidnapped a monster for you. Should you treat me to a drink? Hold on. Ye Nan shouted to stop, turned to look at the Tyrannosaurus Rex, stroked it with his dragon hand, and said warmly, I'm leaving, remember to take care of yourself. The Tyrannosaurus Rex burst into tears, looking reluctant to give up. Ye Nan smiled, stood up, and waved goodbye. Bye-bye. Chapter 4W. In the lively street, people who were laughing and laughing were still selling vegetables and buying meat. Walking on the street, they casually walked into a hotel, ordered food, and started drinking. A piece of peace and harmony. However, I don't know whose words destroyed this rare beauty. Something bad has happened, Gildarts is back. Just such a sentence, but it showed amazing lethality. The smiles that appeared on everyone's faces suddenly disappeared, and instead they were filled with panic. I don't know who shouted again. Quick! Activate Gildarts mode, hurry up! The staff in charge of Gildarts mode shouted loudly, "It's already on, it's already on, it still needs a little time, wait a minute." Observer in the crowd. "Oh no, Gildarts is only 100 meters away from here." An older man had a face full of anger and punched his leg to express his inner anger. "Damn it, it's too late." The people were all dull grey and full of despair. "Damn it, is it too late? God, why are you doing this to me? My house! House!" At this time, the staff responsible for turning on the Gildarts mode was full of joy and fear, and wiped a cold sweat. "Okay. Okay. Gildarts mode is turned on." This good news does not need a loud voice to spread it. The moment Gildarts mode was turned on, an empty avenue appeared on the road from the city gate to Fairy Tale. There was nothing on both sides, and the surrounding houses retreated a lot out of thin air. People are in safe locations. Tread. A heavy step sounded at the city gate, and Gildarts with Ye Nan appeared at the city gate. His appearance sparked heated discussions in the streets. "It's really him, it's really him. The sinful man is back. Damn it, I still can't forget my house. It's my home. My grandfather left it." Ye Nan's mouth twitched as she listened to the noise in her ears, most of which were bad words, and she turned her head away. "You are really unpopular." Gildarts laughed and didn't pay much attention to these comments. "Ha ha ha." Ye Nan turned his head back, secretly admiring the unparalleled shamelessness of the man next to him, and felt deeply inferior. The two of them just walked like this. During this period, Ye Nan also heard a lot of comments about him, the most common part of which was, "Who is this child? I don't know, but if I stand with Gildarts, the King of Destruction, he will become a new generation of King of Destruction when he grows up. So scared." Ye Nan was not as shameless as Gildarts. Hearing these comments about him, his face turned slightly red. Could he be the new generation of King of Destruction? The power of the Blue Eyes White Dragon is not only destruction, but destruction, and effect. That's right, the effect, after evolving into the various forms of the Blue Eyes White Dragon, will have various effects. Gildarts looked at Ye Nan's appearance and joked, "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect our little Ye Nan to blush too." On the way, Ye Nan had already told Gildarts his name. The corner of Ye Nan's mouth twitched twice, and she said hard, "Who do you think is responsible for this?" Hearing this, Gildarts smiled even more happily. Under the laughter, Gildarts took Ye Nan to the wall of Fairy Tale, which was relatively quiet for the time being. Ye Nan had a bad feeling in her heart, and her eyes widened as she recalled the plot of Fairy Tale that she had almost forgotten. Could it be? Just as these words came out, there was a sound. "I'm back." The wall split, and the sound of laughter and laughter appeared inside. Gildarts took Ye Nan completely to the inside of the Union, but the wall could not be repaired at all. Members of the Union are quite accustomed to it. "Oh, it's Gildarts, you're back. How's it going? Did the mission go well? Hey! Macau, you are drunk, drink less and don't put your legs on me." There was laughter and laughter, but it was also chaotic. Some people put the stool on their stomachs and drank wine underneath, while some stood up and danced. More than that, in Ye Nan's eyes, it is all kinds of things. Gildarts is still smiling on the spot, with a proud look on his face. He destroyed the Union Wall. He is not ashamed of it, but proud of it. A huge shadow suddenly appeared, covering Ye Nan and Gildarts. Ye Nan raised his head, and Makarov, who had white hair, looked at him with an angry expression. No, to be precise, he should be looking at Gildarts. Gildarts touched his head and laughed a few times. "President, I have brought new people back, you should pay more attention to your image." In Ye Nan's eyes, Makarov, who was like a giant just a moment ago, had turned into a little old man in the blink of an eye, with a drunken look on his face, jumping on the table and sitting with his legs crossed together. "Oh, he's new. Makarov looked drunkenly and raised his hand to say hello. For some reason, Ye Nan always felt that Makarov's eyes were on the pair of dragon claws on his right hand, and he couldn't move them away no matter what. Ye Nan smiled brightly, and her dragon claws were indeed more conspicuous. Gildarts hugged Ye Nan at this time, with a smile on his face. How about it, President? This guy is pretty good, and let me tell you, little Ye Nan is also a good cook. Makarov suddenly appeared. A lot more serious. Ye Nan's heart also lifted involuntarily. The momentum of the 10 Saints' great mage is really unmatched. Although he is confident that he can surpass him, it has been unknown how long it has been. He has no doubts about the power and potential of the Blue Eyes White Dragon. But now, he is still too young. According to nature, at best, he is just a little dragon that has just hatched, not even an infant. Makarov's aura relaxed instantly and turned into a smile. This is Fairy Tale, welcome, Ye Nan. Ye Nan glanced at Makarov and didn't know why the blood in his body was aroused. He really liked this kind of atmosphere. Can only say. As expected of Fairy Tale, it has such magical appeal. Please give me your advice in the future, President Makarov. Ye Nan also laughed and agreed. Gildarts next to him kept smiling from beginning to end. He had already expected this ending. Fairy Tale is so charming. Chapter 5. Wait, I regret quitting Fairy Tale. Don't come over. Ye Nan's screams rang out in the Union. Ye Nan kept backing away. Even if he hadn't been molested now, he was almost there. Makarov held the seal in his hand and laughed playfully, looking at Ye Nan up and down with evil intentions. Little Ye Nan, don't be shy, just stamp it with the guild seal and let it pass. Hee. Ye Nan didn't even listen. The corners of his mouth twitched and he kept stepping back. Is this a matter of stamping? This is a matter of his moral integrity, and it's a long story. In short, it's just one sentence. Makarov, a shameless old man, actually wanted to put the Union seal on his butt in public. This was simply a shame and humiliation, with so many people watching. No. The eyes of everyone in the Union were attracted. Haha, it's time for the president to bully newcomers again. It's so miserable. Ha ha ha, but why do I want to see it so much? Come on, President, catch little Ye Nan. Kanashu, who was younger next to her, blushed and her eyes kept wandering, but her gaze always stayed on Ye Nan without moving away even a little. Ye Nan said that she would not be caught, so she ran towards the door of the guild to seize the last don. Boys, catch him! Makarov was smiling and approaching with the seal, which was no less than the coming of death. Goo! Ye Nan swallowed her saliva with a look of horror on her face. Keep retreating! Bang! He bumped into a figure. When Ye Nan turned around to look, his eyes widened. The person blocking his retreat was his leader, Gildarts. I saw Gildarts with a bright smile on his face. A true warrior must dare to face difficulties. How can you escape in the face of battle, little Ye Nan? Ye Nan felt a chill in his body. He seemed to have lost his integrity. This was not good. You have to run, otherwise the seal will be on your butt and you will be too embarrassed to see anyone. Ye Nan made up his mind, and just when he was about to run away with all his strength, he suddenly couldn't move. Turns out it was Gildarts who held him in place. Fairy Tale, Guild. Following a scream of deep hatred, everyone on the street heard the scream, which made those who heard it sad and those who saw it shed tears. Look towards Fairy Tale. Gildarts, I hate you. With a sound that echoed through the sky, it stopped completely. Until 10 minutes later. Fairy Tale. Ye Nan drank a drink and looked at the Fairy Tale logo on the back of his hand sullenly. He thought his virginity was at risk, but he didn't expect it was just a joke. Number. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He wanted to drink but couldn't. Makarov didn't allow him to drink at all because he was still a child. This made Ye Nan very angry. Counting his previous life, he is now considered an uncle's age, so why shouldn't he be allowed to drink? In the end, compromise. Ye Nan drank the drink angrily, and kept mumbling, 30 years to the east of Hedong, 30 years to the west of Hexi, don't bully young people into poverty, wait until I am full of blue eyes and white dragons and I will stamp my mark on someone's butt. Ye Nan glanced at everyone present and kept the hateful faces of these people deeply in his heart. When Kana was scanned, Ye Nan suddenly made a move. Kana also enlisted. The two looked at each other, and almost instantly Kana looked away again, her face flushed with embarrassment, never expecting that she would be caught peeking. Ye Nan also turned around and continued to drink the drink, shaking her head, woman. He has been struggling in society for several years. Although he looks like a child now, he has already lived up to his youth. Naturally, he will not blush just because he looked at each other. This little girl is too thin-skinned. Ye Nan touched her cheek and pinched it from time to time. Is he really that handsome? He is so handsome that he can mesmerize little girls. Ye Nan can't imagine this skinny appearance. Little Ye Nan, are you thinking about women? Haha. Makarov's voice sounded next to him. The shy old man clearly saw the look he had just made with Kana. Ye Nan took a deep breath, glared at him, said nothing, and drank to vent her anger. Makarov laughed repeatedly. The happy time passed quickly, and it was already dusk in the blink of an eye. Ye Nan should also be preparing to leave. She was almost numb from staying in the guild. She will officially accept the mission tomorrow so that she can improve the template of the Blue Eyes White Dragon. At this time, almost all the surrounding guild members had left. Not many people were there. When Ye Nan was about to leave, Long's hearing made him notice that there seemed to be some sound behind him. One of the voices was quite clear to Ye Nan. It was the voice of the hateful old Makarov. Did something happen to him? Ye Nan was a little gloating. He didn't expect that the shameless old man would be where he is today. It was really karma. Out of curiosity, Ye Nan came to the backyard where the sound came from, hid at the door, and eavesdropped on the conversation between the two. At this time, Makarov completely lost his carefreeness during the day. Even though he was far away, Ye Nan could still feel the anger and hatred in Makarov's words. Laxus, do you still think like that? There was unspeakable heartache and seriousness in Makarov's words. Laxus, who faced the confrontation, still didn't feel it, or he was blinded. Fairy Tail is surrounded by a group of weak guys, so everyone looks down on Fairy Tail. Makarov roared, did Yvonne teach you bad things? Fairy Tail is not weak. Laxus's body surged with aura, and thunder and lightning emerged, expressing the uneasiness in his heart. That's just false power. The current Fairy Tail, without you, old man, is just a third-rate union. Snapped. Makarov slapped Laxus. Laxus didn't say anything. After glaring at him, he quickly walked out of the door, looking angrily. Ye Nan, who was eavesdropping at the door, saw Laxus walking towards her from the corner of her eye. She didn't say anything and just watched quietly. Laxus walked to the door, turned around, and glared at Ye Nan with a vicious look. When are you, a new guy, going to eavesdrop? Ye Nan was a little confused. He didn't offend Laxus, so why would he vent his anger on him? Seeing that Ye Nan didn't reply, Laxus turned his head, snorted coldly, and walked towards the door of the guild. Anyway, I must eliminate all the weak guys in the guild. Seeing Laxus disappear from sight, Ye Nan walked out without saying anything and came to Makarov. Makarov's face was full of frustration and loneliness. You've seen it all. The deep voice didn't sound like Makarov. Ye Nan nodded without saying anything. Chapter 6. Alas, Makarov sighed. He didn't know how to describe his mood at this moment. Maybe it was a mixture of hatred and heartache. At this moment, Makarov was like an ordinary old man, heartbroken by his unfilial grandson. Ye Nan quietly listened to the old man venting his emotions. When a person has very serious emotions, it may be a good idea to find someone to vent to. Most people do this, but some people choose to keep it secret. All Ye Nan needs to do is to be Makarov's trash can and vent all his bad emotions. Why did Laxus become like this? What kind of ecstasy soup did that guy Ivan pour into Laxus? Makarov said to himself, and when he talked about Ivan, his eyes radiated an unknown look. What kind of look is this? Ye Nan is so familiar with it. Although even the original work of fairy tale did not tell the story between Makarov and Ivan, Ye Nan could infer the relationship between them even without telling it. Without him, it's just that we have different ways and don't work together. Makarov's regret and hatred for Ivan are the same as his feelings for Laxus, there is no difference. Little Ye Nan, tell me, am I not suitable to be your elder? Makarov's voice became deeper and deeper. Ye Nan remained silent, not saying a word. Makarov suddenly raised his head, looked at the little man in front of him, laughed completely, and laughed at himself. Me too, you are so young, how can you understand this? It's my fault, it's my fault. Makarov stood up and prepared to go back. At this time, Ye Nan suddenly said, aren't you the best elder now? Laxus is just a child now. When he grows up, he will be sensible. You are really good at comforting people, little Ye Nan. Makarov shook his head, but this comfort could not shake his heart. Ye Nan looked at Makarov and turned around, smiled, and walked out. If someone wants to be a coward, I won't say anything. Makarov was speechless. Ye Nan's words completely hit his heart. He is the great magician of the 10 saints. He has survived so many difficulties. How can a mere failure in education completely defeat him? What a joke! Makarov's fighting spirit rekindled in his eyes, and he felt a fire burning in his eyes, symbolizing his immortal heart. You're right, even if I give up my old bones, I will educate Laxus well. Ye Nan smiled and didn't express any opinion on this. As long as Makarov doesn't give up. A strong-minded fairy tale is not what Ye Nan wants to see. Laxus, who has not yet transformed, does not understand the truth. Only bonds can make people stronger. Anyway, just keep working hard, President. Ye Nan still can't control this half-dragon body and can't take it back at all. He walked directly towards the door. Makarov watched Ye Nan leave quietly from behind. He always felt that he was not facing a child. Ye Nan has lived in the dormitory arranged by Fairy Tale since he left the Fairy Tale Guild. This is the benefit Makarov gave him today. In fact, it's not free, it has to be paid back with the magician's money. This is naturally not difficult for Ye Nan. Just about to enter the boys' dormitory. Ye Nan suddenly stopped, shifted her gaze to a corner, and spotted Kana peeking from the side. When Kana saw that he was discovered, his face turned red and he quickly retreated and ran away. What is this girl doing here? Ye Nan is a little confused. The little girl's thoughts are really unpredictable. Is it possible that his body is really so attractive? Haha, little Ye Nan, you're here. Gildarts appeared in casual clothes. Ye Nan turned around and said fiercely, you guy. One shot of the dragon claw went down. Gildarts smiled lightly and dodged away, waving his hands to the side. Little Ye Nan, you can't blame me for this. Ye Nan doesn't even listen. Go to hell, you weak soul. Having said that, Kana's doubts as to why she peeked here were cleared. It turned out that she was here to see Gildarts' father. Ah! Gildarts screams. The next day, Gildarts came to the guild listlessly, accepted a task casually, and threw it on the guild stage. Just right in Makarov's face. The word well appears on the top of the head. Gildarts, what are you doing? Makarov put down his glass and glared. Gildarts looked innocent. It's all my fault, little Ye Nan, I didn't sleep well last night. Upon hearing this, Makarov turned his attention to Ye Nan, who came to the guild almost at the same time. On the contrary, Ye Nan was still in high spirits and smiling. President, you don't know what a monster this kid is. Gildarts complained. He was harassed by Ye Nan all night, but the next day the kid was still in high spirits. It doesn't look like I stayed up all night. Makarov turned his head and looked at Gildarts, who had dark circles under his eyes, with sympathy in his eyes. Take out the guild seal and stamp it on the parchment. Passed it over. Have a good rest. Makarov said earnestly. Gildarts took the parchment, yawned and left the guild door without saying much. Macau was still a little confused and looked confused. It's strange that Gildarts walked out without saying a word. Makarov closed his eyes and remained silent, continuing to drink from the glass in his hand. President, I want to take this mission. Ye Nan appeared with a parchment in hand, holding a mission to defeat the devil. Makarov half opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of wine. Spray onto Ye Nan's body. Ye Nan had veins popping out, but before she could get angry, Makarov took the lead. What are you thinking, kid? This is an S-level mission. You must become an S-level magician. Also, isn't this mission on the second floor? How did you get up there? Ye Nan pretended not to know, but in fact he already knew it after watching Fairy Tale. He has almost finished the tasks, and only some of the tasks on the second floor are interesting. Can't you? Ye Nan tilted her head, trying to be cute. No. Makarov's face was serious. He did not doubt Ye Nan's potential, but this task was still too early for Ye Nan. Just finished. Makarov discovered that Ye Nan was missing. Yet. Makarov's eyes widened as he watched Ye Nan take the seal and put it on it. You kid. Makarov got angry. President, goodbye. Ye Nan turned around and ran outside the guild. Stay, Makarov is messy in the wind. Chapter 7. Come back here, kid. Only Makarov's roar echoed through the guild. Passers-by were all wondering who could make the famous 10 Saints, Chairman Makarov, so angry. Makarov no longer cares about his reputation in the guild at this time. The most important thing now is how to get Ye Nan back. The current S-level mission is still a bit too early for him. But, except for Gildarts, there are no other S-class magicians in the guild. Makarov's face looked a little heavy. Gildarts is not in the guild now and has gone to rest with a mission, but the entire guild has no one suitable to bring Ye Nan back. Makarov slowly put down his wine glass and jumped off the table with a slight jump. The originally joyful scene suddenly became quiet. The surrounding guild members cast doubtful glances. Strange? President, keep drinking. Macau was already drunk at this moment. Makarov shook his head and looked very serious. I want to go out and bring some idiot back. Hiccup. Macau hiccuped and waved his hand without thinking too much. Go back quickly. He had no idea what he was talking about. Makarov nodded and walked quickly towards the guild gate. Right now he gotta save some idiot from a dangerous situation. As for the idiot in Makarov's words, Ye Nan is already on a small boat, holding the back of her head and blowing in the sea breeze, looking very comfortable. It's great to come out like this once. Enjoying life, without the harassment of Makarov and Gildarts, Ye Nan feels that life is not so good. The rowing man paddled silently, looking unconcerned with the world. We finally stopped when we reached a small island. Lord Sorcerer, we have arrived. But the guy has an unspeakable fear about this island. Ye Nan also understands what he is afraid of, which is nothing more than the devil on this island. Since the mission has been released, the devil on this island should be known to everyone, and it is impossible for the guys who specialize in this to not know about it. On the other hand, it also shows how powerful this demon is. Everyone knows it, but the level of strength of this demon that has still not been conquered is evident. Ye Nan is not careless in the slightest. Nod. Ye Nan jumped from the boat and landed on the island. His current physical fitness is simply not the same as before the time travel. Master Mage, come on. The boatman looked over with worried and expectant eyes, then turned the steering wheel and left. Ye Nan watched the boat leave, slowly turned around and walked in. Entered the depths of the island. 4 miles away, it was deserted. Ye Nan had walked here for a long time without meeting anyone. It was surrounded by flowers, plants, and trees, which was very suitable for hiding. Which demon went where? Ye Nan looked around but found no trace, and he was still a little bit road crazy. There is no other way but to use the old method. Ye Nan accurately carved a mark on the tree with the dragon's claw. Now he is not like the man who just got this power a month ago, able to control the force accurately. Done. Looking at the scratches with satisfaction, Ye Nan continued walking deeper into the jungle, leaving some traces every time he passed. After walking around for a long time, there was still no trace. Until after Ye Nan saw the scratches she left. Ye Nan held his forehead, maybe he was really a road fool. Just when he was troubled by it. Ah! An exclamation came from the direction of the grass. It was the scream of a little girl. Ye Nan raised his brows and looked in the direction of the sound, his face became much more serious, maybe the devil had taken action. Start running. Ye Nan ran towards the direction of the sound. High speed. Elsewhere, Lysina looked at the scratches on the tree with a pale face. The monster's scratches deeply hurt her timid heart. The original curiosity and excitement suddenly disappeared. All that's left is fear. Sister Mirajane, why don't we go back? Lysina hesitated, looking frightened. Another girl, Mirajane, was just the opposite. Her eyes were full of excitement, she grinned and said to herself, haha, okay, this just shows the majesty of my eldest sister, she is just a devil. Lysina looked even more like she was about to cry, and turned her attention to another burly boy, his brother, Elfman. Elfman smiled, how can a man back down? Another progressive party. Okay, Lysina, if you are a coward and don't dare, go back to the village. Your brother and I will leave first. Mirajane always showed her authority as the eldest sister. Hearing this, Lysina also gave up her thoughts of going back and said firmly, I will go wherever my sister goes. Mirajane laughed directly, just as she was about to continue walking deeper into the forest. There was movement in the grass nearby. Mirajane reflexively protected Lysina behind her, her eyes fixed on the grass, full of vigilance. Who? Mirajane showed a fierce look. Lysina hid behind and shivered. Although Elfman was still calm, the sweat on his face was flowing down unconsciously, and his eyes were fixed on the grass. Bang! A small head emerged from the grass and looked at the Mirajane trio. Mirajane, Lysina, and Elfman were silent. Are they on guard for nothing in terms of relationships? Mirajane still didn't completely let down her guard, her eyes were still fixed on the little head. Who are you? What are you here for? The little head's body was completely exposed from the grass. Ye Nan's figure walked out of the grass with a smile on his face. I'm also here to explore this forest. If it's convenient, how about adding me? No. Mirajane was decisive and without hesitation. Lysina next to her was startled and shouted. Sister Mirajane! Mirajane turned her head and cast a reassuring look at Lysina, still wary when she turned her head. What's your purpose? Ye Nan slowly shook his head and prepared to leave, it's just that we have someone to take care of us when we act together. Since you don't believe me, I'll take the risk alone. Okay. Mirajane agreed. Why doesn't this girl follow the rules? Ye Nan was silent. Originally, his idea was to follow Mirajane and meet the demon Satan. Now I can only follow secretly. Just when Ye Nan made up her mind, Mirajane said something else that made him somewhat unexpected. It's not impossible if we want to go together. But you have to accept me as your eldest sister. Chapter 8. Be my eldest sister. Ye Nan looked a little weird, being told by such a little girl that she wanted to be his boss. This feeling is really novel. How's it going? Mirajane grinned, her face full of confidence. Ye Nan also showed a smile on her face and agreed, of course there is no problem. Ha ha ha, you have a lot of vision. Mirajane patted her chest and said, I am the most powerful person in the village. If you follow me, I promise you will not suffer any loss and I will send you back safely. Ye Nan touched her chin and nodded in agreement, but Mirajane didn't listen to a word of her words. With the appearance of Mirajane, it seems that the demon here is Mirajane's satanic soul in the original work. You will definitely encounter demons if you follow her. Ye Nan licked her lips, with a strong fighting spirit in her eyes. Who is stronger, the devil or his blue-eyed white dragon? When Ye Nan came back from thinking, a pair of big, round eyes appeared in front of him, with eyelashes blinking. From Ye Nan's perspective, she could clearly see the girl's fair skin and a pair of pupils that revealed liveliness, and wildness. Hey! Are you listening to me? Seeing Ye Nan still dazed, Mirajane became even more angry. As the boss, I really don't have a good reputation. Her little brother doesn't even listen to her. Ye Nan took a few steps back, waved her hands and kept saying, I'm really sorry, I was a little distracted. Seeing that he didn't look like he was lying, Mirajane sighed, forget it, I forgive you and move on. After that, Mirajane led the way, and Ye Nan and others followed behind and watched Mirajane open up the road. Sister Myra is so amazing. Serena sighed, sincerely admiring her. Elfman nodded in agreement, this is what a man does. Ye Nan was also observing Mirajane's every move, her eyes never straying away, touching her chin from time to time, and nodding in agreement from time to time, saying, it is indeed quite powerful, Mirajane. Hearing this, Serena became even happier. Nothing makes people happier than praising her sister. Yeah, right. Serena kept smiling. In her eyes, Mirajane was the most powerful person in the world. Ye Nan didn't say much, the dragon claw was hidden under his grey robe, and now he looked like an ordinary child. He is not that strong. At this moment, Serena suddenly asked a question, catching her off guard, are you from other places? Ye Nan stopped and turned his head. Elfman's eyes widened in disbelief, so you're from out of town? That's amazing, I didn't expect it at all. At this time, Mirajane, who was leading the way, also stopped and turned her head to look at Ye Nan. Obviously, she just heard what Serena said. I am indeed from out of town. Ye Nan spread her hands and admitted it directly. Otherwise, what else can be done? In the forest, the atmosphere gradually became silent. Bird chirping can also be heard. For a long time. Awesome! 3 exclamations sounded almost at the same time. Ye Nan didn't expect such a result at all. Serena first wrapped her arms around Ye Nan, acting coquettishly and looking particularly excited. How is the outside world? Is there a lot of fun things? Mirajane said nothing, but her curious eyes gave her away. Elfman was also extremely excited, clenching his fists all the time, eager to try. The man from outside is so manly, I feel like my youth is here again. Ye Nan looked on with shame. Once upon a time, these 3 sisters seemed to be full of yearning for the outside world. By the way, Serena, how did you know that I came from outside? Unable to resist these 3 glances, Ye Nan had to change the subject and shift her attention to others. Serena almost said categorically, because I haven't seen you in the village. Ye Nan was almost vomiting blood. Mirajane walked over with a wild smile on her face, let's end the chatting time, Serena. Serena listened to her sister's words and immediately shut her mouth. Ye Nan turned around resentfully, speechless, Selina, you are too In the end, Ye Nan still couldn't say the last two words. Mirajane suddenly took the topic in an irreversible direction at this time. Speaking of which, Ye Nan, how is life in the town? Is it better for them or for us? Ye Nan broke into a cold sweat. What a life there! Ye Nan pretended to remember it. Although she only lived there for a day, she could never erase it. So. All I know is fairy tale, you must be needed there. It was a lively guild, full of adventures. Mirajane sighed after listening to Ye Nan's summary, and her expression became even more excited. Great, I want to become fairy tale's mage. This is a man. Elfman said. Serena also faced a look of envy. For this kind of life, the three people are full of desire and expectation. I am no longer as enthusiastic about the devil as I was at the beginning. Master Sorcerer, take me to see fairy tales sometime. Elfman kept talking along the way. Serena stared carefully. There was also desire and excitement deep in Mirajane's eyes. Turn around. I decided that after I finished exploring the devil, I would go outside and see how exciting the outside world should be. Don't worry. Ye Nan still had a smile on her face. Suddenly, Ye Nan's face turned cold. He asked about a smell, a very disgusting smell, and there was no doubt that it was the devil. As a blue-eyed white dragon, he decided to send her to reincarnation. In the original work, Mirajane was sucked into Satan because of receiving magic. Later, due to her inability to control her abnormal physical characteristics, Mirajane was finally changed in physical appearance. The villagers all despise Mirajane, who is as powerful as a god. This time Ye Nan decided not to let Mirajane absorb the soul of Satan, but to kill her directly when he encountered her. Walked some distance. However, no trace of the demon was found, leaving Ye Nan and the others dumbfounded. Mirajane suddenly realized, I understand. Look at her frustrated look. There is no demon at all. Serena came to a conclusion. This is disappointing. Elfman was a little unhappy. Don't give up yet. The four of them are preparing to come back another day, and the devil will definitely appear. Later. A voice full of dominance and charm suddenly sounded. Dispelled their thoughts of retreat. Satan. Ye Nan turned his head and looked, with some fighting spirit in his heart for the first time, and the soul of the blue-eyed white dragon was burning. Chapter 9. Allah, here are the four kids. Satan is right across the street. The devil has sharp claws, a ferocious face, and a look of madness in his eyes. The elements that this kid is afraid of are basically all present. Serena was trembling with fear. Elfman wasn't much better, he was stagnant in place, sweating continuously. This is, the devil. Goo. Mirajane's whole body was trembling. For the first time, she felt the crisis of her life. All the cells in her body were warning her. Run! Run! This is not an opponent that humans can face. Although the three young people don't know what magic is. But the soaring spell and malice still deeply affected them, making them unable to move. But this must not include Ye Nan. The spirit of the blue-eyed white dragon protected him deeply. Under Chang Xiao's malicious intent, Ye Nan took the initiative to stand up and stood in front of the trio, her black cloak spread out. Under the eyes of the trio, eyes widened in disbelief. Ye Nan's pair of beautiful silver-white dragon claws shining under the clouds appeared. The cloak fell, and the half-dragon face was revealed, half of which was covered with silver-white scales. You can never hurt them as long as I'm here. Ye Nan's eyes were fixed on Satan and she spoke every word. The three people behind were still in shock and could not recover for a long time. A long time. So handsome Serena's eyes kept flashing. Mirajane was a little unconvinced. Humph, that's it. Elfman, I want to be a man like my big brother in the future. Ye Nan became the eldest brother immediately. Satan looked at it, his mouth cracked, his eyes even more dangerous and crazy. Who am I? It turns out to be a little magician. Ye Nan didn't react at all. In his eyes, an attack was coming. I saw the corners of Satan's mouth opening wider and wider, and the power of the curse rose into the sky. The whole demon suddenly burst into flames, shouting, "But you are too young. Those guys from the Magisters Guild actually sent such a young child here, it is really... You underestimate me." With those crazy and loud words, Satan disappeared directly from where he was. Where I had just stood, a depression the size of a rock pit had appeared. Ye Nan's eyes moved accordingly, as if she could see. Satan teleported behind him. Swing away the sharp claws. This was really too dangerous, and the three people behind them were all wide-eyed and shocked. "Brother Ye Nan, be careful." Serena panicked and widened her eyes. "Damn it!" Mirajane wanted to take a step forward. "Brother!" Elfman's eyes widened. Under the worries of the trio, Ye Nan smiled softly, as if he was not in a dangerous situation. "It's okay. Speak softly." Bang! Ye Nan's dragon claw and Satan's demon claw collided together, making a metallic collision sound. "Tch!" Satan yelled. "I didn't expect this attack to fail at all." Ye Nan's dragon eyes stared over, confronting the devil's claws without any fear. "What's wrong, devil? It's just this level, but it can't deal with me. Beside." "Okay, that's amazing." Serena covered her mouth, her disbelief looked extremely cute. "Hey, that's pretty cool. As expected of me, he is my little brother." Mirajane turned her head away. "Brother." Elfman was so moved that he almost cried. He vowed that he would become such a man in the future. It's so manly, so manly, so manly. But as a demon, Satan is not so relaxed. Feeling the huge force coming from his arm, Satan gritted his teeth and refused to let go, thinking, "I'm just a child, how can he have such great strength? If not even a child of the wizard can compare. Does she, Satan, want to hang out in the demon world anymore? She wants to hang out too. Don't be so arrogant, kid." Satan roared angrily, his eyes just meeting Ye Nan's pupils. For a moment, Satan's eyes narrowed sharply. No longer competing with each other, he teleported to his original place, sweating profusely and panting heavily. "Who?" Satan's eyes were still filled with lingering fear. "Just now, that was a dragon." Satan looked down at his trembling hands. No matter how hard he tried, he could not stop his trembling hands. "Just..." Satan seemed to see a dragon from those eyes. It was a silver-white dragon. Arrogance, mystery, nobility, indescribable temperament, and strength are all there. Simply. Just like the legendary dragon god. Cut. Satan dug his fingernails into the flesh, and the pain finally stopped his trembling hand. At this time, only then did Satan turn his attention to Ye Nan again, and he became much calmer, and did not suddenly become violent like before. Maybe he knows how powerful Ye Nan is. Satan suddenly asked, "Who are you? You are definitely not an ordinary magician." Ye Nan didn't know how to speak. After thinking for a while, she came up with a line that seemed interesting, so she was about to say it. "I am a goblin." "This is just the beginning." Satan interrupted the following conversation with his hand, and raised the corners of his mouth, as if he had seen through everything. "I know, you are the legendary dragon slayer who has been lost." Ye Nan. He has some question marks and he doesn't know whether to talk about it or not. No, although dragon slayer, he is not. Although dragon slayer can be regarded as the magic of destroying dragons passed down from dragons to humans, and this seems to be passed down from dragons to humans. Although dragon slayer will transform into a dragon in the end. Well, it seems, probably, almost, he should also be able to transform into a dragon. Look at it this way. He seems to be really a dragon slayer. What the hell? This is not a system at all. I'm not. Ye Nan just wanted to explain that he was not a dragon slayer. Satan interrupted again and said, "Don't quibble, no matter how you quibble, I will never believe it." Ye Nan. Why? Even though Ye Nan had millions of words, she still didn't know what to say. And behind? Dragon Slayer, so awesome. Serena's eyes flashed. It's indeed awesome. But, what is Dragon Slayer? Elfman asked. Mirajane suddenly said, I read it in an ancient book in the village, and it said, the magic of destroying dragons. Elfman nodded, yeah, the magic to destroy dragons. Etc. Hey! Magic that destroys dragons. The sound resounded throughout the forest. Scared away birds. Chapter 10. Okay, great. Serena's face was filled with admiration, and her respect for Ye Nan in her heart had reached the same level as Mirajane's in a short period of time. Ye Nan listened to the words of the three people behind him, with a look of helplessness on his face. Who would believe that he is really not a dragon slayer? Okay, I don't know what kind of dragon slayer you are, but damn dragon slayer, take the move. Satan shouted, and 2 dark balls appeared in his hand. She didn't use all her strength just now, she just used her physical strength. As for the devil, the most terrifying thing is the curse. Ha! 2 balls were thrown from his hands. Ye Nan looked calm, narrowed her eyes and looked at the 2 attacking people, and gently raised the dragon's claw on her hand. Since you used your real power, let me be a little more serious. Blue-eyed Shiraishi. A brilliant light bloomed in the jungle, illuminating everyone here with Ye Nan's hand as the center. When the light spreads over, the 2 dark balls instantly disappeared without a trace. Damn it! What kind of power is this? With an angry curse, Satan decisively opened the demon wings behind his back and flew into the sky, barely avoiding the light. Purification. Ye Nan slowly opened her eyes. This is the power of the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Powerful, noble, and invulnerable. Even though he was only half-dragon, his power was not comparable to that of a mere demon, like Satan, who was absorbed by a newly awakened little girl. This power is her nemesis. Trash like this can be destroyed with a snap of your fingers. Ye Nan is very confident in the power of the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Ye Nan turned around and smiled. It's okay now. The trio were also relieved and heaved a sigh of relief, but at this moment. Kid, you underestimate me too much. Satan's angry voice sounded, and at this moment, his figure teleported behind Serena. Kid, I'm going to make you regret it. The claws grabbed it, and with this blow, Serena would definitely die. Not good. Ye Nan's complexion changed drastically, because of his negligence. However, at this moment, a shout came from the side. Stop it! Magical light erupted from Mirajane's body, right next to Lysina, and the light covered Satan. Nanny! This is impossible! Satan's expression changed drastically. At this time, she had no time to react as the light enveloped her. The light faded. There is no trace of Satan anywhere, only Mirajane exists. Elder sister. Lysina supported her unconscious sister with tears in her eyes. Elfman also walked over and squatted down slightly. The 2 of them were still in sadness. Sorry. Ye Nan's apology came from the side. If he hadn't been careless, such a thing would never have happened. It's okay, brother Ye Nan, you have done a good job. Lysina did not blame Ye Nan for Mirajane. If it weren't for Ye Nan, I'm afraid all 3 of them would be buried in the claws of the devil. Brother Ye Nan, you are a man. I will become a man like you in the future. Elfman gave a thumbs up with his tall body. Ye Nan smiled softly, then walked to Mirajane's side, took off her clothes and covered her up. She is fine now, the devil has been absorbed by her. The worry in Lysina's eyes still hasn't disappeared. Will there be any side effects after the demon is absorbed? If Sister Mirajane incurs scars that will last her whole life in order to save her, she will feel very guilty. Elfman also had some concern in his eyes. An unknown smile appeared on the corner of Ye Nan's mouth. Goo. Serena's eyes were even more worried. Ye Nan stood up with serious eyes. How about you three, do you want to go back to the guild with me? Serena had a bad premonition in her heart, but she still said, Brother Ye Nan, why do you say such things at this time? Elfman also said at this time, yes. Brother Ye, although we do long for fairy tale, we have to say goodbye to the people in the village. Ye Nan's eyes were as calm as water. You can go, but Jilami can't. Why? Lisana was very puzzled. Then, a sudden scream answered her doubts. Ah! Mirajane fell unconscious on the ground, wailing in pain. Even though she was unconscious, she could still feel the huge pain. Sister Mirajane! Lisana quickly ran over and hugged her. Sister! Elfman also shouted, clenching his fists, damn it! What on earth is going on? Ye Nan looked at Mirajane and took a deep breath. She is going to become a devil. What? Lisana's and Elfman's voices sounded at the same time. At the same time, devil's scales appeared on Mirajane's body, and her hands had already turned into devil's claws. She still had the appearance of the graceful and beautiful girl just now. The whole person has transformed into the appearance of the devil Satan. This is Satan. Lisana panicked and quickly pushed Satan away. Looking at Mirajane's appearance at this time, she covered her mouth and tears flowed from her eyes. How could it be? How could this happen? Elfman fell to his knees and pounded the ground with his fists. Blame yourself for your own incompetence. This is not manly at all. Sister Mirajane! Lisana cried out, Sister Mirajane, she sacrificed herself to save herself. Ye Nan was very calm on the side. Calm down, your sister is not dead yet. Hey! It was these words that made Lisana and Elfman stop crying. Sister, isn't dead. Lisana muttered. There is still a touch of hope in my heart. Ye Nan looked at Mirajane's devilish posture, which was indistinguishable from Satan, and said word by word, what your sister awakens is to receive magic. After receiving magic and receiving the devil, she will naturally become this devil, but in essence, she is still your sister Mirajane. Everything was explained clearly. The demon in front of me is Mirajane. Lisana's face turned red with embarrassment when she thought about pushing her sister out just now. How could she? How so? So shameful. Elfman accepted it easily and breathed a sigh of relief. The reason why I want you to go to Fairy Tale is because you can't go back. Regardless of the two people's stunned look, Ye Nan continued, I'm afraid Mirajane, who is now in a demonic state, will cause a commotion when he returns to the village, and may even put your life in danger. Chapter 11. How come? Lisana covered her lips, the guilt in her eyes deepening. Because of her, my sister became what she is now. Lisana's tears couldn't help but fall from her eyes. How so? Elfman hammered the ground hard, then stood up with a very firm look, Brother Ye, is there any way to restore Mirajane's head to its original state? Ye Nan slowly shook her head, saying that there was no way to restore Mirajane to her original state. Seeing Ye Nan shaking her head, Elfman and Lisana's expressions instantly became desperate and disheartened. Right now. Ye Nan spoke again. But I have a way to restore Mirajane to her original appearance. Really? The expressions on Lisana and Elfman's faces instantly turned to surprise. It doesn't matter if you can't change back to your original state. As long as their appearance can change back, the three of them can return to the village and live as usual. Ye Nan nodded. He strolled up to Mirajane and gently picked her up. Looking at the demonic face, Ye Nan's expression remained calm. The key to restoring her original appearance lies in herself. The soul of Satan has been completely integrated with her soul, and there is no way to separate it. But her body remains in her body. As long as she can use the switching magic again, she can return to her original state. Ye Nan talked about the principle of receiving magic. After understanding all this, the worries on Lysina and Elfman's faces disappeared. They patted their chests and looked relieved, with smiles on their faces. It's great. Sister Mirajane's magic is so powerful. After understanding Satan's soul, Lysina and Elfman didn't feel jealous at all. They are just sincerely happy that their sister has obtained such a powerful magic. Ye Nan completely picked up Mirajane. So if you want to completely restore Mirajane to her original state, you have to go to Fairy Tale to run in. You'll be able to come back again in probably a few weeks. Ye Nan said the approximate time. The smiles on Lysina and Elfman's faces became even happier. Vow! We would love to join Fairy Tale. In unison. A strange smile appeared on Ye Nan's face. This old man, he recruited 3 people for the union. Lysina and Elfman felt a little bit hairy all over. Brother Ye Nan. Ye Nan came back to her senses instantly and touched the back of her head. Sorry, I was lost in thought. It's okay. After all, the tolerant Lysina took the lead and expressed her request. Bow again. Brother Ye Nan, I hope I can go back to the village one last time to say goodbye to my parents. Elfman also turned his head with a firm expression. Brother Ye, me too. Ye Nan has a smile on her face and cares about her parents' hometown, which makes her even more worthy of being recruited into the Fairy Tale Guild. Okay. After the words fell, the 2 people said goodbye. Goodbye, Brother Ye Nan. Goodbye, Brother Ye. Ye Nan also smiled and waved goodbye. Goodbye. Seeing the 2 people leaving and disappearing, Ye Nan breathed a sigh of relief and the expression on his face became relaxed. Then, the mission is over. Ye Nan's eyes shifted to one of the grasses, with a helpless expression, and shrugged. Old man, how did I behave? There was movement on the other side of the grass, a shaking sound, and a short figure emerged from the grass with a smile on his face. If this is not the president of Fairy Tale, who is Makarov? Makarov looked at the little girl in Ye Nan's arms and murmured to himself, another little monster. Being able to awaken at such a young age is considered a powerful receiving magic among all series of magics. Mirajane's talent potential is so obvious. How about it, President? Not bad, have you seen enough? While Makarov was still trying to conquer the gods, Ye Nan's evil laughter rang out from the side. The word well appeared on Makarov's head. Perhaps only Ye Nan could stir up his mood swings. Stop talking nonsense. I haven't even settled your account for taking S-level missions without permission. Ye Nan's face was full of disapproval. Isn't this done? Makarov's eyes widened and he was furious. Is this something that can be covered up with just one sentence? In short, you have to reflect on me. Makarov almost shouted these words. Ye Nan clasped his ears and said. I know. The more perfunctory you want, the more perfunctory you want. Finally, Makarov sighed slightly and sat on a stone. Anyway, just fine, don't be so reckless next time. What will I do if something happens to you? When Makarov said the second half of the sentence, big tears rolled down his cheeks. Ye Nan felt distressed and said warmly. Okay, it won't happen next time. Makarov grabbed Ye Nan's hand at this moment, and raised his head with a gloomy face. There were no tears anywhere, and his face was full of a smile of success. Good boy, you admit it. The gentle expression on Ye Nan's face suddenly froze, and her face turned ashen. Damn Makarov, you plotted against me. The sound spread throughout the jungle, scaring away the birds. Ginger is still spicy after all. Even if Ye Nan's 2 lifetimes put together, she can't compare with Makarov's age. He is already considered an antique. Anyway, go home, go home. Makarov took Ye Nan's hand and walked toward the outside of the jungle. Ye Nan felt very embarrassed and gritted her teeth. Old man, I can walk by myself, I don't need you to hold me. Makarov let go of his hand, turned his head, suppressed his smile, and pointed to a pile of scratches next to him, ha 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 ha. The laughter was full of contempt for Liu Qi. Ye Nan's face fell and she finally sighed. Forget it, let's just hold him. He still compromised. He didn't want to get lost again and be unable to get out of this jungle for a long time. Makarov took Ye Nan and the unconscious Mirajane into the boat and rowed away from the island. This S-level mission has come to a successful conclusion. Ye Nan looked at the sea and the island gradually receding, with a little aftertaste on his face. Makarov rowed a boat aside. What? I still miss those two little guys. Ye Nan turned around and said. Of course, after all, they are my only friends in this world. Makarov replied. It makes you feel like you were in another world. Ye Nan smiled. It really is. Chapter 12. You. Makarov shook his head and said nothing, just thinking that Ye Nan was joking. The boat is rowing farther and farther. The next day. Early morning. Ye Nan was in his dormitory, washing his face and brushing his teeth. Lying on his bed was Mirajane, who had already changed her clothes. Don't get me wrong, it was the dormitory aunt who helped me change it. Really, I wonder when you will wake up. Ye Nan glanced at Mirajane, put on her clothes, and was about to go to the guild to pick up a simpler task. Mirajane's eyelids trembled slightly and she made a sound. This sound makes people think a lot. Ye Nan stopped. He had already heard Mirajane's voice and turned around. Wake up. Get up then, you lazy idiot. Well. Mirajane stood up, rubbed her eyes, and looked over with blurred eyes. It's Ye Nan. Still haven't recovered. Moment. Mirajane was stunned for a moment. Wait, why is Ye Nan here? You, why are you here? Mirajane stood up directly from the bed, looking angry. She is extremely angry now. Her memory is still stuck on when Satan attacked Lysina, and she has no memory of what happened after that. Ye Nan spread her hands and said matter-of-factly, this is my home, where would it be if it weren't here? Your home. Mirajane's eyes were hazy, he was hesitating, and her cheeks were red. Even though she usually has a hot temper, she was still confused when faced with this situation. Mirajane then remembered something. She looked at her clothes and found that she had changed them at some point. Mirajane's face instantly turned red, and she was on the verge of exploding. Ye Nan is more reasonable at this time. I said, should you pay me for this night's accommodation? Directly fry the pan. Ye Nan's words simply pierced the girl's heart. Mirajane couldn't bear it anymore. She was always a hot-tempered little girl, how could she endure such an insult? Go to hell, UBD. Mirajane took the pillow and threw it over. Ye Nan caught it in one breath and sighed. It seems that you are not calm enough. So, goodbye. 36 strategies, taking action is the best strategy. The little girl was really a bit untouchable, so Ye Nan ran away decisively, closed the door, and left her dormitory. Ah! Ye Nan! Mirajane's roar echoed in the room. Ye Nan quickly evacuated the dormitory, followed closely by Mirajane, who looked full of murderous intent and was in a rage. Go to hell! Go to hell! Go to hell! You piece of trash! Mirajane kept swearing and throwing things, her face still flushed. Mirajane, don't you thank me? I am your savior. While Ye Nan was dodging the things thrown at her, she looked back at Mirajane who was running rampant and accelerated her firepower. No road race. Mirajane gritted her teeth and threw the objects in her hands more accurately and harder. En route. Ye Nan met the listless Gildarts, her eyes were shining, as if she had met a savior, and she ran over quickly. Uncle Gildarts. Ye Nan has a bright smile. Gildarts turned around and greeted with a smile, "Oh, it's little Ye Nan, I heard you." The words are not finished yet. Gildarts looked at the murderous Mirajane behind him, and a cold sweat broke out on his cheeks. He was in a flowery jungle, why didn't he understand the situation? I saw Ye Nan coming with a bright smile. Gildarts ran over at a faster speed, sweating profusely, "You kid, could you please stop chasing me?" Ye Nan smiled even brighter. No. Chasing behind him was the murderous Mirajane, completely berserk. Satan's strength cannot be controlled well at all. Every time I throw something, it's like a cannonball hitting me. Under the continuous artillery fire, Ye Nan felt a little overwhelmed and hurriedly shouted towards the front, "Uncle Gildarts, stop quickly. I have something to discuss with you." Gildarts didn't stop for a moment, but ran faster and faster, "You kid, don't think that I don't know what bad ideas you have. You have caused trouble and debts on your own to deal with." The three of them ran and chased each other, in Gildarts mode, while the crowd watched. Cannonballs hit. Houses disappear. "Ah, my house," the passerby said heartbrokenly. The three of them arrived near the guild. Boom! Boom! Like the sound of cannonballs, the ground in the guild trembled, and everyone who was drinking in the guild was stunned. Strange, is it an enemy attack? What's going on? Are those guys from the Dark Guild attacking our guild? Damn it! How dare you offend our fairy tale? Everyone was looking forward to it seriously and were preparing to go out to meet the enemy. Makarov jumped in front of everyone, his face was drunk, but his expression was a little serious. "I'll go out to see what's going on, and you guys will follow closely." Makarov walked out of the guild door. With just one glance, Makarov's eyes widened and he was stunned. What did he see? He actually saw Gildarts, Ye Nan, and Mirajane destroying a street. This. How much does this cost? Shouldn't all his coffins be compensated? Makarov, he is angry. What on earth are you three doing? Quickly turning into a giant, Makarov grabbed the three of them with his hands, preventing the subsequent serious destruction. Makarov glanced at the miserable streets with his peripheral vision, his eyelids twitching. How much does this cost? Everyone in Fairy Tale who came out after him was also stunned. When they looked at the three in the president's hand, they suddenly realized. You showed an expression worthy of being yours. This destruction has set a new record. Definitely. Oh, President, it's so miserable. Everyone was talking about Fairy Tale. After hearing everyone's remarks, Makarov's face turned even darker and he roared. What the hell are you doing? The two were embarrassed and laughed, while Mirajane was completely unconvinced. Hey, you old man, put me down quickly. Old man. Makarov was stunned for a moment. After many years, no one dared to call him an old man like this. Did not expect. Makarov's expression darkened, and he was about to explode in the next moment. Ye Nan swallowed, thinking of the last time he made Makarov, a bad old man, angry. Never mind. Makarov regained his amiable expression, quickly shrank, and put the three of them down. Smile. Welcome to Fairy Tale, newbie. Makarov turned his head, looked at everyone, and shouted. There's a party. Ouch. Everyone cheered. Chapter 13. At this moment, inside the Fairy Tale Guild. Ha! Mirajane stared with an unhappy face and said, so this clothes was not changed by this pervert, but by the dormitory ant. Next to him, Ye Nan nodded stiffly. He didn't dare to mess with Mirajane now. Damn it! Mirajane grabbed her hair in dissatisfaction. She was still in her demon form and still hadn't changed back. He clenched his fists and trembled all over. Mirajane's entire body revealed a dark aura. Then President, can you explain why I am in this pervert's room? This. Makarov was directly asked this question, and a large amount of cold sweat kept flowing down his cheeks. Goo! Gildarts, who had been in the flowers many times when he was young, felt something was wrong for the first time. Well, President, I still have a mission, so I'll leave first. Gildarts decisively ran away. Makarov ran out of the guild gate so fast that he didn't even react. Makarov and Ye Nan were stunned. Ye Nan also understood something at this time. She looked at the president excitedly and said to herself, "Old man, I also accepted the task today, so I'll see you another day." Boom! Ye Nan fell down from the chair and was about to run away. Wait! The hellish evil voice sounded from the side. That's too late. Ye Nan was thinking in her heart, and while she was feeling silent for herself, Mirajane's chair next to her suddenly turned around. A ghostly face appeared, it was a white-haired demon. Can you explain it? Ye Nan. Mirajane is on the verge of going berserk again, to the point where she could become blackened if she's not careful. Goo! Ye Nan cast her gaze to Makarov aside, hoping to get a little help. Makarov responded with a "this is your own debt" look and shook his head helplessly. Ye Nan gave up completely. Be gentle. Ye Nan's cheeks were covered with cold sweat, and she kept waving her hands to beg for mercy. Go to hell! Mirajane roared. Under the mocking gaze of everyone in the guild, Ye Nan's miserable scream spread throughout the guild. Ah! The sound echoed through the sky. Subsequently, on the task list on the first floor of the guild, Ye Nan randomly picked up a task with trembling arms and threw it towards the guild counter. Take this mission. The voice was so unclear that I couldn't tell it was him. Ptaha! The moment Makarov saw this person, he spit out a mouthful of wine. The word well appeared on Ye Nan's head, and she said angrily, "Hey, I'm not shy, what's so funny?" Sorry. He said sorry, but there was no apology on his face, and he was still laughing. Without him, Ye Nan's appearance at this moment is so funny. He had panda eyes, half of his face was bruised, and part of his face was swollen, showing how cruel Mirajane was. Ye Nan once again used the word well and shouted, approval quickly. Is it that funny? Ye Nan's expression was full of resentment. Makarov suppressed a laugh and stamped the guild seal on it, be safe. Also, it's best to take a rest. Ye Nan took the mission parchment, glared at it, and then walked out of the fairy tale gate. Boom! Closure. After Ye Nan walked out, the guild, which had been quiet just now, suddenly became lively and the laughter didn't stop. Have you noticed? It's so funny. Haha, little Ye Nan's expression is so overturned. To have 2 girlfriends at such a young age, pity the bachelors in our guild. I can only say that God will retaliate. There was the sound of drinks and laughter in the guild. Mirajane was at the counter, watching this scene with an unhappy face, and then looked at the fairy tale guild logo on her body. This feeling isn't bad. Today's fairy tale is still in the stage of laughter. Except for one person who was particularly unhappy on the mission. Dusk. After Ye Nan recovered from her injuries, she kicked open the door of the guild and said, I'm back. Carrying a travel bag. Ye Nan saw Mirajane, who was still in the guild, and walked over, just about to ask a question. Result. Mirajane stopped it with her hands. *X devil, stay more than 1 meter away from me. Mirajane's face was full of displeasure and disgust. Ye Nan knew he was in the wrong, rubbed the back of his head and asked. Where's the president? Mirajane sighed and pointed to the backstage area with her other finger, without saying anything, indicating that Makarov was inside. Ah! It's finally sorted out. Makarov's figure walked out from the background. I saw Ye Nan returning. Oh, you're back. How are you? How was the mission? Makarov jumped on the counter. Ye Nan took out the parchment and threw it away. It was a mission to capture the Dark Remnants. Makarov took it. If I take charge, of course it's done. Ye Nan's face was full of confidence, then she turned around and waved her hand, then I'll leave first, old man. Mirajane next to me was completely unhappy. Damn it, this guy is so cool. Although unhappy. But Mirajane still had no way to control this posture, so she did not go out to do the task. What's wrong? Do you want to go on a mission? Makarov on the side noticed Mirajane's expression. Mirajane curled her lips in displeasure and did not answer. Makarov shook his head. You still need to get used to your ability to receive magic, or at least control it. Only then can you go out and take on the mission. I know. Mirajane's words were full of perfunctory. Boom. Outside the door, a frog in white clothes appeared at the door, holding a large list in his hand. Makarov didn't know why. Why are the people from the Senate here? What's the matter? Wada didn't say much, walked over and placed the pile of lists directly next to Makarov. Here, your guild member Ye Nan destroyed something while hunting down the remnants of the Dark Guild. President Makarov, please settle the account. These lists are almost as high as Makarov's. Horrible list. All our damages documents. Makarov was directly petrified, and his soul left his body and ascended to heaven. Makarov, who was constantly petrified, still continued to reckon. Including the reward for this mission, the total is almost 13 million short, President Makarov. Makarov reacted, clenching his fists and almost going berserk. He really can't afford this money. Ye Nan. The sound echoed through the guild. Mirajane covered her smile and mocked. Is this the result of a person who can go out to do a mission? It's really funny. Ha ha ha. Mirajane couldn't stop laughing. Chapter 14. Within the next few days. First of all, early the next morning, Ye Nan, who had just arrived at the Fairy Tale Guild, was scolded by Makarov and forced to go to the library to learn a few light attribute magics that were not very powerful. Makarov reluctantly let him go. However, it is still clarified that the money he paid this time will be deducted from his future tasks. According to the current rate of making money, it will take at least a few years to pay it off. Ye Nan was in great pain, but he was responsible for the debt, so he could only grit his teeth and bear it. In addition, in the past few days, Lysina and Elfman also told their families and came to Fairy Tales Guild. One of the most noteworthy things is that Elfman awakened the magic of beast transformation. Among all magics, it can be regarded as a magic with quite good combat ability. Mirajane was quite happy to see the two of them, and unusually, she started talking more. But she still doesn't have a good attitude towards someone. Ye Nan went out to complete several tasks in the past few days, although they were all relatively high-paying tasks. However, there is still a long way to go before repayment is completed. And this day, Guild. Mirajane was still sitting on the counter, drinking wine boredly. She only had 3 days left before she could control her demon form. This bores her to death. When can I do the mission? Mirajane was scratching her hair at the counter, looking crazy. Her appearance made the people in the guild laugh. Hurry, hurry. Little Mila, please bear with it for a few more days. As long as you can control your behavior, otherwise don't go out to scare people. The people in the guild still look heartless. Mirajane is very depressed. The little girl next to her, Lysina, also comforted Mirajane at this time. Okay, Sister Myra, come on and control it. Soon we will be able to complete the task together. Still so gentle. Mirajane was still depressed. Lysina had comforted her so many times in the past few days, but in the end she could only stay in the guild. It's so boring to stay here. I can only eat and drink every day, waiting to die. Boom. The sound of ceiling. This attracted Mirajane's attention, and she couldn't help but move in the other direction, and saw a figure that made her very unhappy. Ye Nan. He was the culprit who kept him from going out. Mirajane's complexion turned darker. Especially when he saw the parchment with the mission, there was even more envy and jealousy in his eyes. Goo! Furious, Mirajane took several sips of the drink. She originally wanted to drink. But he was rejected by the president on the grounds that he was too young. Helpless, Mirajane could only compromise and have a drink. Damn it, guy! That sloppy look! Mirajane angrily smashed the drink bottle on the counter. The ground seemed to shake once or twice, and her cheeks were a little dizzy. Listener next to her was helpless and cast an sorry look at Makarov. Makarov returned a look of "it doesn't matter. This is not the first time. Mirajane does this several times almost every day, venting her frustration about not being able to go out. Today is a little different. Want to go on a mission with me?" Ye Nan's figure appeared in front of Mirajane, shaking the mission parchment. Makarov! Listener shouted. "Brother Ye Nan!" Ye Nan responded and gave him a reassuring look. Eyes still on Mirajane. Mirajane's expression was still sober, and she looked a little unhappy at the look on her face. She gritted her teeth and said, "Who do you think is responsible for this? You still want me to accompany you on a mission? Why don't you go to heaven? I can't go out like this." Mirajane was very unhappy. "Sister Mira!" Listener was shouting at the side. She didn't know why as soon as she came to this guild, she found that Sister Mira and Brother Ye Nan had a falling out. Hearing Listener's call, Mirajane looked slightly better, but still turned her head away. Snort! Ye Nan didn't pay much attention. He had already experienced Mirajane's poisonous tongue in the past few days and was almost immune to it. "Take off your black robe." Ye Nan throws it lightly. "This is..." Although she didn't understand Ye Nan's actions, Mirajane subconsciously caught the black robe. Looking at the black robe, there was silence for a while. Mirajane suddenly raised her head. "What do you mean?" Ye Nan shrugged and said without paying too much attention to the other party's tone, "Put on a black robe to cover your appearance, so you can go out and do the mission." "And you?" Mirajane frowned and looked at the scales on Ye Nan's body. This state was not much better than hers. Ye Nan didn't care anymore. Pouted slightly. "Look." Later, under the attention of all the guild members, Ye Nan's dragon claws and half of the dragon's face turned into normal skin, and a cute face appeared in front of everyone. "What's happening here?" All the guild members were shocked. "That's it anyway." Ye Nan shrugged, said nothing, and just stared at Mirajane. "Tch, I got it. I will accompany you on a mission." Mirajane put on a black robe and was completely shrouded in it. "I can no longer see the appearance of the devil clearly." "Yeah, that's great." Ye Nan touched his chin and spoke as if to evaluate. Mirajane pinched her waist and said viciously, "Cut the nonsense." Looking up at that cute doll-like face, Mirajane became even more unhappy and pouted in a low voice, "No matter how cute you are, you can't hide your devilish heart. Because it's too quiet." Ye Nan didn't hear this. Mirajane felt the unique smell on the black robe, and her face flushed slightly. "Why do I have to wear a sneaky black robe to accompany this damn guy on a mission?" Makarov on the counter looked at this scene and smiled like an ant. "Go back quickly. Wave. Goodbye. Old man, we will be back soon after completing our mission." Ye Nan showed a hearty smile, then took Mirajane's hand and ran towards the door of the guild. Etc. Mirajane's eyes widened, her hand was being held, and her body could only run along high speed. He broke through the guild's gate almost instantly. With the blessing of the power of Satan. This speed is still within the range that Mirajane can bear. "Why are you running so fast?" Mirajane kept shouting on the road, and her eldest sister's appearance was completely invisible, showing a somewhat panicked expression. Ye Nan turned around, and under the rapidly changing streets, her cute face said as she should, "I still owe money." Of course, the sooner I complete the task, the better. So. Mirajane suddenly thought of something. Ye Nan laughed, a bit devilish. Of course you are the tollman who helps me work. Chapter 15. Go to hell, BD. Mirajane was filled with shame and anger, and no longer held back her hand. The dark light ball condensed on her hand and struck towards her. Ah! Mirajane, you murdered your husband. Ye Nan ducked away, shouting deliberately, and kept dodging. Hearing this, Mirajane became even more ashamed and angry. Furious. Go to hell. Go to hell. A hole. Go to hell. Mirajane directly raised her hands, condensed an oversized version of the dark light ball, and hit it. Ah! The screams spread, it was too horrible to watch. There were quite a few bumps along the way. But it's okay. Seaside. Beach. Is this the location of this mission? Mirajane's eyes were filled with brilliance, and she was shocked by the beautiful sea surface. It's dusk now. The sun continues to sink along the sea surface, and the magnificent sea surface is filled with waves. This scene is very beautiful, the beauty of nature. Ye Nan's face was bruised and purple, but he didn't care about the injuries on his face. He laughed at the scene and explained, this mission is a mission for us to catch 1,000 fresh fish. Then, the corner of Mirajane's mouth twitched. This seemed a little different from the magnificent scene she had imagined, where the two of them were adventuring together. Ye Nan ignored Mirajane and opened her backpack. I took out 2 pairs of fishing rods from my backpack. Give. Ye Nan swung one of the fishing rods over. Mirajane conquered the land and took over the fishing rod. I still haven't come back to my senses. This gap is also a bit too big. Ye Nan took out the bait from his backpack again, then hung the earthworm on the hook. The fishing rod opened and a transparent line was thrown out. After doing all this, Ye Nan explained. Most of the tasks are like this. Some traders often ask magicians to solve some difficult problems. We are now doing this task. The merchant wanted 1,000 fresh fish, but he couldn't guarantee that the fish on the market were fresh, so he left the job to our magicians. Anyway, keep going. Only then did Mirajane react, and she also took the bait, threw the line, and came to Ye Nan's side. Mirajane looked at the sea in the distance. I have to say, this is a bit different from what I imagined the life of a wizard would be. Ye Nan didn't say much, held the fishing rod and shrugged. The kind of adventurous life you imagine also exists, but it requires an S-class magician. S-class mage? Mirajane was puzzled. She had just joined the guild and didn't really have any common sense about magicians. Anyway, idleness is idleness, so Ye Nan simply continued to explain. The guild divides mages into ordinary and S-level mages. Ordinary mages can only accept quests below S-level, while S-level mages can accept quests above S-level. Ye Nan smiled. Most challenging missions are S-level. There was fire in his eyes. This is also the reason why Ye Nan must accept S-level missions. Without him, missions below S-level would be too boring. That's really exciting. The fire of fighting spirit appeared in Mirajane's eyes, and her goal appeared, which was to become an S-class mage. Bang bang! The back was suddenly slapped. Lami was still a little confused and at a loss for this sudden attack. What are you thinking about? You don't think you can become an S-class mage, do you? Ha ha ha, you are the only one who can't even control your own magic. Ye Nan laughed, and there seemed to be a lot of contempt in the laughter. You guy! Mirajane's face was as gloomy as water, and the feeling that had just arisen in her heart disappeared in an instant. Go to hell! UBD! The water exploded. Ye Nan's screams echoed across the seaside. This continued into the night. Starry sky. The bright stars shine on the earth, and the most dazzling ones are these 12 constellations, which are particularly eye-catching in this magical world. Mirajane opened her dark eyelids and looked at the unobstructed view of the sea. Ye Nan, how long will we continue fishing? Ye Nan was also listless, looking at the sea and falling into a daze. Have no idea. Then should we go back? Have no idea. Then go back. Have no idea. No matter how many questions Mirajane asked, Ye Nan still had only one answer, and that was I don't know. There was obvious anger on Mirajane's face. That's enough for you. Just as he finished speaking, he saw Ye Nan's thread suddenly swaying. Ye Nan, who had been dull just now, seemed to perk up at this moment. Stood up. Mirajane's expression also became energetic. She stood up, clenched her fists and shouted, "Finally a fish is hooked. Just follow this momentum and catch 1,000 fish quickly." Ye Nan also became energetic, activated her strange power, and pulled hard. Strange, why does this feel wrong? Just when Ye Nan felt something was wrong. Next to her, Mirajane's voice came. Ye Nan, look. Ye Nan raised his head and looked up, his eyes widened. What kind of fish was this? It was clearly an old wooden boat hanging on a hook. And this little wooden boat was in dilapidated condition. Under Ye Nan's full pull, it collapsed instantly. With keen eyesight, Ye Nan saw the appearance of a red-haired little girl in a coma among the crumbling wooden boats. She was covered in rags that barely covered her body. She was dirty and embarrassed. Bang! Fell into the water. Ye Nan fell into silence and speechlessness. Mirajane also saw the red-haired little girl about the same age as her, and she was also silent for a while. Moment. You seem to have made a mistake. Ye Nan nodded dully. A little girl fell into the water. Ye Nan nodded even more dully, her heart filled with despair. Go and save people. Mirajane almost shouted this last sound. At this moment, Ye Nan finally reacted, his eyes widened, and he jumped into the water at lightning speed. There was a splash of water. Mirajane was unable to dodge, and her clothes were soaked by the splash. This guy. Mirajane had veins on her face and decided. I'll settle the score with that guy later. At this time. Underwater. Ye Nan swam, blowing bubbles under the water, and kept looking left and right, searching for the unconscious little girl. Where? Where? Feeling very anxious, Ye Nan frowned. Suddenly I felt something in my heart and looked somewhere. Ye Nan's eyes suddenly widened and she shouted in her heart. Found it! After swimming quickly, Ye Nan picked up the little girl and swam toward the shore. The little girl seemed to have opened her eyes. Then he closed it again, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Is it an illusion? Jalal. Chapter 16. Ye Nan jumped out of the water and dragged the little girl to the shore. With great effort, she and the little girl were finally able to get ashore. Hoo! Ye Nan gasped. It's really tiring. I'm not this tired even when I'm with Mirajane. Ye Nan lay on the beach, exhausted, her tone full of emotion. The devil's words sounded next to him. Oh? You mean you feel tired from staying with me? Mirajane's cute face appeared in front of Ye Nan and she laughed inexplicably. But Ye Nan doesn't think this is cute at all. The ultimate reason is. Mirajane is almost blackened. Almost reflexively, Ye Nan finally remembered what he was doing and stood up quickly, extremely upright, breaking out in a cold sweat. Sorry, Mirajane. Before he finished speaking, Ye Nan raised his head and took a look at that moment. Eyes widened. This figure. Tisk tisk. Mirajane's face turned slightly red, with disgust on her face, she covered her body and took a few steps back. I almost forgot that you are a pervert. Only then did Ye Nan react and quickly changed the topic. Stop talking about this, the little girl next to you is still unconscious. Mirajane finally reacted and shifted her gaze to the unconscious little girl. His face was calm. A somewhat calm, pitiful, and tenacious feeling filled this face that was as dazzling as a ruby. Even Mirajane had to admit that this was the most beautiful little girl she had ever seen, even her temperament was so perfect. It's so beautiful. Mirajane sighed. Ye Nan Zhengshen next to him suddenly read out a name in a daze. Erza. Erza? Mirajane suddenly raised her eyebrows at this name, turned around, and looked with suspicious eyes. Ye Nan reacted and waved her hands. Don't get me wrong, I don't even know this little girl. Tisk. Mirajane's expression remained unchanged, with a hint of disdain. This looks like. You are fooling me like a fool. Ye Nan smiled brightly and skipped the topic. Anyway, let's find a way to save this little girl first. She is drowning now, and we have to get the water out of her body. Mirajane is a little panicked and doesn't know what to do. What should we do? No matter what, she is just a 7-year-old girl. No matter what, I don't know how to save people. Ye Nan already had an idea in mind at this time. I do have a method. Ye Nan's face was full of confidence, as if it said only I can save her. Mirajane looked suspiciously. Ye Nan turned around, her face filled with confidence. Watch it. Mirajane's face was slightly flushed, and she had to admit that this man was quite handsome when he was serious. Mirajane nodded. Ye Nan walked over and squatted in front of Erza. Move slightly closer. Finally. Their lips kissed together, and the stars were dazzling. Mirajane's eyes widened. At this moment, her face was livid, she gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. For a long time. Ye Nan then stood up and turned around. Good. As soon as he said a word, a flying kick came. Kick Ye Nan down directly. Mirajane appeared at Ye Nan's original location, her face extremely red with embarrassment, she clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Go to hell. X devil. Satan's soul is full of power. Mirajane raised her hands, and a ball of dark energy 10 times larger than before was condensed. There was no hesitation. He threw it towards Ye Nan. Ye Nan just stood up, touched his head, and saw a huge energy ball coming towards him, and his eyes widened. Ish those ohms. I will omit these countless words. Ah! Screams hundreds of times more miserable than before sounded from the beach. The night passed. A cabin. Erza seemed to have had a dream. Dark cell. A handsome face with blue hair. The final dark and stormy night. Ah! Erza woke up with a start, eyes wide. I am. He lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. Erza showed her clean hands, lowered her head, and blurted out in confusion. I'm not dead yet. Of course you're not dead. A voice came from the side. There is another bed. Erza looked confused and looked in the direction of the sound. Ye Nan, who was covered in bruises and wrapped in gauze and was cursing something, screamed in pain. But I'm dying. Damn it, Mirajane. Mirajane seems to be a person's name. After a long absence, Erza felt a strange feeling. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but smile. Is this what joy feels like? Ye Nan looked at Erza, who was smiling and was a little crazy. This was the first time he saw such a beautiful smile. You have such a beautiful smile. Ye Nan praised without consciously. Erza stopped smiling. Thank you. Ye Nan didn't care either, she just wanted to continue chatting with Erza. Boom. The door outside suddenly opened. Mirajane's figure appeared at the door, and the atmosphere was tense. Moment. Almost reflexively, Mirajane protected Erza behind her, staring at Ye Nan warily. Ye Nan was so embarrassed that he didn't have the strength to even shrug his shoulders now. Lamented. Complain. As for guarding me like you are guarding against thieves? What is this? Mirajane's eyes are a bit strange, they seem to reveal. I have seen through what kind of person you are. Oh my god! Ye Nan wailed even more miserably. Those who hear it are sad, those who see it cry. When will a man stand up? Puff. Seeing the two people arguing with each other, Erza couldn't hold back her smile anymore and started laughing again. Mirajane hugged Erza and stared closely. Just like guarding against thieves. But at this moment, Ye Nan couldn't care about anything else. At this moment, his mind was filled with images of Mirajane and Erza hugging each other, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. If he remembered correctly. In this era, when Erza and Mirajane met, they were incompatible and they quarreled when they met. Later, it stopped because Mirajane's personality changed. And now, he actually saw Mirajane and Erza hugging each other. What a long time to see you. Ye Nan was a little regretful, regretting that there was no camera here to record this classic scene. What a shame. Mirajane doesn't care what the pervert Ye Nan is thinking at this moment, she only has one thought at the moment. That is, to protect Erza's safety from this pervert. Can you tell me who you are? At this time, when the two confront each other, Erza, who had been silent just now and did not resist in Mirajane's arms, suddenly spoke. Chapter 17. Cabin. A long time. As Ye Nan explained the entire process of rescuing Erza from the ocean, of course, some parts of it had hundreds of millions of artistic touches. No. I didn't notice that Mirajane's eyes looked wrong. He stared at you with an expression like I've seen through you. Ye Nan was so stared at that she broke into cold sweat and laughed twice. Erza was silent for a while after hearing this. I want to get off the bed quickly. She wanted to personally thank the savior who saved her life. What are you doing? Mirajane noticed something was wrong with Erza. His brows furrowed slightly. She always felt that Erza in front of her had some unknown thoughts. I'm going to get up and say thank you. Erza said very calmly, and then stood up after speaking. A staggering moment. Mirajane quickly ran over to hold it and fix it. You can't move around because of your current injury. A serious reminder. Erza's only exposed eye was silent for a while. Erza nodded. Ye Nan, who was watching from the sidelines, interrupted at this time. Erza, if you have no place to go, you might as well come to Fairy Tale. Start with an affirmative sentence. Ye Nan's expression remained as usual, her cute face remained unchanged without any change. Erza remained silent. A long time. Finally, Erza nodded. After accepting Ye Nan's proposal, nothing changed in the whole process. Mirajane couldn't stand it any longer, so she interrupted the conversation between the two of them, put her hands on her hips, and said with a look of displeasure on her face, Hey! You two, what do you mean by leaving my sister Mirajane aside? Sorry. Erza lowered her head. She had just escaped from the Tower of Heaven, and she was still feeling a little depressed. Well. At this time, Mirajane also saw it. Never mind. Walking lightly, Mirajane opened the door, and the sea breeze blew outside. It's such a beautiful weather, why not play for a while first? A gentle breeze blew. Mirajane didn't notice. The black cloak blew down, revealing a demonic face, and her eyes widened. Etc. Mirajane quickly wanted to cover her with the black robe. Turn around. He saw Erza flexing her muscles, and her movements suddenly stopped. Sorry, it's ugly. Mirajane's mood also dropped a little. This time, it was Erza's turn to smile, slowly shook her head, and said softly, No. I feel beautiful. Mirajane's eyes widened, her face turned red, and she was moved. Thanks. Thanks. Although no one she met in the past few days said anything about her appearance, Mirajane could still feel that they were very concerned about her appearance. Over time, Mirajane is also inevitably worried that she will never change back, although the president and others have been comforting her, saying that she will definitely be able to change back. But I still have no idea in my heart. Thanks. He spoke again. Mirajane felt that her whole heart was warmed at this moment, but at this moment, I never expected to see such a scene. Ye Nan seemed to be sighing on the bed. Mirajane's entire face suddenly collapsed, her complexion turned livid, and her huge eyes turned to stare. What do you mean by this? The tone is very bad. Mirajane has every reason to feel that Ye Nan is definitely hinting at something, as if her relationship with Erza shouldn't be so good. There was some sweat on Ye Nan's face. No, it's nothing. He is really a little afraid of Mirajane, she is really a crazy girl. Lami smiled ferociously, raised his hand slightly, and condensed a ball of dark light, and smiled even happier. Ye Nan didn't feel happy at all. Really? What happened next was exactly what Ye Nan expected. Go to hell, scumbag. Mirajane directly threw the entire dark ball over, making a huge noise. The wooden house trembled. The smoke cleared. The wall on this side has been completely damaged. The most miserable thing is that the bed completely fell apart, and Ye Nan was crushed under the sawdust. You guys are so merciless. Ye Nan was depressed for a moment. He didn't look injured at all. He untied the bandage and stood up from the pile of sawdust. This attack is far from enough to break through his half-dragon body. But that's not what makes Ye Nan sad. But, this Mirajane really doesn't know how to show mercy at all. Ye Nan was depressed to death. Mirajane heard these words and sneered a few times. There is no need to show mercy to Zaza, and you are not injured, right? Ye Nan covered her heart and looked hurt. I'm severely traumatized. Beside. Puff. Erza, who had been watching the interaction between the two, suddenly smiled, clenched her fists, and then relaxed them slightly. A whole new life. Erza seemed to be remembering something. His eyes sparkled with memories. Simon, I will never let you down. Erza's eyes suddenly became firm. I will start a new life with this identity, fairy tale. And beside. Ye Nan, who was playing with Mirajane, felt something. She turned her head and looked at Erza next to her, as if she sensed some change in her at this moment. Have you started a new life? Ye Nan is sincerely happy for Erza, her childhood was too miserable. Tower of Heaven. Ye Nan narrowed his eyes, this place that brought Erza pain, sooner or later he would completely destroy it. But now. Jalal, don't let me down. Your power. The corner of Ye Nan's mouth suddenly curved as she thought of it. Boom. Ye Nan was knocked out directly. You're still distracted when you're fighting with me. Who are you looking down on? Mirajane held her smoking fists and stared with fighting intent. Ye Nan stood up from the rubble and rubbed the left side of his face, looking very painful. Mirajane doesn't know how to be a little lighter. To this. Mirajane sneered. Although her current attack was extremely fierce, she also discovered that no matter how she attacked, in fact, the man in front of her had not broken through the defense at all. The difference in strength is really obvious. You guy. Be serious. I really want to fight. Mirajane pounced directly. Boom. Mirajane's figure stopped. Ye Nan firmly grasped her fist and looked a little more serious. Still fighting. Mirajane tried to break away, but gave up after finding that she couldn't break free from the seemingly weak hand. Forget it, don't fight, I lose. When she said the words I lost, Mirajane's face showed obvious unwillingness. Ever since she was a child, she has never had the feeling of losing. This is her first defeat. Chapter 18. So strong. Erza watched from the side with an expression full of amazement. She originally thought that the girl was stronger, but she didn't expect. The strongest one turned out to be this boy. Ye Nan turned her head, set her sights on Erza, and issued an invitation. How about it, do you want to come to Fairy Tale? Erza was stunned, then nodded. Now that she was homeless, and with Simon's words about her new life, she accepted the invitation without hesitation. Ye Nan laughed. So, a fishing rod was thrown over. It's still a fishing mission. Hey! Erza took the fishing rod, a little confused as to why. Your first mission as a magician is to accompany us fishing. Ye Nan smiled very brightly. There is one more tool man accompanying him for fishing, and this task will be completed very quickly. You. Mirajane next to her was very speechless, and she didn't know what to say. A few days later. Fairy Tale Guild. The guild was filled with cheers and clinking glasses as always, and the fairy tale wizards gathered at the table to drink and eat. Makarov was drinking at the counter as usual, smiling at this scene. He is already satisfied if fairy tale is thriving. Boom! The door burst open. The fairy tale wizards all stopped to raise their glasses when they heard this sound, and all their eyes focused on the door. Makarov's eyes were also on the door. I'm back. Ye Nan is still refreshed, but the two girls next to him are not in a good state of mind. I'm back. One spoke very quietly, and the other didn't say a word at all. The entire guild fell silent, and there was a moment of silence. Moment. As if wanting to bring back this quiet time, the entire guild fell into an unprecedented chanting. Hey, it's true. I went out and brought back such a beautiful girl. Little Ye Nan has so many girls around her at such a young age. Her future is limitless when she grows up. Hey! I'm still single now, I might as well be a child. The fairy tale wizard was so drunk that he couldn't help but focus on Erza. Although she is still young, she can still see that she is a beautiful embryo. As beautiful as a ruby. Makarov jumped over and came to Ye Nan, carefully looking at Erza next to him. What an incredible magic potential! Are there so many monsters these days? Call it unscientific. He, Makarov, has been looking for talents worth cultivating for so long, but he is not as good as the talents Ye Nan found by just going out and wandering around. Makarov pulled Ye Nan to the corner of the guild. How did you find it? Ye Nan also whispered, quietly. I just found it. Hearing these words, Makarov almost fell down. Good guy. He is specifically looking for children with potential, why not just find them randomly? Fan. So extraordinary. Makarov's eyes were filled with resentment. How about you do more tasks in the future, not too many, just 10 tasks a day, and just 1 or 2 like Mirajane every day. Ye Nan almost burst into tears as she listened, and looked at him a little strangely. Can geniuses like Erza and Mirajane be found so easily? I want to eat shit. Makarov was also a little bright, and he quickly waved his hand to save his face. Just kidding, just kidding. Ye Nan looked back with I understand eyes and left here. Erza watched the conversation between the two, a little confused. Ye Nan took Erza's hand. Come. With that said, he took her to the guild counter. Erza was calm from beginning to end, not like a little girl at all. Even when Ye Nan held her hand, her expression did not change. Ye Nan picked up the guild seal and said. As long as you wear this, you can be considered a member of Fairy Tale. Erza stared at the seal and murmured. A member of Fairy Tale, someone like me. Certainly. This sentence was said by Makarov at the back. Makarov jumped on the counter, grabbed the guild seal, and cursed, You kid, do you want to rebel? I am the one who stamped the guild seal. Haha. Ye Nan rubbed the back of his head, looking careless. Makarov didn't care and turned to look at Erza. Complexion. Suddenly he became serious. No matter what kind of past you have, since you have come to Fairy Tale, go to hell with those pasts. If those annoying pasts come to find you, then we will cut off the past. When we come to Fairy Tale, we're a family. Protecting your family, this is the meaning of Fairy Tale's existence. Erza's eyes suddenly fluctuated a little, and her bright eyes emitted a dazzling light. Protect. Simon's shadow appeared in front of Erza. Towards a new life. Erza. After untying the knot in her heart, Erza rarely laughed again, but found that it was still a bit difficult. Boom. Ye Nan gently put her hand on Erza's head. Don't think so much, just relax. Then, Erza's smile fully bloomed. President, I join Fairy Tail. A word fell. Announcement that Erza has chosen to join Fairy Tail. Makarov laughed. Fairy Tail is thriving and happy, and there is one more family member who needs to be protected. I muttered to myself, but overall it was a good thing. Family, after all, the more the better. Makarov stood up with a serious look on his face, and all the guild members stopped and looked over. Stop and raise a glass. Erza Zheng looked at it, a little confused as to what was going on. The entire guild became serious for less than a second. Makarov's seriousness disappeared and turned into a relaxed look, shouting, "Family members, the banquet is about to begin. Welcome our new family." Oh! Extremely enthusiastic cheers erupted in the guild. All guild members are generally happy for Erza's arrival. Ye Nan laughed. Mirajane on the other side crossed her legs, curled up her lips, and drank her drink. This is Fairy Tail. Erza's eyes sparkled. Simon, you are right, only when you leave that place can you see the vastness of the world and the warmth of home. This is home. Thanks, thanks. Erza's eyes couldn't help but shed tears. A handkerchief wiped the tears. Ye Nan smiled. Stop crying casually, come and have a banquet together. Chapter 19. 1 year later. On the street. Everything is so prosperous, the passers-by around are busy with their activities, setting up stalls, shouting, everything is so beautiful. And in this calmness, a scream broke this beauty. Ah! Catch the thief! When a noble lady took out her wallet, a thin thief quickly grabbed the wallet and ran towards the street. The passers-by frowned and saw the thief but were unwilling to meddle in his own business. I saw a thief coming. All passers-by ducked and got out of the way. The thief had no obstacles along the way and ran faster. Hee hee. It seems that I can make a fortune if I come here. Thanks to these timid people, I am rich. As the thief ran, he looked back at a group of timid passers-by, showing a disdainful sneer. It is this group of people that make thieves so rampant. But now everything is easier for him. When he turned around again, the thief's eyes widened. In front of him, there was a cute young man blocking his way. Is this man really not afraid of death? Kid! Get out of the way! The thief showed a fierce look and took out a knife from his pocket to threaten. The sneer in the thief's heart became even louder. He also has a plan B. Do you think everything will be fine if a kid who wants to die stops him? He is so naive, look at me scaring him to tears. The boy in front of me. It is Ye Nan who has grown 1 year taller after nearly a year. Ye Nan's face looked a little helpless at this time. You're so brave, you can't do anything else. You have to do this. Sighed slightly. Ye Nan's eyes narrowed and he rushed forward. Nanny. The thief was startled and a little confused. Are the brats these days so brave? Seeing the knife, instead of retreating and crying for his mother, he rushed forward. That's too late. Do not care. Kid. Since you are looking for death, I will help you. The thief's eyes became completely fierce, and his whole person exuded murderous intent. The passers-by were shocked. Be careful. Boy, get away quickly, it's too dangerous. Whose boy is this? He's so reckless. Passers-by couldn't bear to watch, feeling that tragedy was about to happen in front of them. At this time. No. One of the young people's eyes exuded the light of faith, that's fairy tales. The other side. Ye Nan was not afraid at all, she smiled and stepped forward, leaping up. The knife she stabbed shattered into pieces, unable to penetrate the flesh at all. What? The thief's expression changed dramatically. Only then did he realize that the kid in front of him was no ordinary person. Crowd. This young man of faith looked at the cute boy who exuded confidence as if he were looking at a god. That's the light dragon of fairy tale, Lord Ye Nan. At this sentence, there was silence in the crowd, and everyone looked there. There. With Ye Nan's flying kick, the thief flew up, rolled his eyes, and fell unconscious. The stolen wallet fell to the ground. Ye Nan landed, exuding confidence. You still want to deal with me with this little trick? It's 100 years too early. The heroic figure fell into the crowd. People immediately cheered and chanted Guanglong's name. Is this fairy tale's light dragon? So cute. It is said that Lord Light Dragon is the dragon slayer of light. Isn't it easy to deal with a mere thief? Dragon slayer? Isn't that lost? It seems that according to rumors, he is the second generation or something. People were talking a lot, saying that Dragon Slayer is awesome. Ye Nan could barely hold on after defeating the thief and fell down, and the corners of her mouth kept twitching. Finally, Ye Nan couldn't help it anymore. Turning around, Ye Nan argued loudly. I am not a light dragon slayer. I declare once again that this is definitely not a light dragon slayer magic or anything like that. The sound spread into the crowd. But it has no effect. The crowd was still talking a lot, but after hearing Ye Nan's shouting, it became even more intense. Did you hear that? Lord Light Dragon is not a dragon slayer. Lord Guanglong is really humble. That is, in the Mage Weekly, Lord Light Dragon was rated as the most humble mage. Even though the Dragon Slayer's identity is known to the world, he still claims that he is not a dragon slayer. Lord Light Dragon. I like it so much. The people in the crowd became more intense and excited. The lady whose purse had just been robbed also stumbled over at this time, feeling like she was walking quickly. Ye Nan also took the opportunity to pick up the wallet on the ground and handed it over. Here. Your wallet. Unexpectedly, the lady didn't even look at her wallet. She focused all her eyes on Ye Nan, her face flushed. Ah! Lord Light Dragon! It's the living Lord Light Dragon! Lord Guanglong, I am your fan, please sign it. Ye Nan almost dropped her chin. The figure of the lady in front of her was so beautiful. She weighed about 200 pounds and was so fat that she couldn't get enough of it. Ye Nan almost vomited when she saw the lady's appearance. It hurts the eyes. Lord Guanglong, please sign. The lady came closer. Ye Nan's expression changed drastically. Even if he were to face the black dragon and die now, it would be much better than staying here. No. A shrill cry. A long time. Ye Nan wiped her cold sweat and emerged from the bustling crowd and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I was fast, otherwise I would have been unlucky. That critical moment. Ye Nan dived directly into the crowd at extremely fast speed. Ah! That's Master Guanglong. I don't know who shouted this. Ye Nan's expression suddenly changed, and she quickly started running, with the crowd behind her chasing after her. Finally. After a lot of hard work, Ye Nan finally got rid of these crazy crowds and returned to the familiar streets of Fairy Tale. Oh, it's little Ye Nan. Passers-by greeted Ye Nan in a normal tone. For nearly a year, Ye Nan has become familiar with the neighborhood. No one outside is as crazy. But the people here are still very friendly to Ye Nan. Ye Nan casually caught the apple thrown from nowhere. Scratching the back of his head. Ye Nan knew where the apple came from almost without thinking. Uncle Fairy, you really don't have to give me an apple every time. Ye Nan was very distressed. Uncle Fairy laughed a few times. There were piles of apples in front of him, and there were bright red and translucent apples everywhere, with good color. Looking carelessly. This is the apple that just came in. Eat it quickly. Ye Nan had no choice but to accept the apple directly. Walked a few more steps. Ye Nan has more bananas in her hand. Chapter 20. Every few steps I take, I always have something extra on my body, until I reach the door of fairy tale. Ye Nan's hands were no longer free, holding the pile of various items, shaking left and right. Boom! With a kick like this, the door opened. The lively and joyful sounds in the guild came from the door. Ye Nan was dumbfounded and didn't know what to say. Step through the door. Ye Nan stood at the door holding a lot of things, gritting her teeth. Someone help me. All the magicians in fairy tale looked back and burst into laughter. I wonder who it is. It turns out that our light dragon is back. Isn't this the downside of being too popular? Our fairy tale's dragon slayer of light is so awesome. Ha ha ha. Everyone was talking sarcastically. At this time, Ye Nan didn't care much about various items and the like. When he heard words like Dragon Slayer, his eyes instantly turned red. What Dragon Slayer? How many times have I told you, I am not a Dragon Slayer? Slander. It's simply slander. The power of the majestic blue-eyed white dragon turned into something like a Dragon Slayer when everyone said it. Everyone in fairy tale was smiling, they had seen Ye Nan look like this many times. Pass it on, little Ye Nan is not a Dragon Slayer. Oh, little Ye Nan is the Dragon Slayer. Have you heard? Little Ye Nan is a colorful Dragon Slayer. Several black lines appeared on Ye Nan's head, and these ignorant guys teased him more and more outrageously. Now, the thing he regrets the most is that he didn't kill them all when he wiped out the Dark Guild branch half a year ago. So much so that the younger brothers from the Dark Guild behind him just said this when they saw him. Damn it! It's fairy tale's Dragon Slayer of Light, go and report it. Every time Ye Nan wipes out the Dark Guild, she is speechless. At the end, with the help of those unscrupulous media, the name of Ye Nan's Dragon Slayer of Light has successfully spread throughout the continent. Ye Nan didn't know what to say. All in all, so speechless. Without paying attention, Ye Nan was slightly distracted, and countless items fell down, in Ye Nan's wide eyes. Buried him inside. A hand appears outside. Moment. Ye Nan popped out of the pile of items. Have you had enough trouble? The guild was silent for a second. Subsequently, no. Everyone said in unison. Ye Nan almost fainted from anger, but fortunately her heart was strong and she had gradually gotten used to it over the years, so she packed up her belongings, then came to the guild counter and sat down. Brother Ye Nan is back. Lysina is in the guild, helping to entertain everyone. In almost a year, Lysina has become more and more beautiful. Ye Nan was very angry and complained. Lysina, can you tell them that I am not a Dragon Slayer? Lysina smiled and nodded repeatedly. Yes, brother Ye Nan is not a Dragon Slayer, but don't be too modest, brother Ye Nan. Ye Nan sighed and became even more speechless. I didn't expect that even you didn't believe me. When he didn't get a reply, Ye Nan simply ended this bad topic and changed it to another. By the way, where are your sister and Erza? When talking about these two people, Ye Nan saw a little helplessness in Lysina's eyes. Lysina said with a polite smile. Sister Myra and the others have been doing missions these days, and Erza is also doing missions and has never stopped. Ye Nan sighed, with a little confusion in his eyes. Aren't Mirajane and the others always complaining that the mission is boring? It's not surprising that Erza has always been like this, but Mirajane, is she quarreling with Erza? Over the past few months, the relationship between Ye Nan, Mirajane, and Erza has become better and better. Occasionally we go out to do tasks together. Now that Mirajane and Erza can't be seen, Ye Nan is still a little uncomfortable with it. Lysina was about to explain why Mirajane and the others were away. Ye Nan touched her chin, leaned on the counter, and said thoughtfully. Even Kana has disappeared from the guild recently. Is it really strange? This is truly unprecedented. In these months, Ye Nan has never seen Kana not in the guild. But these days, Kana often disappears, drinking and wandering off somewhere. Ye Nan spoke to herself again. The old man doesn't know what he's been doing lately. He doesn't drink here anymore. Lisana explained next to her. I think I know what the president and sister Myra are doing recently. Ye Nan moved his head over and let out a slight sigh, curious, do you know what the old man and the others are doing? Lisana chuckled twice and looked outside the guild door. Guild president, he is probably still preparing for the S-level assessment. As for Sister Myra, they are frantically doing tasks for the S-level assessment. Ye Nan finally remembered and suddenly realized. By the way, the S-level assessment is about to begin. But at this moment, an inappropriate voice sounded from the side, no matter how they prepare, they are just a group of weaklings. Hearing this, Ye Nan frowned and looked away. Lisana also looked a little unhappy. Looked over. Laxus was sitting on another chair, shaking his wine glass, and sneered disdainfully, how can a person like this, who sharpens his skills in battle, compete with me for an S-class mage? I, Laxus, am bound to win the S-class mage this time. Ye Nan frowned and glanced at Laxus's wine glass, frowning even deeper. The old man said that minors are not allowed to drink in the guild. As soon as I heard the title old man, lightning flashed across Laxus' body, and his mood became a little unstable. Humph! How can that old man restrict me, Laxus? Sooner or later, I will inherit the entire guild and eliminate all the unnecessary weak ones. And now, becoming an S-class mage is my first step. Ye Nan's face also darkened. Anyone could insult his old man, but Laxus couldn't. The old man worked so hard for him. A dodge. Ye Nan grabbed Laxus' arm and exerted force. Apologize. With a cold face, he said, apologize to the old man. Laxus' expression changed slightly, and he suddenly sank, provoking, how about just not apologizing? Do you still want to hit me? He has absolute confidence in his own strength. Chapter 21. Ye Nan's expression became even colder, and she held her hand harder, you can try it and see if I dare. Don't think that the old man can protect you. Laxus's face turned livid. He felt the force on his arm that he couldn't break away from no matter what, and lightning flashed across his body. Get away! Bang! The counter exploded, and everything around it was knocked over. What? What's going on? Laxus and Ye Nan are fighting. Everyone in the guild stopped drinking and turned to the place of the explosion with solemn eyes. Lightning flashes. This place forms an absolute realm. Laxus exploded with all his strength was so terrifying. But it is such a terrifying strength. Ye Nan didn't waver at all. She held her hand tightly from beginning to end, with no intention of letting go. Use force. Ye Nan even tightened her grip. Apologize. Apologize to the old man. Ye Nan said coldly, her expression even colder and murderous. Over the past few months, he had been causing trouble for the Dark Guild, and naturally he had accumulated some murderous intent. Laxus looked livid and was in a dilemma. He felt very unwilling and helpless. He found that he was no match for Ye Nan. Damn it guys! I will never apologize to the old man. Laxus remained stubborn. Ye Nan's face turned completely cold, and she had already decided to teach Laxus a profound lesson. Then don't blame me. Just as he was about to use magic, Makarov's voice appeared next to him. Forget it, Ye Nan. Ye Nan gave up her strength, turned her head to one side, sighed slightly and said, even so, do you still want to protect your grandson? Old man. Makarov stood in the rubble, lightning flashing on the ground. Makarov didn't care. Only with his strength can he intervene in this war. Laxus is my grandson after all. Makarov stared deeply at Ye Nan. Now I am just an ordinary old man who wants to protect his family. Hearing this, Ye Nan relaxed completely. At this time, Laxus seized this rare opportunity, broke away his hand, and condensed an electric ball of astonishing electricity with his other hand, directly covering Ye Nan's face. Go to hell! Ye Nan turned her head and widened her eyes with anger. Smoke rises. Ahem, what happened? I remember Laxus seemed to have sneak attacked Ye Nan. No way. Everyone in the fairy tale guild couldn't believe it. Who was Laxus? He was Makarov's grandson, but they didn't expect to do such a thing as a sneak attack. It was simply a disgrace to the 10 Saints Makarov. Under the worried gaze of everyone, the smoke gradually dissipated, revealing 3 figures inside. Ahem! Makarov's blood dripped to the ground. His right shoulder was hit directly by Laxus' full blow. Makarov stood in front of Ye Nan. You guy! Ye Nan was about to get angry, his eyes wide with anger, when he was about to go around Makarov and give Laxus a painful blow. Makarov stopped him with a hand. It's okay, let's stop here. Makarov didn't pay any attention to his injuries, and still blocked him, trying to protect his only grandson. And Laxus. Even though he hurt his grandfather, Laxus's expression remained calm, as if the person he hurt was not his grandfather, but a stranger, so ruthless. Bah! Laxus stopped his hand, let out a very unhappy mouth, and then walked towards the door of the guild, very cool and unrestrained. Wait! Ye Nan's eyes moved to Laxus and glared, you hurt your grandfather like this, so you have nothing to say. Ah! Speak, Laxus! These words were almost shouted. Ye Nan was already extremely angry. He could only bear the hatred for hurting his relatives and sneak attacks because the old man had dedicated his life to the guild. Hey! Laxus turned his head and said, the old man is injured because he is not strong enough. What does it have to do with me? Well, I have to prepare for the S-level assessment, so I don't have time to play with you. Waving his hand, Laxus prepared to run away. Do you want to escape in such a mess? Ye Nan looked straight at him. Laxus stopped. What do you mean? Ye Nan's eyes could almost see through Laxus's heart. You mean you don't want a weak guild, so let me tell you. Ye Nan's power spread throughout the guild. My fists were clenched until they were almost shaking. Everyone in the guild smelled this magic power and felt like they couldn't breathe easily. This magic power. Goo! It's hard to imagine that this is the magic that an 8-year-old child can possess. This is simply a monster. Horrified, disbelieving, all kinds of eyes were looking towards the most dazzling place. Ye Nan raised his fist in front of him with a firm gaze. In front of me, you will always be just a weakling. With me here, you will never become an S-class mage. You are the one who should get out of this guild the most, the weakling. Bang! The aura completely exploded, and Ye Nan looked down at Laxus like a god from above. At the same time, bang! Laxus' aura also exploded, with a ferocious expression. Hey? Weak? Ha ha ha, then give it a try. UBD. Don't think that you can compete with me by completing some weak tasks. I didn't use my full strength just now. You'll know when you get to Tenro Island. After saying this, Laxus had no intention of staying in the guild and directly opened the door of the guild. Head outside. Ye Nan withdrew her gaze and focused on the injured Makarov. She supported him and became worried. Old man, are you okay? Makarov smiled. It's very good. He can live for at least 10 more years. Ye Nan was full of self-blame. I'm sorry, old man, if I hadn't been careless, you wouldn't have. The words are not finished yet. Makarov stopped what Ye Nan was going to say next. Nothing, you have done a good job, but that kid Laxus. At this point, even Makarov couldn't help but sigh. Ye Nan smiled and promised Makarov, don't worry, President, I will definitely be able to make Laxus change his ways. I promise to do it within your lifetime. Makarov said nothing and closed his eyes. Chapter 22. After Laxus left, Ye Nan came to the guild panel and casually scanned the various tasks on the panel, but found no interesting tasks. The interesting tasks are all on the second floor. It's really not interesting here. Ye Nan was thinking silently, but suddenly he was in an inconspicuous corner. Ye Nan found an interesting task. There was a meteor falling to the ground in the forest, and the sound of a little girl crying was heard every night. Ye Nan took the mission parchment and read it word by word. His brows furrowed slightly. He always felt as if he had forgotten something. That's right. Ye Nan suddenly remembered a time period in fairy tale. Year X777, the day the 6 dragons arrived. Just a few days ago, 6 dragon slayers passed through the eclipse gate, spanning 400 years, and this mission, if nothing goes wrong. A young figure appeared in Ye Nan's mind, always falling to the ground. Couldn't help but laugh. Interesting. After making an evaluation, Ye Nan took the task parchment to the other half of the intact part of the counter. I just had a fight with Laxus and half of the counter was damaged. Do you want to do this task? Brother Ye Nan. Lisana took the guild seal, glanced at the mission, and stamped it. Since the president has been busy with the S-level assessment recently, Lisana is here to help with the tasks. With her ability, she is more than enough to deal with this. Yes. Ye Nan nodded casually, but then laughed. If nothing happens and the judgment is correct, our guild will have several more companions. Hey! Lisana was a little confused. Ye Nan didn't explain. After taking the parchment, she walked outside in the direction of the guild. Bye now. Lisana smiled and waved goodbye. Goodbye, brother Ye Nan. The guild was still lively, just like usual. Afternoon. Ye Nan's carriage, after a series of reprints on foot, finally arrived at the location of the mission. That's right here. Ye Nan felt a little ashamed, looking at the huge forest with no end in sight. Inside the fairy tale terrain, the flowers, plants, and trees are a bit lush and dense. Hey! I hope I won't get lost. Ye Nan is very helpless. He is really not a road idiot, he is just burdened with the curse of the forest. Take courage. Take a step. Ye Nan walked directly into the forest until she disappeared completely. However, on the other side, in a place Ye Nan doesn't know yet, Laxus is not idle either, he is also making preparations for the upcoming S-class examination. Damn it! Laxus hammered the wall and in an instant a dent appeared in the wall. Laxus recalled the whole process that just happened and laughed angrily. Am I weak? Ridiculous! But immediately, Laxus recalled the sense of oppression he felt in the guild. This was a power he was absolutely inferior to now. Should we borrow that power? Laxus hesitated. Finally, his face relaxed and he made a decision. The call was made. Hey! Old guy, I've decided. Laxus' gaze became firm. I want to be a dragon slayer. In a place of ice and snow. Kaina's figure is walking on it. She is only 11 years old, wearing a thick cotton-padded jacket, with footprints appearing every step she takes, and she braves the wind and snow. I must become an S-class mage and let my father recognize me. This is Kaina's obsession. Before becoming an S-class mage, we must never recognize each other. Otherwise it would be a disgrace to my father. His father is the most powerful mage in S-class, Gildarts. Goo. After opening the bottle, taking a few sips of wine to warm up, Kaina then walked alone in the ice and snow. You must hold on. Sirius Island. The injured President Makarov did not go to the medical room for recuperation. Instead, after doing some simple bandaging, he chose to come to Tianlang Island alone. The holy place of Fairy Tale Guild. An elf tree so huge that it stands in the center of the sky. It's most central. He is the first president of Fairy Tale and the burial place of Mavis. Step, step. Makarov brought the wine bottle to Mavis's grave and sat up cross-legged. He took out the wine glass and placed it in front of the tomb. Makarov filled it. The third-generation president of Fairy Tale, Makarov, will hold the S-level assessment here in 3 days. Makarov said an oath like a line, and after finishing speaking, Makarov's eyes raised slightly. I hope that you, the first generation, can bless those children so that they can grow up healthy and happy, and there will be more and more pillars of the guild. Close your eyes. Hands together. Makarov made a prayer. When everything was done, Makarov stood up, turned around, and turned his back to the tomb. Prepare to continue to Tianlang Island to do some decoration. Everything is unfolding in an orderly manner. Makarov didn't notice. In front of the tomb of the first generation seemed to be blooming with brilliance, vaguely. A barefoot girl looks like an elf and makes a light voice like an elf. Ding-ling-ling. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared again. This time there is something different about the S-level assessment. Everyone is preparing with all their strength, and there is no room for carelessness. Evening. After Makarov arranged everything, he wiped away the cold sweat and showed a relaxed expression. Finally done. Is it done? A voice rang from the side. Makarov was not surprised at all by this voice. He turned his head and smiled at Gildarts. Have you done it over there, Gildarts? The corners of Gildarts' lips raised slightly. Of course I have done it, and I also added some interesting things. Makarov smiled so hard that his teeth showed, and he was very interested. Yeah, that's really something to look forward to. Gildarts looked up at the starry sky, and after a while, asked, President, how many people are tentatively determined to be qualified for S-class this year? Makarov sat on the stone, drinking wine while watching the dots on the starry sky. Why do you ask this? Gildarts also came over. Nothing, just curious. Makarov laughed, without any concealment, and said bluntly. This S-level assessment. The number of qualified people is 1 person. Raising his head, Gildarts looked at Makarov and felt relieved for a moment. He also raised his head and looked up at the starry sky. It's to choose the most dazzling star. Chapter 23. Big Forest. The flowers and grass are luxuriant and the leaves are numerous. The sun hanging high in the sky is reflected in the entire forest. The trees block it from the sun. The dew leaves are dripping with water, and the birds and insects are singing. Exactly, early morning. And in such a quiet and peaceful scene. Bang! The sound of a tree falling to the ground. The birds were frightened and flew away. Immediately, somewhere in the forest, Ye Nan's eyes were red and he kept making a hoarse howl. No way. There is absolutely no way I am a road idiot. To this day, he still doesn't want to admit it. Although I traveled all night. Even though I made the unique forest mark all night, I still didn't find anything strange. Not only that, he got lost in the forest. After Ye Nan saw the claw mark he left on the tree, he instantly became silent and fell silent. He seems to be going in circles all the time. Forward. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I understand. There must be someone from an evil dark guild hiding in this forest. They used evil illusion magic to make me have the illusion that I am a road idiot. It's so evil. Ye Nan said seriously, even now he is still unwilling to admit the fact that he is a road idiot. Just when Ye Nan was still doubting life. Sudden. The sky darkened, and there was a heavy breath in the atmosphere. Something is wrong. Hey? The magic here is changing. Ye Nan also discovered this fact. Her eyes were bright, she became completely serious, her face tightened, and something was obviously wrong with the flow of magic in the air. Metaphorically speaking, it is more like a precursor to the launch of some kind of large-scale magic. The location where the magic power flows, has been found, over there. Ye Nan sensed the location and quickly ran towards the location where the magic power changed. As fast as a flying arrow. Only halfway through the journey, Ye Nan suddenly heard crying coming from the forest not far away. Grandini! Where are you? Wendy misses you so much. Vaguely, Ye Nan heard such a sound. It was very vague and could be seen to be a bit far away. Wendy! Stopping, Ye Nan heard a name in her heart. This is a name that I was familiar with in my previous life. Ye Nan's eyes looked towards the direction of the change of magic power, and then towards the direction of Wendy's cry. In my heart, I made a decision. Do not care. Ye Nan raised his head, ran quickly towards the side where the cry was coming, and disappeared into the jungle. The magic is still gathering. In the jungle, the young Wendy looked cute and had tears in her eyes. She looked blankly at the unfamiliar scenes around her and cried from time to time. Grandini, where are you? Words such as helpless and weak all appeared on Wendy. A little girl appears in the forest. After crying for a while and realizing that it was of no use, Wendy walked deeper into the forest, trembling. Grandini. Wendy is so scared. Lie. A stone tripped her feet, and Wendy fell down without paying attention. She looked even more embarrassed and pitiful. Grandini. Ignoring her injuries, Wendy stood up and walked forward. At this time, a voice came from behind. Although she looks weak on the outside, she might be strong on the inside. Wendy turned back with a confused look on her face. Hey! Ye Nan was standing in front, looking at Wendy with a calm smile, her eyes shining with an inexplicable look. First time meeting, Wendy. My name is Ye Nan. Wave and say hello. Wendy's beady eyes turned around and she was even more frightened and squatted down, her body trembling constantly. Woohoo! Wendy closed her eyes directly, which was very cute. Ye Nan was stunned by the unexpected scene. What is this scenario? Well, you. Ye Nan was about to say something. Wendy's tears became more obvious. Grandini taught me not to talk to strangers, saying that strangers like them the most to abduct little girls like us. Ye Nan was directly petrified. This stupid dragon. Ye Nan was also speechless. He was not a bad guy, although he looked very similar. Well, Wendy, I'm not a bad person. Ye Nan's tone was very gentle. After hearing this, Wendy stood up slowly, raised her head, and squatted down again in less than a second. Shaking even more violently. Ye Nan is confused. What is going on? Wendy. Ye Nan just wanted to get a little closer to see what was going on. When the distance is less than 1 meter. Wendy suddenly took action, waving continuously as if to ward off flies. Don't come near Wendy. Ye Nan was even more confused, and the corners of her mouth twitched again. Does he really look like such a bad guy? Okay, I won't go there, I won't go there. Ye Nan waved her hands, but there was nothing she could do, and she stayed where she was with a sigh. After a long time, Wendy slowly stood up and moved forward. Ye Nan also moves. Wendy moves right. Ye Nan also moved to the right. After following for a while, the shy Wendy couldn't bear it any longer. She turned back and shouted in a very cute voice, Please, please don't follow Wendy. The more he spoke, the quieter his voice became. In the end, the sound was almost gone. What did you say? Ye Nan deliberately pretended not to hear, shamelessly. Wendy couldn't hold it any longer and shouted at a louder volume than ever in her life, Don't follow me, bad guy. Wendy hates you the most. After saying that, he ran away. Ye Nan was left alone, disheveled in the wind. Does he really look like such a bad guy? Wait for me, Wendy. Ye Nan yelled, not caring about so much now, and hurriedly chased after her. One chase after another, traveling through the forest. Stop, Wendy! Ye Nan chased after her. Wendy ran away with her eyes closed, not daring to look back at all. There is. Ye Nan's anxious voice came from behind. Wendy stepped on the air and her cute eyes widened. Hey! Wendy looked down and found a river below. Oops! About to fall. Grandini. Wendy quickly closed her eyes, tears welling up in her eyes, not daring to face them. Damn it! These were the last words Wendy heard. Boom! Ye Nan fell into the water. Ye Nan ducked behind Wendy at the last moment, pushed her out, and fell into the river. Wendy opened her eyes and saw the scene where Ye Nan was just her. Why? Ye Nan smiled, of course it's because you are cute. Wendy's face turned red. Then Ye Nan fell into the water. Wendy fell to the ground. Regardless of herself, even though she was in a mess, she looked back at the river with tears in her eyes. Brother! You don't want to die. At this time, next to a pair of gentle hands dipped in water gently touched Wendy's head. Chapter 24. What are you talking about? How could I, your big brother, die so easily? Ye Nan went ashore, already soaked to the skin, and stroked Wendy's head to comfort her. Flutter. It seemed as if I heard some deflated sound. When Ye Nan saw Wendy again, her face was extremely red and she lowered her head slightly. Wendy, Wendy. Her eyes are dazed and so cute that you can't help but love her. This. I felt a little guilty for no reason, as if I had done something wrong. Ye Nan couldn't help but smile, and asked. Am I that scary? No, that's not it. Wendy lowered her head, her face already red. It's just, big brother, is very gentle. The sound is as thin as a mosquito bite. Ye Nan smiled and didn't say much, just asked, so can you still stand up now? Well, it's okay. Wendy stood up with strength and smiled cutely. Let's go then. Ye Nan smiled, holding Wendy's hand and walking out of the forest. Journey. Neither of them said anything, and the atmosphere of silence spread. It seems that some determination has been made. Wendy suddenly asked, with a somewhat hesitant look on her face, well, big brother, why do you know me? Are you and Grandini friends? No. Ye Nan shook her head in denial, continued to hold Wendy's hand, and walked forward. I don't know any Grandini. Wendy looked disappointed. The conversation changed and Ye Nan spoke again. But I know where Grandini is. Wendy's expression instantly changed from disappointment to surprise, and she loudly said, Really? Then big brother, can you take me to find Grandini? Ye Nan shook his head and refused. Tears of loss and sadness welled up on Wendy's face. Almost crying. At this time, Ye Nan stopped, bent slightly, and put her hands on Wendy's shoulders. Don't cry, or you'll never see Grandini again. Wendy. Hearing this, Wendy quickly wiped the tears from her eyes and said firmly, Wendy will never cry again. Wendy must let Grandini come back. Very good. Ye Nan patted and praised a few words. That's the only way Grandini will come back. Grandini she. When Ye Nan mentioned the name Grandini, Wendy's expression would become extra serious every time. Ye Nan took one look and laughed. Wendy is quite cute. Then, Ye Nan's expression turned serious. Grandini went to a faraway place. He said that she would only appear again after Wendy becomes stronger. So, Wendy, don't cry, or you'll never see Grandini again. When Wendy heard this, her face turned pale with fright. The tears she was about to cry got stuck in the crevices of her eyes and she refused to let them out. Choking. Wendy will never let Grandini leave Wendy. Some children have bad tempers, but Wendy seemed to be stronger at this time. Maybe it was just a thought when she grew up. Ye Nan smiled more gently. Yet, Grandini will definitely come back to Wendy. But, before that, need a home. Wendy's face became awkward again, and she hesitated. Suddenly cute, Wendy, Wendy doesn't have a home. Wherever Grandini was before, that's where Wendy's home is. Now, Wendy has no home. Even though she was sad, Wendy still forced to swallow her tears, trying not to let them fall down. Her little face turned red from holding back. Ye Nan couldn't help it anymore, Wendy was so cute. Once again. Ye Nan's face softened as her hand touched Wendy's head. Thank you for your hard work. Wendy shook her head negatively. Wendy doesn't work hard, Big Brother and Grandini do. Ye Nan smiled even more happily, feeling the soft touch on Wendy's hair and Wendy's unique fragrance, feeling refreshed. What a good kid. But Ye Nan suddenly changed the topic and her expression became serious. But, people still need to have a family. How about it, Wendy, do you want to come? Wendy nodded, her face flushed, and she looked a little embarrassed. Wherever Big Brother goes, Wendy will go. Ye Nan's gentleness has captured Wendy's heart. Wendy had never experienced this feeling before. Always felt. Being around my big brother gives me the same sense of security as Grandini. Just when the two of them were still affectionate. Ye Nan's eyes suddenly looked toward the grass on the right, and her expression became more serious. How long do you want to hide? Come out. The grass rustled, and a masked man emerged from it, with many staffs in his hands and back. Sorry. The masked man was polite at first, then looked at Ye Nan seriously, and pointed his staff pointedly. Can you please keep that little girl? Ye Nan was silent for a moment, not understanding what kind of trick this was. When he first found someone behind him, he thought it was some BD with evil intentions, such as someone from Damn It's Dark Guild that kept him lost. Result. But Mist Ogden. Ye Nan can't be mistaken. This guy with his head covered, dressed in weird clothes, and with many things inserted into his body is clearly the future S-class mage in the guild, Mist Ogden. This oolong. Is there any misunderstanding? Ye Nan didn't really want to fight. Even if he did, it would be extremely embarrassing to meet in the guild in the future. Mist Ogden pulled out another staff and looked a little more serious. There is no misunderstanding. You are a human trafficker, and that child must have been abducted by you. I just saw the child crying all the time, which is obviously a signal for help. This was an Ye Nan touched his forehead and felt a headache. This was such a big deal. What could it be? Never mind. Ye Nan put on a posture, saying that since he couldn't explain it, he would just give him a beating and talk about it after meeting in the guild later. Appear. Ye Nan's half blue-eyed white dragon body was revealed. Mist Ogden's eyes almost popped out. What kind of magic is this? What the hell, do the magicians in London still have such magic? So as the opposite, it's not like Edelas has never even heard of it. You cheated. Wendy, who was in the audience next to her, actually recognized some clues. These are dragon scales. Very good. Since the eldest brother can transform into a half-dragon, there must be a connection with Grandini, who is a dragon. It seems that Grandini left him because he thought she was too weak. Grandini, Wendy will definitely become stronger. Then I'll see you. Wendy cheered herself up and her cheeks puffed up. At this moment, Mist Ogden also calmed down a little. Forget it, if you haven't heard of it, then you haven't heard of it. He is probably ignorant. The aura of the magic circle rose above Mist Ogden's head, and the magic in the atmosphere changed. Ye Nan is a little more serious and cannot be careless. If she can become a fairy tale S-level magician in the future, she will definitely have two skills. Chapter 25. In the forest, the spring breeze blew, and autumn leaves drifted across the battlefield between the two. Ye Nan and Mist Ogden looked at each other in a stalemate. The anger has reached the point of being on the verge of panic. Yet, cold sweat dripped from Wendy's head as she watched this rare battle carefully. Boom! Mist Ogden was the first to attack, raising his staff high. At the same time, a staff behind him floated up, and 3 magic arrays gathered above his head. Horai Masaru! The 3 magic wands separated from Mistogen's hand and were all aimed at Ye Nan. A huge whirlwind swept over. Like a storm. Brother! Wendy shouted worriedly from the side, looking very worried. After all, the power of this tornado is too scary. The tornado swept Ye Nan into it. But until the moment before he was involved, Ye Nan's expression remained the same, without any change. Okay, it should be no problem. Mistogen relaxed a little. This is his rare attack magic, so it should be no problem. Just when Mistogen was about to take the staff back, Ye Nan's voice sounded from the tornado. Is this all you have? Then it seems that I think too highly of you, Mistogen. No. Should I still call you His Highness the Prince of Edelas? Hearing this, Mistogen's pupils tightened and he couldn't believe it. Why would you? And in the next moment, the tornado suddenly broke open, and Ye Nan walked out of the tornado without even scratching the corners of her clothes. His face is always calm. No matter how powerful the tornado is, it will always have an eye. As long as you find the right eye, it is not difficult to crack it. Mistogen's face was full of confusion and shock. Ye Nan's move made him dare not underestimate this opponent. The other party seemed to know him very well. Mistogen's expression suddenly darkened. Who are you? Why do you know my true identity? A provocative smile appeared on Ye Nan's lips, with some fighting intent in her eyes. Want to know? Just fight me. I'll tell you if you win. He also felt a little bit hunter-itchy. Originally, he didn't really want to fight, but now, let's fight, the more intense the better. As for what to do when the guild meets in the future, we'll talk about it then. Now he just wants to unleash his power unbridled. Yet, Mistogen's face turned serious, and he took out a cane from his back again. It seems that I can only ask questions slowly after I defeat you. Ha ha ha. Ye Nan laughed, especially unscrupulously, with a crazy face. If you can do it, try it. Come and defeat me, Mistogen. Invincible. Tough. The strongest. The power of the Blue Eyes White Dragon is absolutely invincible. Ye Nan kicked off his left leg and stepped out of a deep pit. The violent white dragon power was released wantonly, and the dragon's claws grabbed it directly. Boom! Smoke rose and trees fell to the ground. Mistogen jumped out of the smoke, coughed twice, and his face became extremely serious. It's so fast. And it's very powerful. What kind of physical strength is this? Ye Nan walked out of the smoke and looked at the bleeding scar on Mistogen's left abdomen. It seems that I think too highly of you. You don't seem to be very strong. Mistogen's expression darkened again, and a magic circle rose above his head again. Dream mirror. With such a powerful physical force, giving him the opportunity to act arbitrarily, the situation is not good. You only get one chance. Directly use Kirigin Nariku's moves, which are even stronger than Kirigin Nariku's hypnotic ability. The magic beam hit Ye Nan directly. Successful. Mistogen looked happy. The only thing he was worried about just now was being avoided. He didn't expect this man to be so arrogant that he wouldn't even hide. Now, the battle should be over. This battle is really not easy. I didn't expect that the first time I came to Eslanden, I would be in a hard fight. Mistogen looked much more relaxed, but he was still panting. Really? This is your first time coming to Island? Ye Nan's voice came from the beam. Soon, the beam disappeared, but Ye Nan was still in high spirits and was not affected at all. What? Impossible. Mistogen's eyes widened and he couldn't believe this scene. His most powerful hypnotic magic was actually broken like this. Is this a joke? Dreaming. Mistogen hunched over his body and gathered all his energy, not daring to be careless again. Ask me again, who are you? Ye Nan's smile is still wanton. I'll tell you if I win. Is that so? Mist Ogden took a deep breath, his eyes condensed, all 5 staffs on his back floated, and 5 colorful magic circles appeared above his head. I ask again, who are you? A threatening tone. Ye Nan's smile became even brighter. That's it, only in this way can it be worth defeating. For a long time, the sound of silence hung in the air. Well, this is your answer. Seeing Ye Nan's silence, Mist Ogden lost his last patience and warned, be careful. I can't control the power of this magic. 5-fold magic circle Kagura. The 5 magic arrays were connected in series, and the huge magic power shot into the sky. Within a moment, it landed and hit Ye Nan's head. Intense light covered Ye Nan's whole body. It's over. Mist Ogden looked at Ye Nan, who disappeared in the beam of light. This beam of light will not kill people, it will just give them a good sleep. Aside. Wendy watched Ye Nan disappear into the beam of light, and couldn't help but shed tears again, shouting, Big brother! I couldn't help but run. Upon seeing this, Mist Ogden quickly stopped, a little anxious. What are you doing? It's dangerous there. Wendy cried. Let me go, you bad guy. I'm going to save my big brother. What? Mist Ogden was shocked. Wendy actually volunteered. So. The corners of Mist Ogden's mouth could not help but twitch under his mask. This oolong is making a big fuss. But. Mist Ogden's face is still a little solemn. Why the Eslanden people here know that he is the Prince of Esteth is still suspicious. Mist Ogden comforted Wendy and rubbed her head. Don't worry, your big brother is fine. The magic will just let him have a good sleep. He'll be fine. Wendy stopped crying and trembled. Real. Real. Well. Seeing that Wendy was not crying, Mist Ogden's expression finally relaxed. He really couldn't handle such a small girl. At this time, Ye Nan's excited laughter came from the magic circle. Since I used the strongest magic, I will also use the strongest magic to entertain you, a guest from afar. Chapter 26. Slowly walking out of the beam, the silver-white dragon scales were even more dazzling, exuding a different kind of brilliance under the gloom. Mist Ogden looked at the unharmed Ye Nan with shock in his heart, and his eyes widened. How is this possible? This is his most powerful magic. Ye Nan didn't give him a chance to think, and disappeared from the spot, hugging Wendy aside at a very fast speed. So fast. No reaction at all. Mist Ogden's gaze shifted, and his heart was even more shocked. There has already been a storm in my heart. Who is he? Ye Nan was still smiling, lowered his head slightly and looked at Wendy in his arms, and said warmly, It's okay. Well. Wendy stayed quietly, her little face already steaming and flushed. Ye Nan smiled and didn't pay much attention. The top priority now is to end this battle as soon as possible. Try this trick. Ye Nan grinned and stretched out his free hand. Wait, Your Excellency. Mist Ogden is going to try to negotiate. Since the other party is not a bad person, he should be able to. But Ye Nan didn't listen. He just wanted to have a good fight now, and all other things had to come later. Dazzling and noble white light emerged from the hand. Ye Nan activated his most powerful magic. Exploding Holy Shock Bomb. A brilliantly white beam of light emitted from his hand, vaguely containing the power of a dragon, and headed straight for Mist Ogden. The Blue Eyes White Dragon's unique move. What? There was only this piece of white left in Mist Ogden's eyes. During this white time, he actually vaguely saw a silver-white dragon roaring at him. This is a dragon. It hit Mist Ogden completely, but he didn't care that much anymore. His eyelids were heavy and he murmured. I never thought dragons still exist in this world. The extremely bright beam of light continued unabated, gradually moving away towards the end of the forest, until it finally exploded. Bang! The rumbling sound echoed through the sky in this forest. Boom! The 5 staffs fell to the ground. Mistogen's body was covered with injuries, and there was no intact area. He completely fainted. The battle is finally over. Ye Nan calmed down slightly, exhaled a heavy breath, and smiled brightly. It seems that I won. Wendy glanced over, but stopped talking. Finally overcoming her inner shyness, Wendy said, "Brother, Wendy will treat you." With that said, she struggled to free herself from Ye Nan's arm. Wendy stretched out her hands, her eyes focused and extremely serious. Just when he was about to cast the dragon-slaying magic in the sky, a pair of warm hands covered Wendy's head. "Caress gently." "Well, no need, I'm not hurt at all," Ye Nan said while feeling the warmth on Wendy's body, without caring about how big a blow he would bring to people. There was such a fierce battle just now, but no one was injured. Wendy was stunned and lost in an instant. "Big brother, do you think Wendy is useless? She can't help in fighting, and she can't treat big brother." Wendy, who was only 5 years old, doubted herself. Among the dragon slayers, she is the youngest. She should have been in the arms of her parents at this age, but due to fate, she had to come 400 years later. Ye Nan's eyes became gentler, and her touch became lighter and gentler. How could it be? Wendy is not useless. Then what's the use of Wendy? Wendy still denied herself. Ye Nan pointed to the side. Wendy raised her head and looked over, where Mistogen was unconscious. "Wendy, you can give him some treatment," Ye Nan said thoughtfully. "After all, as a guild member in the future, you can't do nothing. What a good guy he is. Also helps with treatment." Wendy muttered, "He is a bad guy and he beats his elder brother. Wendy doesn't want to treat him." Looking at the willful Wendy, Ye Nan was dumbfounded. She said in a coaxing tone, "Be good. Wendy, he misunderstood me because he cared about you. He is not a bad person." After hearing this, Wendy's expression relaxed slightly. Then, Wendy went to treat him. "If my brother is in pain, don't endure it. Wendy knows how to treat him and will definitely cure him. It's so cute." Ye Nan sighed softly in her heart, and her face became serious. "Don't worry, I won't bear it if it hurts." Wendy was relieved and went to treat Mistogen. "Squat down and stretch out your hands gently." Wendy closed her eyes and channeled the dragon-slaying magic power in her body. The hands emit dazzling particle-like magic power. It was continuously delivered to Mistogen. Mistogen's painful complexion continued to improve until it disappeared. The injuries and bruises on his body slowly improved under this treatment and disappeared completely. The open wound has healed. Ye Nan watched from the side as Wendy used her sky dragon slaying magic, and sighed with emotion. "You are truly worthy of being a dragon slayer. Compared to a fake dragon slayer like him, magic like Wendy can be called a real dragon slayer. This is the magic learned from the Tianlong Grandini, and it naturally has powerful power and potential. Wendy hasn't fully developed this magic yet. Otherwise, the therapeutic effect and power may be even greater." Ye Nan commented while looking at the thin drops of sweat on Wendy's forehead. "Take a step forward." "No, I can't hold it anymore, the magic power is not enough," Wendy shouted in her heart and closed her eyes. Sudden thumping. Ye Nan put his hand on Wendy's shoulder and channeled his magic power. "An Xin, leave the magic power issue to me, and you can concentrate on treating Mistogen." Hear Ye Nan's words. The fine sweat on Wendy's forehead gradually disappeared, and she also felt the magic power conveyed from her body. This is the magic of Big Brother, so warm and strong. Wendy marveled in her heart and increased the output of her hands. Mistogen's injuries healed faster. All the wounds completely disappeared, even some hidden wounds in the body disappeared. Not just this battle, but also the hidden wounds left from previous battles. All right. The light particles slowly dissipated. Wendy stopped delivering magic power, wiped the sweat from her head, and smiled. "Big brother, it's ready. Like a child who wants praise for doing something right. Ye Nan reached out and stroked Wendy's blue hair. You did a good job, then let's go. Let's go back and get back into fairy tale. Yes. Wendy nodded excitedly and said, Fairy tale, what kind of magical place is that? Chapter 27. Before leaving, Ye Nan took one last look at the unconscious Mirajane, then looked back to the front. What's wrong? Big brother. Wendy turned around and asked. Ye Nan slowly shook his head and looked ahead. No, it's nothing. The magic power fluctuations in the atmosphere that were felt before Mirajane's arrival have disappeared, and the super-large magic that caused the magic power fluctuations in the atmosphere to be obvious. It's hyperspace magic. F***ck used it in reverse to teleport Mirajane here. Interesting. Ye Nan shrugged slightly and took Wendy further into the forest without paying any more attention. The sun was high, and Mirajane lay unconscious on the ground alone. At the gate of Fairy Tale Guild, you can vaguely hear noisy sounds that are different from the past. At this time, Ye Nan's hands were already filled with various things, all of which were gifts from uncles and aunts in the nearby streets after completing the mission. Wendy followed, her eyes full of longing. Is this Big Brother's guild? It's so lively. The corner of Ye Nan's mouth twitched, and she was speechless until she died. It is indeed very lively, but it was not so lively in the past. How strange. Ye Nan wanted to scratch her head, but she couldn't do anything. She could only stand there in confusion. Could something happy have happened? Wendy speculated on the reason for this unusual excitement. Well, it's possible. Ye Nan nodded. But no matter what, let's talk about it after we get in. Lift your legs. Ye Nan was about to kick in the door as usual. I heard someone in the guild say. Are you considered a dragon slayer? Dragon slayer? Hearing this familiar word, Ye Nan stopped moving, frowned and frowned. Dragon slayer. Wendy exclaimed, and she was even more familiar with this vocabulary. This hesitation didn't last long. As usual, Ye Nan kicked the door open. I'm back. Just after shouting, there was silence in the guild, not at all like the usual drinking and noise. Fire dragons roar. A child's voice came from nowhere. Ye Nan discovered that what greeted them was not the cheers of the crowd, but a scorching hot bomb, which was obviously sent by the kid from Fire Dragon's Roar just now. With the word well popping up on his head, Ye Nan stopped caring about the various items in his hands. With one shenglong fist, he hit the Fire Dragon's Roar into the sky and roared. What the hell are you guys doing? The members of the guild looked happy and shouted excitedly, It's Ye Nan! Ye Nan is back! That expression was like seeing a savior. Ye Nan was still scratching her head and couldn't figure out what was going on. The child's voice suddenly came from a table next to him. How is it possible? My fire dragon's roar was actually blown away. Sun Sheng turned around and looked, and Ye Nan found a little boy with fiery red hair and full of energy standing on the table, jumping up and down. The food on the table made a mess. Ye Nan then understood that it was this young boy's impetuousness that was affecting their banquet. After realizing it, Ye Nan was a little gloating, holding her stomach and laughing, ha ha ha, you are actually here today. The guild members instantly felt unhappy. Hey! Ye Nan, that guy just hit you, don't fight back. Yes, and this guy is a dragon slayer just like you. Let's watch a battle between dragon slayers. Every word you say to me makes me angry, and the guild members don't think it's a big deal to watch the fun. Ye Nan waved her hands and smiled, a bit mean, forget it just now. I'm very happy when I see you can't have a banquet. Also, I'm not a dragon slayer. The guild members had heard not a dragon slayer hundreds of times and were used to it. When they saw Ye Nan not avenging them, they started to get angry. If you don't avenge us, be careful that guy brings you trouble. That's right, that boy is not worried. Ye Nan didn't care at all. He also knew this kid. He was the protagonist of fairy tale in the original work, Natsu. Although it is a bit fussy, Ye Nan doesn't hate it. No, no. Ye Nan smiled and walked over, touched Natsu's head, and said with a smile, he shouldn't come to trouble me, right, Natsu? Only the next moment, the frustration on Natsu's face disappeared and his blood boiled up. Okay. Let's challenge him. Ye Nan's hand touching Natsu's head suddenly stopped, and veins appeared on his head. It was really embarrassing. Seeing Ye Nan lose her face, the guild members became even happier. Haha, look, this is the consequence of not listening to us. Natsu raised his fist, which was instantly covered with dragon flames, and shouted, "Fire dragons!" Not finished yelling yet. Boom! One punch. Ye Nan punched Natsu directly on the head. Natsu immediately fainted with a bag on his head and went to see the fire dragon Igneel. Ye Nan grumbled unhappily and glanced at the guild members who had just laughed. Who else has something to say? Cold sweat broke out on the heads of the guild members, and they all shook their heads. The newcomers of this monster can't withstand a punch. How can they withstand it? Can't afford to offend. Seeing the silence of the people around her, Ye Nan nodded with satisfaction and led Wendy to the other side of the counter. The momentum disappeared without a trace. Everyone who survived by chance was patting their chests, their faces full of joy. It was so dangerous just now, I almost thought I was going to die. That's right. Someone echoed. And more people sighed, little Ye Nan is really getting stronger and stronger. At these words, the people around him fell silent. He felt like they all lived like dogs. The imposing manner of an adult in his 30s was completely crushed by an 8-year-old child. What a monster! Someone spit it out. The people around him nodded in agreement. This sentence simply expressed their feelings. Already possessing such aura and magic power at the age of 8, he is nothing but a monster. Counter. Ye Nan sat on the chair and ordered, 2 drinks. Wendy next to me also came up. At the bar, Lysina was wiping the plates carefully. When she heard someone ordering food, she raised her head and looked over with an expression of surprise. Brother Ye Nan. Quickly picking up 2 drinks and straws, Lysina walked over and placed the 2 drinks in front of Ye Nan and Wendy in turn. Ye Nan was right in front of the counter, smiling and joking. We haven't seen each other for a few days. Lysina is getting more and more beautiful. Chapter 28. No way, Brother Ye Nan, please stop teasing me. Lysina became more and more shy, but the corners of her mouth gradually raised, showing how happy she was. The Wendy next to her was a bit tasty. Ye Nan made a glass of orange juice and handed it to Wendy. Drink. Thank you. Wendy thanked her softly, then took the glass of orange juice and drank it. Lysina saw this scene and said with a smile. No wonder you told me before you went out that there would be one more person in the guild this time. It turned out that you were going to pick up this little sister. Ahem. Ye Nan almost spit out the orange juice in her mouth. After wiping it with a tissue, she rolled her eyes. Who do you think I am? Of course he is a bold person, loves the new and hates the old, and has been among thousands of flowers. Lysina said as if it was a matter of course. Puff. Unable to hold it in any longer, Ye Nan completely squirted the orange juice out of her mouth. Ahem, then I'm worthless in your eyes, Lysina. Yes. Lysina smiled and curled up her lips, but even if you are such a useless brother Ye Nan, I still like you deeply. Listening to these words that were almost a confession, Ye Nan was stunned for a moment, but in the end she did not choose to respond directly, and said carelessly, well. He took out a paper towel in his hand and wiped the orange juice on the bar. Lysina put her hand on Ye Nan's. You. Ye Nan started, then fell silent. Lysina, I. Lysina shook her head slightly, with sadness in her eyes. Well, I understand. Compared to my sister and Erza, I'm just a useless person. Not like this. Ye Nan looked a little excited, and then recounted everything Listener did one by one. You serve everyone in the guild every day, washing dishes, sealing seals, and entertaining guests. These may seem insignificant, but in everyone's hearts, you are already a family member. You are no worse than any of Lamaja or the others. Ye Nan looked at Listener and spoke word by word. Listener buried her head and shed tears of reluctance on her downcast face, but you didn't see me as a candidate for your wife. I like you more than anyone else. I've been longing for you since the first time we met. Why don't you look at me? Listener, Ye Nan was about to say something more. Listener suddenly raised her head and smiled, as if the words she just said were not his, but the tears in the corners of her eyes betrayed him. I'm fine, brother Ye Nan. By the way, you came here to stamp the new members, I'll stamp them right now. Listener quickly hid back as if running away. Ye Nan watched quietly and said nothing for a long time. He seems to have broken a girl's heart. Next to her, Wendy lowered her head, her face flushed to the base of her ears, her eyes blurred, and she kept saying, Wendy didn't hear anything, didn't hear anything. For a child as young as hers. Listener's words are still too impactful. Soon. Listener brought out the guild seal, looked at Wendy carefully, and liked it a little. She is really a cute little sister. Wendy is a little shy and polite. Hello, sister Listener. Listener's smile broadened, and Wendy's politeness made her mood slightly better. He looked at Ye Nan with resentful eyes and muttered. Where on earth did you abduct such a cute child? Puff. The orange juice he just drank in his mouth sprayed out again, and Ye Nan was not happy. What do you mean by turning around? I'm clearly calling for help when the road is rough, and I draw my sword to help. Wendy also echoed. Big brother is very gentle and even saved me. That's right. Listener looked at Wendy and touched her gentle cheek gently. Well, sister, let me tell you something now. There is no one in this world who is nice to you for no reason. Be careful of liars. Cold sweat broke out on Ye Nan's head. Hey. Who are you insinuating? Listen to this guy. At this time, Listener gently pinched Wendy's cheek and asked, Little Wendy, what type of wizard are you? Wendy's face was pinched, and her speech was a little unclear. Wendy is a dragon slayer. The hand pinching her cheek suddenly stopped. Listener was stunned for a moment, unable to believe her ears, so she asked again, Wendy, what type of wizard are you? Wendy is the dragon slayer. This time there was no obstacle and I could hear it clearly. Silence spread throughout the entire guild. Silence. Everyone clearly heard the 5 characters Dragon Slayer. Big brother. Wendy was a little worried. Everyone was so quiet. Could it be that the identity of Dragon Slayer was not good? Ye Nan smiled on the spot and gently stroked Wendy's head. Don't worry, everyone is just too surprised. It seems to be verifying Ye Nan's words. The guild, which had been silent just now, suddenly fell into a carnival. Yet, counting the fire dragon boy just now, our guild has a total of 3 dragon slayers. Ye Nan is such a lucky star. It's okay if you can fight. I'm so lucky. I brought Erza and Mirajane to fairy tale one after another. Everyone in the guild got excited. 3 dragon slayers. 3 extremely rare magic spells. Their guild has 3 in total. After saying this, it will be very embarrassing. Long live fairy tale! Everyone shouted loudly. Ye Nan, who was sitting at the bar, heard what everyone in the guild said, and the orange juice spurted out again and fell to the ground. He looked a little crazy. How many times have I told you? I really am not a dragon slayer. It had no effect at all. The guild member waved his hand. Yet, little Ye Nan is really not a dragon slayer. You are so humble. It would be great if the fire dragon boy just learned from how humble Ye Nan is. He is indeed the representative of the most humble wizard named by Wizards Weekly. Obviously the title of Guanglong has spread throughout the continent, but he still insists on being humble. It's so touching. Ye Nan almost spit out a mouthful of blood after hearing these words. Wendy next to her suddenly realized. It turns out that eldest brother is also a dragon slayer. Puff. Ye Nan wanted to vomit blood and die even more, but now she was fine. Not only did the number of people who believed that he was not a dragon slayer not decrease, but there were even more people. And this one is not just any ordinary one, she is also a dragon slayer. If this dragon slayer says he is also a dragon slayer, is there any washing left? Even if you jump into the Yellow River, you won't be able to wash it away. Chapter 29. On the side, Lysina covered Wendy's unique fairy tale logo and smiled, it was really appropriate. Wendy was also very happy. She saw that Ye Nan had a beautiful fairy mark on her arm, and now she has it too. Thank you, Sister Lisa. Wendy thanked her. Lysina smiled and stroked Wendy's head. Next to her, Ye Nan was drinking orange juice and looking at this very warm and harmonious scene with a smile on her face. Behind. Without Natsu's harassment, the guild returned to its normal state, and Serena became busy again. Serve the wine. Everyone was drinking happily again, but Natsu had already been thrown into the corner. Lysina brought the wine, put it on the table, and opened the bottle. Drink slowly. A very gentle tone. Macau at the wine table joked. Lysina-chan is so nice. I really don't know which boy will be cheaper in the future. Lysina paused slightly, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve down. After putting the bottle down, she smiled again. I go first. With that said, he picked up the plate and ran away. After Lysina left, the companion next to him scolded Macau, Macau, you just went too far. Macau didn't know why, he kept drinking, his cheeks were already red, and he said carelessly, what did I do? His companion was also speechless for a moment, not knowing what to say. Forget it, drink, drink, drink. That's right, uncles like us should just stay out of the affairs of young people. The guild returned to its normal state. Bang! The ground in the guild suddenly trembled. Everyone in the guild was shocked and stood up directly. What happened? Humph! The corners of Ye Nan's mouth curled up, realizing something. A guild member opened the door. He stopped and his face fell into horror. That is. The guild members who followed behind also stopped and trembled all over. The open guild door. I vaguely saw a red-haired girl carrying a big fish like a blue whale and dragging it along the ground. The shadow gradually revealed her true appearance. Ye Nan, who had not moved a step in the guild, sensed the movement coming from outside and said to herself, you are back. Erza. The shadows dissipated, and Erza's exquisite face was fully revealed. One eye was fixed on everyone present, and finally placed on a figure from behind. Ye Nan. Erza thought, but instead of paying attention, she turned her attention to the other guild members. Scanning them one by one. When he glanced at a place, he paused. Erza takes it seriously. Macau, didn't I tell you not to drink so much? You smell of alcohol all over your body. Sorry. Macau whispered. His friend smiled secretly from the side. Macau, I told you not to drink so much. Now you should be taught by Erza. Erza shifted her gaze to him again, her eyes fixed again. And you, Amik, told you not to eat so much. Look, you've gained weight again. Sorry. Macau's friend Ou Make also lowered his head, showing no intention of resisting. Erza's eyes then scanned. Everyone who was glanced at lowered their heads deeply, as if they were afraid of being noticed. This is... Wendy became confused. At this time, Lysina next to her explained, Erza is the disciplinary committee member of our guild. This is approved by the president. Erza is powerful and has a serious personality, so everyone is afraid of her. Wendy lowered her head. This is it. Ye Nan stretched out her hand, touched Wendy's head, and smiled. Don't worry, you are so cute, Erza will not come to trouble you. At this moment, Erza's voice sounded again. Ye Nan. Ye Nan's head turned around. This girl was causing him trouble again. She didn't know why, but she was always very strict with herself. Erza's eyes stared for a while. Forget it, it's okay. But this time, a figure fell from the sky and landed in front of Erza, creating a pothole and smoke. Ahem! What happened? When the guild members were still confused, the devil's claws stretched out from the smoke, Mage's silhouette appeared in the smoke, and a voice came from the smoke. Damn Erza, you actually got in front of my sister Mage, you don't want to live, do you? The smoke clears. Mirajane stared at Erza with contempt, her displeasure revealed on her lips. Erza didn't show any signs of weakness, and used her magic to change out a sword, pointing it directly at Mirajane. Bar counter. Wendy trembled and looked at her. The relationship between these two sisters seems to be very bad. Ye Nan sneered disdainfully and told Wendy, don't be deceived by appearances. In fact, the relationship between the two of them is that of good sisters. The words just came out of my mouth. At the same time, Mirajane and Erza both stared in Ye Nan's direction, their eyes revealing evil. Ye Nan, what are you talking about? How could I be good sisters with this ugly monster who turned into a demon? Who are you calling the ugly monster? Hey, pervert, you said this cowardly and incompetent guy in armor is my good sister. I, Sister Mirajane, am the first to deny it. Ye Nan pouted, two Tsunderum monsters. What did you say? Erza and Mirajane both spoke in unison, glaring at each other. At this time, a figure appeared on the second floor of the guild. Laxus looked down at the people below. It seems that all the qualified guys are here today. As soon as Laxus' figure appeared, Ye Nan's expression froze, and a white light appeared directly on his hand, exploding sacred impact bomb. Turned into a beam and attacked Laxus. Tch. Laxus raised the corner of his mouth and looked at the incoming beam with disdain. Thunder transfer. His whole body turned into lightning. Laxus' figure appeared in the center of the guild on the first floor. The explosive holy shock bomb just now penetrated the ceiling of the guild, flew into the sky, and turned into fireworks. Are you so eager to start a war? Ye Nan. Laxus had a rebellious smile on his face and raised his head high. Ye Nan tilted his head, looked over with a cold eye, and replied not to be outdone, I just want you to calm down. That's the second floor of the guild. Ha ha ha! Laxus held his head and laughed wildly, provocatively, it's just to familiarize yourself with the terrain in advance, so as not to know which S-class mission I should take when I become an S-class mage. Chapter 30. Ye Nan took a deep look. You won't stand a chance. Yet. Laxus looked dismissively and raised the corners of his mouth, the me now is different from the me before. Sudden. With two fingers pinched, a card appeared in the gap. Laxus turned his head and looked over, his face a little unkind. Do the weaklings these days only use some despicable and shameless sneak attacks? Kaina's figure appeared from the crowd with a smile. This is how I need to deal with you. It's no use. Not always. Kaina had a bit of evil in his eyes and activated his magic. The temperance of a fool. The fool's temperance allows the card to release magic that can put it into a deep sleep. The card that had just been caught released a large amount of smoke in an instant, expanding and covering Laxus. Tch. Just use small tricks. Thunder. Laxus' whole body erupted with lightning-like light, destroying all the surrounding smoke. The corners of Kaina's mouth raised. You've fallen into a trap. Laxus frowned suddenly, wondering what kind of trick this was. How the weak are playing tricks. It is definitely no match for the strong. You said you are best at thunder magic. Kana suddenly laughed, his eyes twinkling. Take a good look at the top of your head. Laxus looked over his head sharply, his pupils tightening. This is it. The top is filled with densely packed cards, covering 3 layers. These cards are covered with lightning magic that is a bit thrilling even for Laxus. This is lightning superimposed on everything. When was it arranged? Laxus couldn't figure this out. Suddenly, he suddenly remembered. When the smoke is just released, there is plenty of time to shoot out a lot of cards. Damn it! Laxus was angry. He didn't expect that he would suffer such a big loss due to his carelessness. Taste what it feels like to be struck by lightning. The fate of Zhao Lei. Kana manipulated the cards, and the thunder and lightning magic on the cards became more intense. They were connected together and formed into thunder pillars that fell downwards. Laxus' pupils reflected the thunder and lightning like a punishment from heaven, and he suddenly laughed inexplicably. The thunder pillar fell and penetrated the earth. Everyone at Fairy Tale was shocked and extremely excited. I didn't expect that even Kana would become so strong. Haha, that Laxus usually looks down on us, so he must be at a disadvantage now. Let's see how he still hangs out in the guild. Everyone in the guild was whispering to each other, and they all looked like the outcome was decided. Joke. Such terrifying lightning. Even if Laxus is a lightning mage, having lightning resistance is not enough. This power is almost comparable to S-level magic. Ye Nan sat on the chair and narrowed her eyes when looking at Lei Zhu. Kana is in trouble. The thunder pillar dispersed. Laxus' unscathed figure appeared, slowly breathing hot air from his mouth. Even the corners of his clothes were not damaged at all. Seeing this, Kana took a few steps back in panic. What? This is impossible. This is impossible. She made a shocking calculation and finally managed to arrange 3 connected layers of lightning-guided cards, but the result was S-level magic power, no injuries at all. Impossible. I don't believe it. 2 cards appeared in Kana's hand and he fired them, the explosion of the sun. Facing these 2 flaming cards, Laxus didn't even bother to hide. The thunder and lightning on his body emerged, thunder strike gun. Huge thunder and lightning gathered in Laxus' hand, forming a spear. Throw it out. The spear carried unparalleled volts and penetration, quickly destroying the 2 cards and heading straight for Kana. Kana's eyes reflected the shadow of the spear, and she shed unwilling tears. Father! I can't seem to catch up with you. Bang! The entire guild trembled and trembled under the power of this spear. Smoke rises. Everyone at Fairy Tale looked solemnly at Kana's location. What about the result? How did it turn out? Kana, should she? Everyone was extremely worried and did not want to see this scene. No. Erza's eyes flashed with an inexplicable look. He took action. Everyone was stunned. Then he reacted and his expression suddenly cheered up. The smoke cleared. The corners of Laxus' lips curled up, his eyes challenging. You can't help but take action after all. Before. Kana was in a daze, staring blankly at the boy standing in front of her. When the lightning gun was only 1 millimeter away from the eyeball, Ye Nan's face was full of indifference. Wei grabbed it. The lightning strike gun that was so fierce just now deflated, turned into thunder and lightning, and disappeared from the spot. Ye Nan stood in front of Kana and stared at Laxus. Have you had enough trouble? If not, I will accompany you now. You. Kana's face turned red and she was about to cry. She slightly tugged at the corner of Ye Nan's clothes. No need, really no need. Ye Nan turned around and smiled brightly. You have worked very hard, come on. After receiving recognition for the first time, Kana's eyes were now filled with Ye Nan's figure, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Yet. Have you had enough of playing house? Laxus looked at this scene unhappily from the side. It's just a cuddle between weak people, it's really annoying. What a family! Ye Nan turned around with a sarcastic face. Are you jealous? Your grandpa? At the mention of the old man, Laxus's pupils tightened and his fists clenched, then he slowly loosened his fists, took a deep breath, and said seriously, Ye Nan, today is not the time to fight with you, just wait, until the day of the S-level assessment, I will defeat you with my own hands. Let that old guy see how unbearable the bonds, beliefs, and family he has always relied on are. In this world, only power is the most real. Laxus spoke grandly, put his hands in his pockets, turned into a bolt of lightning, and flew out of the guild through the ceiling. Disappeared in front of everyone. Everyone at Fairy Tale was unhappy and made rude remarks. What? What did that guy Laxus say about defeating Ye Nan? The title of Light Dragon has spread throughout the continent. How can a mere Laxus be the opponent of our little Ye Nan? I have to say that Laxus's popularity in this guild is very poor. Those who open their mouths are weak, those who close their mouths are useless, and their nostrils are raised to the sky. No one will like such a person. Everyone in the Fairy Tale Guild doesn't have a good impression of Laxus. Ye Nan turned around, but her eyes remained firm. I actually don't have much confidence that I can win against Laxus, but I will try my best to make Laxus pay the price. In the S-level assessment. Chapter 31. The next day. Early in the morning. The guild was still as usual, but the difference was that the atmosphere was a little more serious, and even the people who usually held banquets in the guild were wearing formal attire. Ye Nan, Lami, and Erza were all in the crowd, while Kana was drinking alone on the side. Even the solitary Laxus stood in the group for the first time, casting hostile glances at Ye Nan from time to time. Ye Nan ignored it. In such an atmosphere, Makarov's figure slowly walked out from the backstage, jumped to the handrail on the second floor, and looked down at the guild people. The annual S-class magician assessment officially begins now. As the words fall. Silence. Goo. Everyone in the guild was nervous. Even Ye Nan and others tightened their nerves and did not dare to slack off at all. A parchment roll opens. Makarov slowly read the name above. Erza. Erza's beautiful figure stood out from the crowd, and her heroic posture made Mage curl his lips in displeasure. Mirajane. With the arrogant expression like you know I'm here, Mirajane emerged from the crowd with her arms folded, her fangs exposed, and her eyes full of motivation. Kana. Kana, who was drinking alone, stopped and stood unsteadily in front. Laxus. Laxus walked away slowly, full of dominance, and came to the front. And. Makarov paused as he muttered a name. Everyone in the guild suddenly became nervous. Never be yourself. Finally. Ye Nan. Ye Nan smiled and walked slowly out of the crowd. Finish reading. Makarov closed the parchment, raised his head, looked at everyone at Fairy Tale, and said seriously, the above are the people who will go to Tianlang Island to take the S-level assessment this time. There was silence in the guild for a moment. Then, there was a deafening cheer. Every time this time comes, it is a day of cheers. Everyone in the guild was discussing. Incredible. It's really incredible. None of these people are adults. This is definitely the assessment of the youngest S-class generation since the establishment of the guild. It feels like times have changed. I'm afraid we old antiques will be eliminated soon. Overall it's still a blessing. Everyone in Fairy Tale has no jealousy towards the people standing in front, only a deep sense of joy. The stronger the family, the better. Ye Nan looked back at Fairy Tale like this and showed a smile of relief. I'm afraid this kind of atmosphere can only be achieved in Fairy Tale. This is absolutely impossible in other guilds. Ye Nan does not regret joining Fairy Tale. The next moment, Makarov jumped from the second floor, setting off smoke. The contestants will take the boat with me to take part in the assessment, while the rest will stay with the guild. Give an order. Everyone obeyed, and Ye Nan and the others followed Makarov and walked out of the Union door. Afternoon. Tianlang Island. At this moment, Ye Nan and his group came to the outer layer of Tianlang Island, which was a beach, and there was a boat that the group came on the shoal. Makarov led them, walking in front, and said, Tianro Island is the holy land of fairy tale and the origin of fairy tale. The hometown of the first president Mavis is on Tianro Island, so this place is very important to us. Ye Nan and the others listened carefully to what Makarov said. Only Laxus was distracted, turning his head to look at the sea, wondering what he was thinking. So, Makarov stopped. Ye Nan and Laxus behind them also stopped, and Laxus even turned his head. He also looked like he was listening carefully. Makarov looked at every young face present and smiled, You are all young fairies, and the future of fairies belongs to you. But now, Makarov's expression became serious. Because you are too young, you even need to go through a more stringent assessment than the previous S-class magicians. In the past, as long as there were enough S-class magicians, 2 people would pass. And now, your qualification is 1 person. Makarov spat out cruel words word by word. In other words, among people like you, the ones who finally pass. Only 1. After saying that, Laxus suddenly laughed, clenched his fists, and sent out electric sparks. Ha ha ha, just what I wanted. Only by selecting the strongest magician can he become S-class. Makarov glanced at it and said nothing. After all, in a sense, Laxus is right. This S-level assessment is essentially to select the first person of the younger generation. Facing the old man's silence, Laxus smiled even more happily. Ye Nan stood up next to him, looked at Makarov and said, In that case, old man, please explain the rules of this S-level assessment. Hearing this, all the other contestants looked towards Makarov with questioning eyes. Makarov did not hide anything and directly talked about the rules. There are various beasts on Tianro Island. Gildarts and I arranged 3 sets of number plates from 1 to 10 and placed them on random beasts. After collecting a set of number plates from 1 to 10, we need to go there. Makarov pointed his finger at the Sirius tree and continued. When you get there, you will meet Gildarts on a necessary road. As long as your strength can be recognized by him, you can go to the tomb of the first generation and participate in the final assessment. Ye Nan understood these rules and nodded silently. To put it simply, there are 3 groups in total. Once you collect the number cards from 1 to 10, you will be qualified to challenge Gildarts. There is no limit on the source of the number plates from 1 to 10. In other words, even if it is taken away from others. If you are unlucky, you might be eliminated from the beginning. And there are 3 sets of number plates in total. This means that out of the 5 of them, only 3 will be qualified to challenge Gildarts, and the rest will all be eliminated. It's really a cruel rule. Ye Nan lowered his head and murmured alone. Makarov took a deep look at Ye Nan, and then said to everyone, Then the above is the entire content of this S-level assessment. About the final assessment, I won't reveal it until you get there. So everyone, come on. After saying these words, Makarov flew into the forest at extremely fast speed and disappeared from sight. There are only 5 assessors left. Chapter 32. Then we are all competitors now, let's spread out and look for each other. Ye Nan said seriously to Erza, Mirajane, and Kana. Just what I want. Mirajane looked excited and had high fighting spirit. I don't want to find the number with this pervert. The corner of Ye Nan's mouth twitched, wondering how much resentment this Mirajane had towards him. Even now I still remember the name S*X Demon. This title is really as tenacious as that damn Dragon Slayer title. Erza had no intention of going with them. She looked at the road on the far right and pointed, I'll go this way. Then I'll go this way. In order to fight against Erza, Mirajane specifically chose the leftmost path. After witnessing Erza and Mirajane leaving, Ye Nan moved his gaze to Kana, the only one who had not left yet. That guy Laxus had already chosen a random path and left as soon as the president left. There are only 2 of them now. Where are you going? Kana asked, looking to the side with bright eyes. Ye Nan answered without hesitation. I'll take the middle path, the one Laxus took just now. Kana's eyes suddenly became complicated. Yesterday, Laxus was unharmed by the thunder pillar attack she arranged. I'll come with you. It just so happens that I'm also looking for that guy Laxus. I have a debt to settle with him. Ye Nan nodded and did not refuse. One more person means more strength. With Kana's strength, although he can't fight head-on, there is still no problem in playing support from the side. That's fine. Ye Nan and Kana walked into the middle road together. Everyone entered the forest. The deepest part of Tenro Island. First generation cemetery. Makarov drank wine and together with Gildarts beside him, came to the grave of the first generation and sat cross-legged in front of it. The third generation fairy tale guild president, Makarov, together with guild members Gildarts, laid the foundation stone for the first generation. Makarov's cheeks were drunk and he was shaking his head. And I've also brought the new generation of guild power. They will put on the most gorgeous show in front of you, the first generation. Gildarts on the side was also drunk and echoed Makarov's words, yet. Located on the other side of Tenro Island. Erza was staring at the surroundings warily, exuding the pressure of a swordsman. Her armor had been put on, and her sword had been unsheathed. Sudden. There was an unknown sound rustling in the grass not far away. Who? Erza's eyes narrowed and she stared at the grass warily. Soon. A large number of rats with red eyes rushed out of the grass and headed straight for Erza. Change your clothes. Heavenly Wheel Sword of Chaos. Without any panic, Erza changed into the armor of family. Leap high. Countless swords surrounded Erza. Moment. At the same time, the sword spurted out. Whoosh. Blood splattered everywhere. He was hit by countless rats with red eyes and fell tragically into a pool of blood. At the same time, the other half of Tenro Island. Mirajane turned into the devil Satan, grabbed the tail of a huge monster and smashed it on the ground. What's wrong? Haha, monster, weren't you very arrogant just now? The monster left miserable tears and left unwillingly. Before death, a number plate fell down. This is. Mirajane was stunned for a moment, but quickly realized that this was probably the number plate needed to pass the test this time. I didn't expect to be so lucky. Mirajane picked up the number plate and took a look at it. Several veins appeared on her head. This uncle. Next to the number 8 on the number plate, there is a unique photo with the words gift from Gildarts written on it. Sooner or later I will tear this lecherous uncle and that pervert in half. Mirajane tore up the photo, accepted the number plate, and left the place to continue looking for other remaining number plates. Relatively. Ye Nan and Kana, who were walking on the middle road, had a safe journey and did not encounter any monsters at all. While walking, suddenly I heard a huge rumble in front of me, as well as dazzling thunder and lightning. That is. Kana was stunned for a moment. Ye Nan said without hesitation, it seems that Laxus guy is in front. Let's go quickly. Maybe we can meet that guy. That guy in front has stolen a lot of our prey. Yet. Kana nodded, his expression serious. There is no doubt about Laxus's strength. If he were in front, they wouldn't even have a sip of soup. All the monsters have been snatched away. Let's go quickly. Ye Nan urged. Ye Nan and Kana rushed towards the place where the loud noise was coming. Beside the grave of the first generation. Makarov drank, shaking the glass in his hand, and smiled. Gildarts, you thought it was those 3 little guys coming to us. Ha ha ha. Gildarts laughed a few times and kept the smile on his face. Who knows, it wouldn't be surprising for any of them to come in front of us. After all, we are all the proud sons of heaven. Makarov was stunned, and then started laughing. Also, Fairy Tail's new generation has great potential. Gildarts, here's to celebrating the dawn of a new era. Makarov raised his glass and invited him to drink. Gildarts also raised his glass, with an equally happy expression on his face. They all know that a new era is coming. This era is unique to Fairy Tail. In the forest, Laxus's clothes were slightly stained with dust and he looked calmly. This huge dead creature in front of me. Stretch out your hand. A number 4 appeared in Laxus' hand. For a guy of this level, no matter how much he comes, it's all in vain. Laxus was about to turn around and leave. In his opinion, this exam was too boring. It's better to end it quickly. Just as he was about to take a step, Laxus stopped in place, turned his gaze to the depths of the forest, and grinned. Here he comes. On the shadow side of the forest, 2 figures moved quickly. Came into the sunshine, came in front of Laxus. Ye Nan held Kana's hand with a serious and angry expression. She recalled what Laxus had done before and became angry. Got you. Laxus. Bang. Endless lightning surrounded Laxus, and his arrogant smile was unbridled. You've come just in time, Ye Nan, let's have a fight and see who is the strongest in Fairy Tail. Chapter 33. There was an atmosphere of war in the air, as Ye Nan and Laxus faced off against each other. Neither of them dared to be careless at all. Appear. The half-dragon's blue-eyed body appeared, shining brightly under the light of the sun. No matter how many times I see it, I still think it's beautiful. Kana thought in his heart, took out 2 cards from his pocket, and stood ready. The figure standing in front of her made her unable to help but fall into the memories of a year ago. Who is that? Kana thought a year ago. Seeing Ye Nan being brought into the guild by Gildarts, I envied this boy from the bottom of my heart. How freely he could greet Gildarts, her father. Drawing thoughts from the past to the present. Kana looked at Laxus solemnly, the card in his hand burst into flames, not daring to be careless. Even though he was 1 against 2, Laxus showed no fear on his face and his eyes were full of confidence. Whoosh! Kana panicked, and Laxus completely disappeared in front of her. Careful, Kana! Ye Nan's anxious voice sounded from the side. Kana turned her head, her pupils tightened, and Laxus teleported in front of her, hitting her with a fist carrying thunder and lightning. Thunder fist! Oops, it's too late! Kana screamed frantically in his heart, get away quickly, but it had no effect at all. The gap in physical ability could not be avoided at all. Crisis time! Kana saw a figure standing in front of her, her pupils tightened, Ye Nan. Bang! Dragon Claw and Thunder Fist collided, producing a secondary effect. A powerful explosion occurred. The aftermath blew Kana's whole body away and fell to the ground. Just like the replay of that day's fight in the guild. The moment the two collide, an absolute realm was suddenly formed. Along the central aftermath, all surrounding animals and plants were unable to survive and suffered a devastating blow. Potholes appear. Neither Ye Nan nor Laxus would let go, and they were constantly competing for strength. The potholes under my feet are getting deeper and deeper. Is that all you have? Ye Nan. Laxus's head was dripping with sweat, but he still refused to be outdone. Ye Nan also shed some sweat on her head, but Laxus's progress was a bit scary. He might have transplanted the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic crystal and became a Dragon Slayer. The growth of the body is truly astonishing. You're still far behind. Ye Nan suddenly exerted force, and powerful force was released along the dragon's claws. Feeling this oppressive force, Laxus did not choose to resist, but directly turned into thunder and lightning and moved not far away. Chance. Kana saw the opportunity and saw the opportunity. The two cards in his hand were equipped with thunder and lightning magic. The fate of Zhao Lei. Ye Nan looked from the side and saw that Kana added lightning magic to the card, and couldn't help shouting, "Kana, don't use lightning magic." What? Kana was stunned for a moment, but it was too late. The two magic spells with thunder and lightning had already been shot out. Snort! Facing the two cards, Laxus's mouth curved into a sneer and he opened his mouth. One time. He bit down on two cards, steam coming out of the corner of his mouth. Laxus's whole body became even more powerful, and the magic power he had just consumed became abundant. The thunder and lightning carried on the card has disappeared. What? Kana's eyes widened in disbelief. Why was Laxus able to catch her attack with his teeth without hiding when facing lightning? Is the gap between them really that big? The magic is restored. Kana couldn't believe her eyes. At this time, Ye Nan came over, patted the shoulder of Kana who was still conquering the gods, looked at Laxus and said solemnly, "This is not your problem, but Laxus, he has become the dragon slayer of thunder. Thunder attribute attacks are useless to him, but will become his food." What? Kana couldn't believe what she heard. The lightning attack was ineffective and she continued to replenish supplies. Is Dragon Slayer really so invincible? Laxus in front of him exhaled hot breath. "Thanks for your treatment." Next moment, Laxus disappeared from the spot and disappeared from Kana's sight again. Ye Nan sensed something and rose into the air, grabbing out with a pair of sharp dragon claws. Directly intercepted the high-speed moving Laxus. "The same trick won't work the second time," Ye Nan said in a deep voice, with fighting spirit and anger in his eyes. Laxus was surrounded by thunder and lightning, and his fighting spirit became more intense. "Don't get in the way." The punch that entangled the thunder and lightning struck again. Ye Nan dodged and kicked Laxus down with an overhead kick. Smoke shrouds. A huge pothole appeared on the ground. Just before the smoke dissipated, thunder and lightning rose from the smoke, and Laxus jumped into the air again, his muscles flexing. Jaws of the Thunder Dragon. The power of the huge Thunder Dragon gathered on both fists and struck out together, hitting Ye Nan who was suspended in the air. "Dragon claws protect your face." Ye Nan was directly knocked out, and several big trees fell down. Smoke also rose. Kana covered her face, choked twice, and shouted worriedly, "Ye Nan!" In the smoke, Ye Nan's voice came out, especially excited, "It's okay. Rush out instantly." It turned into an afterimage and came to Laxus. The roar of the silver dragon. The huge dragon's roar turned into a deadly demonic sound from Ye Nan's mouth, disturbing everyone who heard it. Kana on the ground covered her ears, fell to her knees and looked at the two people in the sky with despair. Can I really defeat the two of them and become an S-class mage? Those two monster-like guys. In sight. Laxus's whole body was wrapped with thunder and lightning, and his body was covered with dust. His clothes had been destroyed by the explosion of muscles, and his 8-pack abs were exposed, like a god of thunder. Similarly, half of Ye Nan's body was shining brightly, and her unique dragon body was roaring like a dragon at this moment, like an ancient dragon that had been extinct for 400 years and reappeared in the world. Why is the gap between people so big? Kana knelt down weakly on the ground, covered her ears, and cried silently, her tears flowing to the ground. Woohoo! In the fight between these two people, she couldn't even intervene. Laxus moved several times, and she couldn't even catch it with her naked eyes. If it weren't for Ye Nan's help, she might have been knocked down by Laxus from the beginning. I don't even have the right to cry here. What's the point of such a life? Kana burst into tears, very sad. Chapter 34. Sirius Island. The other side. What's that sound, dragon? Erza stopped fighting, her sword staying in the air without continuing to swing. The monster in front of me had already covered its ears, kept wailing, rolling on the ground, and letting out shrill screams. Erza made a judgment in the next moment, and a name flashed in her mind. Ye Nan. Ye Nan must have been fighting with someone. Who could force this move out? What on earth happened? Erza looked towards the distance of the forest, as if she wanted to see the situation clearly. Mirajane clenched her fists in excitement and laughed with a pair of fangs. This is Ye Nan's voice, it's correct. Ha ha ha. Sister Mirajane is here. Leaping up to the tree, Mirajane kept jumping between the trees. It soon disappeared without a trace. And in the deepest part of Tianro Island, located under the Sirius tree, in front of the tomb of the first generation, Makarov listened to this sudden roar in surprise, with a look of surprise on his face. Is this a dragon? Gildarts' solemn look came from the side. Old man, look. Makarov was stunned for a moment, then looked up at the air in the forest, looking at the magic power of Tianro Island, full of astonishment. How is it possible? The magic power of Tianlang Island is trembling. In the center, Laxus looked excited. In order not to be disturbed by the sound, he took the initiative to use the lightning magic in his body to destroy his eardrums. Now he can't hear anything. Ha ha ha, that's it, Ye Nan, let's have a fun duel. The berserker-like Laxus struck again, and the magic power of the thunder dragon covered his fists. This magic makes a sizzling sound. Thunder dragon's collapse fist. Laxus' fist shrouded in thunder and lightning blasted out, heading towards Ye Nan's face. No panic. Ye Nan's face remained calm, and everything was as he expected, except that Laxus used lightning to destroy his eardrums to break his silver dragon's roar, which was a bit unexpected. Everything else is under control. You've fallen into a trap, Laxus. Ye Nan said, and activated this very dangerous magic that he had never activated before. The power of blue eyes. This skill already exists, and its power is terrifying. However, because the changes in the eyes will be particularly obvious when activated, people with rich combat experience will avoid these eyes, so it needs to be designed. It's too late for Laxus to close his eyes now. Ye Nan's eyes changed strangely, turning into dragon eyes and vertical pupils, and his whole body exuded indescribable power. Nanny. Laxus looked at the changes in Ye Nan's eyes and wanted to close them, but it was too late. Until Ye Nan's transformation was completed, she couldn't close her eyes successfully. What's this? Laxus braved the unparalleled dragon's power and moved forward bravely, but his body was constantly trembling, and he could not exert his full strength. Even vaguely, Laxus even saw Ye Nan in front of him turn into a blue-eyed white dragon, and this terrifying white dragon was looking directly at him. Nothing was done though. But Laxus still couldn't find the courage to challenge. Horrible! Damn it! Who do you think I am? I'm Laxus! Laxus roared, the lightning on his body exploded, and he swung his fist at the blue-eyed white dragon in front of him. Just an ordinary fist. Laxus quickly seemed like a century had passed. Awesome, how dare you face your fear? Ye Nan praised her without hesitation, which was worthy of Chen's praise. The hymn of mankind is the hymn of courage. Laxus is able to face his fears and has the courage to shake his fist at them, which in itself is a strong quality. But Ye Nan looked at Laxus' fist in silence and did not choose to dodge it, but directly faced it. When the fist touched his cheek, it didn't cause any ripples and landed quietly on it. What kind of power is there in the fist that was thrown out by fear? Ye Nan explained softly, and the pressure on her body disappeared. At this time, Thunder Dragon Square Heavenly Halberd. The terrifying power of thunder and lightning gathered in Laxus's hand and formed into a large halberd. This thunder halberd was not facing Ye Nan. Rather, Laxus himself. Without the slightest hesitation, Laxus inserted the thunder halberd into his thigh, and blood flowed down his thigh. Dropped to the ground. Still dripping. With such a horrific injury, Laxus didn't even frown. He just looked at his thigh quietly, then raised his head to look at Ye Nan. This way we can continue to have a good fight. Sharp. Ye Nan gave Laxus praise for the second time, being able to use pain to dispel the fear in his heart by hurting himself. What kind of awareness is required to be able to do such a thing? Let's leave aside the concept of character. In terms of strength and fighting will, Laxus is definitely a fairy tale T0 level monster. Then keep fighting. Since his thighs could not move, Laxus grinned, opened his mouth, and continued to inhale the magic in the air. Apatosauruses, roar! The terrifying thunder dragon lightning spurted out from Laxus's mouth, and the roaring thunder and lightning shock waves destroyed the world, constantly tearing apart everything under his powerful magic power. Facing this blow full of enlightenment, Ye Nan laughed, the fighting spirit in his eyes rising to an all-time high. That's right, Laxus. That's it. Fight. Invincible. Strong. The strongest. The power of the blue eyes white dragon, fully activated. Suddenly, the dragon scales on Ye Nan's face had a faint tendency to spread, covering 2/3 of her cheeks, almost becoming a dragon. Laxus. Let me use my strongest skills to entertain you. Ye Nan also opened his mouth and continued to absorb the magic power in the air. The amount of magic he inhaled was about 10 times that of Laxus just now, and his expression became serious. Exploding. Wind destruction bomb. The even more terrifying roar of the white dragon erupted from Ye Nan's mouth, and the dazzling white light covered the entire forest. In an instant, it seemed as if the world was only white. The world of thunder and lightning collided with the white world. Roar to roar. In the end, Ye Nan's bursting blast bomb was superior, directly destroying Laxus' roar. The terrifying white light shock wave hit where Laxus was. Chapter 35. That's it, Ye Nan. Laxus looked like he was going crazy. He was not afraid of the white shock wave that hit him, but instead he screamed. Boom! A huge rumbling sound was heard. This boom made Kana on the side stop crying. She clenched her fists and clutched the soil on the ground. I must become an S-class mage. After saying that, Kana stood up again with firm eyes. He looked towards the battlefield opposite. The huge smoke slowly dissipated, and the forest on Laxus' side was completely destroyed by the white dragon's roar. Hoo! Zizi! The remaining lightning in Laxus seemed to gently tell people that he was now at the end of his strength. I will never give up. Laxus raised his head with firm eyes. Even though his body was scarred, his firm will could not be destroyed. Broken eardrum. The thigh was stabbed, and all the magic power in his body was exhausted by the roar just now. But so what? As long as he still has a breath of existence, this battle will not be over. He, Laxus, didn't lose. Holding up his heavy eyelids with his strong will, Laxus tried to take a step, but almost fell down. Ye Nan frowned and couldn't bear to look at it. You are already injured like this, do you still want to continue fighting? No matter what, Laxus is a member of the guild. He is the grandson of President Makarov. It's family. Yes, Laxus's philosophy is indeed different from fairy tales, but in the final analysis, he is thinking about the guild. Ultimately, the current Laxus is just an immature, rebellious stage. It's just a child who hopes to be pampered by grandpa. Ye Nan's words did not receive any response. But the look in Laxus's eyes told him this much. He will never admit defeat. He's really a kid who won't grow up. After whispering, Ye Nan finally decided to help Laxus and walked over slowly, just have a good sleep. The power of a dragon exuded from his body. At the end of his life, Laxus relied on his will to wait and see. Ye Nan in front of him had transformed from a human into a noble, majestic silver-white dragon. The giant dragon was roaring gently at him, as if it didn't want to hurt him. It's really a powerful yet gentle stupid dragon. Laxus smiled bitterly a few times, and kept his body strong until now, unwilling to fall down for a long time. He is not willing to give in. He can still fight again. Fight with the stupid dragon in front of you until the end of the world. But my health is not working anymore. Laxus felt his vision gradually blurring under his eyelids, and he was about to faint. Seeing how powerful it used to be. Now that Laxus is so embarrassed but unwilling to admit defeat, Ye Nan's eyes show sympathy, and all the grudges and hatreds in the past are gone. All that remains is admiration for Laxus. What a talent! However, even if it is a beautiful jade, it needs careful carving before it can become a gem that everyone loves. Ye Nan looked at Laxus and walked quickly. 2 cards flew by. Hit Laxus. Flames ignited on his body, and Laxus, who was already at the end of his strength, gritted his teeth to prevent himself from moaning in pain, feeling the burning of the flames. 2 more cards appeared in Kana's hand, with freezing magic attached. Death's Icicle. Without any hesitation, Kana's eyes were cold and the 2 cards flew out. Boom! Hit! However, Kana's eyes suddenly widened, flashing and shaking. Ye Nan. At the critical moment, Ye Nan, who was standing in front of Laxus, blocked the card for Laxus without any resistance or even defense. Changed back to normal human form. The body has already frozen. Laxus's eyes widened from behind, and his eyes kept trembling. This scene really shocked him. Ye Nan, who was a relentless enemy just now, actually blocked the attack for him. That's enough, Kana. Ye Nan said matter-of-factly, with soft eyes, Laxus has received the punishment he deserves. You also gave him 2 cards, which is considered repayment. No matter what, we are still family, right? Kana took a deep look at Ye Nan's frozen body, slowly put away the cards, crossed his hands, and said with a tsundere expression, since you said so, then forget it, but... Kana looked at Laxus behind her. I don't recognize that guy as my family. After saying that, Kana walked towards the depths of the forest and disappeared from sight. Ye Nan saw Kana leaving and breathed a sigh of relief. Then he turned his head and looked at Laxus, who was still dazed behind him, and snatched all the numbers from Laxus' pocket. This is my trophy, no problem. Ye Nan grabbed this string of numbers, including 8, 6, 7, and 1. Laxus was unable to reply and kept panting. When Ye Nan saw Laxus didn't answer, she took it as if he agreed. Then you should reflect here on what you have done before. Ye Nan gave Laxus a final, deep look, then turned around and left in another direction of the forest. This place. Only Laxus was left standing there blankly, covered in bruises and panting. What a humiliation! A final thought flashed through Laxus's mind before he fell to the ground, unconscious. In front of the tomb of the first generation, Gildarts, who was drinking, suddenly asked, "Old man, are you satisfied with the kid Laxus?" Makarov paused while pouring the wine, and his expression became complicated. It's not satisfied, but it's not dissatisfied either. Makarov had a happy smile on his face. I remember Laxus used to tell me with a smile when he was little. When he grows up, he will turn fairy tale into the best guild. Gildarts lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. Is this so? What are you talking about? Keep drinking, drink. Yes, come on, cheers. Makarov and Gildarts drank together and got very drunk. Hard to imagine. When the next 3 challengers come, will Gildarts still have the ability to fight? It's really doubtful. Evening. In the long night, Tianlang Island is like a paradise, independent on the sea. Huge magical power protects this quiet and peaceful island. The stars in the sky are connected. Both Makarov and Gildarts were drunk and fell to the ground, snoring. In front of the tomb. The tomb of the first generation exudes a soft light, and a barefoot girl can be faintly seen. He was sitting on the grave, swinging his legs. I'm really looking forward to it. Farewell time. Chapter 36. Silent Forest. 2 shadows appeared on the left and right, moving rapidly. Sensing something, Erza stopped running quickly and raised her head to a tree not far away. Mirajane's figure appeared, also looking at each other. TCH. Mirajane curled her lips in displeasure. I didn't expect to meet a coward like you here. Erza was also a little uncomfortable and stared with sharp eyes. I didn't expect to meet an ugly guy like you here. Mirajane's eyes fell on Erza's waist. Through powerful vision, she clearly saw the numbers 4, 6, 1, 2, and 3. I didn't expect that you, a coward like you, haven't been eliminated yet and collected 5 numbers. Mirajane showed no mercy. Erza was not to be outdone and sarcastically said, that's right. I'm afraid you, the ugly guy, haven't collected as many numbers as the coward like me. Mirajane was not angry and took out the number in her hand. It shows 5 numbers 8, 5, 7, 9, and 10. These are exactly what Erza doesn't have. It seems that this battle is destined. Whoever wins will be able to advance and become an S-class mage. Mirajane's eyes sharpened, she transformed, and the demon Satan appeared, pointing his sharp claws at Erza. The long red hair dances in the wind. Erza put on a set of black feather armor, with a pair of black wings on her back, and the armor was all black. A magic circle appeared in his hand. Erza took out a long gun from the arsenal. The evil destroying gun. A spear that can destroy all evil forces. It has an extremely powerful restraint effect on demons. Mirajane was not afraid at all, put on a posture, and even more sarcastically said, she still looks like that, she has always been a cowardly girl who restrains herself and doesn't dare to fight head-on. That's right. Erza flipped up her red hair, feeling not ashamed but proud, a reckless and ugly guy like you probably doesn't know what fighting wisdom is. What did you say? Mirajane looked angry. He stepped forward and rushed towards him at a fast speed. Then let me see what your so-called combat wisdom looks like. Erza thrust out a spear with great force, carrying the wind. Mirajane's claws parried the spear, making a metallic clang sound, and she laughed excitedly. No. Erza, is this all you have? There was no response, and Erza swiped her spear. Mirajane retreated to avoid. Seeing this, Erza stopped her movements and rushed towards him. The spear kept waving in his hand. The demon wings behind Mirajane flapped, creating a violent wind. Erza was so blown away that she couldn't keep her eyes open and quickly covered her face. Mirajane then took advantage of the victory and clawed at Erza's face. Although Erza had her eyes closed, her ears were still hearing sharply. When you hear the sound, you know what Mirajane wants to do. Change the position of the spear in your hand. Erza took it in her hand and turned it. The wind is waving. This spear has a strong evil destroying property. I didn't dare to break through it head-on. I directly controlled my claws to retreat and put some distance away. The confrontation ended temporarily. Taking advantage of this gap, Erza quickly opened her eyes and looked at Mirajane, her expression wary and unwilling to be outdone. I haven't seen any improvement in strength in a few days. In the past, I almost cried when I beat her. Mirajane also put on a defensive posture and stared, what nonsense are you talking about? But you, in the past, you were not able to say anything even if I didn't criticize you? Why are you so sharp today? Hey! Taking a deep breath of the magic contained in the air, Erza took advantage of the victory and ran over, waving her big gun. Mirajane jumped into the tree. When it comes to agility, she is even better than Erza. Erza followed suit and jumped into the air. The big gun carries the power of destroying demons. Swept out. Mirajane dodged, with air control in her hands. After dodging, she waved her devil wings and teleported behind Erza. The sky is my domain. Grabbing Erza, making her unable to move. Erza's expression tightened and she continued to struggle. Useless. Mirajane laughed wildly and locked her arms harder. The power of an ordinary person like Erza. How can it compare to the power of a demon like her? All wasted effort. Erza didn't panic at all, but stopped struggling. Have you given up? Erza, as long as you give me your number, I will let you go. Mirajane was proud and kept persuading her. With an expressionless face, Erza's light changed again. The conversion ends. Mirajane almost couldn't move and fell to the ground. Fortunately, she finally flapped her wings to stabilize herself. Erza had changed into a new armor at this time. The basic color is silver-white, covering the whole body without leaving any gaps. There are pieces of armor protruding between the arms, and the white shields are held in both hands. It is Erza's most defensive armor. Diamond armor. When Mirajane saw Erza put on this armor, she understood what she was planning. I want to transform into a hedgehog through this armor. None of her attacks have any effect on Erza. I didn't expect you to have armor like a turtle shell. Mirajane mocked. She had already seen Erza display armor that she had never seen before in this battle. It seems that Erza has put a lot of effort into this S-level assessment. The corner of Erza's mouth curled up. How's it going? Do you have any idea? Veins appeared on Mirajane's head, and the wings on her back carried Erza upward into the sky. Don't underestimate me. Look how I destroy your turtle shell. When Erza saw Mirajane lift her completely into the sky, reaching a height where she could almost see the entire Tianro Island, she understood what she was planning. Do you want to fall from a high altitude like an eagle catching a turtle, and use the impact to break my armor? Erza asked, her tone almost certain. Mirajane raised the corners of her mouth. That's right. Don't be afraid. If you surrender to me, call me Mirajane, I was wrong, and kowtow to me 3 times, I will forgive you. Erza just looked down at the whole view of Tenro Island and said nothing. Mirajane was sweating profusely. She had reached her limit by flying here and could not go any higher. How about it, Erza, are you scared? Mirajane looked at Erza defiantly. Erza was not afraid at all and answered. Afraid? I'm scared because you're such an ugly monster and you're panting now. I'm afraid you can't even fly safely now. Chapter 37. Tough talk. Mirajane finally said. But I'm a little different from the eagle you imagined. What? Erza was stunned. Then Mirajane took Erza downwards at a very fast speed. I told you, I won't give you any chance. If only it were like an eagle. If you let go once you reach a high altitude, I'm afraid it will give Erza a chance to turn defeat into victory. Mirajane would not make such a mistake. Let's fall to the ground together. Mirajane was faster, falling towards the ground rapidly. The surrounding scene is constantly changing. Some cold sweat dripped down Erza's forehead as she continued to struggle. Mirajane is very happy. It turns out that you also panic sometimes. Falling at a faster speed, Mirajane will not give Erza a chance to make a comeback. About to reach the ground. About there. Mirajane thought silently in her heart. Her original plan was to take Erza with her, then suddenly let go when she was about to land, and use her airborne properties to fly into the sky. Mirajane was about to let go. But surprisingly, I found that I couldn't let go no matter what. Mirajane took a look and saw that it was Erza's hand that firmly grasped her arm, preventing her from leaving. Damn it! Mirajane cursed. It's too late now. Erza smiled proudly and shouted. Let's go down together. Mirajane was so angry that she yelled. Damn it, Erza! The two of them fell to the ground together and fell into a big pit. Dust spreads. The other side. The hook of the silver dragon. Ye Nan directly penetrated the body of the monster in front of him with one shot, and a number appeared on his hand. Casually put the photo above into your pocket. Ye Nan looked at the number above. 2. Ye Nan put the number plate into his pocket. At present, he is still short of the last number 10 before he can go to the Sirius tree and face Gildarts. Thinking back to the old days with Gildarts. It seems like we haven't had a formal fight yet. Ye Nan is looking forward to seeing what kind of strength Gildarts has among the best in fairy tale. But there is no doubt that his strength is definitely much more terrifying than that guy Laxus. The current Laxus has not yet reached its peak. But Gildarts is already at its peak. It must be a hard battle. And, that revenge, damn it Gildarts. Ye Nan recalled what happened with the seal when he first joined the guild. Gildarts held him in place with veins popping out on his forehead. Ye Nan walked farther and farther, looking for monsters everywhere. Looking for the last number. The number 10. Two figures emerged from it, first Erza, then Mirajane. Who? Both gasped and looked at each other. A crack appeared in Erza's diamond armor, and as it spread, the entire armor was completely shattered, and the person fell into the light again. The dark protective shield on Mirajane's body disappeared little by little, and she was also panting. At the critical moment, she opened the protective shield. However, the protective cover consumes a lot of energy. She doesn't have much magic power left now. This is the end. Mirajane gasped, her claws extremely sharp. Dress up. Erza wore a bra wrap and wore fiery red trousers on her legs, with her skin exposed. Bring it on. The evil destroying spear in Erza's hand was also replaced by an ordinary sword. Mirajane's expression darkened. If she wins because Erza lets her, then it doesn't matter if she doesn't win. Where are your other weapons and armor, Erza? Mirajane shouted. Why don't you hide in that armor of yours? Use the aggressive method. Erza's face was calm, the breeze blew by, and one eye covered by red hair appeared, full of determination. No need. Erza's sword points directly at Mirajane. There is no use hiding in armor if I want to defeat you. And Erza changed the subject and was also out of breath. The magic power in her body was gradually exhausted, and she no longer had the strength to open the arsenal. He no longer has the ability to change to other armors. In order to block Mirajane's attack just now, Erza spent most of her magic power to enhance the defense of the diamond armor, and was able to barely withstand it. Mirajane doesn't know. She thought it was because Erza looked down on her, and the expression on her face became even more angry. Come on, Erza. Mirajane used her last strength to rush forward. At the same time, Erza also used her last strength to rush over, her sword shining with a dazzling cold light. A sharp edge flashed across. Mirajane had dozens of stab wounds on her body. She rolled her eyes and fainted on the ground. I win. Erza was half kneeling on the ground, maintaining her sword-wielding posture, and was about to stand up and declare victory. Severe pain in the abdomen. Mirajane's scratch directly destroyed Erza's bones. Bang! Erza fainted. This time, Erza vs Mirajane, a draw. Last number. Ye Nan knocked down the monster with one blow. After the monster was knocked down, a number engraved with 10 fell to the ground. Pick it up. Ye Nan walked towards the core of Tianlang Island, the Tianlang tree. No monster can stop him along the way. The only way to visit the tomb of the First Dynasty. Gildarts sat cross-legged on the ground and covered his head, feeling a little headache. I had a little too much wine last night. Even now my head is still a little dizzy. It would be nice if someone could come over and help me sober up. Gildarts was particularly distressed, holding his head. But I also understand that this is impossible. The numbers from 1 to 10 are not so easy to complete. It will probably take tomorrow before someone will challenge him. Just finished. Gildarts had already heard the footsteps, with a look of interest in his eyes. Now someone actually has the numbers together. Is it that little guy Ye Nan? The word Ye Nan just came out of my mouth. Ye Nan's slowly walking figure and whine appeared in Gildarts' sight, and Gildarts couldn't help but laugh. The sober man is here. Hey! Little Ye Nan, you're here. But I'm the one who planted this mountain. If you want to go over there, you have to knock me down. Gildarts said hello with a more serious look on his face. He stood up immediately. The body exuded unimaginable power. Under this power, Ye Nan even found it difficult to breathe. Take a deep breath and adjust yourself. Ye Nan came to Gildarts and looked at him. Uncle Gildarts, it's not easy to pass your test. Chapter 38. You said you could get through me easily. Gildarts laughed loudly as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. No one can get past him easily. Even the legendary black dragon Akulokia in Apocalypse, Gildarts believes that he will never pass easily. But now, he actually heard that someone could easily pass his test. How could it not be funny? Gildarts drew a circle with his foot. Ye Nan couldn't understand and was a little confused. Gildarts waved to him and said, "Come, if you can get me out of this circle, I will let you pass." Ye Nan suddenly laughed without knowing why. Isn't this simple? Simple. Gildarts laughed, but then his face became extremely serious, and his aura exploded with full force. Ye Nan felt like she had fallen into an endless abyss. This momentum is really terrifying. Really worthy of being the strongest in the guild, one of the best in fairy tale, Gildarts. Even Ye Nan felt the momentum carefully and silently estimated it. Even the end of the 10 saints would be hard-pressed to withstand this momentum. He really is no match. But it doesn't matter, he still has a trump card. Ye Nan raised the corners of his mouth and took out a bag. Gildarts didn't understand. Why are you holding a bag when you are about to fight? Could it be that there is a divine weapon inside? Ye Nan smiled mysteriously and took out a chicken drumstick from the bag. Gildarts, do you want to eat it? Oh. Of course. Gildarts' eyes were shining, and he was tempted by the delicious food. When he was about to go over to get the food, he suddenly paused. The feet quickly retracted. Gildarts wiped a cold sweat. Good boy, I almost fell into your trap. If he had gone out of the circle just now, he would have lost. But I really want to eat it. Gildarts swallowed. He had seen Ye Nan's craftsmanship before. This was simply heaven on earth. Do you want to eat? Ye Nan then seduces Gildarts, even placing chicken legs in the circle. Gildarts' eyes lit up and he quickly grabbed it with both hands. The next moment, Ye Nan took the chicken legs back and started eating by herself. While eating, he kept saying, "Forget it if you don't want to eat it. I'll eat it myself. It's a pity that you won't be able to enjoy such a good thing." Ye Nan bit off a piece of meat and looked intoxicated. It's fragrant and crispy, not bland but not salty, and the taste is just right. It's so good. Being able to eat wild game here, there is really nothing more wonderful in the world than this. Gildarts swallowed his saliva again, and tried several times to enjoy the food, but stopped again. Boy Ye Nan, don't try to seduce me. This trick will not work on me. I just finished saying this. Goo. Gildarts' stomach already made an unsatisfactory sound. Gildarts looked a little embarrassed, holding his stomach and pointing to the chicken drumstick in Ye Nan's hand. How about I share some? Ye rolled his eyes at him. It's not like I won't feed you. There's still a lot in this bag. You can take it yourself. Ye Nan placed the bag on the ground. Gildarts looked very ugly and was in a dilemma. Is food important? Or is fighting more important? He hesitated for less than a second. Gildarts made a decision and ran out of the circle, picked up the chicken drumsticks in the bag and ate them. FK the fight. There is nothing more important than delicious food. Gildarts took out the chicken legs and took the first bite. He was stunned on the spot with an intoxicated look on his face. It's so wonderful. The freshness of the fish and the flavor of the game are perfectly blended together to form a unique flavor. There is also the fragrance of grass in the chicken. When Gildarts opened his eyes again, the whole group has arrived in a grassland, with fish swimming in the water, deer in groups, and blue sky with white clouds. Gildarts is lying under the tree, quietly breathing the fresh air. Fantastic! Gildarts covered his cheek and returned to reality again. Opening his eyes, Gildarts pointed at the chicken leg. What kind of meat is this? Guess. Ye Nan smiled and moved his eyes to the back. But Uncle Gildarts, should you let me pass? You are already out of the circle. Gildarts was stunned for a moment, then looked back. At some point, he was already several meters away from the outside of the circle. The word well appeared on Gildarts' head, and he was annoyed with himself. Why was he so unable to resist temptation? So tempted by food. It doesn't count. It doesn't count this time, try again. At the critical moment, Gildarts acted like a child. Ye Nan was silent and looked at Gildarts with contempt. Go back on your word. Ahem. Gildarts coughed twice and changed the topic sharply. If you give me this bag of food, I will let you pass. A little food will get you through. What a bargain! Just when Gildarts thought Ye Nan was going to agree, Ye Nan spoke. Don't want? Then this bag will be. As soon as he finished speaking, Gildarts suddenly froze and his eyes widened. You refused? You actually refused? It's such a good deal, and you can get by as long as I give you some food. Gildarts looked even more anxious than Ye Nan. This food is so delicious. If Ye Nan doesn't agree, he can't continue eating. This feeling is simply worse than death. Gildarts shrugged. Can you tell me why? Ye Nan put on a JoJo face, and her style suddenly changed, and she answered. What I like most is saying no to people who are confident. Ah, is that so? Gildarts turned into bead-eyed, a little confused that Ye Nan still had such a habit. And Ye Nan's face returned to a normal face, and she suddenly smiled. 2/3 of her silver-white dragon scales covered her cheeks, and she once again transformed into a blue-eyed half-dragon form. I also want to try, the only S-class magician in the guild. The momentum exploded violently. Ye Nan seemed to have transformed into a blue-eyed white dragon, and her whole body was full of dragon power and aura. It's actually on par with the momentum Gildarts released just now. Interesting. Boy, if that's the case, then I'll make it happen for you. Gildarts vaguely saw a silver-white dragon, but he was not afraid at all, and his aura was released. Dragons are good dragons. But I am really being immature. Such a childish aura could not overwhelm him. Gildarts. He, Gildarts, is the only S-class mage in the guild. Momentum. The hellish aura that had just been withdrawn reappeared. Come on, boy. Waving gently, Gildarts continued to exude a strong aura behind him. Chapter 39. Without being polite, a ball of light appeared on the dragon claw on Ye Nan's hand, and a white magic circle appeared. Here we come, Uncle Gildarts. The blood is boiling in the body. Only when you fight against a strong player like Gildarts can your blood boil. Gildarts, he's so powerful. Come on, boy. With the corner of his mouth raised, Gildarts waved easily, signaling for him to come over. Ye Nan didn't hesitate, the light in her hand burst out, and she shouted. Blue-eyed Shiraishi. The terrifying light spread out and covered the surrounding area. Gildarts is in this area, motionless. Laughed. It's not enough. Little Ye Nan, at this level, let alone knock me down, you can't even move me a step. Gildarts stretched out his hand, and a terrifying white shock wave appeared from his hand, hitting the spreading white. Bang! All was calm. All the trees in front of Gildarts disappeared, leaving only a piece of scorched earth. Ye Nan put one hand on the ground, half kneeling on the ground, coughed out a mouthful of blood, and raised his head. You are so merciless. Uncle Gildarts. Gildarts smiled helplessly and said, You are not an opponent that can be dealt with mercilessly. Gildarts looked serious, and there was no smile on his face. I know this all too well. Feeling the tremendous pressure coming from Gildarts, Ye Nan only felt that the dragon's blood in her body was boiling and burning. Slowly stood up. Wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Ye Nan looked at Gildarts with the same serious expression. If you want to defeat me at this level, you are still far away. The momentum on his body exploded. It rivaled the aura of Gildarts. Gildarts shrugged helplessly. As expected of a dragon slayer, his aura can actually be compared to that of me who has been training on the path of a mage for many years. Ye Nan's aura suddenly relaxed, and veins popped up on her forehead. I'm really not a dragon slayer. Gildarts waved his hands and clasped his ears. Yes, yes, you are not dragon slayer. Who are you fooling? The word well appeared on Ye Nan's head, which was simply unbearable. The most powerful blue-eyed white dragon in the world has turned into the so-called dragon slayer. Let's see if these people can still tell dragon slayer when he turns into a blue-eyed white dragon. Uncle, do you dare to take my move? Ye Nan's face became serious. Gildarts continued to clasp his ears. You kid, you don't need to provoke me. You can use whatever tricks you want. I will never dodge them. That's good. Ye Nan smiled mysteriously. The current Gildarts are difficult to defeat, but that does not mean that the weakened Gildarts are equally difficult to defeat. The majesty of blue eyes. Ye Nan's pupils became filled with the power of a dragon. In Gildarts' eyes, Ye Nan in front of him had turned into a silver-white terrifying dragon looking down at him. As expected of a monster. Facing this attack, Gildarts shed some cold sweat. Although it was false, it was still too terrifying. The dragon, extinct for 400 years, has reappeared in the world. But Gildarts changed the subject. White light erupted from his hand, and he rushed towards the silver-white dragon. Light shines. In the surrounding scene, all the silver-white dragons have disappeared. It's just a dragon, I'm not afraid even if it's real. Gildarts' eyes radiated confidence in his own strength. Ye Nan suffered the backlash of this attack again and coughed up blood. It's really invulnerable and powerful. Ye Nan looked up and found that Gildarts had not moved a step until now. This almost desperate gap made Ye Nan a little shaken. But in an instant he became determined. Looking for it, there will definitely be a flaw. Ye Nan cheered herself up, stood up again, and looked for Gildarts' weakness. What's wrong? Gildarts waved his hand and said provocatively. Why don't you attack? Are you afraid? Afraid? Ye Nan laughed, jumped up high, and hit Gildarts. There is no weakness at all. That monster. All Ye Nan needs to do is find Gildarts' weakness when he takes the attack and pass the level. Seeing Ye Nan flying towards him, Gildarts suddenly smiled inexplicably, his expression a little playful. Try the trick your pet tried for you when we first met. A net came out of his hand. Ye Nan couldn't dodge and was directly hit by the net. Split into small pieces. Next moment. Gildarts, it's easy for you to handle me. Then there are thousands of me. Thousands of small Ye Nan rushed towards Gildarts. The terrifying pressure suddenly appeared, and the white light behind Gildarts enveloped each and every small Ye Nan. Ye Nan, the small one, was all pressed to the ground. What did you say, little Ye Nan? Gildarts was still smiling and didn't move even half a step from beginning to end. Desperately powerful. Damn it! Ye Nan shouted, and countless him instantly merged together, finally merging into one large version of him. Really, hopelessly powerful. No matter what you do, you can't find any weaknesses. No matter how hard you fight, it's all in vain. Gildarts still didn't move even half a step. Ye Nan's head was covered with dense sweat and he was panting continuously, even though his strength had reached the level of an S-class mage. But it is still too fragile and powerless in front of the 10 saint level combat power of Gildarts. There is absolutely no way to win. Even if I can't find any loopholes, I will fight until the last moment. Roaring, Ye Nan's eyes were bloodshot and stared. Gildarts had a look of praise in his eyes. Yes, in the face of this overwhelming power, we haven't given up the fight yet. But, young magician, there are some gaps in the world that cannot be bridged by mere fighting spirit. Gildarts' aura was a little deeper. Coming to bring deeper abyss, and despair. He hasn't used his full strength yet. Ye Nan looked horrified. The battle that was already difficult to fight was now even more difficult. Tomb of the First Dynasty. Makarov looked back, looked forward, and narrowed his eyes. Gildarts, why are you so serious? If we were so serious, I'm afraid no one would be able to become an S-class mage. Ye Nan swallowed, and the fighting spirit in his eyes became more intense. That's it, that's the battle. The dragon blood in Ye Nan's body boils completely, and the dragon scales on her face continue to spread. When she is about to turn into a dragon. How about adding me? Kaina's voice sounded from behind. Chapter 40. Interrupted Evolution. Ye Nan looked back. A large area of skin was exposed on Kaina's upper body, and a beautiful woman was drinking wine, her face already red. After finishing the wine, he threw the bottle to the ground. Smash! Kaina laughed and looked at the fighting figures of Ye Nan and Gildarts in front of him. Several cards appeared in his hand. Add me one. Ye Nan's eyes wavered. Kaina. Gildarts looked more playful and interested. For some reason, he always felt that the Kaina in front of him seemed familiar. Let go of this feeling quickly. Oh, 2 against 1? Come on then. Gildarts was not afraid at all, it was just 2 people. Kaina looked serious, came to Ye Nan, and burped, you don't mind if I interfere in your battle. Ye Nan, who knew all the reasons, would naturally not object, of course. He couldn't beat him originally, so why not come with Kaina? After hearing the agreement, Kaina shot out a card. The Moderation of Fools. Gildarts dodged away and smiled, is this all you have? This level of ability is not suitable for becoming an S-class mage. Kaina laughed back. Who knows? The card inserted itself into the ground, emitting a hypnotic smoke that enveloped the Gildarts. Successful. Kaina looked excited. Ye Nan's face was still solemn. He knew that Gildarts was so tricky that he would never be defeated by such a trick. Not bad, but it's still just a little trick. Gildarts' voice came from within the smoke. The next moment, a burst of magic energy was released. The smoke disappeared. Gildarts' face was still smiling and his steps still didn't move. Kaina, help me. Ye Nan said something and rushed forward. Damn it! Although he was reluctant, Kaina also knew that Ye Nan was right. If he had to choose someone who could defeat his father, it is definitely Ye Nan. You have to beat him up, or I won't forgive you. Kaina shoots 3 cards with different attributes as cover. Kill turned his head and avoided the first card. He still had time to look back. The land was found set on fire. Oh! The card of fire. Turning around again, Gildarts dodged a card again. Gildarts looked back as well. The land is scorched. Is it a card rich in thunder and lightning this time? Kill stretched out his right hand and held the last card between his fingers. The frosty ice froze Gildarts' hands. Oh! The last one is ice. Gildarts was about to use magic to break the frozen hand. Ye Nan has come to him. The hook of the silver dragon. Sharp dragon claws stretched out. Facing this attack, Gildarts did not dare to take it hard. He had seen the sharpness of this claw before. Cover your hands with a magic layer. Gildarts reached out to Ye Nan's face. A white shock wave appears. Kaina next to me shouted worriedly. Ye Nan. It took a long time for the white shock wave to disappear. Ye Nan's dragon arm was in front of her, and the other half of her body was scorched black, except for the other half of the dragon's body which was still silvery white. Fine. Ye Nan's face was downcast, and she suddenly said something, extremely calm. Gildarts smiled. How is it? You can feel the gap between us. Fear is not shameful. It will make you understand your own weakness. Because you know your own weakness, people will become strong. Gildarts exuded his own momentum. It was as powerful as the abyss of hell. Kena opened her eyes wide, feeling the magic in disbelief, and her whole body felt stiff and suffocated. What is this? Such magic! I couldn't believe it, but also felt a little proud. This is her dad, Gildarts. At this time, Ye Nan had already raised his head and raised the pair of still silver-white dragon claws, with the sharp edges on them clearly visible. Every word. I already understand your weakness. Gildarts glanced sideways, looking at the pair of dragon claws, and immediately understood where Ye Nan's confidence came from. Kena next to me couldn't believe it. Shouted. Does such a monster also have weaknesses? Just like the old world view was being broken and reshaped, Kena felt as if she had broken into a world that did not belong to her. All of them are monsters. Ye Nan next to her didn't pay attention to Kena's expression at this time. He raised the pair of dragon claws. You must be afraid of my dragon claws. With the sharpness of these claws, you simply can't bear it. In other words, as long as I hit you once, I will win. This is a weakness that is not a weakness. With the sharpness of the blue eyes white dragon's claws, Gildarts' originally strong body seemed extremely fragile in front of these claws. Ye Nan now understood the strongest weapon in his half-dragon form. It's not the light magic of Blue Eyes White Dragon. Nor is it the powerful body that the Blue Eyes White Dragon's body is rich in. But this pair has never been weakened. The Blue Eyes White Dragons, Dragon Claws. Ye Nan's eyes once again held a strong fighting spirit, and fire burst out of them. You have evolved. Gildarts looked at Ye Nan gently and understood that he had successfully evolved in this battle of blood and fire. Understand his own strongest weapon. It's not dragon-slaying light magic. It's not a strong body either. But those monster-like sharp claws that even Gildarts would be afraid of. But... can you touch me? Little Ye Nan. Gildarts suddenly laughed. Ye Nan's eyes were firm. What's so hard about this? Ye Nan assumed an unprecedented posture, with the blue-eyed white dragon's claws in front and her legs already spread. Brush! The figure disappeared from the spot. Kena exclaimed. So fast! Gildarts' eyes kept moving and he was able to see Ye Nan's figure clearly. Dragon's Claw. Gildarts is covered with magic power and blocks it with his hand. What blocked it was Ye Nan's ordinary hand. Another dragon claw grabbed at the door below Gildarts. Not good. Gildarts quickly stepped back, but even so, his cheek barely missed him. Gildarts pulled away. The black robe was moving, constantly swinging, even though it had stopped now. You moved, Uncle Gildarts. Ye Nan laughed, her smile was particularly bright and dazzling. Gildarts didn't reply, and 3 streaks of blood appeared on his cheek. Gildarts touched his cheek. Blood. After chanting, Gildarts re-examined the evolved Ye Nan. It's no longer the head-on confrontation of the past. It's a scam. It's so fun. Gildarts suddenly laughed even more powerfully. This is really bad. His blood and fighting spirit seemed to have been ignited. Chapter 41. Kena. Ye Nan, who was looking at Gildarts, suddenly called out Kena's name. Kena next to her was suddenly stunned. She didn't understand why Ye Nan suddenly called her during this decisive battle. I need your help. Ye Nan didn't beat around the bush, and there was no time now. I don't think so. Gildarts' voice rang from the side, touching the scars on his face. You passed the test. Although I really want to continue to fight, the seedlings are still too immature. At least be more mature. Let's fight next time when we have time. Gildarts' eyes widened. Ye Nan returned a look. He also understood that he was already qualified and had fought enough until now. He also understood that he was still weak and needed to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can you protect your family when a crisis strikes. Clenching her fists, Ye Nan recalled the scene in fairy tale where the black dragon attacks Sirius Island. This will never be allowed to happen. Ye Nan's eyes were full of power at this time, and his huge belief supported him. The round pupils gradually turned towards the vertical pupils. Dragon eyes appear for the first time. The next moment, it changed back to the original state. Ye Nan glanced at Gildarts and turned back. Kana, we have passed the customs, let's go. Okay. Kana was stunned and followed closely. Gildarts fell silent at the shock brought about by those eyes just now. What a monster, simply a monster among monsters. In those dragon eyes, Gildarts felt that he would die if he took action. There is no suspense. Strong. Strength. Noble. No words in the world can describe the silver-white dragon he just saw. Its whole body was covered with silver-white scales, and its 4 claws reflected the light and were extremely sharp. Finally, it roared at itself. I have completely lost the courage to take action. After gathering up his courage, Gildarts regained his mobility after Ye Nan gradually faded away. Hoo! Cold sweat breaks out on Gildarts' head. This time he really feels alive. He just challenged the power of the dragon god. What's wrong? A caring voice sounded from the side. Gildarts looked up. Kana was looking at him with concern. Boom! The heart beats again. That inexplicable feeling of intimacy comes again. Kana, I'm fine. Gildarts said calmly, having already recovered more than half. Kana was relieved when Gildarts said it was okay. At this time. But Gildarts stopped her and raised the corner of his mouth. You can't pass it yet, you haven't passed the test yet. Kana laughed, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Come on. Through this assessment, she understood that she was not strong enough to become S-class. With his current strength, even if he followed Ye Nan in the past, it would be nothing more than a green leaf as a foil. Able to fight my father. That's all Kana wants. Just let me knock you down. Kana threw the card out of his hand, but he couldn't hide the smile on his face. Gildarts laughed too. Fighting with Kana always gives me an inexplicable sense of intimacy. Just like a daughter. Bring it on. Gildarts' eyes were also full of fighting spirit. Sirius Island. Birds were standing on top of Laxus's head, pecking lightly. Dozens of birds were standing on top of Laxus's head, pecking lightly. A tingling, numbing pain. Well. Laxus slowly woke up and looked at the big tree in front of him. I am still a little bit unconscious. He held his head with his hands, which scared away all the birds surrounding Laxus. Recalling why he was here, Laxus thought of something and suddenly his eyes widened. That's right, I lost. And he was saved by that stupid dragon, haha, how ironic. Unwilling to give up, Laxus punched the ground angrily. Now that he was exhausted, he couldn't even punch through the ground with his punch, so he could only vent his anger. A truly strong person does not need rescue. Laxus was rescued. Doesn't that mean he is also weak? This is the greatest irony and insult to Laxus' philosophy of the strong being superior. No. I have to continue fighting. I will never be willing to defeat that stupid dragon. Feeling the weakness in his body, Laxus stood up with difficulty holding on to the tree. It's extremely difficult to even move around with a body full of scars, so let's talk about fighting. Is this the only way? Laxus looked at his scarred body and made up his mind. He took out a bottle of black potion from his pocket. This bottle of potion is filled with an ominous aura at first glance. Laxus looked at the bottle of potion and fell into thoughts and memories. After he had just finished implanting the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic crystal and became a Thunder Dragon Slayer, his father Ivan stopped him and gave him a bottle of black potion. Wait a minute, Laxus, you are going to take the S-class exam. Take this bottle of potion with you. It might be useful. Why give me this? Aren't we father and son? It's not natural to give something. Don't talk to me like this. Laxus himself didn't believe what Ivan said. When Ivan saw this, he also told the truth. Laxus, this potion is not given to you in vain. It can heal your injuries and physical strength, and greatly increase your magic power in a short period of time. However, the price is a greatly reduced future potential and a 10-year lifespan. The reward is that you can help me find out some information. Come back from the memories. Laxus drank the potion decisively without any hesitation, and the next moment, he screamed. Ah! The birds in the forest were frightened and fled quickly. In front of the tomb of the first generation, Makarov drank and glanced towards the road. Are you here? On the road, Ye Nan was walking step by step. After looking at Makarov, she walked over at a faster pace. Old man. Ye Nan walked up to Makarov. Makarov had a smile on his face, full of pride and pride. I didn't expect you to pass Gildarts. Ye Nan curled up her lips and boasted. Well, you don't even know who I am? I'm Fairy Tale's light dragon, just a Gildarts. Oh? How do you say you admitted that you are a dragon slayer? Ye Nan's eyes widened and she looked at Makarov with a smile in front of her in disbelief. Her voice spread throughout the area. Damn old man! You plotted against me. Also, I'm not a dragon slayer, how many times do you want me to say it? Chapter 42. After venting his anger, Ye Nan had no choice but to deal with the smiling Makarov. This bad old man was simply incompetent and very bad. Haven't seen you for a long time. A light yet ethereal voice reached his ears. Ye Nan's eyes widened. This voice was quite familiar to him. Isn't it the original character in Fairy Tale, Mavis? Why was Mavis talking to him and looking very close to him? Old man, did you hear anything? Hey! Makarov sat in front of the grave, drinking wine, with a drunken look on his face. Where is the sound? What did you hear? No, it's okay. Ye Nan's frown quickly relaxed. In any case, Mavis is the original president of Fairy Tale, so she shouldn't want to harm him. That being the case, that's no problem. Ye Nan randomly found a seat and sat down, closing her eyes and relaxing. Makarov looked at him and nodded in agreement. He was unfazed by honor and disgrace. He was truly the most suitable guy to become an S-class mage. What's wrong? Kana, this strength is not enough. Gildarts held 3 cards between his fingers and didn't even break a sweat on his head. Shut up. Kana was sweating profusely and shot 3 more cards. Useless. Crush. Gildarts stretched out his hand, and the 3 cards split into several large pieces the moment they touched each other, and then disappeared. Cut. Kana started running, now she felt the pressure from Ye Nan just now. This is simply impeccable. The moderation of fools. Kana shot out a card in his hand. Gildarts' expression remained unchanged, looking at the incoming cards with a smile, and said with a smile, is it the same little trick just now? Kana, with only this strength, S-level magic is still too early for you. Arms stretched out again. Burst. The card exploded and mist filled the air. Gildarts' figure was submerged in the explosion. Don't underestimate me. BD. Kana yelled angrily. The 2 cards in his hand fired unabated, 1 ice and 1 fire fused together. Attacked Gildarts. Crush. Gildarts' voice sounded through the smoke. Together with the cards of the 2 heavens of ice and fire. Gildarts' hand glowed white, and all the smoke and cards dissipated under this white light. Transformed into the most essential substance in the world. Don't underestimate me. BD. Kana's voice came from above, and Gildarts looked up. Kana actually raised his fist and hit him. Innocent. Gildarts commented that an attack like this could make Kana disappear from the world if he wanted to. It's still too early for her to become S-class. Kana. sorry. You'd better get some sleep. Gildarts turned to avoid the punch and grabbed Kaina's arm. Hey! Laxus knelt on the ground, sweat dripping from his head. His injuries and physical strength had fully recovered, and his physical strength had increased a lot. He stood up shakily. Laxus looked forward firmly. Ye Nan, Laxus, have come back from hell to find you. He took a step forward and walked out. After Gildarts grabbed Kaina's arm, he showed no mercy and knocked him to the ground with a blow from his hand. Kaina rolled her eyes and fainted. Gildarts hugged Kaina and slowly looked at the familiar sleeping face. The inexplicable feeling of familiarity and déjà vu came over him again. I always feel like this kid looks familiar. Gildarts gently laid the child aside. His eyes were on the bag next to him. It's dinner time now. Gildarts opened the bag of food, took out a chicken drumstick, and gnawed on it. After fighting for so long, he was finally able to eat. Laxus walks in the forest, looking for prey. A prey is coming. Laxus glared over. The prey suddenly broke out in cold sweat on his back, and ran away in fright. Where are the rest of the numbers? Laxus said as he reached a place and stopped. Hey? This is... Laxus narrowed his eyes and looked at Mirajane and Erza who were unconscious on the ground in front of him. The most important thing is not this. The number was scattered all over the floor. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. 10 numbers gathered together. The corners of Laxus' lips curled up, and the fighting spirit reappeared in his eyes. Coming to find you, Ye Nan. The next moment, the aura on his body had disappeared. Laxus grimaced and bent down to pick up the numbers scattered everywhere, slowly picking them up one by one. The sun is setting. The sunset is infinitely better. Gildarts was eating chicken drumsticks while admiring the sunset. The scenery and wonderful feeling were simply too good to be true. What a wonderful view! So emotional. Gildarts paused suddenly and raised the corners of his mouth again. Are you here? Laxus. Walking slowly under the sunset was Laxus, his eyes extremely determined, walking towards Gildarts. Gildarts was still chewing on the chicken legs, and after saying this, he returned to his nonchalant state. Go, go. Leave me alone. Gildarts shooed away Laxus like a fly. With an expressionless face, Laxus' target was not Gildarts in the first place. He looked at him and asked, Ye Nan, where is he now? Gildarts gnawed on the drumstick and pointed behind him. Thank you. After thanking him, Laxus quickly walked in that direction without stopping at all. Wait until Laxus leaves. Gildarts narrowed his eyes. The abnormal magic power just now was undoubtedly caused by taking a medicine with huge side effects. Laxus. With the last word, Gildarts ate the chicken drumsticks happily and admired the beautiful scenery of the sunset. Tomb of the First Dynasty. Makarov and Ye Nan noticed the footsteps at the same time. He looked towards the road. The figure of Laxus is approaching step by step, carrying lightning and huge magic power wrapped around him. After seeing Ye Nan, Laxus laughed, his eyes filled with fighting intent. Found you. Ye Nan. Ye Nan narrowed her eyes and looked at Laxus' obviously abnormal magic power. After a long time, she finally spoke. Laxus. How stupid do you have to be? Next to him, Makarov was already in tears. He had already noticed the source of Laxus' abnormal magic power. Chapter 43. Ye Nan looked at Makarov, patted his shoulder gently, and said softly, Don't worry, although Laxus has lost some things due to the potion problem, isn't he okay? Makarov wiped his tears and looked firmly. You're right. I can guess who gave Laxus that thing. Ivan. Makarov's aura that uniquely belonged to the 10 saints was released, and his whole person became calm and intimidating. Feeling this momentum, Ye Nan even had the illusion that even Gildarts couldn't defeat Makarov. He is worthy of being a veteran who has been immersed in the magic for many years, and his strength is not limited. Ye Nan, you must teach Laxus a lesson. Makarov asked Ye Nan. Ye Nan responded with a smile. In the previous battle with Gildarts, his strength had reached the top of the S-class magician, and he was only one step away from becoming a blue-eyed dragon. Even now, Laxus took a drug that was harmful to his body and gained a temporary surge in strength. Not his opponent. Makarov saw Ye Nan's current confidence and strength and stood up as well, with a stern look on his face. Now, as the third-generation president, I announce that the final assessment will now begin. As Makarov finished speaking. Can I come and watch the battle? A light and ethereal voice sounded from behind. This time, everyone except Ye Nan heard it. Laxus looked sideways, his expression condensed. Ye Nan's face remained normal. He already knew it. Makarov looked horrified and turned back to stare at the grave of the first generation. The sound just now came from the tomb of the first generation. Who? Makarov stared with a serious expression. This is Tianro Island, the holy land of fairy tale, and the tomb of the first tomb. If an outsider breaks in here, it was his dereliction of duty as the third-generation guild president. The tomb of the first generation emitted dazzling light particles, continuously gathering. Finally, they gathered into a lithe figure, with bare feet, sitting on the grave and swaying constantly, with a pair of ears that were shaking like shells, and eyes that were as smart as elves. A girl as cute as a fairy appeared in front of everyone. Hello, I am the first-generation president of Fairy Tale, Mavis. Mavis smiled and waved hello to everyone. More smart and cute. At this time, Makarov's chin dropped to the ground and his eyes widened. Hatsu dame, you are still alive. The news that the Shadame was still alive shocked Makarov to his core. The elf girl, Mavis, didn't pay much attention to this matter, and mused, it's not like she's still alive, it's more like she's alive here in the form of elemental life. Just like goblins. Mavis takes it for granted, very relaxed. Makarov was even more shocked. At this time, he realized that the first generation eye seemed to be watching the battle. But Mavis's eyes had turned to Ye Nan, and her face couldn't help but blush. Ye Nan was confused and felt something was wrong. Mavis seems to have a problem with his attitude. Well. Mavis jumped down from the tomb, swaying and jumping, as light as an elf. Just when Ye Nan was still stunned. Bump. Jump up. Mavis closed her eyes and gently placed her lips on Ye Nan's lips. The Shadame. Makarov was dumbfounded, and Laxus next to him also looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Ye Nan's eyes widened as well, and her head was full of question marks. At this time, Mavis laughed. Long time no see, darling. Hearing this title, Makarov next to him instantly turned to stone, first generation. Laxus also frowned deeply, confused. Ye Nan became even more confused. Mavis observed everyone's expressions, especially Ye Nan's, and patted her chest. It seems you haven't met me yet, darling. Finished. Mavis bounced around and sat back on the tomb with a cute pace. Didn't meet? Will he meet Mavis in the future? Ye Nan frowned deeply, feeling that things were not that simple, like a layer of smoke. Then the game starts now. Mavis is so cute that she stretches out her little hand to act as a referee. The first generation. Makarov was released from the petrified state. He now had a lot of questions to ask. Mavis looked over and signaled with her eyes. Mrs. Makarov was mature and understood immediately, so she shut her mouth. Mavis's eyes were on Ye Nan and Laxus, and more on Ye Nan. The expression on this cute little face became much more serious and serious. The seriousness added a bit of majesty to Konkei's cute face. Whoever wins, I will give you the 2 super magics of the guild, the Fairy's Glory and the Fairy's Ball. Mavis said it in a very casual tone. Makarov next to him couldn't accept it even more. He opened his mouth wide and couldn't calm down for a long time. the radiance of fairies, and the fairies' balls. There were so many shocks today that Makarov became numb. Fairy Tale's 3 secret super magics. Fairy Law, Fairy Light, Fairy Ball. Among them, Fairy Law is a super magic that each generation of Fairy Tale Guild leader must master. Usually only the president does. The other 2 Fairy Tale super magics were taken to the grave by the first generation. And today, will the lost magic reappear? First generation, this reward is too generous. Makarov was extremely entangled, and then said it. Very inclusive. In fact, what he wanted to say was whether he could give these 2 magic spells to his old bones, but in the end he didn't have the courage to speak. The Shadame slowly shook his head, and after a quick glance he understood Makarov's thoughts, and said bluntly. These 2 things are not mine, and I have no right to make the decision. Makarov didn't pay attention and nodded while stroking his chin. Just use it as an excuse that the first generation didn't want to give. Joke. If it's not your own, why can you give these 2 magics away as rewards? This reason is too perfunctory. Makarov also paid attention to the situation on the battlefield between Laxus and Ye Nan, with a serious look on his face. Whether Laxus can change his ways depends on Ye Nan's performance. Who will win in the duel between the Thunder Dragon and the White Dragon? Mavis sat on the grave, shaking her legs, and the situation at this time was reflected in her eyes. Chapter 44. Ye Nan. After a brief stalemate, Laxus couldn't bear it any longer and roared angrily, his arm muscles bulging. The fist is covered with dragon thunder. Thunder Dragon's collapse fist. Laxus rushed towards Ye Nan. The power is overwhelming. Ye Nan was not afraid at all, calmly looking at everything in front of her, the dragon's claws stretched out and opened slightly. Bang! Laxus's collapse fist was firmly grasped in Ye Nan's hand, unable to move. What? Laxus looked in disbelief. The difference in strength was not that big just now, but now he had taken the potion. The difference in strength turned out to be enough to be dealt with one hand. Could it be that during his coma? 7 years have passed? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Laxus yelled, covering the thunder and lightning with his other fist, and struck again. Thunder Dragon's collapse fist. Ye Nan's other ordinary hand easily grabbed the fist, and the thunder and lightning went out. Laxus' eyes widened. This is impossible. Ye Nan's face was calm. His gains from this assessment were really great, and they were definitely not comparable to what Laxus could compare to him now. He is no longer on the same level as Laxus. Nothing is impossible, Laxus. Ye Nan spoke calmly and squeezed the hand she grabbed. Laxus' expression instantly became distorted. Ah! Huge pain hit his body. Laxus was vomiting blood and his face was still in disbelief. This unscientific. Coach, someone is cheating. Ye Nan gently let go of the hand she held, her face calm. Laxus took this opportunity to quickly pull out his hand, distanced himself, and breathed heavily. Who? What's wrong? Laxus. Ye Nan waved to Laxus, just like Gildarts did to Ye Nan just now. His face was calm. There is nothing to look down upon, but often this is the greatest contempt. Laxus' face was extremely angry and livid. Damn it! How dare you look down on me? Golden lightning exploded all over his body, Laxus sucked in the air, and the magic power of Tenro Island was sucked into it. The sky on Tianlang Island has darkened. The roar of the Brontosaurus. A terrifying thunder and lightning shock wave was emitted from Laxus's mouth, and the terrifying power of this blow even overturned the earth. Ye Nan watched this move calmly. Then let me be more serious. Dragon Claw. Ye Nan waved the claws on her hand, hit a spot, and grabbed towards the lightning shock wave. Everything was calm. The shock wave that was so powerful just now has disappeared, leaving only a piece of scorched earth, proving the traces of its existence. Ye Nan looked at Laxus. Still fighting. Laxus was trembling all over and clenched his fists, full of reluctance. Damn it guys! Why does God favor you so much, you monster? Laxus' mentality was completely shattered. They were evenly matched before he was unconscious, but they were able to crush him in the blink of an eye. What kind of growth rate is this? Be a monster. Ye Nan turned back to look at Laxus. The face that had been looking at the power just now suddenly softened, and her eyes were full of tenderness. Laxus, don't you understand? It is precisely because of bonds that people become so powerful. Ye Nan clenched her fists, feeling the power in her fists. It's precisely because you don't understand bonds that you are so weak. Laxus didn't listen at all, only one word. Weak. Haha, is he weak? I don't believe it. You must have mastered something to be so relaxed. Laxus' whole body erupted and he unleashed his trump card. Let me show you my newly realized power. The secret of dragon slaying. Mage. Terrifying lightning erupted from Laxus' hand, and the strike consumed all his magic. Countless lightning struck Ye Nan. Ye Nan's expression remained unchanged, letting the attack hit him without any change. How is it? You can't move. Laxus became excited, but Ye Nan didn't move, thinking it was because Ye Nan couldn't move. Ye Nan was as calm as water, not affected in the slightest, and her eyes were always like looking at a child who has not grown up. This makes Laxus very unhappy. Cut. It seems you are still conscious. Then do it again. Huge thunder and lightning condensed on Laxus' hand. The secret of dragon slaying, Ming Yu Lei. Several terrifying bolts of thunder and lightning struck Ye Nan again. However, due to magic power and fatigue, the power of this attack is not even as powerful as the previous one. Ye Nan watched the attack silently and spoke slowly. A boring attack. Stretching out his claws, the sharp dragon claws reflected the light. In the sky, a bolt of lightning struck down. These blue-eyed white dragon claws shine brightly. Drawl. Several bolts of lightning were split into two halves and disappeared into the air. Ye Nan came behind Laxus, with some blood marks on the dragon's claws. Heavy rain fell from the sky. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Laxus spat out blood and raised his head to look at the sky, ignoring the raindrops on his cheeks. I've given so much. Not only can't we win, but the gap is getting bigger and bigger. Damn it. I, Laxus, will never accept this. Laxus looked at the sky, and a crazy and bold idea suddenly appeared in his mind. This will be his only chance to win. The S-class mage belongs to him. Tenro Island Forest. Gildarts was eating chicken legs, feeling the raindrops falling on his hands. He was stunned for a moment, and then looked up at the sky. It looks like it's raining. So. Gildarts stood up, holding the bag in one hand, bringing it to Kana's face, and laughed. As a lady, it's not good to sleep here. You'll catch a cold. Gildarts picked up the unconscious Kana with his other hand, dragged the bag with his other hand, and ran into the nearest cave to hide from the rain. Soon. Kana woke up slowly, opened his eyes, and looked at the rock ceiling of the cave. This is. You're awake. Gildarts' voice sounded from the side, and there was a fire in front of him, drying his soaked clothes. Gildarts looked back. You better come over here by the fire. You're soaked. If you don't dry it out, you'll catch a cold. Kana's face turned slightly red and turned away. I want you to take care of it. However, the body still sat down next to Gildarts, and they made a fire together. Kana felt that the bones of her body were slightly warmer. The two spent a long time together. Fatherly love. Chapter 45. The other side. Mavis, who was sitting on her own grave and watching, took in Laxus's movements. It seems that he wants to increase his strength by absorbing thunder and lightning from nature. As a former goblin strategist, Mavis knows the crazy psychology of the enemy very well. Makarov next to him was shocked. How powerful the thunder and lightning in nature is. A small lightning wizard is not worth mentioning in front of the thunder and lightning in nature. No. I'm going to stop Laxus. Makarov finally made up his mind and was about to take action. Mavis noticed Makarov's movements and closed her eyes. It's too late, Laxus has already jumped towards the sky. What? Makarov was startled and looked back at the battlefield. Laxus used his amazing jumping power to leap into the thundering sky, ignoring the raindrops on his face. Stop! Laxus, do you want to die? There was no time to stop him, Makarov could only shout anxiously. Ye Nan, who was paying attention to Laxus's actions, did not expect that Laxus would do such a crazy thing at this critical moment. It's too late to stop it now. Boom! Thunder and lightning. Laxus looked extremely crazy and shouted. Strength! Power! I want power! Laxus got higher and higher, and finally a bolt of lightning struck him, and a scream came from high in the sky. Laxus! Makarov couldn't care less, and quickly grew bigger, trying to rescue Laxus. Ye Nan noticed something was wrong. Laxus's screams became weaker and weaker, and slowly disappeared. Everything calmed down. Laxus' body fell from the sky, with terrifying natural thunder and lightning emanating from his body. Thumping! He lay on the ground and there was no movement at all. Laxus! Makarov ran over quickly and was only halfway through. Laxus suddenly made some movement, and stood up slightly. His forehead was covered with blood, and his body was wrapped with terrifying thunder and lightning. This was the natural thunder and lightning just now. Laxus at this time is ferocious and terrifying. The first generation Mavis, who was watching the battle, was amazed. What an amazing will! He actually absorbed part of nature's thunder and lightning through his will. Sensing the terrifying aura of Laxus, Ye Nan's brows furrowed, and her gaze met Laxus's almost crazy eyes. Laxus, do you really want to defeat me? There was no response to these words. Laxus slowly raised his head and his laughter became crazy. I came to you from hell, Ye Nan. Ye Nan's face returned to calmness for a long time. With an extremely serious expression, Ye Nan raised his fist and came to the front. Laxus, I will knock you down with these fists. Stop talking nonsense. The thunder and lightning wrapped around Laxus became more and more terrifying, and the huge power made him unable to control and lose himself. Watch out! Thunder Dragon Square Heavenly Halberd. With the terrifying thunder and lightning on his body, under the control of the dragon-slaying power, Laxus slowly condensed a terrifying thunder halberd and threw it directly. Makarov next to him couldn't believe it. What kind of power is this? Mavis, the first generation next to her, answered, this is the lost magic, dragon-slaying magic. Makarov turned back in horror. Impossible. He had watched Laxus grow up, there was absolutely no way he could be a dragon slayer, the only possibility was Ivan. Makarov became angry, and the aura of the 10 saints burst out from his body, leaving no room for error. How dare that guy Ivan reach out to his precious grandson? This has touched Makarov's bottom line. Calm down. Mavis's voice sounded from the side. Makarov's expression calmed down a little and he apologized, I'm sorry, Lord Shodai, I lost my temper. Mavis slowly shook his head and laughed. I understand. In the battlefield, Ye Nan looked at the aura containing natural thunder and lightning, and the terrifying thunder halberd attacked him without any panic. Blue-eyed Shiraishi. A ball of light appeared on the dragon's claw, and then the ball of light spread out, and the terrifying white light swept towards the thunder halberd. A white world comes quietly. Wow! Returning to the original world, Laxus stared at the surrounding environment with his eyes wide open. In the area shrouded in white, even the land turned into white, as if it didn't exist in the first place. What's this? Laxus was filled with horror at the power. Same with Dragon Slayer. Why is the gap between the two so huge? Is there such a huge difference between a natural Dragon Slayer and a non-natural Dragon Slayer? Damn it! Laxus clenched his fists, feeling filled with reluctance. Why even after working so hard, the gap is still so big? I gave it all. Your expression is always dull. Laxus looked over with hatred and assumed a posture. The lightning potential on his body became even more terrifying. That was the shot that instilled belief in me. The secret of dragon slaying. The power of thunder. The natural thunder and lightning on his body and the dragon's thunder and lightning blended with each other, pouring all the thunder and lightning into his fist. Laxus's fist, covered with lightning, contained terrifying power. Rushed towards Ye Nan. Ye Nan's expression was always calm, and the strength gap between the two was really too big. Even though Laxus risked everything, in his opinion. That's it. Nothing works. Ye Nan's face was calm. Faced with such a powerful and terrifying punch, she neither dodged nor dodged, and just received the punch forcefully. Boom! Laxus' fist blasted Ye Nan. The white scene behind Ye Nan has disappeared, and a huge smoke has been set off, but Ye Nan's figure has remained unharmed. Laxus' fist hit Ye Nan's abdomen, as if hitting steel, unable to make any progress. The difference in strength is so huge. Damn it! It's impossible! Laxus kept roaring, trying to make the fist go further, but it was all in vain. That's about it, Laxus. There must be a limit to your nonsense. Ye Nan put her hand on Laxus' head and shook it suddenly. Instantly, Laxus' whole body was thrown out, and after breaking several big trees, he finally stopped. Slowly, Laxus stood up, his body covered in bruises. The trauma in my heart is getting worse. Chapter 46. Why does the gap become so huge? Laxus hammered the ground with his fist and raised his head. He looked over with hateful eyes. Ye Nan's face was always dull. He was completely disappointed with Laxus. He was hopeless. Haven't you had enough trouble? Laxus? Ye Nan asked again. Without any response, Laxus stood up silently and dusted himself off. Sudden. Laxus laughed wildly for no reason. Ye Nan's face was filled with questions. She didn't understand what Laxus's smile meant. For a long time, Laxus's laughter finally stopped and his face became calm. Really, I didn't want to use this trick at first, but you forced me to do all this. Go to hell. Ye Nan. Laxus stood up completely, put his hands together, and a ball of light appeared in the middle. It's very quiet and peaceful, and doesn't look threatening at all. It was this ball of light that had no threatening power at all. Makarov next to him shouted. Fairy law. Makarov's eyes widened. When did Laxus learn such super magic as fairy law? But now is not the time to pursue the matter. Stop it. Laxus, this is not for family members. Makarov yelled at Laxus, trying to rush over to stop him. But it was too late. Laxus's hands had already been clasped together, swatting at the non-threatening ball of light. It's the law of fairies. Ye Nan's face is still so calm, as if the fairy law has no threat to him. It's all over. Ye Nan. The fairy law, activate. Laxus roared, and the bright light in his hand spread out with terrifying power. The light covered the entire Tianro Island. Everything was submerged in golden light. All the clouds in the sky stopped. The originally calm sea made waves. A long time. Everything finally calmed down and nothing happened. Makarov covered his face and slowly opened his eyes, a little confused. It's okay. Beside. Mavis shook her legs and reflected Laxus in her eyes. The law of the fairies is a super magic that destroys all enemies recognized by the practitioner. That child, actually does not regard us as enemies in his heart. Mavis explained. Makarov suddenly understood, looked in the direction of Laxus, and murmured, Laxus. Ye Nan had already expected this result, as expected. In the fairy tale Civil War chapter, Laxus's fairy laws were of no use and did not cause any harm to Natsu and Gajil. This in itself proves that Laxus actually regards everyone in fairy tale as his partners. How is that possible? Why are you okay? Laxus's eyes widened. He knew the power of this magic very well. No matter what, Ye Nan shouldn't be fine. Ye Nan couldn't stand it anymore and spoke. Look at your heart. Laxus. This magic reflects your heart. In fact, you think of us as family. Family. Laxus stood there in a daze. What an ancient word. Then it's over, Laxus, thanks to you, I learned something new. Ye Nan spoke slowly at this time. His hands were also joined together, and a ball of light appeared in his hands. This is the same ball of light as the one Laxus cast just now. Fairy law, again. Laxus looked at the light ball in Ye Nan's hand, his eyes widened, and he shouted in disbelief, Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. You just took one look and learned it, what a joke. Makarov was also in disbelief. Is this real? You can learn the super magic of fairy tale and the laws of fairies with just one look. Mavis, who was next to him, chuckled like an elf and slowly said, For darling, any light attribute magic is just a matter of taking a look. Fairy tale's 3 major super magics are actually all light magic. Mavis' pupils reflected Ye Nan's figure activating the fairy law. After Makarov heard this, he understood a little bit. Ye Nan's hands slowly closed, and then she closed her eyes. Fairy law, activate. Once again, the terrifying bright golden light swept across the entire Tianlang Island. The sky was still again, and the sea was making waves again. For a long time, everything became calm. Likewise, Ye Nan's magic did not cause harm to anyone here, and everything was so peaceful. Well. Laxus's eyes widened. Although this magic did not cause any physical harm to him, the mental trauma it caused was particularly huge. Thumping. The arrogant Laxus knelt on the ground, grabbed the soil with both hands, and spoke reluctantly. I lost. When everything was over, Ye Nan showed a rare smile, walked over, and stretched out his hand towards Laxus. Laxus looked up and was stunned. He is now nothing more than an insignificant loser. Let's go together. Ye Nan opened her mouth to invite Laxus. Humph. With a cold snort, Laxus slowly stretched his hand towards Ye Nan and said, In that case, I will reluctantly leave with you. But let me tell you, this competition is not over yet. Yes. Ye Nan didn't take it to heart at all. Veins appeared on Laxus' head and he roared angrily, You stupid dragon, are you even listening to me? Yes. Ye Nan was very perfunctory. Laxus gritted his teeth in anger and punched the tree next to him. The big tree fell in response. Boom. The two came to Makarov and Mavis. Laxus looked above Makarov's gaze. I'm back. Well, welcome back. Makarov cried with joy. Ye Nan and Mavis looked at each other without looking away. The swinging legs stopped and Mavis lowered her head shyly. Darling, you look at me like this. Several black lines appeared on Ye Nan's head. Who is daring? He doesn't know Mavis. You. Ye Nan just wanted to ask. Mavis gently blocked Ye Nan's lips with her fingers and smiled, This is an agreement between darling and I, but we can't say it out loud. Then now I will return these 2 magics to darling. The Radiance of the Fairies, and the Fairies' Ball. Chapter 47. Ye Nan was still in a daze, unable to react. What? The light of the Fae, and the law of the Fae are his? Mavis had already held Ye Nan's hands, and her expression gradually softened, the agreement is completed. The dazzling light enveloped the two of them. Ye Nan felt that her whole body was warm and very comfortable. Outside world. Makarov and Laxus looked at the light in front of them in shock. First generation! Makarov shouted. Laxus next to him stopped Makarov, who was about to rush over. Makarov turned to look. Laxus looked at the light in front of him calmly. Don't worry, I don't know what it is, but it should be a good thing. Hearing this, Makarov patted his chest and felt relieved. Looked into the light. Light inside. In a golden world, Ye Nan looked at the surrounding scenes and felt the warm light on her arms. Mavis' arms also glowed warmly. The next moment, Mavis rushed over and threw herself into Ye Nan's arms. Ye Nan was a little helpless, but also didn't know what to do, so she could only gently stroke Mavis' head. Unexpectedly, Mavis suddenly cried, "Don't leave anymore." Although Ye Nan didn't know what was going on, she still stroked her gently. "I will never leave, don't worry." "Yes." Mavis left the warm embrace, with tears in her eyes, and nodded heavily. Then the agreement between darling and I is now complete. Ye Nan didn't know why, but her heart was beating fast. Such a cute and smart girl. The next moment, Mavis turned into light particles and disappeared in front of Ye Nan. Eyes widened. Ye Nan watched Mavis disappear and felt that everything was as illusory as a dream. The light on his hands has disappeared without knowing when. Two arms with different tattoos appeared in Ye Nan's sight. The left arm is just like Kana in the original work. Complex carvings are imprinted on the arm, just like the upper half of the fairy tale guild seal. This is the glorious sign of the fairies. And the other arm is on Ye Nan's right hand. Also engraved with a heraldry, a curtain falls on the ball, and below it is a zigzag wavy line, which is also an extremely complex pattern. This is the symbol of the fairy ball. Plus Ye Nan learned the laws of the fairies. Fairy tale's three major super magics come together in one person. Ye Nan has extremely strong self-confidence at this moment. Even if the person standing in front of him is a god, he will use these three super magics to destroy it. The bright light gradually dispersed. Ye Nan's figure reappeared in the outside world, and he was the only one left. Makarov quickly ran over, helped her, and asked, "Ye Nan, where is she, the first generation?" Ye Nan looked at Mavis's grave and replied, "He's gone." The first generation. Makarov looked at the grave of the first generation Mavis in front of him with a complicated expression. Laxus crossed his arms, walked over slowly, and asked, "How are you? Have you gotten fairy tale's other two super magics, Fairy Glory and Fairy Ball?" Ye Nan nodded heavily, then rolled up his sleeves on both sides, revealing the tattoos representing the brilliance of the fairies and the fairy ball. Makarov stared carefully in amazement. Is this the fairy's glory and fairy ball? As the 10 saints. He could feel the huge power from these two tattoos, a power that shocked and frightened him, the 10 saints' great mage. Laxus looked at the tattoo on Ye Nan's arm and grinned, "Very good, then I will be stronger the next time I defeat you." Laxus. Ye Nan turned to look at Laxus. He felt that Laxus had really changed. Humph. Laxus turned his head away without even looking. Ye Nan retracted her gaze. At this time, Makarov suddenly stood up and announced to Laxus and Ye Nan on the spot, "Then, this S-level assessment is over. Ye Nan promoted to S-class mage." The sound resounded throughout the surrounding sky. Laxus crossed his arms and smiled. The injuries on his body were very embarrassing. Ye Nan smiled brightly with joy. Inside the cave, Gildarts looked at the unique sky blue after the rain, and the sky cleared up, and showed a bright smile. Kana, who was next to him, also laughed. This S-level assessment was not in vain. In the forest of Tenro Island, Erza and Mirajane looked at each other with big eyes and small eyes. "If it weren't for you, I would have become an S-class mage." "Hey? Stop talking nonsense, don't forget there is Ye Nan." Erza and Mirajane put their hands on each other's hips and put their heads together, looking angry. You can't even beat me, how dare you say that, Ye Nan? I don't know who was knocked unconscious by me. The two kept arguing. Everything is extremely peaceful on Tianlang Island. The next day, after resting for a day, Ye Nan, Gildarts, Makarov, and others came to the beach of Tianlang Island. The person who becomes an S-class mage this time will be Ye Nan. Makarov stood in front and announced. Ye Nan stood up and came to the front of everyone, accepting everyone's cheers. But there's something different about this cheer. Hey, okay, luckily you didn't meet me, otherwise I wouldn't be able to become an S-class mage. Mirajane turned her head. The corners of Erza's lips curled up, but she didn't say anything. Kana is always smiling. He has gained the most from this exam. Kana looked at Gildarts, who was standing next to Makarov, smiling silently. Gildarts felt the gaze and turned back, smiling. Kana also smiled. Laxus crossed his chest with his hands, not knowing what he was thinking. In general, Makarov was the only one paying attention to Ye Nan's promotion to an S-class mage. Ye Nan's expression was calm and she looked towards the sea. After announcing completion, they took the boat they came here on and left this place. Sirius Island. Mavis, the first generation, was sitting on a tree, looking at the small sailboat that was going away. His legs were shaking. Looking forward to our next meeting. After finishing speaking, Mavis's entire body turned into light particles, and his entire body disappeared. Tianlang Island has returned to silence again. Then, Fairy Tale Guild. Have you heard? Ye Nan has been promoted to an S-class mage. TCH, your news has been out of date for a long time. I heard that Ye Nan became an S-class mage this time thanks to dragon slaying magic. So strong, Dragon Slayer. Who says it's not? Then, from Fairy Tale Guild, Fairy Tale S-class Light Dragon Slayer, Light Dragon Ye Nan, spread to the ears of everyone on this continent. Chapter 48. A few days later. 3 full days have passed since Ye Nan became an S-class mage and announced it to the entire continent. During these 3 days, Ye Nan lived up to her reputation as an S-level mage, taking on several S-level missions and completing them all beautifully. This makes Ye Nan Guanglong's name even more famous. Dragon Slayer of Light, Dragon of Light. This figure, who was in awe whether it was the Dark Guild or the Light Guild, was in the hearts of everyone. Although he himself has always denied it. I'm really not a Dragon Slayer or something like that. But such words are nothing more than modesty in the eyes of everyone. Dragon Slayer of Light, the name of Light Dragon, who has not heard of it now? This day. Early morning. Ye Nan came to pick up the mission early in the morning as usual, and the guild was still as energetic even in the early morning. Drink. Haha. Since little Ye Nan became an S-class mage, our fairy tale's reputation has become more and more famous. That is. Everyone in the guild chatted while drinking and eating meat. Thumping. The guild door was kicked open as usual, and Ye Nan came into the guild holding a lot of things as usual. And as always. Goo. The guild was silent, and countless people looked towards Ye Nan. The next moment I was cheering. It's Ye Nan, Ye Nan is here. Haha, our Dragon Slayer of Light is here. Come on, would you like a drink? Everyone in the guild became even more joyful. At the same time, Natsu's voice also sounded nearby. Ye Nan, I want to challenge you. Natsu's back seemed to be burning with fire, balls of fire appeared on his body and condensed on his fists. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Natsu rushed over. Natsu flew. Ye Nan closed her eyes and sent Natsu flying into the sky with a single shot of Shoryuken, shattering the ceiling inside the guild. I will definitely come back. Natsu kept shouting from the sky. Everyone in the guild became very happy when they saw it. Luz was beaten away by Ye Nan again. Haha, I've done this so many times and I still haven't learned a lesson. Who knows? Everyone in the guild watched this scene. In fact, this was not the first time that it had happened. Ever since Ye Nan became an S-class mage, Natsu would challenge Ye Nan every time he saw her. Ye Nan took great pains. "Oh, little Ye Nan, you're here." Makarov sat at the bar and greeted Ye Nan. Ye Nan responded with a smile and went up to the second floor. The people in the guild looked on with envy. All the above on the second floor are S-level missions. That is a glorious place that only S-class magicians can go up to. The second floor of the guild. Ye Nan came to a small room where he received tasks. There were all S-level tasks here, including 10-year tasks and century-old tasks. The 10-year mission is a mission that no wizard has completed in more than 10 years. The 100-year mission is even more terrifying. It is a mission that no one can complete in 100 years. It is the highest level mission. The purpose of Ye Nan coming here is to take on an S-level mission. Ye Nan chose from a large number of S-level tasks, and finally selected one task, which greatly interested Ye Nan. S-level mission. Traces of the undead demon Dionla. Ye Nan picked up the parchment and looked at it. It was a task issued by the mayor of a small town. I'm afraid it was true. Interesting, that's it. Ye Nan smiled, picked up the task, left the room, and went down to the second floor. The immortal demon Dionla, if he remembered correctly, was the demon Uru sealed with absolute freezing in the original novel. Came to the counter. Makarov took the task list and glanced at it. This is a task related to the immortal demon Dionla. How can you be confident? This is a task that even the 10 saints are not confident enough to complete. Ye Nan slowly shook his head and answered truthfully. No. Makarov's expression became serious and he coughed twice. In that case, I can't let you take on this mission. President, it's interesting just because you don't have it, isn't it? Ye Nan asked back. Makarov burst out laughing after hearing this. Picked up the guild seal on the side. He covered it and handed the parchment to Ye Nan. Be careful. Makarov was very cautious. Ye Nan smiled and waved her hand and said, Don't worry, I will be careful, it's just the immortal demon Dionla. Goo. Makarov took a few sips of wine and said. It is said that the immortal demon Dionla appeared once in a small town 3 years ago, and then disappeared. It may be helpful to you. Ye Nan paused for a moment, smiled and waved, opened the guild door, and walked outside. Thanks, I'll remember that. With that said, he left the guild, leaving only his voice. Makarov was drinking, his face already drunk. He held the wine bottle tightly and looked at the guild door. You must come back safely. Ye Nan. The immortal demon Dionla is by no means an ordinary person. After a while, the door of the Union, which had been quiet just now, was opened again. Natsu's surprised voice came from the side. Everyone, do you see what I found? Natsu was holding an egg in his hand. Everyone in the guild looked over, with clues on their faces. What is this, an egg? I have never seen such an egg before. Makarov jumped over, grabbed the egg from Natsu's hand, and touched his chin. I remember Wendy seemed to have gotten similar eggs a few days ago. Natsu's face was filled with surprise. And there are eggs like this. Akin. Natsu became even happier and happier. He originally thought that being beaten away by Ye Nan would be the end of it, but he didn't expect to find such an egg. It's so good. What makes Natsu even more happy is that there are people in the guild who have the same eggs as him. Well, no matter how he looked at it, he couldn't tell what species it was, so Makarov returned the egg to Natsu and said, no matter what kind of egg it is, let's incubate it carefully until it hatches. Yeah. Natsu nodded in agreement, his eyes flashing. He looked at the egg in his hand. It's a pity that Wendy hasn't come to the guild yet, otherwise you two might be able to study together what an egg looks like. Makarov held his chin. Sudden. Makarov's face became serious, and he sensed a powerful magic power. Everyone in the guild. What's going on? I'm so sleepy. I really want to sleep. Even Natsu is. I really want to sleep. In an instant, everyone in the guild fell down except Makarov. Miss Doggin slowly walked in from the guild door. Is it convenient to join a guild? Chapter 49. Riding in a carriage, we arrived at this lively town. After Ye Nan gave the groom money, the groom drove his horse away gradually, further and further away. After Ye Nan looked at the groom's back, he turned around and looked at the lively town. Bump! Feeling like something touched her, Ye Nan lowered her head. In front of him was a handsome boy who was 1/10 as handsome as Ye Nan. He was touching his red forehead with a look of pain on his face. Ye Nan just knocked him down. Hey! How can you read the road? The handsome boy stood up, pointed at Ye Nan's nose and cursed. Ye Nan is taller than him and several years older than him, but the handsome boy is not afraid at all. Ye Nan looked back, a little confused. You didn't touch me. The handsome boy was silent for a second or two, then he raised his head and looked very unhappy. It's not you who touched me. Ye Nan carefully observed this little boy who was about 7 years old and 1 year younger than him. He still had some impression of this familiar face. This is Grey from Fairy Tale, the future demon slayer of ice. But it's still too immature now. Ye Nan also has no interest in playing with Grey. His top priority is to get rid of the undead demon Dionla. Ye Nan turned around and left. But Grey stopped him, feeling particularly unhappy. You bumped into someone and you didn't even apologize. Ye Nan turned around, the pressure on her body was released, and she glared at him. Then what do you want from me? Cold sweat dripped down Grey's face. He had such a strong aura. He had only encountered this aura in front of his master Wooloo. No, it's nothing. Grey's momentum dropped unconsciously, and he was quite calm. At least, treat me to a meal. Goo. Suddenly, Grey's stomach growled. Grey's face turned red with embarrassment and he was a little embarrassed. Grey was a little embarrassed when he came out from Master Wooloo in a hurry and forgot to take the money, which led to the current predicament. Ye Nan was silent for a moment and then said. Forget it, come with me, I'll treat you to a meal. Thank you. Grey thanked him. Ye Nan was speechless. How long had this unfortunate child been hungry? Ye Nan and Grey were walking on the street. A nearby hawker was selling his food, and the surrounding area was crowded with people. It was so busy. Grey cast his curious gaze over. What is this going on? Ye Nan was not very interested and walked forward. At this moment, the hawker's voice shouted. This is the tree bark scratched by Fairy Tale's S-class Mage Ye Nan himself. Don't miss it when you pass by. People gathered around. Wow! It's Master Guanglong. Is this the scratch of Master Guanglong? It's so beautiful, ah, I can't do it anymore. Ah! So handsome. People around are obsessed with these barks. Now everything related to the light dragon Ye Nan is the wealth code of the traders. Ye Nan's steps stopped. Listening to people around me talking about myself makes me feel a little ashamed. Never mind. Just pretend you didn't hear it. Ye Nan was ready to continue walking in the direction of her destination. At this time, I heard Grey next to me saying, feeling particularly unhappy. What a light dragon! That's because it didn't touch me, Master Grey. Boom! Ye Nan punched him. Humph! I guess he's not even as good as one of my master's fingers. Boom! Ye Nan punched Grey again. Just when Ye Nan's fist was about to fall, Grey sneered and caught the punch. What are you doing? Why are you hitting me? Grey couldn't understand. Boom! Ye Nan punched Grey hard on the head with her other hand, and then walked forward. You don't need to understand. Behind him, Gray covered his head with tears in his eyes. Damn it, guys! Ignoring the sounds from behind, Ye Nan continued walking towards the street ahead. Hey! Wait for me! Gray's voice came from behind and he quickly ran over. Ye Nan walks faster. Hey! Damn it, guy! Why are you walking so fast? Gray's angry voice kept chasing after him. Finally, Ye Nan stopped outside the door of a mansion. Gray in the back was panting, holding his knees with his hands, gasping for breath, and raised his head. Why are you walking so fast? Where is this? Gray raised his head and looked at the door plaque on the mansion. The mayor's house. Gray was suddenly shocked and shouted. Are you the mayor who eats bones? Boom! Ye Nan punched Gray again. She couldn't bear it anymore. He actually regards such a handsome young man as the bad old man mayor here. Well. Gray held his head and squatted down again, feeling the pain coming from his head. Damn it! One day I will take revenge. Now he has great potential, just wait and see. If you come out to fool around, you will have to pay it back one day. When Ye Nan was about to walk in, 2 bodyguards guarding the door stopped them. Sorry, sir. You can't enter here. The bodyguard guarding the door was polite but stopped them anyway. Gray became proud at this time. Hey! If you beat me, I won't be able to get in. Do you want me, Master Gray, to take you in? Ye Nan ignored the childish Gray and took out a mission parchment from her pocket. When the bodyguard saw the parchment, his expression changed drastically, and his attitude suddenly became respectful. Quickly bow and salute. I'm sorry, Master Mage. We didn't know it was you, so please forgive me. I'm going to inform the mayor right away. Ye Nan watched as a bodyguard opened the door and ran into the mansion. Gray stared at Ye Nan's figure and kept looking at it. Hey! What is your identity as a guy? Ye Nan didn't even look back. You guess. Gray veins popped out on Gray's head. He wanted to beat this kind of treacherous person to death. A few minutes later, the fat mayor rushed over quickly with the guard, his face extremely respectful. Lord Sorcerer! Please come in. Ye Nan nodded and walked in to discuss the matter. Gray saw this and was ready to follow. But he was stopped by the bodyguard. Let him in. Ye Nan's voice came from beside the mayor. The mayor winked. The bodyguard understood immediately and quickly stopped Gray's hand. See, don't look down on others. Gray yelled a few words and quickly walked in with big steps. Lord Sorcerer, please. The fat mayor smiled and quickly invited Ye Nan in. Ye Nan nodded lightly. Gray, who was behind, stepped out and followed. Several people walked into the mansion. Chapter 50. Mayor. Inside the room, Ye Nan and Gray arrived here together, led by the fat mayor, surrounded by luxurious furniture. It's a shame to show off one's modesty. The mayor seems particularly humble in Ye Nan. Ye Nan looked around and saw that the value of many things was no less than 100,000 yuan. He smiled and replied, if this is a humble home, then there is nothing that is not a humble home. The mayor laughed a few times, sat down on the sofa, and drank tea. Ye Nan also sat on the sofa. Gray sat next to Ye Nan and listened quietly to their conversation. I don't know the name of the wizard. Fairy tale, Ye Nan. Ye Nan spoke calmly without any fluctuation. But this name really scared the two of them. The mayor was so shocked that he stood up directly, his voice trembling. You are the light dragon mage from Fairy Tale. Gray's eyes widened even more, and all the doubts on the road were solved. Ye Nan looked calm and answered calmly without any fluctuation in expression, it's just some false reputation. The mayor reached out his hand and smiled. How can it be a false name? Everyone knows the name of Fairy Tale Light Dragon. It's good now. The immortal demon Dionla will definitely be solved. Just when Gray was shocked that the person in front of him was actually the famous light dragon, he heard the name Dionla. Where is Dionla? Gray's face became excited and he lifted the mayor's collar. The bodyguard next to him widened his eyes and was about to go over to rescue the mayor. Stop! The mayor stopped the bodyguards. Gray calmed down at this, gently let go of his hand, and lowered his head. I'm sorry. The mayor straightened his clothes and said with a smile on his face, It's okay, it's okay. Ye Nan suddenly spoke at this time. Can the mayor please tell me in detail about Dionla? The mayor's fat smile became even brighter and he answered without hesitation. Certainly. I will tell you everything I know. Gray next to him listened carefully, not daring to be at all serious. The immortal demon Dionla destroyed his hometown, and he must avenge this. The mayor spoke slowly. This matter started when my citizens discovered the members of Tartaros. It was an accident at that time. My citizens learned about the existence of Dionla from Tartaros, and reported it to me as the mayor. Then I issued the mission. The mayor gave a detailed description of what happened. Gray frowned and stared at the mayor closely. Tartaros. Gray, who had just joined the army, had never heard of this force. But Ye Nan next to her knew clearly that in fairy tale, one of the 3 dark guilds, Tartaros, also known as Books of Zeref. That's not surprising. Ye Nan murmured to herself. While watching the anime, I have been wondering how the immortal demon Dionla appeared out of thin air in a small town, and how Tartaros saved Gray's father by such a coincidence. From this point of view, I am afraid that the appearance of Dionla was planned by Tartaros. It's called Books of Zeref. The guild is full of demons. It's normal to have the immortal demon Dionla. Ye Nan narrowed her eyes. Ye Nan stood up, shook the mayor's hand, and said, I know all the information you provided. Don't worry, I will definitely help you solve the problem of Dionla. After Ye Nan finished speaking, she took Gray out of the mayor's office. Wait. I can provide accommodation. The mayor yelled from behind. Ye Nan waved her hand, no need, I already have a place to stay. After saying that, he disappeared. After Ye Nan left, the fat mayor opened his eyes and opened his fangs, what a vigilant guy. Street? Gray turned his head and said in a condensed voice. I always feel like there's something wrong with that mayor. Ye Nan nodded. I've already felt it. I'm afraid that except for Tartaros, everything he said is a lie. Gray clenched his fists and frowned, in that case, why not expose them? Maybe we can get clues about Dionla. No need. Ye Nan slowly shook his head and looked at the sky. It's just a small fish, not worth mentioning. When Ye Nan entered the mayor's mansion, she could already smell the smell of the devil, but it was just a little devil after all. Not worth mentioning at all. If you want to fish, catch big fish. Ye Nan looked back at the mayor's mansion and looked at it quietly for a long time. Gray commented. You are really insidious. Boom. Ye Nan punched Gray on the head directly, causing a big swelling on Gray's head. Can you speak? Ye Nan rolled her eyes at Gray and walked directly in front. Damn it. Gray covered his head and swore, one day I will take revenge. Gray quickly followed. Dining room. Gray was devouring his food, and the diners around him looked over. The dishes were quickly decreasing. Ye Nan was wearing a mask at this time and was in disguise, otherwise the place would be blocked and she wouldn't be able to get out at all. Eat slowly, no one will compete with you. Ye Nan said slowly. Gray still didn't listen and quickly ate the food. Ye Nan sighed, closed her eyes and let Gray eat, it didn't matter anyway. He's not short of food money. After Gray finished eating, Ye Nan took Gray to pay and left. Came to a hotel. Please get a room. Ye Nan threw some money on the counter, took the key and left with Gray. Hey, why are you sharing a room? Gray was unhappy. Sharing a room means that he might have to stay in the same room with this guy. It's really terrible. Ye Nan leads the way without looking back. If you have money, you can open a separate room. Gray shut his mouth. He didn't have any money now. How could he get the money? How about asking your master Wolu to pay the bill? Ye Nan added. Gray became even more silent. Just kidding, he just ran away from the master, how could he tell the master where he was? He has not yet sought revenge on the immortal demon Dionla. Ye Nan understood what Gray was thinking at a glance and spoke bluntly. If you want to seek revenge against the immortal demon Dionla, then give up. You can't do it. Your strength is too weak. What? Damn it! How dare you underestimate me? Gray stared at him after hearing this. Click. Ye Nan opened the door and walked into the room. Gray instantly felt like he was punched in the air, and his whole face turned livid. Chapter 51. Quickly coming to the room, Ye Nan turned on the light and looked at the layout of the room. Generally speaking, it was very neat. There was a big bed in the middle and a TV in front of the bed. Gray followed in from behind. It's not bad. It can barely be used as my Uncle Gray's residence. Boom. Another fist smashed down. Ye Nan slowly withdrew his fist that was still smoking. Don't be so extravagant at a young age. Some accommodation is pretty good. Gray covered his head and muttered without hesitation. You're 1 year older than me, who have you to teach me a lesson? Boom. Ye Nan smiled, but there was something chilling about the smile. I paid for all your money, do you think I am qualified to teach you a lesson? Goo. Gray swallowed the next words. He felt that if he said the next words, the outcome would not be good. I could only cover the second bag on my head, afraid to speak out in anger. Ye Nan ignored Gray behind him, put down her luggage bag, lay on the bed, closed her eyes and rested. Gray looked at the unsuspecting Ye Nan and suddenly laughed. Hey, let's see how I can retaliate against you. Gray took off his clothes. But as soon as he took off his clothes, Ye Nan on the bed closed his eyes and said, You'd better put on clothes, otherwise you will be regarded as a pervert. Gray shivered. Why can you see my movements? Ye Nan's eyes opened a slit, and she smiled and said, Your intention is so obvious, little Gray. Damn it! Gray gritted his teeth in anger, quickly put on his clothes and sat on the other side of the bed. Time gradually passed in this silent atmosphere. Until late at night. 2:30 in the morning. Ye Nan opened her eyes, turned to look at Gray who was sleeping beside her, got up, changed her clothes, and left the room. Operations at this time may yield unexpected results. Ye Nan jumped down from the window and ran straight towards the mayor's mansion. Wait until he leaves. In the guest room. But Gray suddenly opened his eyes and turned to look at the open window. Uncle Gray who wants to leave me, damn him, there is no door. He also got up and jumped on the window. Leave this room. Ye Nan came to the mayor's house, covered the wall and sneaked in without alerting anyone, and sneaked into the room. Ye Nan glanced at the various documents in the room. Maybe there will be some clues. Ye Nan rummaged through these documents, but found nothing interesting. In the dark. Thumping. The lights suddenly came on. Ye Nan's eyes narrowed and he looked up in the direction of the door. The figure of the mayor surrounded the door with a large number of people, different from his smiling appearance during the day. The mayor at this time is ferocious and terrifying. With red eyes and fangs exposed from his mouth, there is nothing remotely human about him, he is a complete devil. Lord Guanglong, you don't want to talk to me when you come to my humble abode. The mayor's tone was still as kind as during the day, but Ye Nan felt a strong sense of malice in his tone. I understand this is a trap. But Ye Nan was not afraid at all. With these people, he couldn't stop him at all. There was nothing to be afraid of. What is your purpose? Since you are a devil, why would you issue a mission? Ye Nan asked. The mayor in front of him felt that there was no need to hide anymore, so he showed his cards directly. Nothing, I just received a commission from above to find potential magicians to transform into demons. I just didn't expect that it would be the famous light dragon. Haha, I'm going to make a contribution this time. The mayor looked proud. In Tartaros, demons can also transform others into demons through demon factors. Looking for fighting power and increasing demons is a good choice. The mayor extended his hand to Ye Nan. How about it? What's good about human beings is that their lifespan is short and their bodies are weak. Let me be a devil together, light dragon. Ye Nan curled her lips and said in a joking manner. I no longer want to be a human being. The mayor was even more happy. It was great to be able to receive a powerful demon without using a sword or a gun. In this case, then we. Before the mayor finished speaking, Ye Nan suddenly changed the subject, but I don't want to be a devil. Who can be considered a devil when he can be a blue-eyed white dragon? Hearing this, the mayor's complexion turned from green to purple, then from red to green. He looked very ugly and bared his fangs. Are you kidding me? You still know? Ye Nan's smile became brighter. The mayor couldn't stand such a mocking smile. He clenched his fists and waved his hand fiercely, FK me. The little bodyguards who had been transformed from humans into demons all around rushed forward. Ye Nan looked calm, half of her body turned into a half-dragon body, and her sharp claws were displayed. The silver dragon's hook. A silver light flashed across. The little devil bodyguards around them all fell to the ground, with blood marks on their bodies, and they were unconscious. Ye Nan slowly came to the mayor, her silver claws in front of her. It's your turn next. 2 drops of cold sweat broke out on the mayor's head, and he backed away. How is it possible? He can be so strong. Ye Nan didn't have time to listen to his nonsense, and a glowing ball appeared in her hand. Blue-eyed Shiraishi. A terrifying white light enveloped the entire mayor's mansion, and a white world appeared. When it disappears, the mayor's red eyes widened. There were wings on his back, long fangs, and he no longer looked human. He was gasping for air at this time. Damn it, guy! The mayor has no strength to resist at this moment. Ye Nan's strength is beyond his expectation. If you want to deal with me, you must at least invite one of the 6 dependents of Tartaros. Ye Nan glanced around, but no matter how he looked, he found no trace of the 6 dependents of Tartaros. At this time, Ye Nan then looked in the direction of the mayor. It seems like you were treated as an outcast by Tartaros. Abandoned son. The mayor gritted his fangs and said, Impossible. There is absolutely no way I am an abandoned son. Tartaros will never give up on me. Until now, he is still unwilling to accept the fact that he was abandoned by Tartaros. Ye Nan also felt a little pitiful for the demon mayor in front of him. How about you tell me the information about Tartaros and I let you go? Stop lying to me. The mayor calmed down at this time and laughed sinisterly. Tartaros has not abandoned me. Do you think disturbing my mind at this time is useful? It's useless, haha. You and the residents of this town will be killed by the immortal demon Lion. Chapter 52. What did you say? Ye Nan frowned. Logically speaking, if he stopped this demon, he should have successfully prevented the arrival of the undead demon Dionla. By the way, you don't know yet. The mayor smiled sinisterly, making people want to punch him. At this time the window. Ho ho ho! A giant demon of 40 to 50 meters tall, with 6-pack abs on his chest, armor-like skin protecting himself, hair and roaring. This roar spread throughout the town, and fear also spread. Dionla opened his mouth, and a green light emitted from his mouth. The green light was emitted from his mouth in less than a second. Bang! A house not far away was shrouded in explosions. Ye Nan's eyes widened, she clenched her fists, turned her head and grabbed the mayor's collar, using her remaining sense to restrain her anger. You guy, what on earth did you do? The mayor was not afraid at all. At this time, he had already put his life and death aside, and if Tartaros had not given up on him, he could still be resurrected. Haha, as early as when you came, another pair of my men went out to summon Dai Lion. You fell into the trap of luring the tiger away from the mountain. Unfortunately, I originally wanted to turn you into a demon. The mayor smiled sinisterly. Stand up. Ye Nan's anger served him well. You deserve to die. Ye Nan glared at him and sent the devil to hell with one bullet. The devil, the mayor, showed no fear and was always smiling. Inside the house, it was a mess. Ye Nan has no time to take care of these messy scenes. The top priority is to stop Dionla, otherwise more people will die. Dionla. Ye Nan stared at the behemoth Lion outside the window. Countless people were dying in his hands with every kick and blow. This touches Ye Nan's bottom line. Ye Nan quickly broke the window and ran in the direction of Lion. The other direction. Gray was chasing after him when he suddenly heard a roar and his eyes widened. This roar. This roar. Correct. It was Dionla who destroyed his hometown. If his master Ulu hadn't saved him, he would have died in the hands of Dionla. I won't let you run away this time, I'm going to attack you. Gray gritted his teeth in hatred. In the past 3 years, he had learned a lot of skills from his master Ulu, and he was no longer the young boy he was before. Gray looked up and saw that it was indeed Dionla. Her appearance was no different from 3 years ago. Wait, then. Gray ran in the direction of Lion. There were countless cries in the crowd, and countless people were running in panic. Only Gray was swimming against the current, looking angry. Came in front of Dionla. Come on. Monster, let me show you the results of my practice in the past 3 years. Gray looked up at Lion, took off his clothes, put his hands together, and an ice blue magic circle appeared in his hands. Ice shape magic. Maul soldier. Gray created a hammer made of ice and smashed it towards Lionella's feet. Hit. The ice hammer suddenly shattered in Gray's disbelieving eyes. How can it be? Ice shards flew everywhere, and Gray's heart suddenly became uneasy. He could feel that the blow just now did not cause any harm to Dionla at all, not even pain. Damn it! Is the difference in strength actually so big? Gray hammered the ground desperately. Lion slowly lowered his huge head and saw Gray. The ice hammer just now caught his attention. Roar! With an angry roar, Lion stepped forward with his foot in Gray's direction. Gray's eyes widened and he looked at the solace of his feet with a look of despair. Bang! Lionla's foot stepped down, and another house and a bunch of people disappeared. But Lionla became more and more excited. Roar! The little bug just now has been eliminated by him. Gray slowly opened his eyes. I'm dead. I guess not yet. A familiar and gentle voice sounded. Gray's eyes widened. This voice was very familiar to him. It was clearly his master. You are you. Master, are you dead too? Gray couldn't believe it. Who could put her to death if her master was so powerful? Ulu hugged Gray and his head went blank. He was not very angry. Who are you cursing? You are not dead. Gray finally came to his senses slowly, stood up, and gasped for air. Turning his head, his expression was complicated. Master. He left without authorization, so the master must have come out to look for him. Ulu touched his head tenderly and said slowly, if you have anything to say, let's talk about it later. I still have things to do. Ulu stood up and turned his head to face Lionla directly. Only then did Gray realize what Ulu was going to do, and shouted, No, master. Lionla is too dangerous, let's retreat first. Ulu turned around and smiled. Do not worry. Gray knew that this was just what Master Uridu said to comfort him. The immortal demon Lionla was even more powerful than Master Uridu. Yu crossed his hands and squatted down. Countless frosts covered his body. An ice vortex formed an absolute field, and huge magic power appeared. Gray's eyes widened, and he suddenly thought of a magic that Yu once said, the last resort, the magic of death, absolute freezing. No. Master. Gray lay on the ground and cried, now he had no strength at all. As for Dionla, as if he sensed something, he looked in the direction of Ulu. On the road to war. Ye Nan ran at a high speed, and all the surrounding houses were on fire. Hearing the screams of countless people in her ears, her anger could not be concealed, and the anger appeared on her face. Dionla. A mere demon dares to take human lives at will. What does it think of human life? Ye Nan looked at Dionla, who was wreaking havoc everywhere, with eyes full of murderous intent. His eyes were full of cold and piercing murderous intent. In a burning building nearby, a little girl squatted on the ground and cried. Dad! Horse! His father was pinned underneath. Ye Nan stopped and gently touched the little girl's hair. Feeling the sudden warmth, the little girl stopped crying and looked over blankly. But no one was seen. In his ears, a gentle voice suddenly came out. Don't worry, I helped rescue your father. The little girl next to her was suddenly picked up high, and her father, who was covered in bruises, gasped, Are you okay, Zioan? The little girl laughed. Well, I'm fine, a gentle big brother saved us. Ye Nan, still rushing there. Chapter 53. Everything is so urgent, there are more and more cries around, and the once peaceful town is shrouded in flames and ruins. The immortal demon, Dionla, still does not let the surviving people go and destroys everything. The scenes in front of Ye Nan's eyes flew by quickly, and the anger in Ye Nan's heart became more and more intense. Finally reached. Dionla. Ye Nan came to Dionla, jumped up in one step, her hands had turned into dragon claws, and white light enveloped her hands. White Dragon's iron fist. Carrying huge power, he can knock down Dionla with one blow. Ulu looked at this scene with a surprised look on his face, and stopped unconsciously and continued to use absolute freeze. That is. Ulu's expression became more solemn. Gray's voice sounded next to him. That's Fairy Tail's light dragon. Ulu looked over, took a closer look at the extremely angry Ye Nan, and sighed. Is that the recently famous light dragon? It is indeed well deserved. It can actually knock down that big guy Dionla. But in a short time, Ulu's expression became solemn again, but it's not enough to defeat Dionla. What? Gray looked at Master Uru in surprise. Such terrifying fists are not enough to defeat Dionla, so how much terrifying power is needed to defeat Dionla? Gray could no longer imagine how terrifying Dionla was. It seems to be verifying what Uru said. After Dionla was knocked down, he quickly got up. There was no injury on his body, just a little dust, and he let out a roar. Ho ho ho! The power on Dionla became even more terrifying. Ye Nan was not afraid at all, staring at Dionla with a pair of eyes, the expression on her face was extremely angry. You guy, I will never forgive you. Borrowing the power from the second stage in the air, Ye Nan stepped on the air and turned into white light and rushed towards Dionla. The white dragon's hook. Ye Nan's dragon claw passed through Dionla's abdomen. Scars appear. Dionla felt the pain and roared, ho ho. Under this roar, the wounds that appeared now healed quickly. Until it completely disappears. Ye Nan landed slowly and stared at Dionla, what an incredible monster. Damn it guy. Fell to the ground. Ye Nan raised his head and stared at Dionla, and a ball of light appeared in his hand. Blue-eyed Shiraishi. The surrounding world turned white again, and the tile ruins were stained with white. But it had no effect on Dionla, who was still vigorous and roaring. Ridiculing Ye Nan for overestimating her abilities. TCH. Ye Nan ran quickly, observing Dionla's weaknesses. Careful, boy. Ulu's worried voice sounded from behind. Ye Nan raised his head and took a look. Green light appeared in Dionla's mouth again, and he was about to emit light waves again. Come on! Who is afraid of whom? Ye Nan was not to be outdone at all. Even if the current injury was like scraping, he would still scrape it to death. Open your mouth and white light blooms. Exploding blast of destruction bombs. Terrifying light bullets were fired from Ye Nan's mouth. At the same time, Dionla's air bombs were also launched. The two people's air bombs faced each other, neither showing weakness to the other. Come over here! Ye Nan shouted loudly and increased the magic power. The exploding blast bomb directly pushed back the air bomb of Dionla, causing a big explosion on the door. Very good! Grey was extremely excited. With such a powerful power, Dionla must be dead. Ulu's expression was still solemn. No. Dionla is still not hurt at all. Grey turned his head and looked at Uru in horror. Such a terrifying big explosion did no harm at all. What kind of terrifying monster is Dionla? Ulu always had a solemn look on his face. There was no relaxation from the beginning. Ye Nan, who was fighting against Dionla, also noticed that Dionla's aura had not dropped at all from just now to now. The vitality seems to be endless. What an incredible monster! Ye Nan sighed with emotion. The demons in Ziref's book are so difficult to deal with. One can imagine how terrifying Ziref himself is. How terrifying is the black dragon that even Ziref wants to avoid. But it's too early to say this now. Ye Nan was still observing Dionla's movements, not daring to be careless in the slightest. Roar! There was a roar, and the smoke above the head dispersed under this power, and the figure of Dionla appeared in front of him. Even after suffering such a horrific explosion, there were still no wounds at all. Dionla took a look, and green light appeared in his mouth again. Are you coming again? Ye Nan was not afraid at all. Although there was nothing he could do with Dionla's vitality and healing power, Dionla's attack was too weak. Not worth mentioning at all. Try this. Ye Nan rolled up her sleeves, and the fairy's glorious symbol appeared on her wrist. Ulu, who was watching the battle from behind, looked at the sign in surprise. This is... Grey asked, what's wrong? Master. Ulu frowned and slowly shook his head. It's just that I feel a very powerful magic from this sign. Maybe there is really hope that Dionla can be completely eliminated. Ye Nan pointed the mark at Dionla and grinned, you have to take advantage of this trick. Dionla. The radiance of fairies. A magic circle appeared in his hand. Ye Nan shot the fairy's glorious magic into the sky, and then the terrifying golden light fell from the sky like divine punishment and enveloped Dionla. Ah! Dilion pulled the whole demon's body into a shrill scream. The skin on your body is constantly evaporating. Great, Dionla is finally going to be eliminated. Grey looked at this scene with excitement on his face. Dionla and him had a sworn hatred. Now Dionla will finally be eliminated. It's just a pity that he didn't eliminate them all. Wolu said nothing, looking at the beam of light in front of him, with deep worry in his eyes. The light faded. Dionla turned into a big skeleton. Hoo! Ye Nan gasped for air. Releasing super magic was a very consuming process. With his current magic power, he could only release super magic 3 times. But fortunately it's over. Roar! At this moment, under Ye Nan's astonished gaze, the skeleton roared, and then, the bones grew flesh again. Dionla, come back to life. Chapter 54. Ye Nan's brows furrowed deeply. This guy is indeed an immortal demon. This self-healing ability and immortality ability are simply invincible. This time Dionla learned the lesson. After getting up, he didn't go directly to find Ye Nan's trouble. Instead, he held the green light in his mouth, turned his head and fired it to the side. There is a densely populated place over there, where everyone takes refuge. What? Ye Nan was surprised. She never thought that Dionla, a guy who looked very naive, could actually cheat. What's wrong? Ulu from behind also shouted. A terrifying explosion sounded over there, but Ulu didn't hear the screams and couldn't help being stunned. What happened? Is there someone blocking it? Grey next to him shouted loudly. Master, look quickly. The symbol of the goblin ball appeared on Ye Nan's other wrist, which was red and covered with sweat. He didn't have much energy left to continue using magic. Ye Nan activated super magic twice, and now it feels extremely difficult to even move. Be careful, young man. Ulu's anxious voice sounded. Ye Nan found a shadow covering herself. Look up. Only then did he realize that it was Dionla's fist that was hitting here. Take advantage of the moment of weakness to sneak attack. The shadow of the fist was completely shrouded, and Ye Nan could only see Ulu, who was rushing over anxiously, and the fist. Dionla pulled the fist down. The terrifying sound directly covered her fist and knocked everything away. Wu Lu couldn't avoid it, and the aftermath blew her away. Ah! Ulu hit the ruined wall and stopped, spitting out a mouthful of blood from the corner of his mouth. Master, are you okay? Grey cried and shouted anxiously. All because of him. If it weren't for him running away from home, the master would not fall into such a situation. Dionla was already destroying the town everywhere. When his feet collapsed, a house was broken into pieces. When his hands lifted up, a bunch of people were killed. When he opened his mouth, countless screams could be heard. Ha ha ha! Dionla laughed happily, this destruction was so comfortable. Especially after defeating the person who overestimated his ability to stop him, the destruction became even more comfortable. Hey, big guy! Ulu's voice attracted Dionla's attention. Dionla looked down, and the sense of crisis that had passed away came over again. If he remembers correctly, the human in front of her knew a kind of magic that was extremely threatening to her. We can't let him use it. Dionla made up his mind in just a moment, and hit Ulu with the fist in his hand again. Not afraid at all. Uru crossed his hands, the frost aura covering his whole body, and squatted down, with the vortex of the ice domain surrounding his body. Dion's fist hits. But it didn't even touch Ulu's body. Under the absolute domain, his fists quickly became frosty and he couldn't move. Ho ho! He roared angrily, and the sense of crisis in Dionla's heart became stronger and stronger. If he is allowed to continue like this, I'm afraid he will die. Die. This concept appeared in Dionla's mind for the first time, making him angry and frightened. You! Grey shouted from behind. He wanted to stop Uru from releasing absolute freeze, but he couldn't do it. His fist hit the ground so hard. Grey gave up on himself and cried on the ground. I'm so useless. But at this moment, under the ruins of the tiles, there was movement slowly. Ye Nan's back covered in blood stood up from the tiles, his head lowered, and he couldn't see clearly what kind of expression he had on his face. Slowly walked forward. Step. 2 steps. In Grey's eyes, the pace was particularly rhythmic. Something is wrong with Ye Nan in front of her. However, under Grey's sight, Ye Nan was walking towards Ulu, which was releasing absolute freezing. Grey was shocked. You can't go any further, or you'll freeze. No response. Ye Nan came to the absolutely frozen realm and stepped in with one step. Her whole body was covered with frost and frozen. It's over, it's all over. Grey stared blankly with despair on his face. Step. 2 steps. Ye Nan ignored her frozen body and walked forward with a chill. As she got closer to Ulu, everything from the neck down of Ye Nan was frozen. But Ye Nan didn't care at all, and still walked forward, with a downcast expression. Step. 2 steps. The area above the neck slowly froze, still moving forward. Gray cried and yelled. Don't go ahead, I beg you. The implementer, Ulu, also noticed the figure that had just come from behind. He turned around and was shocked. He shouted, It's too dangerous here. Don't go forward anymore. Long-winded. Ye Nan's deep voice sounded, and the terrifying white light continued to exude a holy, sacred light behind it. The freeze that had enveloped my whole body just a moment ago. Boom! All the ice blocks all over the body were broken, and there was nothing the frost could do. What? Ulu was shocked. This was the first time he saw someone who could ignore absolute freezing. What kind of power was this? Still silent. Ye Nan walked slowly forward, this time without encountering any obstacles. The white light behind him was protecting him. Bump! Patting Uru's shoulder, the absolute realm disappeared. Absolutely frozen. Fail. Ulu was distracted for a while, looking at the figure still walking in the direction of Dionla, and vaguely saw a majestic, domineering, but extremely sacred white dragon. Dionla roared at the immortal demon. Dionla looked at the person coming over, with a rare look of fear and panic in his eyes, and directly punched him with his fist. The terrifying fist is coming. Careful. Uru and Grey reminded at the same time. But this fist was not as powerful as before, and stopped directly in front of Ye Nan. He raised his hand to stop the big fist. The body shapes of the two didn't even match at all. Give it a gentle tug. Dionla's entire arm was torn off. Ah! Dionla covered the mouth of her severed arm and howled in pain. Ye Nan's face lifted slightly, under the surprised gazes of Ulu and Grey. The entire face has turned into silvery white reflective dragon scales. There is no human characteristic left on his body. Dionla, since I can't defeat you as a human, then I will embark on the road of dragon transformation from now on. Let you see absolute violence. Ye Nan's face, which was extremely angry, slowly returned to calm. He hid this anger in his heart. He would never forget every bit of people's pain. He wants to impose it on Dionla 10 times and 100 times. In the identity of a dragon. The voice of the system sounded in my mind for a long time. Evolution conditions are met. Blue Eyes Dragon Human Form. Activate. Chapter 55. Completely transformed into a dragon. The black hair turned to silver, Ye Nan's body was covered with beautiful silver scales, and both hands had turned into dragon claws, exuding powerful power. The white light behind him was restrained and shrank inside Ye Nan's body. What's this? Uru and Grey stared blankly at the scene in front of them, unable to believe it. A person's strength in front of them has crossed several levels. Uru can feel it. Even she can't win with this power, how amazing it is. You must know that she has the strength of the holy 10 great magicians. Just a moment ago, Ulu felt that Ye Nan was inferior to her, but in the blink of an eye, she surpassed her. This progress is too fast. A new arm gradually grew out of the severed arm in front of Dionla. It no longer hurt, and he let out an angry roar. He wants to cut the damn human being in front of him into pieces. Open your mouth. Green light emitted from Dionla's mouth again and was about to be launched. Ye Nan was not afraid, and came to Dionla's mouth with a slight jump, and sneered. Dionla's pupils shrank and he was about to shoot the bullet out of his mouth. It's better for you to eat your own cannonballs. Ye Nan kicked Dionla hard in the chin. The mouths came together again. The green light bomb exploded directly in Dionla's mouth. Bang! Dionla fell to the ground again. The chin has been ruined to a point of disfigurement. It's your own fault. Ye Nan looked at Dionla in front of him, his expression showing no signs of relaxation. Get up, don't pretend to be dead, you still want me to help you. Damn it you guy. Ye Nan grabbed Dai Lion's feet and gently pulled them off. Ah! The extreme pain was inflicted on Dai Lionla's body, and tears gradually appeared in his eyes. This monster, who was more than just pain, finally understood the taste of pain. Roar! With a roar, his chin and legs had all returned to their original state, and Dai Lionla stood up angrily and hit him. Ye Nan looked at the scene in front of her calmly, her whole body glowing with white light. Blue-eyed Shiraishi. With themselves as the center, the white light spread rapidly, and everyone felt as if they had come to a white world. In this world, Dai Lionla cut off contact with the outside world. Here, you despicable and shameless guy, you can no longer hurt ordinary people. Ye Nan looked at Dai Lionla in front of him. There was no response. Under the white light, Dai Lionla's body was corroded until his bones dropped. Moment. Dai Lionla recovered again and did not look injured at all. The immortal demon Dai Lionla has terrifying recovery abilities. It's quite possible to recover, but how many times can you recover? I'm so angry now that even beating you to death 10,000 times won't be enough to relieve my anger. Ye Nan roared out, with deep anger in his voice. Not enough to relieve his anger, Ye Nan tore off Dai Lionla's left arm directly. Ah! Making a painful sound again, Dai Lion looked at the human in front of her with fear. He is not a human, he is a devil. Must run. Must run. The strong will to survive prompted Diane to look for an exit, but Ye Nan passed in front of her again. This world has no exit. Ye Nan stared at Dai Lion and said word by word, if you beat me, you can get out. Dai Lionla's face was filled with despair as she listened to these words. He can't defeat this demon in front of him. Ye Nan didn't pay much attention to Dai Lionla. Pull again. Dai Lion's legs were ripped off at once. Ah! He let out a painful roar again, and there were more tears in Dai Lionla's eyes, looking at Ye Nan with fear in his eyes. The legs recovered again in less than a second. Roar! No! I'm going to have my leg pulled again. Dai Lionla's face was full of pain. If he was given another chance, he would never choose to come to this place to do evil. The demon in front of me is so terrifying. Without any hesitation. Hiss! A pair of newborn thighs were completely pulled off and put aside. Ye Yuan smiled brightly. The devil should have bones. This somewhat childish voice turned into a devilish voice in Diane Lion's ears. Asked about bones. Dai Lionla already knows exactly what Ye Nan is planning to do. That's why I'm even more frightened. Roar! Don't let me go. Dai Lionla kept begging and roaring. Hearing this, Ye Nan's smile became even more dazzling, it seems to be quite energetic. That's great. Then first let's see if you have a spine. Jump to Dai Lionla's chest. The sharp dragon claws were inserted into it all at once, and it began to stir. Roar! It hurts so much. Dai Lionla was in even more pain and was almost numb. This kind of pain was simply unbearable for ordinary people. As expected of the immortal demon Dai Lionla, he is really energetic and deserves his reputation. Ye Nan gave a rare compliment, and then became surprised, the demon actually has bones. Bone-piercing pain appeared in Lion. Soon the bones were gone. Ye Nan smiled brightly and put the extracted bone aside. I don't know if the bones can regenerate. Ye Nan's smile was all over her face, and she seemed to be saying to Dai Lion, hurry up and regenerate, let me pump again. Goo! The immortal demon Dai Lion was numb from the pain, his eyes were blank, and he stared blankly at the white world above his head. It's not good to be alive. Life is worse than death. Ye Nan raised a dragon claw and dug out a large piece of meat from Dai Lionla's body in one breath. Hiss! Dai Lionla whined in pain, and the flesh on her body quickly regenerated. This is for the meat of countless families that have been destroyed because of you. Hiss! This is for the meat that you've lost because of the displacement of countless people. Hiss! This is for the people who are in pain because you were ravaged by the flames. Hiss. This is for. As the pieces fell, Ye Nan continued to cycle between digging and regenerating, and her words continued to destroy Dionla's heart. Finally, when Ye Nan dug out the last piece of meat, Dionla took the initiative to stop regeneration. Pain has covered the whole body. He no longer wanted to live anymore. Life has no meaning anymore. Dionla took the initiative to stop the regeneration with his will. Dionla, who had no bones and skin, turned into ashes in this white world. Now he just wants to be freed as soon as possible. Get away from this demon in front of you. You haven't had enough yet. Aren't you an immortal demon? Isn't this going to work? Hearing Ye Nan's words, Dionla's undead trembled violently, and his soul quickly disappeared. Chapter 56. This demon is so scary. Run quickly. Dionla suspected that if he didn't run away, even his soul would be forced to stay, and he would never be reincarnated again. Seeing Dionla turned into ashes, Ye Nan is also a little regretful that there are not many toys that can be played with. Never mind. Ye Nan released Kinjian Jiraishi's world and returned to the real town. Yu held his injured arm and limped forward with scars all over his body. How is Dionla? There is still a lot of worry lingering in the words. If Dionla escapes, the consequences will be too great, but Ulu doesn't expect Ye Nan to keep Dionla here. The immortal demon's vitality and recovery power are too strong. Oh, he's dead. Ye Nan had no expression on her face, looking at the dilapidated ruins around her, and closed her eyes. It's okay, next time. Ulu was just about to say words of comfort when she reacted and widened her eyes. What? Immortal demon, Dionla is dead. You couldn't figure out how this person died. Even if Ye Nan's strength is much greater than hers, Dionla's vitality and resilience shouldn't die, right? Is it painful to death? Ulu quickly put this thought out of his mind. How could this be possible? Ulu was a little curious and asked. 407 How did Dionla die? It hurts like hell. Ulu was speechless, it was really painful. What kind of pain was this? Even Dionla couldn't bear it. Unconsciously, Ulu looked at the young man in front of him, shuddering, and looking in awe. Ye Nan didn't pay attention to this look. Considering the crimes Dionla committed, everything he did was really not an exaggeration. Want to know where your daughter is now? Ye Nan turned around. Ulu thought, not listening carefully. The reaction came back later. Ulu's eyes widened and burst into tears. Where is my daughter? It means my daughter is not dead. Ye Nan nodded. Ulu's daughter Altair was indeed not dead, but her condition was not very good. Not to mention joining the Dark Guild Grimoire Heart. In the Tower of Heaven, the undead disguised as Zeref deceived Jalal and ruined the lives of countless people and children. What Ye Nan wants to do is to win over Ulu to fairy tale. When Ulu learned that his daughter was not dead, tears filled his eyes. He squatted down with his head in his hands and cried bitterly. So where is my daughter now? Gray next to him learned that Master Ulu's daughter was still alive, and his eyes also widened. Hey! What do you know? Ye Nan calmly answered the two people's questions. Your daughter should hate you now. Ulu raised his head, and a face full of tears appeared, sobbing. What happened during this period? She didn't ask her daughter why she hated her as a mother. She, as a mother, has no idea that her daughter is still alive until now, and even thinks that her daughter is dead. It is natural to hate her for being such an incompetent mother. But Yu wants to know what happened when she handed her daughter Altair to the Institute for treatment. That is. Ye Nan slowly began to tell the story of Altair. Ulu burst into tears after hearing this. She is really a particularly unfit mother. Gray fell silent after hearing this. If he and Leon were not with Master Wulu at that time, would mother and daughter have successfully recognized each other at that time? Damn it! Gray slammed the ground. The amount of information was so great that it made him ashamed. Because he caused the Master Uru and his daughter Altair, the two have not been able to meet each other for a long time. He is truly a sinful man. Adab. Ulu endured the pain, stopped crying and stood up, his eyes firm. What are you going to do? Ye Nan's eyes were a little distressed. She understood a mother's mood very well. My daughter has gone astray, and I am probably more heartbroken than anyone else. But even so, you can quickly become stronger. Uru is so powerful. Ulu took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. I must rescue my daughter Altair from the darkness. You can't do it. Ye Nan closed her eyes and didn't want to see this heartbreaking scene. She said warmly, whether it's Grimoire Heart or Tower of Heaven, you're just going to die. Tower of Heaven, Grimoire Heart, none of them are easy to get along with, and you may get involved if you are not careful. So what? Ulu became excited and shed tears in his eyes. How could I let my daughter do nothing? You will die. As long as I can save my daughter, what if I die? But even if you die, you can't save your daughter. If the misunderstanding cannot be solved, she will not be willing to follow you. Ulu was silent for a while, and tears fell from her eyes again. If she hadn't handed her daughter over to the research institute, this would not have happened. Come to fairy tale. Ye Nan stretched out her hand towards Ulu, with a bright smile. The power of a person is limited and he can't do anything, but the power of a group of people is unlimited and he can accomplish anything. Join a guild and let everyone help each other and rescue your daughter. Whether it's Grimoire Heart or Tower of Heaven, if we want to stop you from rescuing your daughter, you have to ask us, fairy tale, if we will agree. Ulu raised his head, a look of hope appearing on his helpless face. Can you really help me rescue my daughter? In order to save her daughter, she is willing to do anything. Yet. Ye Nan responded. I want to join fairy tale too. Gray said with determination, You saved me when Dionla attacked my hometown. Without you, I would have died long ago. I am also responsible for Altair's matter. I want to join fairy tale. Save Uru's daughter. Ulu's face was filled with emotion. Only then did she realize that she was no longer alone. Number. Have companions. And a home. Ulu's eyes were bright and he became serious. As long as I can save my daughter, then I am willing to join fairy tale. Ulu took Ye Nan's outstretched hand and accepted his invitation to the guild. Ye Nan laughed. You will not regret it. Lord Ulu. Because. Fairy tale, he's a really good guild. In the sad and dark sky, a ray of sunshine suddenly appeared and shone on the earth. Dispel the gloom. Chapter 57. A week later. A full week has passed since Dionla invaded and destroyed the town. During this week, Ye Nan, Ulu, and Gray have been rescuing the residents here. Is everything okay? Ye Nan rescued a resident from under the rubble. This resident was covered in scars and had tears of fear in his eyes. He was very moved when he saw Ye Nan. It was Guanglong, Lord Guanglong who saved me. Ye Nan patted his shoulder and smiled. It's okay. The resident burst into tears of joy. The rescue operation lasted for 3 days, until finally Ye Nan and his team, together with the residents here, rescued the last survivor. The outskirts of this small town are full of tents. It's all Dionla's fault. It's almost time. It's almost time for me to return to the guild. Do you want to come together? Ye Nan looked at the colors on the horizon and asked Ulu and the others. Ulu also smiled and bowed slightly to apologize. I'm sorry, Mr. Guanglong, Gray and I can't go for the time being. We will return to our residence and bring my useless disciple, Leon, to join the guild together. Hearing this, Ye Nan smiled even more happily. Having seen fairy tale, he naturally knew who Leon was. It is also a powerful combat force. It is different from the ice magic that Grey has learned. If Grey's ice-shaping magic is various items, then Leon's ice-shaping magic is various animals. Then I look forward to becoming your disciple, Sister Wooloo. Ye Nan was very humble. Ulu was even more happy. The other person was indeed the most humble magician evaluated by Magician Weekly, and he truly lived up to his reputation. Goodbye then. You waved goodbye. Grey looked back one last time, quite unconvinced. Humph, I will defeat you next time we meet. Well. Ye Nan touched Grey's little head. Even though they were only 1 year apart in appearance, they looked more like an elder brother to his younger brother. Grey was so angry that his face turned red and he clapped his hands away. Ulu happily looked at this harmonious scene, her eyes filled with relief. Initially, she was worried that Grey's personality was too cold and he would not be able to find friends. It's good now. You held Grey's hand and walked away on the road. Ye Nan watched from behind and finally withdrew his gaze. Drive. The carriage also came to a stop in front of Ye Nan. It seems it's time for me to leave. Ye Nan put his hand on the carriage and was just about to get on the horse when he suddenly heard a young voice coming from behind. Big brother, wait! Ye Nan stopped and looked back. He found a group of people rushing towards him with the little girl. He knew all of these people, and they were all wounded people who had received his rescue. A bunch of people came to Ye Nan, their eyes full of respect and admiration. Ye Nan looked a little unnatural and a little shy. This look. A bit scary. When Ye Nan was thinking about whether or not to run away. But a little girl suddenly came forward, held Ye Nan's hand, and refused to let go. Ye Nan lowered his head and saw that the little girl was the one he had saved when he went to Dionla. What's wrong with you? Ye Nan touched the little girl's head. This cute little girl felt the long-lost warmth, with an innocent smile on her face. Brother, we are here to thank you. The little girl took out a few candies with a tangled face and handed them over. She bowed her head deeply and burst into tears. Brother, I don't have anything good, I can only give you a few candies. Ye Nan was stunned for a moment, then her face turned to relief. She accepted the candies, touched them more gently, and squatted down. It's okay, I like these candies very much. A lot of people behind saw this. Everyone spoke. And me, and my things, Lord Guanglong. Please accept my things. Lord Guanglong, you saved me, please accept the small gift. Countless residents spoke in unison, asking Guanglong Ye Nan to accept his wish. Ye Nan had a cold sweat on her face, and quickly got on the carriage, urging the coachman, hurry up, drive quickly. He really couldn't stand this kind of attitude. If so, he would rather face Dionla again than stay here any longer. It's so hard. Drive. When the groom heard this, he quickly picked up his whip and whipped the 2 horses in front. The horses knew the pain and naturally ran fast. Even so, the residents behind still did not give up and chased after the carriage. Master Ye Nan, please accept my wishes. And me, and me. Sitting in the carriage, Ye Nan listened to the sounds outside with sweat on her face, opened the curtains, and looked out the window. 0, please give me flowers. Horrible. The dark crowd was chasing the carriage. Goo. Even Dionla had never seen such a thrilling scene. Silently he drew the curtains. Ye Nan returned to her normal sitting position and urged, Master, please drive faster. The groom turned around, feeling helpless. Lord Guanglong, this is already the fastest. Ye Nan was ashamed. What kind of monsters were these people? They were so fanatical that they even raised their horses to the fastest speed and couldn't get away. Forget it, let them chase. I guess they will give up soon. Ye Nan still gave up and let them catch up, hoping it would only be 3 minutes of heat. That's all I can do is pray silently. Afternoon. The sun has already set. The groom waved his riding crop with a tired face and sighed, Master Ye Nan, your fans are really crazy. He witnessed this almost miraculous scene with his own eyes. A lot of people chased me all afternoon but still persisted. If I hadn't found a corner in the end. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would still be in a state where I can't get rid of it. Do not talk. Ye Nan came out of the carriage with dark circles under her eyes. Her expression was also not very good. She was worried in the carriage every day. When the driver saw Ye Nan's appearance, he immediately lost his temper. Master Ye Nan, it's not easy for you either. The coachman turned back and continued to drive the carriage silently. Well. Ye Nan also sighed, who knew it would end up like this. If I had known, it would be better to be cruel and accept everyone's gifts. That's it. After a while, Ye Nan got off the carriage. Walked down the street. The carriage gradually went away. Ye Nan looked at the background of the carriage going away, and then prepared to practice medicine in the direction of the guild. Unexpectedly. Master Ye Nan, it's Master Ye Nan. I heard that Lord Ye Nan defeated the immortal demon Dionla and saved a small town. He is so handsome. As soon as the crowd saw Ye Nan, they immediately went crazy. Falling into extreme madness. Wait. You guys. Ye Nan couldn't figure it out anyway. At this time, a fanatical figure holding a wizard's newspaper appeared in front of Ye Nan. Ye Nan looked embarrassed, and suddenly understood everything. Damn it, the newspaper seller. Chapter 58. Everything is clear, why he can still treat him calmly on weekdays, but neighbors and friends who give him various things will gather around him. It was all caused by the wizard newspaper agency, which directly publicized his deeds. Once, the name Dragon Slayer was only circulated among the dark guilds. If it hadn't been for the Mage Weekly and the Mage News Agency, it wouldn't have become known to everyone. Ye Nan felt that he might have no choice but to hide in the Western continent, as he could no longer stay in the Eastern continent. You all calm down a little. Ye Nan had sweat on her forehead as she kept giving in, but the more she gave in, the more people gathered around her. The crowd was shouting. So handsome! Lord Ye Nan! If I can marry Master Ye Nan in this life, I will have no regrets in this life. Ah! I can't survive. Lord Ye Nan is so kind, have you heard? When the immortal evil 750 demon Dionla attacked, Lord Ye Nan used the fairy ball to protect people regardless of the risk of his life. It's all in the newspapers. Everyone was talking to each other, and the conversation became more and more exciting. Ye Nan even felt like countless hands were tearing at his clothes and bags, screaming constantly. Goo! This group of people is really too crazy and can't stand it. No. This is the only way to use it. Secret technique, golden cicada escapes from its shell. Ye Nan's figure disappeared, leaving only a figure in white clothes. This white dress triggered a frenzy of snatching from everyone. Ah! These are the clothes left by Master Ye Nan. Hurry and grab it. Whoever grabs it belongs to whom? The crowd was in an uproar, causing a riot. While the crowd's eyes were not on her, Ye Nan hurriedly followed the gap in the crowd and got out, so hot that she was already sweating. What a bunch of crazy guys! It's terrible. I'm a little scared. If I had been so late just now, I might have been stuck in the crowd and couldn't get out. Ye Nan finally looked back at the crowd frantically scrambling for clothes, and there was some stampede. Silently put on a mask. It's really hard to offend such horrible people. Ye Nan returned to the crowd. Evening. Are you okay? Ye Nan helped a man who was being trampled, took out a bottle of healing potion from his bag, and helped him drink it. Thank you. The rescued person was full of gratitude. You are such a good person. After saying this, the rescued person walked back home, still unable to help but feel a little disappointed. I failed to grab the clothes of Lord Ye Nan, the light dragon. Watching the last person in need of help leave, Ye Nan looked at the sky, and it was already pitch black. It's so late. Even if I returned to the guild at such a late hour, there would be no one there. Ye Nan felt a little regretful, but soon got excited. Let's talk about it tomorrow, it's a pity. Ye Nan walked back to Fairy Tale's dormitory. The entrance to Fairy Tale dormitory. Strange. Where is Natsu? Ye Nan frowned slightly. In the past, Natsu would always yell something at the door of this dormitory. I'm on fire. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Something like that. As a result, he was not at this door today. This makes Ye Nan, who has gradually become accustomed to Natsu's noisy behavior, a little uncomfortable, as if life has become boring. Even Ye Nan could still recall some of Natsu's words when she saw him in the dormitory. Ye Nan comes to challenge. Fire Dragons grapple. Then Ye Nan shot it away, but he is not here today. Maybe there's something wrong. Ye Nan sighed and walked into the dormitory to take a shower and brush her teeth, then rest and prepare for the next day. The next day, Ye Nan came to the guild as always and kicked open the guild door. The guild was still noisy. Ye Nan frowned. He always felt like something was missing. After thinking for a moment, Ye Nan's eyes widened in an instant, and she understood what the missing guy was. Where's that guy Natsu? Natsu is not used to hearing Natsu's voice every day, and Natsu is not used to being beaten up every day. Well. Ye Nan narrowed her eyes and scanned everyone in the guild, but she still didn't find Natsu. Natsu? Natsu? Not here. It's strange. I've always been here. Could it be that Natsu also sleeps in? No trace of Natsu was found, but anyone caught by Ye Nan would shiver involuntarily, always feeling like they were being targeted by a monster. Chi turned her head slightly to look. The faces of everyone at Fairy Tale suddenly stiffened, and time seemed to have pressed the pause button at this moment. The next moment, everyone cheered, and the sound echoed through the sky. Isn't this our great hero who defeated the immortal demon Dionla? I read all the headlines in the newspaper. The heroic light dragon defeated Dionla, used the lost super magic fairy ball to protect everyone, and saved people afterwards. It took up 10 large pages of the newspaper. Now the newspaper has been snatched up by crazy people. I heard that the Mage news agency is still sending word now, and we will follow up in real time. Everyone at Fairy Tale was discussing this matter happily. Only Ye Nan's face was not very good looking. Even the matter of looking for Natsu had been forgotten. Magus newspapers. Real-time tracking. Good guy, if this was really reported in real time, wouldn't it mean that there would be no peace in the future? Damn it, the Magister Press. Ye Nan clenched his fists. If he didn't want this kind of organization that would make him more and more famous, he would get rid of it entirely tomorrow. By the way, Ye Nan, why were you looking at me just now? Only Macau still looked careless. At this time everyone reacted. Yes. Why are you looking at me? Although I am very handsome, if it is little Ye Nan, then... Light Dragon. The Fairy Tale wizards were talking more excitedly. Ye Nan's complexion became darker and darker, and she quickly explained. The reason I saw you was just because you were looking for Natsu in 2.8. Natsu's words. Makarov, who was sitting at the counter drinking, suddenly spoke. He is incubating eggs with Wendy. He is a cute child. There were several silences, and Ye Nan didn't know how long the silence lasted. Even everyone in Fairy Tale felt a chill passing behind them, and couldn't help but shudder. Looking at Ye Nan with a look of horror. There's something wrong with Ye Nan's condition. Ye Nan laughed inexplicably, with murderous intent in his eyes, clenched his fist, and smashed the wall with one punch. Natsu, right? Very good, very good. He took advantage of my absence to pick up my sister and even gave birth to a child. Ye Nan ran out quickly from the guild gate. Fairy Tale wizards all looked at each other, feeling sorry for Natsu in their hearts. Natsu, he is dead. Chapter 59. How miserable do you think Natsu will be? I don't know, no one has ever made little Ye Nan so angry before. There is no reference for this. No, maybe even if there is a reference. Dionla. Everyone in fairy tale exclaimed, thinking of a devil's name, although it was not written in the newspaper. But being able to kill the famous immortal demon Dionla, you can imagine the cruelty involved. What kind of picture is that? Peeling and cramping. Everyone in fairy tale thought of this word, trembled all over, and kept chattering. Probably not. Yet. No matter what, Natsu is a companion. But what if, what if? Everyone at fairy tale swallowed their saliva, and couldn't help but imagine in their minds the scene of Natsu being skinned and cramped by Ye Nan, screaming in agony. That's simply not too miserable. Don't think about it, hurry up and accept the mission. Makarov came over, grew in size, and turned into a giant, with astonishing pressure. These people all have nothing to do and hold banquets in the guild all day long. Never go out to do tasks to earn living expenses until the end of the month. 03 Now I even gossip about my companions. Makarov will never tolerate such things that undermine unity. Goo. It was an imaginary sense of oppression just now, but this is a real sense of oppression. All of a sudden, everyone in fairy tale no longer dared to gossip, returned to their seats, and continued to drink and eat meat. But this time, there are less cheers than in the past. Drinking and eating meat silently on the seat. By the way, where's Lisana? Makarov realized that Lisana was not around, and he was a little uncomfortable without a waiter. Don't you know? Lisana, he was very curious about Natsu's eggs and went to Natsu's side. His companion was drunk. Then there was silence again. At this moment, under a tree in the wild, Natsu and Wendy were each holding an egg that was almost as tall as them. I really don't know what kind of creature's egg this is. Natsu sniffed it with his nose, but still couldn't smell it. Knock it hard with your hand. The egg shook a few times. Wendy looked panicked when she saw it, but she didn't know how to stop him. She could only wave her hands helplessly. Brother Natsu, you need to be gentle with the egg, not so rough. Because Natsu is several years older than her, Wendy directly calls him Brother Natsu. Like you. Natsu rubbed his chin, this action seemed strange. Wendy actually touched her face to Dan's body at this moment, and used her ears to listen to the movement inside Dan from time to time. Just as careful as taking care of your baby during pregnancy. No, that's not the case. Wendy's face instantly turned red to the base of her ears, and she hesitated. Wendy now wants to find a place to get in. Natsu still looked careless and put his ear to the egg and listened carefully, he made no sound. Snapped. Wendy suddenly thought of something and asked Natsu, Brother Natsu, do you think these are dinosaur eggs? They are both so big. Dinosaur eggs. Natsu's mind immediately pictured a dinosaur roaring at him, and then killing him with one shot of Fire Dragon's iron fist. I'm on fire. Natsu became even more interested when he heard about the dinosaur eggs. Dinosaur. Such a powerful and majestic creature, Natsu really wants to get one as a pet. More importantly, he had heard from Uncle Gildarts before that Ye Nan once had a dinosaur as a pet. Maybe this is the secret of why Ye Nan is so powerful. If I could raise a dinosaur, I would definitely be able to defeat that Ye Nan. Natsu put his hands on his hips and laughed, there is flame on his tongue. I'm already fantasizing inside. Picture of how to use Ye Nan after defeating him. Wendy disappointed him at this time. No, this shouldn't be a dinosaur egg. There are no ripples on dinosaur eggs. Natsu also observed the egg carefully at this time, and found that it was indeed a little different. The dragon eggs I have eaten have no ripples on them, they are just pure white. This egg is wrapped with blue ripples. So what kind of egg is this? Natsu became even more confused and felt like his head was going to explode. I don't know. Wendy was dejected and a little uncomfortable. It's really shameful that she, the Sky Mage, doesn't even know what kind of egg this is. Wendy was a little unhappy and continued to hold the egg with both hands, hoping to hatch it as soon as possible. Her egg is a little different from Natsu's, it's an egg wrapped with pink ripples. But it's obvious that it belongs to the same species as Natsu's egg. Brother Natsu, let's hatch it first and then we'll see. Wendy finally showed a bright smile, holding the egg always made her feel as safe as brother Ye Nan was by her side. Wendy is very relieved. Yet. Natsu laughed, fisted his hammer, and looked at the unknown egg in front of him. I'm already on fire. Wendy, let's hatch this egg together. Wendy just wanted to nod in agreement. But unexpectedly, he discovered that the land was shaking. This is... She didn't understand what this was, it was probably an enemy attack, and Wendy suddenly became panicked. Natsu stood up and looked around, but found no one. He was a little confused. Strange? Is this an earthquake? Got you. A gloomy, murderous look looked over from behind. Natsu suddenly broke out in cold sweat and flames appeared on his fists. 383 strikes first to gain the upper hand. Fire dragons! Before he could finish speaking, a fist knocked Natsu's entire body to the ground, sinking him deep into the ground. This figure felt that the beating was not satisfying enough, so he kicked him. Natsu would scream with every kick. Stealing the house while I'm not around, right? One kick. Ah! You're going to hatch eggs with my sister, right? A hard kick. Ah! Natsu screamed even louder. Wendy was trembling on the side and wanted to reach out her hand to stop her several times, but she retracted her hand several times. The clouds no longer cover the sun. A beam of light shone down from the sky. This mysterious figure shows traces. It was Ye Nan. After searching hundreds of streets, we finally found the right couple outside the school. How could Ye Nan let this damn guy go so easily? Are you going to have children in the future? The topic has gradually strayed. When Wendy next to her heard this topic, her face was so red that she could steam, and her brain suddenly shut down. This. I was at a loss where I was. Wendy closed her eyes and hugged the egg tightly. Suburbs. Amidst the fragrance of flowers and plants, there is no trace of tranquility anymore, only the sound of Ye Nan's feet and the sound of Ye Nan's footsteps are left. Natsu's heartbreaking scream. Chapter 60. A long time. Natsu was already dying on the ground. If Wendy hadn't mustered up the courage at the critical moment, I'm afraid Natsu wouldn't have seen the sun tomorrow. I'm furious. Ye Nan still looks like she's still angry. It's really unpleasant that Natsu stole the house while he was out on a mission. Okay, brother Ye Nan, brother Natsu is just hatching this unknown egg with me. Wendy comforted her, not knowing why she always felt sweet in her heart. In Ye Nan's heart, she still has quite a status. That's all, I'll spare this kid this time. Ye Nan's anger also calmed down a bit. With Wendy's comfort, she was no longer as angry as before, and she understood the cause of the matter. So these are the eggs you hatched. Ye Nan looked at the two eggs carefully. Of course he knew these two eggs. They were not from the species here, but from the species over there in Mistogan. Happy and Carla's eggs will hatch later. Will cat eggs hatch? Brother Ye Nan, do you know what species of egg this is? Wendy asked. Brother Ye Nan often goes out to do tasks and is well informed. Maybe he can. You may not even recognize it. I know. Ye Nan nodded. Anyone who has seen fairy tale knows what kind of egg this is. Hearing this, Wendy's face became happy, her little hands kept waving, coquettishly. Brother Ye Nan, can you tell me? Okay. Yet. Ye Nan touched her chin and thought. I say you might as well see for yourself what species this is. After saying that, Ye Nan stood up directly and put a hand in front of Wendy's balls, and her body was shrouded in white light. Delivery. The white light of huge energy flowed into the egg, ripening the egg, but the egg that had been motionless just now started to move this time. Keep shaking. There's something moving. Wendy looked surprised next to her. She had been guarding Dan for several days, but there was no movement. And brother Ye Nan is only here for a short time. I have already thought of a solution. As expected of brother Ye Nan. With the input of white light, the pink striped egg that was shaking just now suddenly stopped and became motionless again. Wendy's surprise turned from surprise to disappointment, and she was depressed. Brother Ye Nan, can't you do it too? It's too early to tell, Wendy. Ye Nan delivered one last mouthful of energy, then slowly left the egg with her hand and walked towards Wendy. Wendy looked at the pink eggs and couldn't help but feel disappointed. Let's hatch it slowly in the future. Brother Ye Nan, thank you for your hard work. Wendy hesitated, trying to comfort her. Actually, even if the egg didn't hatch. The words have not yet fallen. Ye Nan's doubtful voice rang out. What are you talking about, Wendy? I've hatched the egg for you. If you don't believe it, just look at your own egg and you'll know. Ye Nan pointed to the pink striped egg that was still motionless behind it. Wendy looked over. The egg that looked calm just now had cracks at this time. The cracks became heavier and heavier as they spread, and finally a white kitten flew out from inside. This kitten is a little different. She has wings. Falling into deep sleep. Ye Nan gently picked up the kitten, came to Wendy, smiled and said, since this is your pet Wendy, let's give it a name. Carla. Carla is fine. Wendy looked determined. This was the name she had already decided on before. What a nice name. Although she had known it for a long time, Ye Nan still couldn't help but feel such a cute Wendy, and gently touched her head. Wendy put her hands on her head with a helpless expression. Brother Ye Nan, don't put your hands on Wendy's head, she won't grow taller. Full of yearning for an adult life, Wendy doesn't want to grow taller at all. Okay, Ting. In a coaxing tone, Ye Nan once again reached out and stroked Wendy's little head, becoming even more pampering. The warm scene is not over yet, but an uninvited guest suddenly comes. Hey! Ye Nan, come and help me hatch the eggs. At some point, Natsu was resurrected with full health, inserted between the two of them, and aimed his face at Ye Nan's face. It was very exciting. He had seen the scene just now. It's a kitten with wings, he wants it so much. Too close. The word well appeared on Ye Nan's head. He had nothing to say about this iron-headed monster who intervened in other people's warm scenes. Punch again. Natsu rolled his eyes and fainted on the ground. If you want to hatch it, just hatch it yourself slowly. It will take about a year to hatch, and your egg will be born. Recalling the time when Fairy Tale Happy was born, Ye Nan slowly said. Today is the year X777, and Happy will not be born until X778 next year. It's still early. Originally, Carla was supposed to be born at this time. But Ye Nan's ripening with huge and sacred magic power seriously shortened the waiting time. It feels like playing Rock Kingdom. This sense of déjà vu resounded in Ye Nan's heart. But it was quickly forgotten. Wendy stood by and watched helplessly at the accident caused by her. Turn your back to Ye Nan. Squat down. Wendy is really guilty. Wendy is really guilty. He kept mumbling something. Ye Nan is helpless with this sister, why does she like to do everything to herself? Go see Carla. Wendy's eyes widened, she looked down at Carla, who was sleeping in her arms, and smiled. This is her child. The product of her and brother Ye Nan. Guild the next day. This day was destined to be an unusual day. Ye Nan had just kicked open the door of the guild when a passionate voice sounded from the front. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. The next moment, Natsu had already broken open the ceiling and flew into the sky. Ye Nan just sat down and was about to take a sip of wine. Haha, Ye Nan, I'm back. Fire dragons! Natsu returned to the guild and rushed up again. The speed of coming back this time is better than before. Ye Nan punched directly without any ink marks. There was a big hole in the ceiling again. Ye Nan, I'm back. Natsu appeared at the guild gate, bruised and panting. Regardless of his physical condition, he rushed forward again. Only halfway to the top. A big fist came down hard, knocking Natsu to the guild floor. His giant-like hands pressed down, making Natsu unable to move. What the hell are you doing? Makarov's face was full of anger, and he transformed into a giant more than 10 meters tall, looking at the two holes in the ceiling with a distressed face. How much does this cost? His coffin is almost gone. Woohoo! Chapter 61. In front of Makarov stood an indifferent Ye Nan and a frustrated Natsu. So, this is the reason for your destruction. Makarov stared at Natsu with a look of evil on his face. Just for a meerkat, causing havoc in the guild. If you don't fix the ceiling today, don't eat. Makarov left the counter angrily and walked outside. Yes. Natsu, who had been so lively just now, suddenly lost his temper. Ye Nan watched the farce end and was about to sit down and drink some orange juice. She would go see if there were any interesting tasks later. As a result, Natsu pestered him again. Ye Nan, help me hatch Happy. Happy? What is that? Ye Nan frowned. How did the name Happy appear? Wasn't the egg not born yet? Ah, that's the name I gave my egg last night. How about it? Not bad. Natsu smiled, very brightly. Fine. Ye Nan nodded, luckily it wasn't anything noteworthy. Okay, bring the eggs. I really can't stand Natsu's stalking, so I can only meet this request. Otherwise, with Natsu's character, before Happy hatches, I'm afraid it will never stop. Yet. Natsu jumped for joy, his face full of excitement. Okay, I will bring Happy from home right now. Natsu's legs were on fire and he walked out of the guild. This guy. Ye Nan shook his head silently and took a sip of orange juice. How much does this guy like Happy? He actually ran so fast. Wait, then. If I want to go out to do a mission today, I'm afraid I'll have to be a little late. While Ye Nan was thinking about things, a voice sounded at the door. Excuse me, is there anyone? At this sound, Ye Nan shifted his gaze. At the same time, everyone who was still staying behind at Fairy Tale turned their attention to the three newcomers. That is. Hey, no way. Such a famous magician actually. Everyone at Fairy Tale couldn't believe it. The three people who came were quite famous. No, to be precise, the leader was very famous. Ice Mage, you are you. Excuse me, can I join a guild? You was smiling, and on the left and right was Grey with his arms crossed and a cold and arrogant face, and on the right was Leon, who had a good face and was even more cold and arrogant. Half the people from Fairy Tale, gathered around. Of course, Lord Ulu. Oh. This is the famous ice wizard you from Wizards Weekly, one of the candidates for the Holy 10. I didn't expect that Ulu, who didn't join any guild, would actually join our guild. Everyone in the guild was shocked and excited. Snort. The corners of Grey's mouth curled up, feeling proud that his master was you. Is this the Fairy Tale? Leon glanced at the people here, observing the magic power in their bodies. It doesn't look like there's anything special about it. Zhang. Please excuse me. Ye Nan's voice sounded from behind. The hairs on their hair stood up, their bodies couldn't help but move from the side, and everyone in Fairy Tale unconsciously opened a path. Leon's pupils suddenly shrank, and his heart was extremely shocked. What terrifying magic! Leon once thought that you was already the #1 mage in the world, and he always aimed to defeat you. However, Shy Mai unexpectedly encountered a mage even more terrifying than you. The magic power is more than 5 times that of you. Very good. Leon's eyes were full of fighting spirit. If I defeat you, I will be the #1 wizard in the world. Ye Nan came to Wooloo and stretched out her hand. Our President Makarov is not here for the time being, so let me entertain you. Wooloo also laughed and bowed slightly. Excuse me. Ye Nan led in front, and Wu Lu and 2 disciples followed behind, walking through the corridor filled with shock among everyone at Fairy Tale. Everyone was speechless. Goo. One of the people in the crowd swallowed. Then it shouldn't be little Ye Nan who recruited Wooloo to join our guild, right? That's for sure. One person in the guild's eyes kept trembling, because Ulu and Ye Nan don't feel unfamiliar at all. Everyone in Fairy Tale looked at each other, and they had a feeling at this moment. That is, they may really have come to the human world to make up for their losses. Counter. Wooloo sat down with his 2 apprentices and ordered a glass of wine. The wine is served. At the same time, Ye Nan also ordered 2 glasses of orange juice for Gray and Leon who were standing by. Drinking silently. Now is not the time to speak. Actually, I feel like this guild. Ulu suddenly spoke at this time. How about it? Ye Nan has absolute confidence in her guild. Very good. Wooloo drank wine and looked back at the people having a banquet with smiles on their faces. It's a very warm guild. So I joined. Ulu's face already smelled of alcohol. My daughter Ultair, after much thought, I still shouldn't bother the people in the guild. I will save it myself. This is the trouble I caused. I'm sorry. Ye Nan shook his head. If you need Fairy Tale, just say it, we are all family. Family. The guild, which was originally full of laughter, suddenly became silent, and everyone fell down. Even Gray and Leon next to him fell asleep. The only ones in the entire guild who were okay were Dr. Ye and Wu Lu. This is... Ulu looked serious, a magic circle appeared in his hand, and he was ready to release the magic of ice as usual. Need not. Ye Nan stopped Ulu's attack with her hand and looked at the guild door. It's just an old friend coming. Step on, step on. A masked man covered up with 5 canes stuck behind his back, Mistogan slowly walked in. When he saw the sober person inside, his pupils shrank suddenly. His body froze in place. What's wrong? You don't even recognize your old friend anymore? Ye Nan asked with a smile. Hitting means kissing and scolding means loving. We are all family members. Feel sorry. Mistogan slowly walked up to Ye Nan. I'm really sorry for what happened before, I can't help it. I'm the one who has to say I'm sorry. Ye Nan doesn't quite accept this point of view. It might be better if the misunderstanding at that time could be explained clearly. That's when the fighting spirit arose, so we started fighting. As a result, Mistogan was knocked unconscious. By the way, isn't President Makarov here? Without paying much attention to this matter, Mistogan searched around for Makarov. Not here. Mistogan nodded, walked over, randomly tore off a mission parchment from the mission panel, and left the guild. Chapter 62. After leaving the guild gate, Mistogan walked silently on the street. Countdown. 3. Dash. The magic that was large enough to cover the guild dissipated, and Mistogan's figure gradually faded away. Guild. What's wrong with me? I don't know, I feel like I slept so soundly. Really not bad. Everyone in the guild opened their eyelids and were still a little confused. Strange, I just felt a little sleepy. 17. Gray and Leon also woke up. Wooloo gently stroked the hair of the 2 lovely disciples with his hands and asked, Your Excellency Ye Nan, who is? Just a shy family member. Ye Nan commented. Shy family. Ulu looked at the guild gate, the direction Mistogan had just left. It's really fun. Yeah, this guild is really interesting. Ye Nan also laughed. There is only one such interesting guild in this world, and that is Fairy Tale. If you don't regret entering Fairy Tale in this life, you will be a demon in the next life. Boom! The guild's door opened again. A black line appeared on Ye Nan's forehead. What day was it today? There were so many visiting guests. I don't even know how many people had stepped on the door of the guild. Ye Nan turned around angrily, but her pupils shrank. Natsu. Natsu was breathing heavily and looking extremely anxious. He raised his head and shouted, "Listener, Listener is gone." This. Ye Nan's pupils tightened, and she had a bad premonition in her heart. Without any hesitation, or even hesitation, Ye Nan ran out of the guild gate. "Natsu, I leave you to you, I will bring Listener back." After saying this, Natsu was left messy in the wind. This is too fast. Can he really catch up? Your Excellency Ye Nan, this is... Wolor walked over slowly and looked in the direction Ye Nan left. Because one person is so anxious. That should be a very important person. Just like her lost daughter, Altair. Wishing you all the best. You offered his blessing. On the street. Ye Nan searched the surrounding streets anxiously. He suddenly thought of one thing, that is, one day Listener would leave Fairy Tale due to an accident. Although he didn't die in the end. It's just that I went to Estetha's side, but Ye Nan will never allow such a thing to happen. Listener, you must be okay. Ye Nan was extremely anxious and couldn't help but speed up her pace. At this time, inside the cave, there was a fire beside Listener, silently holding the blue rippled egg, feeling, it's so warm. What a pity. Listener had sadness in her eyes. It would be better if brother Ye Nan was here too. I have been adjusting my mood recently, but I still can't let go. As expected, I still can't let go. Tears flowed from Listener's eyes and fell on Dan's body. She was left alone in the cave. Boom! Thunder and lightning. Suddenly the sky started to rain violently. Listener looked at the raindrops falling outside the cave and smiled reluctantly. It seems that I can't go back now, so I can only wait here for the rain to stop. After an hour. Listener closed her eyes and trembled all over, it's so cold. I feel like there is cold air blowing around me. Brother Ye Nan. Listener closed her eyes and kept chanting the name Ye Nan. The fire next to her had already been extinguished. 3 hours later. It was still raining outside, and the intensity of the rain did not decrease at all. Listener can only survive alone in this cave, hiding from the rain. So sad. With nothing to do, Listener recalled the past. Thinking that she had vaguely expressed her feelings, Ye Nan's avoidance made her feel uncomfortable. Maybe she is just such an ordinary woman. She doesn't have the same status as Dragon Slayer like Wendy. She doesn't have the violent personality and strength like Sister Myra. Not as strong as Sister Erza. Even so. I don't want to lose either. Listener released her last stubbornness and buried her head deeply in her arms, trying to seize the last trace of warmth. Boom! A long-lost warmth came over my head. Ye Nan's wet figure appeared in front of Listener, and gently placed her hand on Listener's head. I found you, Listener. 0, please give me flowers. Listener's pupils were shaking, she slowly raised her head and saw the wet Ye Nan. Laughed, very happy. Really, you idiot, why do you have to brave the rain to find a good-for-nothing like me? Ye Nan also smiled, took off his coat and picked up the rainwater on it, and patches of rainwater dripped from it. Ye Nan still kept tugging. If Listener is considered a useless person, then there will be no useful person in the world, not even me. Listener, believe in yourself. You have a gentleness that Mirajane does not have, you have a tenacity that Wendy does not have, and you have a spiritual strength that Erza does not have. Listener's pupils kept shaking and she kept asking, is this true? Of course it's true. Ye Nan tilted her head and smiled. Don't look at them like they are now. In fact, they still have a lot of flaws, but listen, people will make progress. If you continue to stand still and give up on yourself, then it's really useless. Listen was extremely moved and ashamed of her frustration just now. Well, brother Ye Nan, I will work hard in the future and never let them catch up with me, but brother Ye Nan, you must also protect me. Yet. Ye Nan completely wiped away the water on her coat. Listen stretched out her little finger and made a hook. Pull the hook. It was a bit unexpected that the gentle and sensible Listen could have such a childish side. Ye Nan walked over with a smile and made the same gesture of pulling a hook. The hooks of the two overlapped. Hang yourself with a hook, and it will remain unchanged for 100 years. The two voices sang together and made an agreement. Listen stood up, graceful. In this case, brother Ye Nan, you must protect me from now on. Well, I will never let you disappear in front of me. Even if you disappear, I will disappear with you. Ye Nan's eyes were very firm and said, so Listen, you must not disappear suddenly. Listen was even happier, feeling like her whole body was no longer cold and was wrapped in warmth. A little warm. Listen's eyes widened. Ye Nan suddenly walked forward and wrapped the coat around her body. It's cold outside, be careful of catching a cold. Listen burst into tears. Chapter 63. Outside, the rain continued unabated and the cold air came in. Ye Nan used magic to isolate the cold air outside, and the air in the cave was suddenly filled with warmth. By the way, Listen, what are you doing here? Ye Nan was a little curious. Listen's face turned red and she was a little embarrassed. This was really an unspeakable thing, but she still said, I'm here because of the egg hatching. Hatching eggs. Ye Nan carefully looked at the egg, which was almost the same height as Listen, and couldn't imagine how it should be hatched. How did it hatch? That's it. Listen used reception magic and turned into an ostrich, squatting on top of the egg with a blushing face. Ye Nan was petrified. Don't do that next time. Ye Nan coughed twice and looked embarrassed. It always feels weird when a girl turns into a 500 ostrich hatching eggs in front of him. Listen's voice was very low and her head was buried. She also felt that it was strange and shameful to hatch eggs in front of the boy she liked. Listen changed back. The egg swayed gently, as if there was a little bit of reluctance to let go. Ye Nan kicked the egg away directly. Brother Ye Nan. Listen opened her mouth wide and looked at the kicked egg. It was the egg she had worked so hard to hatch for a long time. Could it be just gone? In the smoke. The egg appeared, completely unscathed. Don't worry, this egg is very strong. Ye Nan laughed gloomily. Natsu was still alive despite all the hard work, which showed how powerful his vitality was. Good for a few more kicks. Listen was confused in the wind and didn't know what to do. After the rain, the sky cleared and the sun shone in. The cave was suddenly filled with bright sunshine. Brother Ye Nan, look. Listen smiled broadly and looked at the sun rising with bright eyes. Ye Nan looked back and saw a ray of sunset. The sun was no longer blocked and slowly set from the direction of the west mountain. What a beautiful scene! Even Ye Nan was filled with emotion. Listen smiled continuously on the side and didn't listen at all. Finally, Ye Nan and Listen brought the egg back to the guild. In the bustling guild every day. Ye Nan kicked the door open and walked in with Listen, and found that the president Makarov had already returned. Not only that, the president actually had a great conversation with Ulu. You already has the fairy tale logo on his arm. So fast. Ye Nan sighed, as expected of President Makarov, he was so quick at deceiving people. In a rainy day, Ulu was deceived into joining the meeting. Meeting such a president who can deceive people. Why is the guild not interested in talking about it? Why is it not strong enough to talk about it? Haha. I'm back. Listener said hello with a smile from behind. This is just over. Natsu was furious at the sight and snatched the egg from Listener's hand and observed carefully. Fortunately, there was no damage. Boom. Ye Nan punched Natsu directly on the head. Looking bad. Do you have any problem with Listener's ability to take care of her? Natsu. Cold sweat broke out on Natsu's face. Looking at Ye Nan, who looked like a demon in front of him, he swallowed and backed away. No, no, no. Gray next to him mocked. This fire-breathing man is just mean. Even though it's only his first day in this guild, Gray can't stand Natsu anymore. Natsu also dislikes Gray. What right does this ice-playing man have to criticize him? What did you say? Natsu was furious, with a clear well on his face. Do you have any objection to saying that you are a fire-breathing man? Gray is rich but does not show weakness. What do you mean, you streaking man? Ah! Who do you think is the streaking man? The character well also appeared on Gray's forehead, and he stood up and faced Gang. I am talking about you. Say it again if you can. Ah! Streaking man, what's wrong? How dare you, fire-breathing man? After a series of conversations, Gray and Natsu used magic directly. Ice-shaping magic. Gray put his hands together, the magic circle appeared, and his eyes focused. Fire dragons. Natsu's body also burst into flames, burning brightly. Boom. A pair of giant hands grabbed the two of them and didn't give them a chance to use magic. You two little bastards, do you want to destroy the guild again? Makarov was angry. It was already bad that he lost money today. Do these two boys want him to pay more? Puff. Ulu next to him smiled and said to Gray, after all, we are companions, please give in a little bit. The compatibility is really incompatible, and Gray refuses to give in. It's no use even what Master Ulu said. Me too, I'm already on fire, fire dragons. Natsu exerted all his strength. Makarov's giant hand smashed down, and Natsu and Gray were smashed into the guild floor. It's impossible to get out if you're stuck in it. You two should reflect on it. After Makarov said this, he stopped caring about the two brats and continued chatting with you. It's all your fault, Streaker. What did you say, fire-breathing man? Even though they were trapped here, Natsu and Gray still couldn't stop. It's simply a replica of Erza and Mirajane. Ye Nan stared blankly at this scene, the harmony was simply too good, and asked Natsu, do you still need my help in hatching the eggs? Natsu became interested. Yes. Of course. He had longed for that cat with wings for a long time. He will soon have a companion too. In Natsu's mind, there are no pets, only companions. No. Makarov heard what Ye Nan said and stopped him quickly. We must not let things continue to develop. Ah? Why? Natsu was puzzled. It is a good thing to be able to make eggs hatch quickly. Why not? Makarov took a sip of the wine next to 3.2 and became serious. There is no magic in this world that can blaspheme life in this way. Life is only born under love, and no magic can beat love. So, Ye Nan absolutely cannot use magic power to help Natsu ripen. Next to her, Wendy, who had excellent hearing, was trembling silently, with tears in her eyes. Her eggs seemed to have been ripened by brother Ye Nan using some magic. Then is there no love between her and Carla? Wendy almost cried when she thought of this. That's it. Ye Nan also understood what the old man meant. Being together for a long time before birth made it easier to understand each other. Thinking of this, Ye Nan picked up the dragon egg from the ground and handed it to Natsu. Hatch well. Natsu looked at the egg in front of him and decided to hatch the best cat. Chapter 64. The guild spent the time in joy, and without realizing it, Fairy Tale continued to laugh throughout the long hours of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. It doesn't stop even for a day. There was so much joy, even the residents of this street were very happy to see Ye Nan every day. In a flash, 5 years passed. Year X782. In the past 5 years, the world has changed, and the sun and the moon have changed. Ye Nan has gone out to perform 100s level missions, and most of the dollar level missions were completed in one day. All the missions I took were combat type missions. And every time when the S-level assessment is about to take place, the president, Makarov, will always call Ye Nan and Ulu who have returned from abroad to serve as S-level assessors. As for why Gildarts didn't come, that's because a year ago, Gildarts escaped due to a century-old mission. So President Makarov could only call for Ye Nan and Ulu to serve as assessors. 5 years. In the first assessment, Erza was successfully promoted to an S-class mage. In the second assessment, Mirajane was successfully promoted to S-class mage. In the third assessment, the mysterious master, Mirajane, was successfully promoted to the 03s level mage. In the fourth assessment, no one succeeded. In the fifth assessment, no one was successfully promoted. As for Laxus, he takes the exam every time, but because of Ye Nan, Laxus was eliminated every time, but Laxus was not discouraged. Just wait, Ye Nan, I will defeat you one day. After saying that, he left the assessment. So until now, Laxus has still not been able to become an S-class mage, even though he already has the strength of an S-class mage. In the past few years, during a trip, Laxus brought back his exclusive army, the Thunder Gods. Members are Freed Justine, Word Magic, Evergreen. Petrified Eye, Big Slow. Star Map Magic. Laxus even babbled in front of Ye Nan for several days because of this, saying that even if he was more popular than him, it didn't matter because he didn't have his own army. Ye Nan was really angry and established a dedicated force. Everyone joins Fairy Tail because they all admire Ye Nan. Members are Levi, 3-dimensional text magic, Jet, Droy. The Light Dragon group formed. Anyway, the Thunder Gods and the Light Dragon group can't stand each other. We have to have a big fight every time we meet. I have been arguing all day long about who is more powerful, Laxus or Ye Nan. Sometimes I even take action for this. Every time they quarrel, Ye Nan and Laxus always blush and regret for their youthful willfulness. Why was the Thunder Gods, Light Dragon group, established in the first place? Now, because it is too shameful to stay in the guild. Ye Nan and Laxus are either doing tasks or on the way to do tasks. Trying to forget this memory. But because the Thunder Gods and the Light Dragon group have been gaining presence. As a result, Fairy Tail has yet to forget the embarrassing incident between the two of them. There were no tasks this day, and it was quite uncomfortable to stay in the guild and face the weird looks from everyone. Ye Nan was lying down under a tree with her eyes closed to rest. So unhappy. It's better here, Qinglian. When I think of the noisy sounds of the Thunder God team and the Light Dragon team in the guild, the noisy sounds of Erza and Mirajane, and the quarreling sounds of Grey and Natsu. Let's compare here. Ye Nan instantly felt that this place couldn't be more beautiful. Birds are singing and flowers are fragrant. Why go back? Well, I finally found you, brother Ye Nan. Listena's figure appeared in front of Ye Nan. Now she has grown from the little girl she used to be to a great beauty. Every move exudes natural charm. Lisena looked at the current Ye Nan with a slightly rosy face. The current Ye Nan is so charming. She can't control herself at all. She has silver white hair hanging down to her forehead, fair skin, and is dressed in white aristocratic clothes. Although she looks lazy now, she still cannot hide her noble, cool, and fresh temperament. Just like the white-haired nobleman from the comics. Astonishingly handsome. Oh, it's Lisena. Why did you come to see me when you had time? Ye Nan was still lying under the tree without getting up. Lisena was so angry that she puffed her mouth and walked over directly. She took Ye Nan's hand with her little hand and said, "Hurry back to the guild and rest." "What's the point of resting here? Brother Ye Nan?" 1. T. Ye Nan refused without hesitation. It was too noisy in the guild, but it was clean here, so why should he go back? Now the Light Dragon group has stopped arguing, and no one in the guild will talk about it anymore, Brother Ye Nan. Listener shook her hands even more. No. Still refused without hesitation. Ye Nan closed her eyes again and lay lazily under a big tree, very cool. Thumping. I felt a soft touch coming from my left side. Ye Nan quickly opened her eyes and looked to the left. Her eyes suddenly shrank and widened. "Listener, you." Listener was lying next to Ye Nan at the moment, also leaning under the tree, holding Ye Nan's left hand with her arm. Leaning on Ye Nan's shoulder, she fell asleep. No way. While sleeping with her eyes closed, Listener suddenly spoke. "That day I saw that Wendy was able to sleep next to you. What's wrong? Wouldn't it be possible if it were me?" The corner of Ye Nan's mouth twitched slightly, not knowing what to say. Can the two be compared? Wendy is more like his sister, treating her like a baby and making her sleep more comfortable. But Listener is different. It's already so big. Calm down, Shauna. A rare drop of cold sweat ran down Ye Nan's forehead, feeling bad about what was going to happen next. 707 is as expected. Listener ignored him and slept silently on his shoulder, breathing very rhythmically. I fell asleep quickly. Now Ye Nan didn't dare to move even more, for fear of waking up Listener who was sleeping and depriving her of a good dream. "Oh. I'll go to bed quickly too." Ye Nan also closed her eyes and fell asleep. Two butterflies flew on their heads, playing with each other. The beautiful plain, located under a big tree in the middle, is a beautiful scene, completely in a state of deep sleep. I don't know how long it took. Really not bad. Listener stretched, stood up, and looked at Ye Nan who was sleeping soundly with a smile. "Would you like to play a trick on me?" Listener gently put her finger close to Ye Nan's nose. "When it's about to get close. What are you going to do?" Ye Nan suddenly spoke. Listener's face was full of surprise. "I thought you were asleep." Ye Nan opened her eyes, not in a good mood. "How can I possibly sleep with you next to me?" Listener laughed suddenly, looked deeply at Ye Nan, and finally said the purpose of coming here. Brother Elfman has absorbed a new beast and may not be able to control his power, so he asked Mirajane and me to stop him and control this power. How about it, do you want to come together? Brother Ye Nan. Chapter 65. Certainly. Ye Nan's pupils are bright, how can he miss such fun things? Now is the time to be bored. Then follow. Listener walked ahead. Ye Nan got up and followed, walking one behind the other, with Listener leading the way. Soon the two came to a cliff. There are empty rocks all around. There are two figures in front of you, the taller one is Elfman, and the evil one next to it is Mirajane. Mirajane looked unhappy and crossed her hands. Hey! Listener, the guy you want to invite is this pervert. It's better not to invite him, I'm enough. Ye Nan and Listener were a little stunned with their proud faces. His mouth twitched. Is this eldest sister so narcissistic? Isn't she afraid of something unexpected happening? Even though a year has passed, Ye Nan still can't get rid of the title of Mirajane, the S*X devil. It's simply a naked slander. Does he, Ye Nan, look like a womanizer? Not at all, okay. If you kick me out, then I'll leave. Ye Nan is also not polite. He has long been accustomed to Mirajane's character, which is typical of speaking and being upright. When he really left, Mirajane was secretly sad. Alas! Shuabi's troubles are simply too difficult. Humph! You can just leave, no one cares about you. Mirajane turned her head, with a tsundere look on her face. Sister Myra! Listener was a little confused. She finally invited brother Ye Nan over. Is it easy? She actually kicked her away. No. We can't let Sister Myra succeed. When Ye Nan was about to turn around and leave, Listener stopped him. Brother Ye Nan, wait a moment, I will definitely convince Sister Myra. Ye Nan spread her hands and expressed her helplessness. It's not that I don't want to help you, but someone doesn't want me to help you. What did you say? Mirajane, who has excellent hearing, listened to this conversation and felt maliciously hurt on her chest. Why is she unwilling to let others help? Does she seem such a stingy person? You stay, but I can only watch and don't make any moves, so you can see my heroic appearance, Mirajane. Mirajane used receiving magic to transform into the devil Satan, with a face full of confidence. It's just this devil's face that doesn't look as good as before. Okay. Ye Nan also accepted the proposal. I don't know why he always had a bad feeling today, as if something big was going to happen. You have to stay here. To prevent accidents. Listener next to her gave Ye Nan a thumbs up in her heart. He is truly worthy of being brother Ye Nan. Knowing her sister's psychology quite well, Sundara's sister took the initiative to persuade her to stay with her through a small provocation. If you can't learn, you can't learn. At the same time, Listener felt a little sweet in her heart, thinking, is it because of the agreement that I am deliberately staying here? Brother Ye Nan is so good to me. In a sweet atmosphere. Mirajane has spoken. Hey! Listener, come here, what's the point of standing next to a pervert? Be careful of being molested. Yet. Listener was a little reluctant to give up, but Sister Myra's feelings were also very good, so she could only look back apologetically. Ye Nan smiled at Listener, nodded, and gave her a look. Go in peace. Yet. Listener returned the same look, and then quickly ran to the doctor. Mirajane's face almost turned green when she saw this scene. What is this? Is she going to compete with her sister for a man? Sister Myra. Listener ran over waving her hand. Mirajane turned her head away without even looking at her. She was not very angry, thank you for remembering me as your sister. I thought you were deceived by that pervert. Listener walked over and noticed something. She sniffed it gently and put her face close to Mirajane. Sister Myra, are you jealous? I smelled vinegar from afar. Wulu sigh. Mirajane's face immediately turned red, and she quickly retorted, who would fall in love with that kind of pervert, unless she is blind? Tisk. Listener still stared intently. She found that she seemed to have awakened a somewhat strange hobby. What should I do if Sundara's sister inexplicably wants to tease me? Okay. Mirajane felt uncomfortable and quickly changed the subject. Now Elfman still has to test, we will talk about other topics later. Actually, I'll wait a bit. Elfman hasn't finished speaking yet. Mirajane handed it over with a look full of murderous intent. Whether it's life or death, it's up to you. Goo. Elfman swallowed his saliva and decisively chose to follow his heart. I'm actually very anxious, let's get started. Elfman said sincerely. Watching from the side, Ye Nan secretly felt sorry for Elfman. When she met such a strong woman as Mirajane, even any man could not stand it. The wind was surging, and a gust of wind blew by the cliff. Sister Myra, be careful, I can't control this power yet. Elfman's expression was very solemn, he didn't want it to be because of his own power. And it hurts the family. Don't worry, come here with peace of mind. Sister, I am an S-class mage, not ABD. Mirajane still looked confident, waving her hand. Wei Zhang, come here. Then be careful. After another reminder, Elfman's body gradually changed. Receive magic. Beast King. Whole body reception. Elfman's teeth gradually became sharper, his already strong muscles became more bulging, his ears turned into pointed ears, and the clarity in his eyes disappeared. Roar! Elfman has become the Beast King and keeps roaring. Like a wild beast, it no longer has human characteristics. Majestic. The king is good, the birds in the sky were frightened away. Mirajane's expression became much more solemn, feeling the majestic momentum. This strength is somewhat unexpected. A little surprised. Another bit of joy for Elfman getting so much power. But uncontrolled power cannot be counted as power at all. It's just a time bomb. Wake up! My brother Elfman! The demonized Mirajane punched him directly. Elfman, who transformed into a Beast King, was knocked away and fell into the nearest large rock, raising layers of smoke. Brother Elfman! Lysina looked on with worry on her face. Ye Nan's hairs started to stand up even more when she saw it. This woman must be a devil. Are you so cruel to your own brother? I can't afford to offend you. I really can't afford to offend you. Sorry to bother you. Chapter 66. Roar. The roar of Beast King Elfman came from the smoke, and the momentum of his voice did not weaken at all. Can even hear it. The huge anger in this roar. Before the smoke cleared, the out-of-control Elfman angrily rushed toward Mirajane, fangs spread. There are no scratches on my body except dust. Not bad, he is indeed my brother. Mirajane bared her fangs, flapped her wings, dodged, and kicked with a backhand. Boom! Beastmaster Elfman smashed into the rock again. Brother Elfman! Lysina's eyes were full of worry. Alphsha's deputy boss, he didn't. Ye Nan was already feeling a little scared as she watched. This Mirajane! That's too cruel! Roar! An even more angry roar came from the smoke, and King Lu Elfman pounced on him again. Yes, very energetic. Mirajane became even more excited, opening her fangs wider, looking like a villain. A ball of darkness condensed in his hand and was thrown directly. The ball of darkness hits Elfman. Hiss! Beast King Elfman let out a heart-rending scream in the dark ball. This woman is really untouchable. The corners of Ye Nan's mouth kept twitching, thinking about whether to avoid Mirajane recently. This girl has become more and more violent recently. Haha, Ye Nan must have seen my strength. Mirajane laughed proudly, turned to look at Ye Nan, clenched her fists, showing off this absolute power. Ye Nan kept twitching the corners of her mouth, wanting to say something but not daring to speak. I didn't see the strength, but I did see the violence. Speaking out would definitely bring disaster, so Ye Nan decisively chose to keep silent and watch silently. Ah! The Beast King Elfman on the side kept roaring, the muscles on his body bulged even higher, and his entire arm was separated from the dark ball. What? Mirajane was shocked. With the power of her younger brother and the blessing of the Beast King, she was able to escape from her dark ball. Interesting. Mirajane's smile became even wider, more like a devil. Ye Nan next to him was even more silent. He always felt that if his strength was accidentally surpassed by Mirajane, he might be in a particularly bad situation. No, it shouldn't be possible. How could the power of the Blue Eyes White Dragon be so easily surpassed? Ye Nan kept patting her chest to comfort herself, while Qi Guang stared closely at the battlefield. Understand the changes in the situation. Mirajane clenched her fist and flew towards Elfman. Punch me. One punch. Roar. Elfman completely escaped from the dark ball and punched out with the same punch. The two fists collided. Like Mars hitting the earth. In less than a second, Mirajane drove Elfman into the rock again. This is already the third time it has been shot. Goo. Lysina stopped praying for Brother Elfman and was completely numb. Brother Elfman, please wish yourself well. Ye Nan sighed, get used to it, just get used to it, he understands how Elfman feels. Come on. Roar. Elfman's roar came from the rocks again, the sound was louder and the momentum became more powerful. Mirajane became even more excited. Haha, that's right. This force is so powerful. He was able to make his younger brothers so durable. In the past, it was no fun to hit him until he fainted. Now I can finally fight enough. Take the move. Mirajane condensed a large dark ball with her hands, and its huge power swept the surrounding area. This. Sister Myra, are you going to throw this thing out to deal with Brother Elfman? Lysina swallowed. Brother Elfman wouldn't die if he threw this ball. You should use affirmative sentences at this time. Ye Nan also swallowed and shed tears of sadness. She will definitely throw the ball out. It's too late, it's faster than that. Ye Nan and Lysina were still talking. Mirajane had already thrown the entire darkness, ball out and smashed it into the pile of rocks, turning everything into nothingness. Haha, you know how powerful I am. Mirajane said proudly, this blow must have knocked Elfman's stupid brother back to his original form. If Elfman can't control himself, he will be beaten. Beat him until he can control it. Roar. Behind Mirajane came the roar of the out-of-control Beast King Elfman, who was extremely angry. Be careful. Sister Myra. Lysina shouted loudly next to her. What? Mirajane just wanted to turn around. One punch hit her in the face. Mirajane was beaten straight away. Roar. After winning with one punch, the Beast King Elfman did not take advantage of the victory and pursue it. He patted his chest on the spot and kept roaring. Brother Elfman, don't you recognize me? Lysina walked over with tears in her eyes. Elfman, who was out of control, looked at it and his pupils shrank sharply. Brother Elfman, you know me? Lysina's face was filled with surprise. She captured the movement of the pupils of the Beast King Elfman. Next moment. Roar. A more animalistic voice came over, and Elfman punched him with a furious punch. In Lysina's eyes, everything is Elfman's house. How come? My heart is broken. Beside. The smoke dispersed, and Mirajane's figure appeared, coughing out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! I was careless. Mirajane raised her head, her pupils tightened. Don't want. She saw the out-of-control Elfman punch Lysina. This heavy fist could make her vomit blood. If it hits the helpless Lysina, it will be a fatal threat. No. Elfman, she is your sister, wake up quickly. Mirajane quickly got up and wanted to run over to rescue, but the distance was too far. It's simply too late. Times of crisis. Ye Nan stretched out a finger and covered it with white light magic, blocking Elfman's fist. Elfman, you are still far behind. Wanting to hurt Lysina in front of me is absolutely unforgivable. Ye Nan blocked her fist with one finger, with anger still in her eyes. Brother Ye Nan. Lysina opened her eyes and looked at the figure who had saved her with a moved face, almost moved to tears. She is so happy. Moved, Lysina suddenly recalled the agreement made by the two of them in the cave 5 years ago. Well. I will never let you disappear in front of me. Even if you disappear, I will disappear with you. These words suddenly echoed in Lysina's mind. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Brother Ye Nan is really the same as my sister. They are both Tsundere. He obviously likes her but doesn't say it. Chapter 67. Without any words, the out-of-control Beast King Elfman slapped his chest and hit him with the other hand, carrying a punch full of power. As a result, Ye Nan moved her fingers slightly to block the punch again. That's it. The finger is slightly tilted forward, and all the terrifying and powerful magic power is poured out. Goo! Lysina swallowed her saliva behind her, her face full of disbelief. This guy. Mirajane's eyes were filled with shock, and a sense of frustration arose spontaneously. What kind of monster is it? Why does it have such magic power? In Mirajane's eyes, this magical power is huge and sacred, the natural nemesis of all evil. And its huge total amount is twice as much as that of President Makarov. How incredible this is! You must know that their President Makarov is a veteran of the 10 holy magicians and has been immersed in magic for many years. And Ye Nan is only 13 years old. Come on, Elfman! Ye Nan's eyes were deep, and she didn't know whether she was speaking to the Beast King Elfman or to the Elfman in her heart. Under the huge magic power of fingertips, Elfman hit the rocks again. Roar! Still not giving up, Elfman rushed out of the smoke again and came to Ye Nan. Ye Nan showed no mercy and grabbed Elfman's hand. It hit the ground. Roar! Elfman was in pain, screaming and making painful sounds. Ye Nan smashed it down again. Roar! Elfman is in pain again. Listener next to her covered her eyes and didn't dare to look anymore. Brother Elfman is so miserable today. First he was taught a lesson by Sister Myra, and now he was beaten violently by Brother Ye Nan. Mirajane watched this scene silently, falling into an eerie silence. Why does this feel more violent than her? Why don't you mess with Ye Nan in the future? So she, Mirajane, wants to lose face. Ye Nan didn't care about their thoughts. The most urgent task now was to let Elfman control the Beast King in his body. Did Elfman hear that? Smash the ground with your hands. Elfman was in pain and screamed on the ground. It seems you didn't hear it, try it again. Smash it again. Elfman was in so much pain that he no longer had the strength to roar. Ye Nan was about to smash it. I heard it. Elfman's whole body ached, and his consciousness had returned. That's good. Ye Nan let go of her hand directly. In an instant, Elfman stood up quickly, ran behind Listener at a fast speed, and looked at Ye Nan tremblingly. Forward. Listener didn't know what to say. Ye Nan's entire face darkened, and she gritted her teeth every word, Am I so scary? Elfman. Elfman shook his head quickly. Since it's not so scary, come out quickly. Don't want. Elfman trembled even more. Aren't you a man? Come out quickly. No, I'm not a man, don't look for me. Elfman didn't dare look at it at all and hid behind Listener. Listener couldn't help but smile. Brother Elfman, Brother Ye Nan is here to help us, there is no need for you to be so afraid. I know. I'm just afraid of the Beast King in my body. Ye Nan was speechless. From his point of view, not only the Beast King, but also Elfman had changed his personality because he was afraid of him. Listener didn't know what to say. Okay, now that it's over, let's get out of here quickly. Mirajane walked over from the side, looking at Elfman with a look of displeasure on her face. Why don't you come out quickly? Good. Elfman suddenly walked out with a calm expression. Why are you suddenly not afraid of me? Ye Nan was a little bit curious. I was so scared of him just now, but now I'm just like a normal person. It's really weird. Because Mirajane is here. With Sister Myra, Brother Ye Nan, you will be suppressed by Sister Myra. Elfman said matter-of-factly. Ye Nan was speechless. It seems that there is some truth in that. You can't afford to mess with this woman. Ye Nan suddenly thought of the scene of Mirajane praising her younger brother Elfman mercilessly, and felt embarrassed. Likewise, Mirajane was also in disgrace. The scene of Ye Nan beating Elfman came to mind. Elfman, don't talk nonsense. Mirajane quickly stopped Elfman and continued. This is not cowardly. It's just for the sake of harmony, yes, it's just for the sake of harmony. Originally I wanted to hold you accountable for taking action without authorization, but for the sake of saving my sister, forget it. Mirajane was still unhappy and glanced at Ye Nan. 0, please give me flowers. Yes. Ye Nan has no intention of continuing to entangle. In this case, then everyone can be considered even. Mirajane turned her head abruptly, blushing slightly. When we first met, I saved Listener, this time you saved Lysina, the two of us are inseparable. Owe each other. In this case, then we have nothing to do with each other. Ye Nan asked, and now he wished he could hide far away. No, no road race. Mirajane gritted her teeth, I haven't thanked you yet. If you still want to run away, at least treat me to a meal. Didn't I save you? How come it's my treat? Stop talking. Mirajane and Ye Nan started flirting directly. 0. Lysina next to her looked at it with a smile, without the slightest hint of jealousy in her heart. Brother Ye Nan is so popular. Sister Mirajane, Sister Erza, Wendy, and Levi all have a crush on Brother Ye Nan. I can't tie down Brother Ye Nan by myself, it doesn't matter if there are a few more people. Lysina murmured to herself, and then ran over. The sun was shining brightly. It's noon now. Forget it, let me treat you. Ye Nan finally decided to spend money to eliminate the disaster. Afternoon. The guild is still lively. Step on. Ye Nan, as usual, walked down from the second floor holding a parchment scroll, which was a little different from before. This parchment is a bit worn. I want to take on this mission, President. Ye Nan handed the parchment roll to the counter with a calm expression. Makarov glanced at the parchment, stopped drinking, and his expression became solemn. Are you sure you want to take this task? Ye Nan. Yeah. I'm sure. Ye Nan didn't even hesitate at all. In this case, be careful. Makarov didn't ask further. Even he didn't know exactly what level Ye Nan's strength had reached now. Stamp it. Thank you. Master, I may have to go out for 2 years for this mission. Ye Nan picked up the parchment and walked out of the guild door. Out of the guild door. A gust of wind blew through the parchment. Blows away the dust. It was clearly written on it. 10 years of mission. Do it. Chapter 68. 2 years later. Time always flies by, and 2 years have passed before you know it. In these 2 years, the young magicians of fairy tale have also grown up. Fairy Queen Erza, Demon Satan Mirajane, Thunder Dragon Laxus, Mist Ogre, Fire Dragon Natsu, Ice Brother Grey, Leon, they are all thunderous existences. Most of the quests in Feral Kingdom are divided between fairy tale. Fairy tale's reputation is becoming more and more resounding throughout the eastern continent. And more importantly, at this time, Hong Kong, Harjan. It is connected in all directions, and commerce and fisheries are extremely developed. However, as a city with less than 10% magicians, there are very few magic shops. The only magic shop. The shop owner was having a heated argument with a beautiful blonde girl. What? The cute voice of the blonde girl 633 came out of the store door. She put her hands on the counter and said in disbelief, this is the only magic shop in this city. Her name is Lucy, and she is currently running away from home. Yes. The boss said matter-of-factly, this has been a city where fishing has been more popular than magic since ancient times. Less than 10% of the residents living here know magic. Only traveling wizards will visit our store. Lucy was disappointed and sighed. Looks like my trip was in vain. The boss is not happy, he still has a lot of good things here. There is very little business on weekdays, so don't miss it. Don't say that, just take your time and watch. We also have a full range of new products here. The boss picked up the girl's favorite magic prop on the counter. A mirror that contains color-changing magic. A magic prop that can change the color of clothes at will. Lucy didn't even look at it. She had no interest in it and looked around in the store. I already have that one. I'm looking for the key that can open a powerful door. When her eyes swept to a corner, Lucy's eyes were instantly attracted to it. She looked at the silver key in the box with surprise on her face. It's the key to Canis Minor. The shop owner beside him became ashamed and kindly reminded him, that key is not powerful at all. It doesn't matter, this is what I'm looking for. Lucy brought the silver key to the counter with a face full of surprise. How much does it cost? 20,000. The boss smiled and held out 2 fingers. How much does it cost? Lucy asked again gloomily. The boss didn't lower the price at all. I told you it would be 20,000. No way. Lucy had no choice but to use her ultimate move and sat down in front of the counter, assuming a charming posture. Coquettish tone. How much does this thing cost? This lovely uncle. Lucy also winked. In the end, this item was successfully sold for 19,000. The way. Lucy walked down the street angrily, still sulking. Damn it, the shop owner, it's only 1,000 cheaper. Is my charm only worth 1,000? It really pisses me off. But in a blink of an eye, Lucy looked happy and took out the Canis Minor key. But I can buy the key to Canis Minor for 19,000, so it's still worth it. Lucy was so engrossed in watching Canis Minor that she didn't notice a figure in black robes walking in front of her. Thumping. The two collided at once. The black-robed figure in front of him still stood tall, seemingly fine. But Lucy was suddenly knocked to the ground, covering her head. It hurts so much. Lucy raised her head with a very unkind look on her face. Why don't you look at the road? Damn it, you're wearing weird clothes. Lucy stood up. Looking straight at the face under the black robe, only part of it is exposed. Lucy's heart felt like it was beating fast. So handsome. Hey. Forget it, I'll forgive you this time, but remember to watch the road next time. Lucy looked at how handsome he was, and was too embarrassed to say anything, so she ran away in a panic. The black robe remained silent, looking down at the ground. There is a silver key to the constellation Canis Minor on the ground. The figure in black robe picked it up. Well, your key. A magnetic voice sounded, and when I looked back, there was no Lucy movie in the movie. The black-robed figure stood there blankly. The other side. Lucy's face was still slightly red, and she kept slapping her face. What are you thinking? So what if he is handsome? Lucy, how can you not be able to lift your legs when you see a handsome guy? The newspaper seller next to me is promoting the news. Excuse me. Lord Ye Nan, the light dragon, has wiped out another dark guild branch. Keep walking, keep calling. The newspaper seller had just arrived when boys and girls surrounded him. Give me one. Give me one too. In less than a moment, the newspapers were sold out. The newspaper seller smiled. Fairy tale Guanglong Sama is really the secret code of wealth. A young girl read the newspaper and walked past Lucy, glowing with spring. Ah! Master Guanglong is so handsome. It would be great if I could marry Master Guanglong. Another passerby passed by. Have you heard? The Wizards Weekly once again rated Lord Kuryu as the most humble wizard. Isn't that natural? Yes, only Guangdada is worthy of being the most humble Nan District Tian. That's right, even if Dragon Slayer is already known to the whole continent, he will never admit that he is a benchmark figure in the magic world as Dragon Slayer. Master Guanglong is so handsome. The words of these people immediately made Lucy calm down. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and cheered up again. That's right, Lucy, you can't give up. So what if that person is handsome? Is Master Guanglong as handsome as Master Guanglong? Master Guanglong is the most handsome guy in the world. Lucy covered her cheek and couldn't help but fantasize in her mind. When I join Fairy Tale, I will definitely become Lord Ye Nan's wife. 3.9. Lucy cheered herself up and clenched her fists. The first thing is to go to Fairy Tale. Come on, Lucy, you can't give up. And, with the key to Canis Minor, I feel more confident. Lucy was about to take out the key to the Canis dog from her arms to encourage herself further. But unexpectedly discovered. Canis Minor's key is missing. Screaming, Lucy's whole body turned pale, and her expression suddenly became panicked. When exactly is this? That's right. Lucy suddenly remembered something. When she took out the Canis key, the figure in black robe knocked her key away. She forgot to pick it up because he was so handsome. It's over. Lucy's pained voice echoed throughout the street. Chapter 69. Lucy was extremely frustrated and was about to cry. How are we going to find this? Even if we go back now, someone will definitely pick it up. Even if it is a small dog, it is a magic prop. Someone must have picked it up. Well. Lucy sighed heavily, nothing really went well today. My luck is negative today. Lucy walked down the street dejectedly, sighing from time to time. Sudden. I found something wrapped in the crowd in front of me and kept screaming. It's Lord Fire Dragon. Lord Fire Dragon. That's the Fire Dragon Lord from Fairy Tale. It can breathe fire very well. There were exclamations about Lord Fairy Tale Fire Dragon from the crowd. After hearing this, Lucy suddenly saw stars in her eyes and cheered up. I am so lucky today. If I can get the favor of fire dragons, I will definitely be able to join Fairy Tale. With this thought in mind, Lucy rushed into the crowd decisively. Another place on the street. Fire Dragon Natsu walked down the street with 03 Happy, his face full of excitement. I heard there is a fire dragon here, so. Oh. Happy flapped his wings on his back to express his agreement. The Igneel Natsu is looking for must be here. Well said, Happy, let's find the fire dragon. Natsu looked excited and kept walking, looking around and searching. Hey! Natsu, long time no see. A voice suddenly came out from the roadside. It was the man in black robe suddenly making a voice. Natsu turned around and looked confused. Who are you? Happy, who was flying in the sky, kept trembling and slowly landed, with a trembling voice, Natsu, Natsu, yes. Ye Nan. Nanny. Natsu's eyes widened in disbelief, you are really. Haven't said it yet. The black-robed Ye Nan came over suddenly, covered Natsu's mouth, and looked around, don't say it. Ye Nan's face was solemn. Natsu saw Ye Nan's face in the black robe and understood that this was Ye Nan, and nodded solemnly. Got a response? Ye Nan breathed a sigh of relief and let go of his hand. Natsu looked serious and asked. Ye Nan, are you in trouble? Why didn't you let me say your name just now? If you have any trouble, just say it. Happy next to him also nodded. We are companions. Ye Nan slowly shook his head under the black robe, lowered his head to cover his face, and moved his eyes to the surrounding areas. It's not too much trouble. Natsu, you can tell just by looking around. Upon hearing this, Natsu turned his head around, his eyes widened in disbelief. All the passers-by around them stopped and stared at them closely. What's this? This is my current popularity. Ye Nan's face hidden by the black robe could not help but be frightened, just a name can make people stop. If you expose me. This city will be our burial place. Don't even think about leaving before signing the name of a city. Natsu swallowed and was even more amazed. I didn't expect that after 2 years of not seeing each other, your popularity would become more and more terrifying. Oh! Happy raised his hands in agreement. Ye Nan was not happy at all, but instead felt deeply sad, and there was hatred in her words. It's all because of that newspaper, damn its real-time tracking, and I don't know what means were used to expose everything I have done over the years. It makes me have more and more fans. Now it's all over the eastern continent. There are even some rich women who offer high-priced tasks of 10 million yuan just to let me stay with her for one night. Just listening to it makes me feel shocked and terrified. I really don't know what it's like to actually feel it. Anyway, Natsu had already swallowed his saliva and didn't dare to say the name Ye Nan for fear of triggering a riot. I understand, then what should I call you? Call me by. Ye Nan said this. Okay, yet. No, bye. Natsu almost made a slip of the tongue and was sweating profusely. Natsu, this idiot. Happy laughed beside him. Damn it, Happy. Natsu grabbed Happy and kneaded it for a while before letting him go. When Ye Nan next to her saw this scene, she immediately burst out laughing. Your relationship is really good. In these years, he was either on missions or on his way to sweep away dark guilds and save people. It's been a long time since I've experienced such sincere and interesting feelings. It's almost time to go home. Ye Nan whispered and looked in the direction of Fairy Tale Guild. That's right, Natsu. Natsu tilted his head. What's wrong? Yeah, no, bye. Did you see a blonde girl? Ye Nan took out a silver key. She lost a zodiac key to me. She must be worried to death now. I want to return it to her. Oh me. Before Natsu could finish speaking, Happy blocked Natsu's mouth. I've seen it all before, it's all happened before. Happy said the rest. Well, you can take me with you. I'm not very familiar with this place. Ye Nan nodded and decided to act together. Happy and Natsu walked in front. Ye Nan lowered her head and followed behind. Don't dare to show any flaws. Hey! Happy, why did you say you met that girl? Natsu leaned into Happy's ear and whispered softly. Happy smiled like a thief. Natsu, you don't understand this, Ye Nan is just showing off. We might even be able to see Ye Nan's jokes in the past. Ha ha ha, how about it? Okay. Natsu opened his mouth wide and became excited. After seeing the joke, I will definitely take a photo of this scene and then laugh at him. Ha ha ha. That's it, Natsu. Happy flies in the sky and is proud of himself. He didn't notice at all that a demonic voice sounded from behind. I heard it. Natsu, Happy immediately broke out in cold sweat on his forehead, turned his head stiffly, and saw Ye Nan as expected. No. Natsu and Happy's screams echoed throughout the street. On the road. Natsu and Happy both had big bags on their heads. Ye Nan admired the photos taken from behind and nodded repeatedly, it's really good. Maybe it can be posted on the wall of the guild later so that they can admire the heroic appearance of Natsu and Happy. These photos are all of Natsu and Happy's miserable actions. Natsu and Happy led the way, trembling constantly. Natsu, I feel like Ye Nan is becoming a devil now. Happy, I feel the same way. Two miserable people who share the same disease share the last warmth of each other. There is no love in this world. Natsu and Happy led the way while crying. Suddenly in an empty street, I heard the screams of countless girls in front of me. It's a fire dragon. Chapter 70. Fire Dragon. Natsu and Happy both looked happy and ran over quickly. Ye Nan slapped her forehead fiercely from behind, speechless. Those two idiots, really? How could there be a fire dragon in such a big city? If a fire dragon really appeared in a big city, wouldn't it cause a sensation? But Ye Nan looked at the crowd in front of her and suddenly remembered the plot. She thought carefully about the blonde girl who accidentally knocked down. Wasn't she Lucy? So Lucy should be in the crowd now. It seems it's time to return the keys. Ye Nan lowered his head again and walked quickly towards the pile of fake fire dragons, quickly surpassing Natsu and Happy. Natsu and Happy's eyes widened from behind. Ye Nan is more positive than them all. In the crowd, the fake red dragon only made one pose, and its charm magic swept over the crowd unconsciously. The beauties in the crowd became even more crazy. Lord Fire Dragon is so handsome. It is indeed a fairy tale. The fake fire dragon smiled coldly, his heart full of arrogance. This charm magic is really easy to use. It looks like we can sell a lot of beautiful girls again. But in the blink of an eye, the conversation changed again. It's a pity that he is not as good looking as Lord Guanglong. That's right, although Lord Fire Dragon is very handsome, Lord Light Dragon is even more handsome. Lord Guanglong is a person in the sky. When the beauties talked about the light dragon, they became even more intense, their eyes flashing with fascination. Cut. The fake fire dragon looked unhappy and sneered, a little unexpected. I didn't expect that the charm magic is not as good as that of the light dragon. Maybe the light dragon has a deeper level of charm magic. Well, that must be the case. The fake fire dragon doesn't want to admit that someone is more handsome than him. Lucy came to the front of the crowd, her heart was beating fast, her face was extremely red, and there were hearts in her eyes. This is a sign of being under a charm spell. What's wrong? My heart is beating so fast. Lucy's eyes widened and she realized the fact that she must have been under a charm spell. But even if you are under the charm magic, you can't resist it. Damn it! Despair lingers in my heart. If this continues, the situation may not be good. No, we must find a way to get rid of this magic. Lucy's mind kept flashing with thoughts. Rear! Wake up! Ye Nan in black robe stopped in the crowd and released all the terrifying and sacred white light magic to offset the charming magic. All the girls around have returned to normal. Strange? What happened to me just now? I actually called an ugly handsome guy just now, it's no good. Me too. Countless girls have realized something is wrong. There was a lot of noise. The fake fire dragon in the center of the crowd didn't look very good. Because of a nosy guy, his plan was ruined. Who is it? Come out! The fake fire dragon roared angrily. There was no response, and the fake fire dragon became even more angry. The charm magic was broken and he didn't even know who the other party was. Sisters, he casts enchantment magic on us. Finding the opportunity, Lucy regained consciousness and shouted. The sound spread through the crowd. The beauty's expressions suddenly became extremely angry, glaring at the fake fire dragon. Damn it, this guy actually dares to cast charm magic on us. Charm magic is forbidden magic. He actually knows it. It's definitely not a good thing. Catch him. That's right. The crowd was excited and the beautiful girls rushed towards the fake fire dragon crazily. The fake fire dragon looked horrified. No. Don't! His figure quickly disappeared into the crowd. Lucy was proud, but also a little disappointed. This fire dragon turned out to be fake and almost fell under the spell of charm. Sure enough, is your luck negative today? Lucy was about to leave the city and continue her journey to Fairy Tale. One hand grabbed her arm, preventing her from moving even half a step. What? Lucy was a little overwhelmed by this sudden situation. This is not the place to talk. Ye Nan in black robe took Lucy's hand and ran quickly. Lucy looked at the rapidly changing scene around her and screamed in protest, "This is really too fast, slow down. Slow down." Ignoring it, Ye Nan broke into a store with Lucy. "Boss, 2 cups of coffee." Ye Nan ordered 2 cups of coffee and found a seat to sit down. Lucy's eyes were dizzy and she kept saying, "Too fast. Slow down, slow down. The diners around me all have such weird looks in their eyes. Drive?" After shaking her head, Lucy finally came back to her senses. Looking at the figure in front of her who brought her here, she was extremely angry. Especially after she saw that the man in black robe who brought her here was the one who caused her to lose her dog Constellation, she became even more angry. "You annoying guy, how long are you going to keep pestering me?" Ye Nan lowered his head silently, took out a silver key from his arms and put it on the table. "This one is yours." Lucy's eyes widened and she looked at the key. She quickly snatched it and kissed the key. "I didn't expect that I could actually get it back. Thank you so much." There was no life left at all, and there was only joy in my heart. It's so nice to find something lost. Lucy thought she would never be found again, but she didn't expect to see her again. It seems that she and Canis are quite destined. Lucy sat down, brushed her hair, and said with confidence, "Returning the key is so romantic, do you have a crush on me?" Ye Nan ignored it and lowered his head silently. Lucy was still talking non-stop. The return of Canis Minor put her in a good mood. Soon. Thumping. Natsu and Happy outside the door came over, opened the door hard and made a noise, looking at Ye Nan's face full of surprise. Especially Happy, who burst into laughter. His favorite thing is this kind of melon, especially love melon. Yeah, no, Shiro, you're here too. Natsu greeted in an extremely unnatural manner. This idiot. He never opened his mouth from beginning to end, but at this moment, is the money good, he finally broke through. Ye Nan just couldn't help it. So your name is Ye Bai. Lucy touched her chin, this name is really rare. And he has the same surname as Fairy Tale Guanglong. Anyway, thank you for helping me. Lucy was about to say goodbye and leave. But Natsu has already come over, his face full of excitement. Bai, I heard that there is a group of traffickers here who specialize in abducting and selling young girls. Please join me on this mission. Task. Lucy paused. Are you also magicians? Which guild do you belong to? Oh, we are. Well. Ye Nan covered Natsu's mouth, and the name Fairy Tales Wizard also came up. Although not as exaggerated as names like Ye Nan Guanglong. But it will still attract people. If it is accidentally exposed, it will be dangerous. To be on the safe side, Ye Nan would never let Natsu tell him which guild wizard he was. Chapter 71. Tisk. Lucy stared at the two of them carefully during the day, smacked her palms, and suddenly realized, I understand, it's because your guild is not very famous, so I'm embarrassed to say it. Don't be shy. Say it, say it. Lucy laughed. Even if the guild is not very famous, everyone is still a magician. That's not the problem. Ye Nan let go of Natsu. Natsu stood next to him quickly. What's the problem? Lucy asked very puzzledly. Isn't it because the guild is not very famous if she didn't mention the guild? Ye Nan took a sip of the coffee that was just served. Don't you want to drink? Drink, of course. Lucy also sat down. If you don't drink the free stuff, it's nothing. Anyway, it was this handsome guy in black robe who treated me in the end. Do you want to join Fairy Tale? Ye Nan narrowed her eyes and asked. Yes. Lucy nodded. In that case, come with me later and I will take you to join Fairy Tale. Ye Nan showed the Fairy Tale logo on the back of her hand. This is. Lucy's eyes widened. She worked hard to find the opportunity to join Fairy Tale, and it was actually right in front of her. So. I just mistook the Fairy Tale Guild members for an unknown small guild. It's so shameful. Lucy now wishes she could find a crack in the ground and bury herself. Then let's eat first. Ye Nan picked up the menu again and ordered a few dishes. I'll pay for it later. Knowing that the other party was a member of the Fairy Tale Guild, Lucy wanted to pay in order to leave a good impression on her future companions. Need not. Ye Nan shook his head and refused. Evening. There is a large ship in the distance of the port city. Ye Nan and Natsu Lucy look at the ship in the distance together. Is this the ship we're aiming for? Natsu's blood boiled, he raised his hands and opened his mouth. Ye Nan narrowed her eyes, with a flash of anger in her eyes, that's right. This is our goal this time, to kidnap and traffic girls in the name of our fairy tale. It's so excessive. Lucy next to her raised her eyebrows. She was born in a wealthy family and had no idea about these things. I just saw it in a book. I never thought that the dark side of the magician would be so ugly. Use magic, this powerful of miracles, to do evil things. Okay then, let me take the lead. Natsu took the initiative to ask for help. He couldn't stand this kind of person pretending to be fairy tale, adka. Ye Nan slowly shook his head, speechless. Natsu, aren't you sick of transportation? Yes. Natsu suddenly thought of something. With his physique, he would definitely get seasick as soon as he got on the ship. God is so unfair. Obviously they are also Dragon Slayer, Ye Nan, and Wendy, so they can avoid being stunned by transportation. But he was about to faint. Then we can't take the lead. Let Lucy summon Aquarius and wash the ship ashore. Ye Nan looked at the ship in the distance. Although he could take action, there was no need. Little guy. Now that I have Lucy and Natsu around me, then just leave it to the two of them. This can be regarded as an opportunity for experience. Lucy's eyes widened and she patted her cheek. Why do you know I have the celestial spirit of Aquarius? Maybe I investigated it in advance. Ye Nan said this with a calm face. Bah! Happy next to him was enjoying watching the fun. You have indeed investigated me, right? Lucy was so frightened that she covered her chest and backed away, staring with vigilance. Okay, don't be angry, the ship is going far away. Ye Nan urged as she watched the ship go further and further away. Lucy looked troubled, but when she saw the fairy tale logo on the back of the other person's hand, she instantly relaxed. Take out the key to Aquarius. Aquarius cannot be summoned if it is not in an environment with water. Holding the key in her hand, Lucy did not forget to educate herself. Okay, okay. Ye Nan waved her hands, not interested in listening. The boat is almost gone, but I still have the energy to talk here. Sure enough, Lucy is still too young now. It still takes a long time to practice before you can stand alone. TCH. Lucy felt aggrieved. She didn't know why she felt aggrieved. She always felt that the man in black robe in front of her would keep beating when she saw him. You can be sure that there is no charm magic on you. Simply magical. Lucy stuck the key to Aquarius in the water. Open it. The gate of Aquarius. A water blue magic circle appeared on the golden key head, and terrifying fluctuations swept around. A mermaid holding a water bottle appeared in the sight of Ye Nan and Natsu happy. Okay, so awesome. Natsu's eyes sparkled. This is a fish, a fish. Drool drooled from the corner of Happy's mouth. Ye Nan didn't say anything, but just focused his attention on the celestial spirit Aquarius. In the original book, her feelings for Lucy are very good. Even in the end, Aquarius gave up on himself and summoned the Celestial Spirit King from the Celestial Spirit World, which played an important role in defeating Tartaros. How's it going? It's awesome. The corners of Lucy's mouth turned up in a proud smile. Natsu and Happy nodded with stars in their eyes. It's really awesome. So Lucy, you summoned me just to show off to your new friends. Aquarius gave me a look filled with murderous intent. Lucy trembled all over. Her Aquarius was very good, but there was one thing that wasn't so good. That means you don't quite listen to her. Well, Aquarius, I came to you because I wanted you to wash the ship back to shore. Lucy pointed, and there was only another small dot of ship left in the distance. Cut. Aquarius was extremely unhappy and dared to call my mother out on such a trivial matter. Lucy was sweating behind her back. This eldest sister wouldn't disappear suddenly like last time. Please, this would be too shameless. It was not as Lucy imagined. After Aquarius made a sound, the water bottle came out with a cold air. Immediately afterwards, the endless water in the water bottle was released. A super waterspout formed. The ship washed ashore as soon as it was launched, although not only the ship, but many other items and species also washed up on the land. Finished. After he finished speaking, Aquarius disappeared without even looking at Lucy. In the damaged ship, countless people walked out of the ship. It's really bad luck. I encountered a waterspout and lost a few items. Fine. The people next to me comforted him. Natural and man-made disasters are unavoidable, and things like these are normal. But suddenly, a voice came from the side. You are pretending to be fairy tale. Natsu's figure with clenched fists appeared in front of the minions. Chapter 72. Who are you, this guy? Hey! Boy, this is not the place you should be, leave quickly. The fake fire dragon's associates looked nervous and even threatened Natsu in front of them. After all, what they were doing was not a good thing. It's a big deal to be discovered. I know, you are the one who has been ruining my good deeds. In the ship, a figure with a bruised nose and swollen face once again walked out. Seeing this figure, all the minions around him were in awe. Fake dragon! Who are you? Natsu was a little confused, he had never seen him before, why did he look so familiar and yet so angry? After hearing Natsu's words, the expression on the fire dragon's face became even more angry, his face turned livid, and he pointed at Lucy next to him. I have seen her in the crowd, you must be the one who lifted my magic and caused me to become this is what it looks like now. Hey! Lucy pointed at herself, wondering how this could involve her. Ye Nan looked at it calmly, as if looking at a clown. Damn it, you dare to mess with me. Do you know who I am? The fake fire dragon was angry, pointing at himself, arrogantly. The boy next to him added. Boss, this is Fairy Tail's famous dragon slayer. If you don't want to die, just hurry up and capture him. The younger brothers all got excited and used this trick to bluff people with no success. So useful. But today they used the wrong target. Hearing the name Fairy Tail, Natsu lowered his head with a gloomy face. Your name is not in Fairy Tail. Ha! The fake fire dragon didn't quite understand what he heard, but he didn't need to understand too much. He would never let go of these guys who ruined his good deeds. Young boys, catch the three of them. The fake fire dragon waved his hand, and the little first brain next to him rushed over. What should we do? Lucy looked panicked. There were only 3 of them and 1 cat, but there were more than a dozen people opposite. This disparity in combat power is too great. Fine. Happy means Lucy is relieved. The panic on Lucy's face did not diminish at all, and she looked at the rushing figure in shock. Since you are so worried, let's leave first. Ye Nan pulled Lucy's back collar and dragged her away. Hey! Lucy's eyes widened, she was dragged to the ground with a helpless look on her face, and screamed loudly. Why should I run? Although I am scared, yes. But I also have to fight. We can't leave him alone. Lucy turned her head, frowning and questioning, isn't that guy named Natsu your companion? Why did you leave him alone? Lucy's eyes were very determined. If the answer was not satisfactory at all, she would go back to save Natsu even if she risked her life. Moreover, she still didn't say a word. Is this how everyone in Fairy Tail abandons their friends? If that's the case, Lucy felt that she was not suitable to join this guild. Lucy waited for Ye Nan to answer. Ye Nan was covered with cannons, and she didn't even turn her head. She didn't stop at this question and answered the question casually. You are too weak and it will be a hindrance if you stay there. Just like talking normally. But you are too weak was like a sword piercing Lucy's heart. This is too distressing. Is she really that weak? And Ye Nan changed the subject, and the corners of her mouth under the black robe curled up. Enough with Natsu. The words just fell. Then I heard Natsu's roaring voice. Fire dragon's roar. Infinite flames spurted out from Natsu's mouth, causing a big explosion. The dozen or so people who had just rushed towards Natsu with great momentum were already unconscious on the ground with bruises. Only the fake fire dragon was left, the only one still standing on the ship. Lucy, who was being dragged by Ye Nan, had a look of disbelief on her face and her eyes widened. I thought it was bronze, but I didn't expect it to be a king. With one strike of fire magic, he killed more than a dozen people. He was so powerful, Fairy Tail's magician. I didn't expect that fire magic can also. That's not fire magic. Ye Nan interrupted Lucy's words and added while dragging, that is the lost magic, dragon-slaying magic. Fire, because of the dragon. Lucy seemed to think of something and her eyes widened. Ye Nan continued. This is the dragon slayer of fire, a man named Natsu Dragneel. Rear. Natsu was clenching his fists with a look of displeasure on his face. How's it going? Is there anyone else? Let me hit you as hard as you can. Cold sweat broke out on the fake fire dragon's forehead, and he was so frightened that he backed away. What on earth are you? Before he finished speaking, the fake fire dragon saw the fairy tale logo on Natsu's arm. 0, please give me flowers. Are you the wizard of fairy tale? The younger brothers who were still conscious looked at the scene in front of them with wide eyes. Fire, fairy tale wizard. The knowledgeable younger brother shrank his pupils and shouted. Boss, this guy is fairy tale's fire dragon. Really? What? The pupils of the fake fire dragon kept vibrating. God was playing a trick on him. He pretended to be a fake fire dragon, but a real dragon appeared. Damn it guys, watch your moves. The dog jumped over the wall in a hurry. The fake fire dragon issued a magic circle from its hand, and threw a big fireball. Countless flames burned Natsu's body. How come? Lucy covered her mouth, her pupils kept vibrating. Is she dead? 0. No, there isn't. Ye Nan looked in the direction of fairy tale and replied. Fire is of no use to Natsu. The burning flames were all sucked into Natsu's stomach at once. Natsu showed a ferocious expression. The smell of this fire is really stinky. What? The fake fire dragon couldn't believe it. The flame was actually swallowed? What is that? The shock of Lucy's life was not as good as the sensation she had today. She actually had magic that could eat fire. A strong wind blew. He blew down the entire brim of Ye Nan's hat, revealing his beautiful silver hair and handsome face. Lucy's eyes widened. This is Lord Guanglong, Ye Nan. This shocked her again. The person who had been teasing and bullying her was actually the light dragon she admired most, Ye Nan. Oh no! Ye Nan was in a panic. It seemed that the city was going to be in chaos again. Look, it's Master Guanglong. Real. The people who had just fled widened their eyes and ran towards him. Ye Nan drags Lucy and runs faster. He didn't want to be dragged here to sign one by one, it would be too uncomfortable. Wait. Why do I have to run along too? Lucy was dazed, but her body squirmed unconsciously. Don't you want to join fairy tale? Then come with me. Ye Nan smiled happily and ran fast ahead. The other end. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Natsu knocked the fake fire dragon away, leaving the port in a state of disarray. Chapter 73. This is fairy tale. Lucy's eyes were filled with hope. From today on, she would start a new and adventurous life in this guild that was different from the past. There is a building in front of you. The banner on it is engraved with the fairy tale logo. There is also a big round ball on the top with a 3-story tile roof. It looks very majestic. I will be in a guild like this in the future. Lucy covered her mouth in amazement. Ye Nan asked with a smile. How about it? Not bad. Yet. Lucy nodded eagerly. Looking at Lucy now, Ye Nan felt like he saw Gildarts when he first brought him here, although he didn't pay much attention to the appearance at that time. However, it is also a very good thing to have someone praise your guild. Then, go in. Under Lucy's confused eyes, Ye Nan kicked open the guild door with all her strength. Hey, 880 and so on, this way we will. Before Lucy could finish speaking, she heard the sounds of a quarrel in the guild. He turned his head stiffly. One look. Good guy. The guild was full of joyful sounds, and there were some noisy sounds in the banquet. Kicked the door open. Everyone in Fairy Tale Guild looked at the door. This. Lucy broke into cold sweat and couldn't help but turn her eyes to Ye Nan. Ye Nan is hiding behind Lucy. Everyone in Fairy Tale noticed the clue and frowned and asked. Little girl, what are you doing here? Is it possible that you also joined Fairy Tale? Macau and his companions were drunk and joking. That. There was more cold sweat on Lucy's forehead. Why did Ye Nan ask her to stand in front? She is just a newcomer who has not joined Fairy Tale yet. Ye Nan was wearing a black robe and walked out from behind Lucy. Hello everyone. Macau frowned, always feeling that the figure in front of him was very familiar. Ye Nan directly lifted the brim of his hat, revealing his true face. All of a sudden, the guild that was lively just now became silent. This is... It's Ye Nan. Little Ye Nan. Little Ye Nan is back. He has completed his 10-year mission and is back. Everyone in Fairy Tale Guild cried with joy. Although Ye Nan's active figure was often seen in newspapers over the years, there was a big difference between this and direct meeting. It'll be good to come back, it'll be good to come back. Makarov sat at the counter and wiped his tears. He didn't know how worried he was during the 2 years since Ye Nan left. Now I can finally let go of my worries. As expected of Ye Nan. Seeing this touching scene, Lucy's eyes sparkled. This is Fairy Tale. Mom, she seems to be in a great guild. Just when everyone in the guild was still moved. I'm back. Natsu's voice broke in at an inappropriate time. The figure stepped into the guild gate. With laughter. One punch. Ye Nan knocked Natsu away from the guild with one punch, and the ceiling shattered in an instant. Damn it Ye Nan, I will come back. Natsu's voice came from the sky. After a while, he disappeared. Lucy almost stared out of her eyes, she couldn't believe it. The fire dragon, which was so majestic just now, is actually so vulnerable in front of the light dragon. He is truly worthy of being Lord Guanglong. Haha, Natsu was knocked out. This has become a daily routine. It's been so long, Natsu finally recalled that feeling. Everyone in the guild was a little gloating. Lucy's eyes widened, feeling like she couldn't keep up with the rhythm. I am back again. Natsu's voice appeared at the door again, and his figure stepped in. Lucy looked at Natsu's injuries. It's so strong. It's still jumping around like this. This is the first time that I admire someone so much. At this time, Natsu was covered in dust and had a big bag on his head. Even so, he was in high spirits. Lucy couldn't imagine how energetic and lively this person was to be so durable. As expected of you, fire-breathing man. Grey was at the table, naked from the waist down, drinking wine. You're looking for trouble. Streaking man. Natsu went over and just started fighting. Why do you have any objection? Well, it's you who has an opinion. Damn it guys. Damn it. Grey and Natsu started arguing. Leon was sitting on the other side, drinking wine and sighing, it's still the same. A shoe flew from nowhere and hit Leon directly. Well. Blue veins appeared on Leon's head. He couldn't bear it anymore and stood up directly. Damn it, you dare to attack me, Leon, come out and die. One of the people in the guild was suppressing laughter. Leon decisively locked his gaze. That's you, damn it guy. The guild has become a mess, with all kinds of items flying everywhere. Lucy and Ye Nan looked at this scene blankly, looking at each other. It's not easy. It seems to be more serious than before. Ye Nan sighed with emotion on her face. Lucy next to her attracted attention and became confused, was this guild like this before? There was silence for a moment, and then Ye Nan nodded. Although it's heartbreaking, it's true. Speaking of which, it was still his fault. If he hadn't brought these noisy guys back, the guild probably wouldn't be in such chaos now. Lucy felt the same way now. Looking at the chaotic guild, she sighed. The guild is still in chaos. Have you had enough trouble? Makarov's tall voice enveloped everyone, and the voice resounded through the sky. So big! Lucy's eyes almost popped out of her head. This was the first time she had seen such a big person. This is the president's magic. Ye Nan looked up at the giant. When Makarov stamps his foot, the guild will tremble. Lucy was so scared that she was shaking. Makarov changed back to the look of a little old man, smiling. Oh 4.4, there are new people. Makarov looked at Lucy, a little confused. Strangeness? The people Xiao Ye Nan brought back this time were so mediocre. Makarov pulled Ye Nan aside and whispered. You kid, why didn't you come back with monsters like Erza and Mirajane? Ye Nan was speechless and rolled her eyes at Makarov. There is a meaning in the eyes. Can one in a million geniuses like Erza and Mirajane be encountered casually? Makarov suddenly blushed. Get used to it. Every time Ye Nan brings people back from outside, he always starts at a monster level. Like Mirajane. Like Erza. Like you and others. Why does something feel wrong this time? Could it be that there was something about the newcomer this time that he hadn't noticed? Chapter 74. Makarov coughed and ended his whisper. Ahem, let's stop here. No matter what secrets this new person named Lucy brought back by Ye Nan has. They are all becoming family. Since we are family members, what if we have secrets? Makarov turned his head away, completely releasing the aura belonging to the Holy Ten, and looked at everyone. Do you know what you have committed? Goo. Everyone in the guild did not dare to speak at this time, and everyone concentrated under this pressure. The sound is audible when a needle drops. Makarov jumped to the armrest on the second floor and took out a stack of paper. These are all complaints against you. If it weren't for Ye Nan's fame, there would only be more complaints. The sound is getting louder and louder. Everyone under Fairy Tale looked thankful to Ye Nan. Just such a small complaint made President Makarov furious. If there were a lot of complaints, how angry would it be and how miserable would it be? Lucy looked at 03 from below, not daring to take a breath. She was really shocked by the pressure of the Holy Ten. This is the president of Fairy Tale. It's so oppressive. As expected of the Great Guild, the president of Fairy Tale. Lucy deeply felt the huge strength and power contained in that short body. But Makarov carefully looked at the expressions of everyone below, narrowed his eyes, and flames came out of his hands, burning them to ashes. Lucy's eyes widened even more. This is a document sent by the Supreme Council of Powers, and there are also complaints from residents. They actually burned it when they asked for it. The old man is still the same. Ye Nan was at the counter and ordered a glass of orange juice. Lisana brought it up with a smile in her eyes. Welcome back. Yeah. I'm back. Ye Nan also smiled. After the stack of paper was completely burned to ashes, Makarov loudly spread throughout the guild. The power beyond persistence comes from the idea of persistence. Magic is not the power of miracles, but the airflow that exists within us and the airflow in nature. When the two are fused together, they will be transformed into concrete force for the first time. This is done through mental power and concentration. No, only by injecting all your soul into it can you form this magic. If you always care about the eyes of high-ranking people, you will not be able to improve your own magic. Don't be afraid of those guys in the council, just move forward on the path you believe in. These are our fairy tale wizards. President Makarov raised his hand high and made a 7 shape. Everyone in the guild, who had been silent just now, instantly fell into cheers. Kana, who was drinking from a wine barrel in the corner, cracked the corners of his mouth and raised his hands in a 7-figure gesture. Humph! Mirajane bared her teeth and made a 7-figure gesture with her hands under her unruly smile. 1. 2. Countless fairy tale wizards made a 7-figure gesture with their hands at the same time. Old man! Ye Nan closed her eyes and raised her hand like the word 7. No scene in the past has as much impact as this one. Lucy was extremely shocked. Looking at the countless pairs of hands holding the word 7 high, her hands trembled slightly. Also compared to the word 7. Lucy's eyes were filled with unprecedented brilliance. This is the magician of fairy tale. She really joined a great guild. Moment. Lucy looked at the fairy tale logo on the back of her hand and became happy. Now I am also fairy tale's magician. Congratulations. Listener smiled and put away the seal. Lucy looked around at the strangers around her, her eyes glowing. There are all kinds of people with different personalities. Lucy could even see a handsome golden retriever chatting up Kana in the guild. One punch down. The handsome golden retriever fell down. This is... Lucy didn't know what to say. That's Loki who recently joined the guild. He likes to chat with girls. I heard that he has many girlfriends in the guild. Listener explained, if she hadn't already been famous and married. Plus being protected by sister Mirajane. I'm afraid she will be harassed by this Loki too. Oh, Loki. Ye Nan glanced at Loki while listening to the conversation between the two, still smiling. Listener suddenly remembered. By the way, brother Ye Nan, you don't know Loki yet. He only joined the team 2 years after you left. No, I'm very familiar with it. Ye Nan shook his head. He had already seen almost everything about Loki in fairy tale in his previous life, the celestial spirit of Leo. Now is not the time to contact him. Ye Nan narrowed her eyes and looked away. Loki, who was chatting up a girl, suddenly said, "Strange? It's not cold today. What's going on?" I couldn't figure it out, so I put the matter behind me and continued to chat with girls. May I ask this beautiful lady? Roll. This girl in the guild is very unhappy. Everyone in the guild doesn't know the name of Playboy Loki. Then, the roadbed rolled beautifully. Lucy looked at Loki and didn't know why she always had a special feeling. She couldn't explain what it was. I just care a lot. This beautiful lady. Playboy Rocky came to Lucy's side again, bringing a rose. It makes the whole person look very handsome. Several black lines appeared on Lucy's head. She didn't want to take this 080 set at all. She was just about to say something. Loki's eyes widened. His eyes were fixed on the key hanging on Lucy's waist. Are you a celestial spirit mage? His voice couldn't help but tremble a little. Yeah, what's wrong? Lucy was a little confused. No, it's nothing. Sorry to bother you. After Loki said that, he quickly ran away and never dared to come to Lucy again. What the hell? Lucy complained as black lines appeared on her head. Listener seemed to see something, and spoke half-jokingly, maybe Loki is more afraid of the celestial spirit magician. Afraid of the celestial spirit wizard. Why? Lucy was very puzzled. Among the many magics, the celestial spirit wizard was not outstanding, and even a bit useless. The root cause is his weak physical quality. Celestial spirit mages are nothing more than summoners. It's not a profession with strong combat ability at all. Maybe he is a celestial spirit himself. Ye Nan spoke half-jokingly from the side. How can it be? Lucy laughed. There was no way celestial spirit could stay here for a long time. Loki had been joining this guild for such a long time. If it was really celestial spirit, there was no way he would not return. B. What mistake you made, you can't go back. But how is this possible? Chapter 75. More than 10 days have passed. In the past 10 days, Lucy joined Mirajane's team, although Lucy herself wanted to join Ye Nan's team. But Ye Nan rejected Lucy without any intention of forming a team. The missions he performed were too dangerous, all S-level missions. It would be bad if something unexpected happened. Have no choice. Ye Nan can only recommend Lucy to join Mirajane's team. Mirajane will take care of him and he will feel relieved. After all, Mirajane is already experienced. She usually carries her younger brother and younger sister with her on missions, so now I think it will be okay to add one more person. But I never expected. I reject. Mirajane looked like I've seen through you and decisively refused. Ye Nan's face fell instantly. In the end, after paying a lot of money and agreeing to many of Mirajane's conditions, Mirajane agreed to let Lucy join her team. Period. Ye Nan is still performing S-level tasks. Such a long time has passed without realizing it. Today is destined to be an unusual day. The reason is, Ye Nan, please accompany me to attend the annual regular meeting. Makarov walked out of the backstage and coughed. The annual regular meeting has arrived. Don't go. Ye Nan refused without hesitation. It's not like he has never been to the so-called regular meeting. He originally thought it was something fun, but it turned out to be just a group of guild presidents bragging. After going there once, he never wanted to go there again. Ye Nan, do you know how arrogant those guild leaders are? I'm a bad old man. If I go alone, I'm afraid I'll be bullied. Can you bear it? Makarov burst into tears and wiped his tears. Ye Nan's eyes glanced over, as if to say, you, the holy 10 great wizards, have the nerve to say this. All the guild presidents combined are not enough for you. Ahem. Makarov coughed. Look at my body. Makarov pretended to be covering his heart, his face full of pain. But Ye Nan knows that these are just the old man's disguise. Oh. Okay, I'll go with you. Although he didn't know why the old man insisted on going with him, Ye Nan decided to go. If you don't tell me, you may not know what trick the old man will come up with to force him. This is what the old man has seen through. Very evil-minded. Nothing good can come of going against him. Hey hey! Makarov cheered and laughed sinisterly. Now let's see what the old woman has to say. Full of resentment, Ye Nan couldn't help but stay away, wondering how much resentment this caused, and which president made his old man so angry. Mourn for her. Provoked such a vengeful god of plague as the old man. Okay, without further ado, let's go. Makarov left the guild with Ye Nan. Be careful on the road. Lysina waved goodbye and was still polite. We're back. Mirajane opened the door and walked in with Elfman, who looked excited, and Lucy, who looked tired. Came to the counter. 2 glasses of red wine. Mirajane ordered. Lysina brought 2 bottles of red wine. Sister Myra, you sit slowly. Mirajane opened the bottle cap with her hand, opened her mouth and poured it into her mouth, spilling the wine all over the floor. Elfman next to me learned the lesson well. How do you feel following Mirajane these days? Lysina handed a glass of juice and came to Lucy's side. Lucy drank the juice, but her fatigue remained unabated, and she sighed, I still can't get used to it. Recalling the days I spent doing missions with Mirajane over the past 10 days. All kinds of thrills. Lucy felt like her heart couldn't bear it. So exciting. Let me tell you, such a big bear was knocked down by Sister Myra in one fell swoop. Lucy described Mirajane vividly, describing Mirajane as a monster wearing human skin. Mirajane, who was drinking wine next to her, crushed the bottle and the word well appeared on her head. What did you say, Lucy? Lucy was sweating from behind and waved her hands repeatedly. No, that's not what I meant. Mirajane's fist made a clicking sound while she was trimming it, and she walked over slowly. Lucy panicked and shouted quickly. Ye Nan, save me. In the past, if Ye Nan shouted like this, she would come over to break up the fight. Lysina smiled and responded. As for Ye Nan, you should go to the regular meeting with the president now. What? Lucy's eyes widened. He just left her and ran away. Is he such a scumbag? It seems no one can save you. Mirajane was even happier and walked faster. Boom. Lucy and Mirajane both twitched at the same time. What is this, an earthquake? Lucy looked at the ground, puzzled. The earth was still shaking. On the contrary, Mirajane's expression instantly became excited. She ignored Lucy and walked towards the door. You're back. Erza. Under the scorching sun, Erza was walking slowly towards the guild, carrying a huge horn. Every step you take makes the ground tremble. He's back. Erza smiled and looked at the fairy tale guild in front of her. Without a moment's hesitation, I walked in. Guild. The people who used to be noisy enough to hold banquets were extremely quiet at this moment. She must be back. Well, yes, she is back. The voice and pace are right. Damn it. Is this good life about to end? Everyone at Fairy Tale burst into tears, and instantly felt that the meat in their mouths was no longer fragrant and lacked fun. What happened here? Lucy, Zhao's eyes widened and she still didn't understand what was going on. It's Erza who's back. Lysina explained. Erza. Lucy looked sharply at the door. The door in front of her had opened at some point, and Mirajane's figure had already gone out. Under the dazzling sun, a red-haired figure walked faintly, and the reflection had huge horns. Extremely scary. Break in. Lucy swallowed and was extremely scared. What kind of monster is this? Soon, Erza came to the shadows, and her whole body was revealed. She was a beautiful red-haired woman, with only one eye exposed, and she was carrying a horn. Seeing the person coming, everyone in Fairy Tale suddenly became helpless. As expected, Erza is indeed back. Goodbye, my wonderful life. Lucy was puzzled and her heart was completely relaxed. Erza is obviously not scary. Why is she like this? Chapter 76. Because Lysina was at the counter, looking closely at Erza. Lucy looked over. Erza she. Lysina was about to add. Erza looked at everyone and stared. Macau, you drank too much again. Didn't you say you should control your drinking? And you've gained weight. And you. Erza clicked on several people in one breath. Lucy, who was at the counter, understood instantly and was even more speechless. What is this? The disciplinary committee member of Fairy Tales Guild. Lysina smiled and nodded. That's right, this is the disciplinary committee recognized by the president. Lucy's eyes widened. It's actually true. It's just incredible. Erza's eyes glanced around and finally landed on Lucy in front of the bar. Is there anyone new here? Erza murmured something, and then shouted. Hey! Newcomer! Lucy's expression instantly became tense and she quickly stood up. Yes. Just like facing the teacher, it is scary. What is this? Lucy felt uncomfortable all over and was about to cry. Now she really needs the treatment from Wendy in the guild, that feeling of being healed by cuteness all over her body. Unfortunately, Wendy is not in the guild now. After Erza stared at it carefully for a while, she moved her gaze elsewhere. No, it's nothing. Sit down. Lucy breathed a sigh of relief. Don't be nervous, Sister Erza, that's just the way she is. Lysina's tone was very gentle. Yeah, I know. Lucy nodded. Erza, let's duel. Mirajane clenched her fists and her eyes were full of fighting spirit. Today, she will determine the strongest female wizard of Fairy Tale. Mirajane. Erza's brows furrowed deeply. Get out of the way. I don't have time to fight with you today. What did you say, Erza? Mirajane was so angry that she wanted to transform into the devil Satan and punch the damn Erza in front of her. Erza searched everywhere for people from the guild. Why isn't Ye Nan here? Mirajane sneered. Erza, you don't know, Ye Nan has accompanied the president to the regular meeting. That's it. Erza nodded, thinking, with some regret, originally, I planned to form a team with Ye Nan to do a mission, but since he is not here, forget it. Everyone at Fairy Tale didn't dare to breathe. Form a team with Ye Nan. Isn't that the combination of fairy tale's strongest male magician and the strongest female magician? What is it about the mission that is so difficult to deal with? In that case, then. Erza glanced at everyone and her eyes focused. Natsu, Grey, you will accompany me on this mission. Erza looked at Lucy. Lucy's expression suddenly became tense, with such a strong sense of oppression. And you? After saying that, Erza looked away. Yes. Lucy had cold sweat on her forehead, and she didn't dare to refuse at all. This sense of oppression made people dare to refuse. Lucy suddenly understood why the people in fairy tale were so afraid of her. The feeling of oppression is too much. Just like a queen. Hey! Erza, you underestimate me too much. Mirajane was very unhappy and pointed at Lucy. Lucy looked confused. What happened to her? Why did the topic come to her again? She just wanted to cry. The two eldest sisters value her so much. What's wrong? Erza turned her head over, her eyes also condensed, and she released her momentum. Mirajane did not show any weakness and released her momentum. Others are afraid of you, Erza, but I am not afraid. Lucy is a member of my team, you must not poach her away. Well. Erza moved her gaze to Lucy again, then looked away again. Forget it. Lucy was very relieved to do the task with such a strong elder sister. It is estimated that the level of discomfort is similar to that of doing missions with Mirajane. Atkf, hey! And, Erza, what do you mean? You actually invited Natsu Grey and the others to do a mission together but didn't invite me. Why, you look down on me. Mirajane's eyes became solemn, full of oppression. You are not fit for this task. Erza said casually. Mirajane's eyes became more fierce and she clenched her fists. I think you just look down on me. Do you want to fight? Erza. The aura on his body is even stronger. You think I'm afraid of you? Erza raised her eyebrows and her momentum increased. The situation is tense. The atmosphere at the scene was so tense that an S-class battle broke out in front of everyone without paying attention. Goo. Lucy looked shocked. On the one hand was Mirajane, the elder sister who had given her a great shock these days, and on the other hand was Erza who also felt very powerful. If these two people fight, who will win? They started fighting. Before Lucy could finish speaking, Lisanna shook her head. Staring straight ahead. The figure of Erza vs Mirajane. I don't know, but the current record between them is 508 wins, 508 losses, and 15 draws. I can only say that it is impossible to judge. Lisanna already knew what Lucy was going to say. Almost every new member of the guild saw the fierce quarrel between Erza and Mirajane as soon as they entered a situation unfamiliar to the guild. Everyone will ask her, who will win between the two? Come on! Erza, today is the day for a showdown. Who is afraid of you? Mirajane transformed into the devil Satan, exuding a ferocious aura like hell. Humph! Erza snorted coldly, changed her costume, and a sword appeared in her hand, with the aura of a superior queen appearing. A fight between you. Lucy swallowed again, her expression shaken. If they fight, they will probably move the guild to the ground. As usual, before Lucy said anything, Lisanna knew what she was going to say. She had also heard this question asked by many people. It's so scary. Lucy simply couldn't imagine the horror of a fight that would drive the guild to the ground. Lisanna looked solemn. Come on, Erza. Mirajane waved her devil's claw and rushed forward. Mirajane. Erza waved her sword and rushed forward as well. Two people collide. Ye Nan followed Makarov to the deep mountains and old forests, where there was a house where regular meetings were held in the past. This year is no exception. I should have brought you here. Makarov's eyes were full of memories. Ye Nan nodded and agreed. After getting the three magics of fairy tale, the old man took him here once. He must have been regarded as The next fairy tale, the guild president is here to train him. Chapter 77. Ye Nan followed Makarov without saying a word, observing the surrounding environment and being alert. If he remembers correctly, there is a pervert here. Little Ye Nan brother misses you. A fat little man wearing a red suspender dress with lipstick obviously smeared on his lips fell from the sky, and his lips made a kissing motion. Ye Nan was shocked. What he worried about finally happened. There was no hesitation. Ye Nan took action decisively and hit the man's cheek with one blow, causing his face to turn red and he rolled to the ground. It hurts. Xiao Ye Nan, you are so cruel, uncle likes your character. Even when he was rolling on the ground in pain, he never forgot to say perverted words. Ye Nan doesn't want to say anything more about this person. It's really hopeless. The last time they met, the scene was exactly the same as this time. The president of Blue Pegasus, fairy tale's famous pervert, no, artist, Bob. Much better. Bob rolled a little and stood up like nothing happened. Asterisk. Then he looked at Ye Nan lovingly. Ye Nan was so disgusted that she simply closed her eyes and stopped looking. Little Ye Nan, how can you close your eyes? Bob was heartbroken when he saw Ye Nan closing her eyes. He picked up a handkerchief and wiped his nose and tears. There are so few cute boys in the world. Yo! Bob! Makarov said hello, but Ye Nan behind him didn't even want to look at Bob. What's so good about a pervert? Haha, Makarov, you are still the same. Next to him, Goldmine, the president of Quattro Cerberus, greeted Makarov. Makarov responded with the same smile. Goldmine, long time no see. Things are going well after quitting Fairy Tale. Goldmine blew out a smoke ring. It's not bad. Why don't you, President Makarov, make your guild prosperous? Haha, of course. Makarov put his hands on his hips and looked proud. Ye Nan was really speechless. His old man made the sun shine brightly, but he was obviously just saying polite words and climbed up the pole. How shameless! Bah! He despises such shameless behavior. When did you, Makarov, become so shameless? A voice from the side sounded, speaking Ye Nan's heart. His eyes couldn't help but shift. I want to see who the brave man is who dares to fight with the top 10 magicians and his bad old man. Please give me a thumbs up. Ye Nan admires such brave men the most. As soon as he saw it, Ye Nan narrowed his eyes and retracted his sight, pretending not to see it. No wonder you dare to speak. It turns out that he is also a mature guy. Grandma Abba in front of me walked over slowly with a cane. The regular meeting is about to begin, Makarov, you are still standing here. He tapped the cane hard. Make a noise. Makarov was not polite and crossed his arms. Are you, an old woman, so nosy? By the way, bring Jura next time. Makarov clenched his fists. I can guarantee that what you said in the last meeting that the younger generation of your guild is the strongest in Jura is absolutely wrong. The strongest one is in Fairy Tale's guild. Grandma Huba glanced at Ye Nan next to her with a little disdain. You want to defeat Jura just with this brat? We have met before, but now even though they have grown taller, they are not taller. But he's only 16 years old at best. Not even an adult. How can it compare to her Jura? Haha, you old woman, don't underestimate Ye Nan. Even I may not be able to beat little Ye Nan. Makarov beat his back with a satisfied look on his face. Who doesn't know how to brag? Grandma Huba didn't believe it at all. At this age, no matter how powerful you are, how powerful can you be? Ye Nan looked at Grandma Huba with pity, feeling a little sad for her, and also shuddered at the old man's methods. This deceptive method, the old man is really good at it. At the same time, Ye Nan also understood why the old man brought him here. I guess it was because last time I came to a regular meeting, I heard Grandma Huba bragging about Jura in the meeting, so I brought him here to show off. Pat my forehead. Ye Nan also didn't know what to say. Let's go, Ye Nan. I don't know as much as this woman. Makarov stepped forward, opened the door and walked in, not caring about the livid Granny Uba behind him. Ye Nan sighed. Turning to face Grandma Uba, she clasped her hands together. I'm sorry, my old man has caused you trouble. After saying that, Ye Nan walked into the guild. 0, please give me flowers. We are all members of the Guangming Guild. We usually look up but not down, so there is no need to be too stiff. Looking at the back of Ye Nan running past, Grandma Uba suddenly laughed. Mother-in-law, do I seem to be such a narrow-minded person? Gone. Bob. Grandma Uba and Bob Goldmine also walked into the room together. The regular meeting of X784 has officially begun. In the room, Ye Nan was a little surprised, looking at the scene in front of her. Under a big table, the guild leaders gathered together, serving fish, meat and beef, and there were only 4 seats left. It seems that these 4 positions are probably Grandma Uba, Bob, President Makarov, and Goldmine. 0. Grandma Uba and Bob Goldmine came out of it. That is to say, was their guild the last to arrive? When the guild leaders saw Makarov, they burst into laughter. As expected of President Makarov, he was the last one to arrive. Come, drink, drink, drink. Cheers. Makarov walked to his seat like a normal person, picked up his wine glass, and drank. This face. Ye Nan didn't even know what to say. Ye Nan walked to Makarov's side and stood quietly, like a wooden man. Isn't this a light dragon? The guild leader recognized him, so it was not a big deal for Makarov to bring someone who was not the guild leader. Didn't I bring it last time? No smart person would accuse Makarov of bringing someone irrelevant. Really? It seems to be really a light dragon. All the guild leaders present became excited, and no one had heard of Guanglong's name. What are you standing for? Sit down. A president patted the stool next to him. Ye Nan slowly shook his head and refused. No, it's not necessary, thank you. That's enough. Standing here is easier to catch. If you sit down, not to mention the seat problem, how to deal with the toasts and conversations of these presidents is a big problem. Just stand like this. Ye Nan quietly watched the presidents eating and drinking, closing her eyes to rest. Bob and Granny Uba have already come back with Chapter 78. The regular meeting was in full swing, and a bunch of guild leaders gathered around to drink and eat meat. Chat by the way. Kakujia, how is your grandson? Oh, my grandson is fine. Your guild is developing well. You're not bad either. The guild president talked about such topics and said it was a routine meeting, but in fact it was just a tea party for the guild presidents. Don't talk about business in the whole article. Ye Nan has never seen these guys talking about business here, it's always been like this. However, as we chatted, the topic of the regular meeting gradually drifted away. Makarov, how is Ye Nan doing now? When Makarov heard this, his drunken expression became excited. Haha, it's okay, it's just Wendy, Lysina, Erza, Mirajane, etc. They're just women, not as good as your Pu Urka. That's really good, 530. I heard that these are all famous beauties, or their offspring. This is really enviable, no, enviable. The guild presidents also looked excited and started whispering among themselves. Ye Nan's face turned dark. What the hell is this talk about? Why did the topic get brought up on him? I'm also telling you that Ye Nan's current strength has surpassed mine. Makarov raised his wine glass and smiled even more happily. The guild leaders who were standing around became even more jealous, no, envious. So good. Little Ye Nan is only about 16 or 17 years old. I also want such a genius. The leader of the guild looked in the direction of Ye Nan. This was a genius who could reach the level of the top 10 magicians at the age of 16. For Makarov, who has been immersed in the 10 great magicians for many years, to say something that has surpassed him, it shows that he is not just a beginner at the level of the 10 great holy wizards. For a time, the guild presidents became even more jealous. Damn it, Makarov! Haha, it's nothing. At this level, it's still far from enough. Little Ye Nan still has a long way to go. Makarov said Versailles instead. Hearing this about Versailles, the presidents of the major guilds felt a little pain in their hearts, and then when they heard Makarov say there is still a long way to go, they almost vomited blood. The Holy 10 magicians have not yet reached the peak. If they reach the peak, I am afraid that one of the 4 heavenly kings will be replaced. Old man. Ye Nan reminded aloud from the side, if he attracts attention like this, how can he achieve his goal of eliminating his presence as much as possible so that he can end this meeting smoothly and calmly? Haha, it's okay, it's okay. Makarov felt relieved and smiled even happier. It feels so good to show off in front of these guys. Bring Ye Nan with you next time too. Anyway, he will take over fairy tale sooner or later, so he might as well come over early and get familiar with it. Makarov found a suitable and sufficient reason for using Ye Nan as a show-off tool. Little Ye Nan is really wasted in your guild. Why not come to me, lay me a scale, to have more room for development? Grandma Huba suddenly spoke at this time. The faces of the presidents of the major guilds lit up. By the way, they can poach corners. The eyes of the presidents of the major guilds when they looked at Ye Nan suddenly became hot. It's like looking at a rare treasure. Little Ye Nan, how about coming to my dormitory home? No, it would be better to join our alliance of lights. My guild has money, little Ye Nan, come with me. There is a beautiful woman in my guild. A group of guild leaders quarreled and blatantly poached. Makarov's face darkened, his pride disappeared in an instant, and he glared in the direction of Granny Huba. This old woman. Grandma Huba gave a provocative look in return. Not convinced? The president of Blue Pegasus, Bob suddenly spoke up and stood up from his seat, squirming. All the guild leaders looked over. What's wrong, President Blue Pegasus? A guild leader asked. I'm so excited. Bob opened his clothes, and all his armpit hair and chest hair appeared in front of him, and his face was red with embarrassment. If little Ye Nan comes to my guild, I will give me to you. Vomit. Ye Nan watched from the side and almost didn't vomit, closing her eyes to rest. The mental shock was simply unbearable. Abnormal thinking, incomprehensible. The faces of the guild presidents were not very good either, they were ashen. Trouble, President Blue Pegasus is acting normally. That's right, I'm very suspicious of this tea talk, no, the standard of a regular meeting. The guild leaders criticized Blue Pegasus Guild Bob. But Bob didn't care at all, and instead put on a seductive pose. The guild presidents couldn't stand it even more. Sudden. Ye Nan opened her eyes, her face suddenly condensed, and she looked towards the door of the guild, her eyes suddenly became angry. What's wrong? Makarov saw Ye Nan's face. What happened to make Ye Nan so angry? Someone came here with a demon. This is where Ye Nan is angry. He has completely experienced the terror and cruelty of the devil and Dionla. Someone actually came here with a demon. Could it be that he wanted to recreate the tragedy in that small town? Ye Nan would never allow such a thing to happen. At this time, Ye Nan finally remembered this plot. Someone is trying to release the devil, bless you. Don't look at Bila, his plot performance ability is really impressive, but with his size and the power of his words, if he appeared in small towns and cities, that would be a disaster. It must be eliminated. As the ominous aura got closer, Makarov finally stood up from his seat, and he also felt it. The guild leaders looked up and asked. What's wrong, President Makarov? They don't have the strength of Ye Nan and Makarov, so they can't sense the danger and uncertainty coming. Someone is coming with a demon. Ye Nan spoke with a solemn expression. This is really a bad thing. What? 4.7 The heads of the guilds became nervous and their expressions suddenly condensed. Come towards them. And with the devil. Then the purpose is undoubtedly them. Thank you, little Ye Nan. The guild presidents thanked them. If it weren't for Ye Nan, they might not have known about the demon's attack until their death, and they might even have died from the demon's attack. Although the situation has not changed yet. But, at least I have time to prepare. Leave it to us. Makarov's expression became serious and he led Ye Nan out of the room. Go and greet the demons that suddenly attacked, and the people who brought the demons with them. In the current situation, only Fairy Tail has the ability to handle this matter. The guild leader at the back is powerless, so what can he do? Chapter 79. 10 minutes later. Outside the regular meeting house, Kaga was wrapped in bandages, panting, and holding a skull flute in his hand. Standing on a hillside. Looking down at the house where a regular meeting was being held. Kaga's eyes are extremely complex. As soon as you blow this flute, everything will be over. Involuntarily, I held the flute tightly in my hand. Kajia's eyes became firm, and he slowly raised the flute in his hand, about to put it to his mouth and blow it. Both girls are pretty. A voice rang from the side. Kajia was startled. He looked back and found Fairy Tail President Makarov holding a photo album and sitting on a rock, reading with relish. Recently, the evaluation of magicians, both externally and internally, is getting higher and higher. Makarov sighed with emotion. Suddenly thinking of something, Makarov opened his mouth wide and stood up from the rock. No. I don't have time to see this kind of thing. Makarov turned around, shocked. Looking extremely nervous. It's not what you think. No. This is also a kind of learning. Makarov kept hiding the fact that he was looking at the photo album in 03. Kajia became ashamed. What the hell is this? By the way, what are you doing here? Are you a patient from somewhere? Makarov asked tentatively, a little confused. Be extremely vigilant. This flute. No. Kaga retorted with a sigh. At this time, he suddenly realized. Isn't this Fairy Tail President Makarov? Very good. The hospital doesn't allow me to play the flute, can you listen to me play a song? Kajia narrowed his eyes and pretended to be kind. Makarov, who was as clear as a mirror, also half opened his eyes and stared. I can only listen to one song. This is the last reminder. If you still don't know how to repent and continue to make mistakes, then don't blame him. Kagayan laughed, slowly picked up the flute, and was about to play it. Suffer it. On the higher hillside, Erza, Mirajane, and others came looking nervously at the flutes in their hands. If it blows here, the consequences of that sound of death will be disastrous. Bob, the president of Blue Pegasus, appeared. It looks better now. Erza, Mirajane, and Natsu Grey were all stunned at the same time. Guildmaster Dare and they all know. Then there's nothing to worry about. It should be fine. Erza, Mirajane and the others relaxed and watched the scene that happened next. When Kaga put the skull flute to his mouth, he suddenly stopped moving, and the flute stayed at his mouth. The whole person became stiff. What Grey had said to him suddenly came to mind. Can't you look at life more positively? You people! Kaya's eyes shed tears, and the sadness couldn't stop welling up in his heart, and he fell to the ground. Why do you win by playing this flute? You've obviously done so much. Why couldn't I blow at the last minute? I'm so useless. Tears kept falling to the ground. Makarov had a smile on his face. It seems that this man's conscience has not been completely contaminated by darkness. Ye Nan walked out slowly from behind a tree. Stare. Kaga was kneeling on the ground crying. Speak slowly. Because you won't be happy. Kaga was stunned, raised his head, and looked at the handsome silver-haired Ye Nan. He didn't know how to refute for a while. I can only stay in place, stunned. Ye Nan glanced at the flute on the ground next to her. The 3 eyeballs on the skull on it were really scary. Now is not the time to talk to Bila. There are people who need more help and enlightenment now. Ye Nan smiled, walked over slowly, squatted down, and looked at him with kindness. Because you haven't lost your conscience as a human, that's why you can't play the flute. I've heard that your purpose is to seek revenge against the magical world. In this case, it is even more inappropriate to play the flute. Ye Nan slowly stroked Ka's head. If this demon is released, countless people will die because of you. Compared to the damage suffered by the powerful magical world, the damage suffered by ordinary people will be greater. Ye Nan pointed to Ka's heart. It's your heart that doesn't allow you to do this. My heart. Kaga's face suddenly became enlightened. He couldn't hold back his tears and cried more violently, but if I don't have to worship Bila's flute, how should I take revenge? My power is too weak. Kaga looked up to the sky and cried. The weak have no right to choose in this world, only the fate of being chosen. Makarov closed his eyes, then opened them again, and Yo-Yo spoke. Weak people are always weak no matter when they arrive, but not all weakness is bad. Because human beings are inherently weak creatures. It's very uneasy to be alone, and one's strength is also very weak. That's why we need guilds, and we also need partners. In order to survive strong, we need to support each other. Clumsy people are more likely to encounter bottlenecks than others and may take long detours. However, as long as they believe in tomorrow and take a brave step, strength will surge up. You can also be strong and live with a smile. That's why the guild exists. Ye Nan stretched out her hand at the same time with a smile. It doesn't matter if you are a fool, come to 380 fairy tale and become our family. Kaga's eyes finally shed tears of emotion, she let go of all the pressure in her heart, and stretched out her hand. Ye Nan's palms and Ka's palms came together. I'm joining, fairy tale. Kaga stood up with a smile on his face, a happy smile on his lips. At the same time, I also announce that I lost, I really lost to you. Fairy tale. Ye Nan and Makarov looked at each other and were happy that this matter was resolved smoothly. Makarov looked at the sky, full of emotion. Then, it's all over. No, President. Ye Nan looked at the 3 eyes on the skull flute next to him, which glowed with a strange purple light and changed, and said word by word. Things are not over yet. What? Kaga was puzzled beside him. He had given up playing the flute. The matter should have been over. Makarov's eyes were also fixed on the flute. At that moment he felt a huge aura. Maybe this flute. It is alive from beginning to end, he is taking advantage of people's hearts. The devil who exploits the human heart. Ye Nan also thought of this, her expression became angry, and her eyes were once again filled with murderous intent. How long are these demons going to toy with humans? Chapter 80. The 3 eyes of the skull flute emits a weird and terrifying purple light every time, and constantly emit purple lightning. Fear. Weird. Everyone present opened their eyes wide, watching this sudden change. What happened? Kaga didn't understand why he was still like this even though he had obviously stopped playing the flute. You were deceived. Ye Nan stared at the large purple magic circle in the sky. This flute was originally alive, and you were played by this devil. What? Kaga's expression was shocked. He had made so many sacrifices for this flute, but it turned out to be just a trick of the devil. So, what was the reason for their previous efforts? The changes still don't stop. A ferocious and terrifying sound came from the Bye-Bye flute. Darkness emerged. It's so ridiculous. They are all magicians who are worthless but useless. Lightning flashed out from the large purple magic circle in the sky. There were more and more lightnings, and the atmosphere of terror became more and more intense. Because Mirajane and the others destroyed a lot of things, the soldiers from the kingdom of Fiori who came to capture them stared at the magic circle in the sky with wide eyes. Then, what is that? I don't know, but it must be something bad. The soldiers became a little uneasy. The purple magic circle gave them an ominous premonition. Hold on! The leader shouted loudly and looked at the magic circle in the sky with a solemn expression. It's all over now. The black mist rising from the flute rose to the sky. Connected to the purple magic array in the sky, there are more and more purple lightnings. The power of terror is getting stronger and stronger. I really can't stand it anymore. I might as well eat you all myself. The large purple magic circle reached its extreme, emitting a dazzling purple light. It illuminates the surrounding area. What? It's so bright. I can't open my eyes at all. So what happened? The soldiers of Kingdom of Fiori closed their eyes and resisted the dazzling purple light. The presidents of the major guilds were not much better either. They all closed their eyes under this intense purple light. Natsu, Grey, Erza, Mirajane, without exception, all closed their eyes. There are only two exceptions. Makarov looked at this sudden change, his eyes became serious, and the corners of his mouth were raised. Old man, leave this devil to me. Ye Nan clenched her fists and stared at the sky. No matter how dazzling the purple light was, it could not hide the anger in her heart. These demons are like souls and human lives at every turn. What do these guys think of life? That's fine. Makarov closed his eyes and relaxed his head. Ye Nan laughed and said, "Thank you. We must give you younger generations a chance to show off." Makarov grinned and looked at the devil in the sky. More than 10 meters high. The body is like a tree trunk, with 3 eyes looking down at everyone, a smile on the corner of the mouth, 2 tree trunks stepping on the ground, kicking up dust, and an ominous purple light in the eyes. Demon! Bye-bye. Really, you actually want me to come out on my own? You are such a useless magician, you will be useless even if I give you a chance. Bibelo was angry, his mouth glowed with purple light, and he aimed at the Fiori army on the other side. Let's get rid of the weak first. The Fiori army on the other hill looked at the huge monster in front of them in horror, and became panicked. Seeing this monster looking at them and aiming its attack at them was even more shocking. Retreat, retreat quickly. The leader yelled in panic, took the first step, mounted his horse, and was about to rush down the mountain. Got the command. Only then did the army recover from the shock, and they rushed towards the bottom of the mountain. Hey! Seeing the weak man running away in embarrassment, a joking smile appeared on Bibila's cheek. It's useless, it's useless. He fired his mouth cannon. The horrific explosion completely leveled the mountain. The whole group was destroyed right now. The expression on Bibila's face was even happier. It was really good that so many people's lives were lost at once. Strange? I'm not dead. What's happening here? Fiori's troops slowly released their hands covering their faces. They clearly saw the monster attacking them just now. Why were they okay? Are the monster's attacks bluffing? No, look at the sky. Some soldiers noticed something strange and looked surprised. Countless soldiers looked towards the sky. They were wrapped in a golden ball with the fairy tale logo on it. This is... I've seen it in the newspaper, the absolute defensive magic, the fairy ball. The super magic that once protected countless people in a small town. Asterisk, there is only one person in this world who knows this magic. The knowledgeable soldier slowly said the name. Guanglong, Ye Nan. The atmosphere fell silent, and countless Fiori soldiers looked into the distance with admiring eyes. Ye Nan. The leader looked with grateful eyes. If it weren't for this magic, their army would have been wiped out. In front of Bila. Not far away. Ye Nan's arm glowed with red light, and the fairy ball logo was flashing. He looked up at Bila. You're not dead yet? You dare to ruin my good deeds. Bila also saw the goblin ball and threw it towards Ye Nan with an angry look and lowered his head. You devils really don't know how precious life is. Ye Nan lowered his head and walked slowly step by step, his aura becoming more solid. Bila didn't care about the rising power. Anyway, he didn't believe that a mere human could destroy him. But, for this problem, I feel a little bit interesting. What do we think of human life? Bila touched his chin and thought, then raised the corners of his mouth. How about treating you as ants, toying with you when you need it, and squeezing you to death when you don't need it? They're just mere humans. Anyway, you humans have such a strong reproductive capacity. In this case, it's okay to pay for 10 or 20 million, right nephew? Bila became more and more excited as he talked, and the terrifying purple light became more and more intense. Suddenly he had a great idea. Invading the city, there will definitely be many people crying in front of him. Helpless, sad, and negative emotions. So, you devils should all die. Ye Nan raised his head, the terrifying power slowly solidified, magic power splashing everywhere, as if a silver-white dragon was roaring. No, impossible. Bila's empty eyes widened, and the purple light kept flashing. You guy! Who is he? Chapter 81. Who? I'm just the one you look down upon the most. Only human. Ye Nan's mouth was full of sarcasm, and she still approached unhurriedly. The magic power on his body seemed to form a roaring silver dragon behind his back. Rear. This is the power of light dragon Ye Nan. The guild leaders were simply stunned. In their perception, this magic power was as profound as the sea and as hot as the sun. It's simply not like the magic power a human being can possess. It turns out it's not a lie. Grandma Huba murmured blankly. Although Makarov was also shocked by Ye Nan's strength, Huba's words just now were the most important in comparison, and he laughed. Old lady, when will you bring Jura over and let the two of them compete? Grandma Huba choked, quickly regained her composure, and coughed twice. Let's talk about it next time, next time. Definitely not bringing Jura here. This kid is really terrifying, not like a human being. Makarov turned around with a smile. The purpose of bringing Ye Nan here this time has been achieved. Let's see if the old woman still dares to be so arrogant. Another hillside. As expected of my lover Bob, the president of Blue Pegasus, looked shy and spun around in circles. Erza tightened her grip on the sword in her hand, with a look of reluctance on her face. You actually ran so far, damn it. Mirajane looked unhappy. I'm on fire. Natsu punched his fists. Gray was shocked. Is this his power now? Ever since Ye Nan eliminated Dionla in the small town, he thought that nothing would shock him in the future, but he didn't expect that this power was far from over. Look at the sky. Erza reminded. Everyone looked towards the sky, shocked beyond belief. The sky is cracked. And in the center of the battlefield. Bila shed a cold sweat, kept backing away, and became nervous. Ye Nan looked at it. Why retreat? I'm just a human being. You are even afraid of human beings, who are you? The magic power in Ye Nan's body is getting bigger and bigger, almost breaking through a limit. How could I be afraid of a human being? I'm Zeref's demon, go to hell. Bila shot a powerful magic bullet from his mouth. Before he even touched Ye Nan, the magic bullet disappeared under the huge magic aura around him. Aren't you a devil? Use your power. Ye Nan maintained her human appearance, the magic power on her body became even greater, and the dragon's shadow became more solid. Damn it! Bila said with a ferocious expression. Human, I changed my mind, I want to strip your soul. Ah! Bila opened his mouth, and the terrifying sound waves spread throughout the surroundings. Circles of ripples, rippling. Makarov, the guild leaders, Fiori soldiers, Lucy, Natsu, all fell to the ground. Damn it, what's the sound? It's so uncomfortable. Natsu covered his ears and rolled on the ground. This should be Bibila's magic sound. Elsa's expression was extremely solemn, and she also covered her ears. Now it's all over. Elsa suddenly widened her eyes and looked at the unaffected Ye Nan in front of her. I thought you had some tricks up your sleeve, but it turned out to be just this little trick. Ye Nan looked at Bibila and explained the principle of this trick, the magic of affecting the soul through sound. Bibila smiled, extremely proud. So what if you find out? Do you have a way to crack it? The words just fell. Roar. A sacred dragon roar spread throughout the surrounding areas. Everything became peaceful. It's strange, it doesn't hurt anymore. Lucy opened her eyes and stood up. One after another people stood up. The influence of Bibila's magic sound has completely disappeared. Unbelievable. Goldmine, the president of Quattro Cerberus, shed a cold sweat. By imitating the dragon's roar, the demonic sound targeting the soul was destroyed. Grandma Huba remained silent. All the guild leaders fell silent. Why doesn't their guild have such outstanding people? Makarov looked at Ye Nan's slowly advancing figure in front of him, grinned, and shouted loudly. Go towards where you want to go. Ye Nan. As commanded. The corner of Ye Nan's mouth cracked, and the figure jumped out, stepping on a pothole under his feet, and came to Bibila's feet. Bibila was already frightened and in a daze. Impossible. It is absolutely impossible for humans to be so strong. Dragon roar. Could it be? Bibila suddenly widened his eyes and remembered an ancient rumor 400 years ago. A rumor about Dragon Slayer. Ye Nan came to Bibila's feet, gently stroked the tree trunk, closed her eyes. Let you try my new moves. Dragon Purification. A beam of light that penetrated the sky fell from a high place, lighting up the night sky and covering the figures of Bibila and Ye Nan. The starry sky is dotted. This beam of light illuminates the night as brightly as day. This is like a beam of hope. All the people looked on with shocked expressions. This is the wizard of fairy tale. Light Dragon Ye Nan Sama. In the beam of light, a piece of gold enveloped the world. Bibila's body was constantly disintegrating, and the huge tree trunk collapsed. Three eyes widened. But, damn this guy! You'll be dead if you do this. Ye Nan's face calmed down again, expressionless. Bibila had a ferocious look on his face, but he smiled strangely. You are Dragon Slayer. Ye Nan looked at it without any reply. Bibila just thought he acquiesced, and smiled wider and wider. How long can you be human, you damn stinking dragon? Bibila stared at the looming silver-white noble dragon figure behind Ye Nan, and its three eyes emitted a more dazzling purple light. Don't think you are any human being. With your magic power, I'm afraid the day when you can turn into a dragon or a monster like me is not far away. Haha, I really want to see your miserable look. When you become a dragon, all the people you used to protect will become your enemies. Your home, your friends, and your relatives will all become your enemies, and you will be alone. Bibila looked at his crumbling body with a little regret. It's a pity that I can't see you in despair. Haha, I will wait for you in hell. Bibila is arrogant and domineering. Ye Nan suddenly spoke at this moment, with a bright smile. The blue eyes white dragon really isn't a dragon slayer. Bibila's eyes widened. Full of unwillingness. No. The body completely turned into light particles and disappeared into this world. Chapter 82. The beam of light that penetrated the sky and the earth shrank until it disappeared. It only took a second. But in the eyes of Makarov and others, this second is as long as a century. What's going on inside the light column? Who won? There are countless questions, and there are too many that I want Ye Nan to answer. The beam of light dissipated. Countless presidents closed their eyes to rest, not daring to let go of any scene, looking nervously at it. Who actually won? Stand ready. Finally, Ye Nan's figure appeared from the light pillar, and Bai La's figure disappeared. The nervous expressions of the presidents disappeared. Turning around, Sun Face praised. Makarov, you have really raised a good air. That's right, with your Ye Nan's level, it's probably not difficult to become the new top 10 magicians. The presidents all gathered around Makarov, praising Makarov. That's it, haha, I watched that child Ye Nan grow up. Makarov put his hands on his hips and was extremely proud. The words of these presidents were very helpful to him. No, Ye Nan must come to the next regular meeting too. President. The voices of Erza and others came to my ears. Makarov and all the guild presidents looked over at the same time. Erza and others came in front of them. Oh, Erza, Mirajane, Natsu, Grey, Lucy. Makarov's eyes lit up, wouldn't this be better? As expected, when the guild leaders saw the visitor, they started talking among themselves. This red-haired one is the fairy queen Erza. You can't mess with that white-haired one, that's the devil Mirajane. That's the second dragon slayer besides Ye Nan, fire dragon Natsu. Also, one of the water brothers is Zhong. And the guild leaders looked at Lucy and found nothing special. Maya twitched her chin. Nobody with a good figure. Lucy complained. What the hell is this unknown person with a good figure? Among so many CO authors, I am the only one who has no name. It's so embarrassing. Lucy simply couldn't bear to see this miserable situation, it was simply embarrassing to the extreme. Fire Dragon Natsu. Guanglong Ye Nan. Fairy Queen Erza. These are all domineering and beautiful titles. When will she get a title too? For example, Celestial Spirit Queen Lucy? You are not injured, right? Makarov glanced around and breathed a sigh of relief when he found that most of them were just dust and nothing serious. Then, let's go home. Makarov is ready to leave. The purpose of showing off has been achieved. It will be boring to stay here any longer. The presidents of the guilds persuaded him to stay. President Makarov, won't you stay for a while? That's right, let's admire the members of Fairy Tale. Makarov laughed loudly and put his hands on his waist. No need. Thanks to everyone's kindness, I'm leaving. Turning his head, he looked at Erza and the others. Makarov's eyes widened in disbelief. Erza and the others disappeared, leaving only Lucy. Lucy broke into a cold sweat. Makarov fixed his gaze. He had a hunch that these brats were causing trouble for him again. Lucy coughed twice, smiled reluctantly, and said very tactfully, Guild President, it may not be suitable to return to the guild now. Why? Well, something is broken. Lucy was sweating even more. Oh, that's okay. Why don't you just break one or two things? I'll go back right away. Lucy is petrified, she feels like she can ascend to heaven. If the president saw the miserable state of the current guild, I guess they won't be able to see the sun tomorrow. Ye Nan, go back. Makarov turned around and shouted loudly. Ye Nan walked slowly over, saw Lucy's face, and immediately understood, and began to persuade, why don't you sit here for a while? I doubt if the old man goes back today. You'll have a heart attack, and then first aid won't work, and you're done. No, I want today. Makarov insisted on his opinion. He wanted to go back and see what these little bastards had destroyed their home. Lost so much money. I've long been used to it. Nothing can hit him now, Makarov. Goodbye, everyone. Makarov brought Ye Nan and others with smiles on their faces and waved goodbye. The guild leaders also waved. Only Bob, the Blue Pegasus president, burst into tears. After this separation, I don't know how long it will take before I can see Xiao again. The guild presidents were silent. They never want to meet that monster again. It's so shocking. On the streets of Fairy Tale, there's something so different. 0, please give me flowers, 0. Ye Nan was wearing a black robe and walking quietly behind. The surrounding area was filled with enthusiastic discussions from passers-by. Have you heard? Master Ye Nan has destroyed the devil again. What does this mean? Master Ye Nan also saved Wang Qiajun. As expected of Lord Guanglong. The surrounding passers-by each carried a newspaper and walked on the street. Ye Nan's face turned dark again. Is this newspaper office finished? Is this an hour? He released his latest information. Does it belong to Rabbit? Give me a newspaper. Makarov bought a newspaper from the newspaper seller. The newspaper seller smiled happily and made a lot of money today. Spread out the newspaper. A big headline above is eye-catching. Shocked. Bibula was destroyed by Master Guanglong with one move, and the fairy ball saved the royal family. Below are pictures of the fairy tale ball saving everyone and piercing the Tianzu. Ye Nan glanced at the back and fell into silence. This newspaper really knows how to sell attention. Ye Nan gritted her teeth with hatred. Where did this real-time report come from? As expected of Ye Nan. Damn it! Got robbed of the limelight again. Unlike Ye Nan, Natsu, Gray, and others were looking at the newspaper with excitement. This made Ye Nan even more depressed. Haha! Makarov became more and more comfortable reading the newspaper without noticing at all. Unknowingly, I had reached the guild. We should be here by now. Weird, why is there no guardrail? Makarov sensed it and raised his head. The distance should be as close as the guild tree. I just raised my head and took a look. Makarov suddenly became petrified. Moment. Erza, you guys. The sound resounded throughout the sky. Makarov was very angry, he hadn't been this angry for a long time. Why did the guild disappear? It became a ruin. What happened here when he went to the regular meeting? President, please listen to my explanation. Natsu stepped up bravely. Boom. Makarov giant-sized and punched Natsu into the ground with one punch, making him unable to get out. Expression blacken, smile. Tell me, who did this? Everyone broke out in cold sweat and pointed their fingers together. Erza. And Mirajane towel. Chapter 83. Makarov sat on a chair, drinking wine, and looking at the two people in front of him. Erza and Mirajane carry the wood together. Hurry! Otherwise there will be no food. Makarov huffed and urged, originally thinking that nothing in this world could make him angry, but he never expected that he was too naive. Take a trip. Return. The guild is gone. Erza carried 2 large bundles of wood with a relaxed look on her face. Mirajane carries 4 bundles of wood. Erza carried 6 bundles of wood. Comparing each other. Sitting in the still intact position, enjoying the natural starry sky, Ye Nan felt that everything was so peaceful and beautiful. The guild is gone, but there is no more noise than before. Everyone has gone back. Ye Nan raised his eyebrows and looked to the side. Makarov's gaze also moved towards 010. There were 3 guys in white clothes standing in front of them, the leader of which was a frog man. Ye Nan knows him and has seen him before. He is a member of the council. What is the council doing here? His brows furrowed deeply. If you want to arrest his family, he will be the first to disagree unless he is arrested too. Men of the council, what are you doing here? Makarov stopped drinking and stared. At the same time, Erza and Jalami, who were working on the side, also stopped and glanced in the direction of the frog messenger. The frog messenger looked at everything indifferently, opened a document from his pocket, and read. Fairy Tale Guild Erza and Mirajane are suspected of destroying Eisenwald and other railway public facilities, and are now under arrest. This is an arrest document. Hearing this, Ye Nan stood up silently, came to the frog messenger, and looked down at him silently. Don't be impulsive, Ye Nan. Makarov spoke in a deep voice. Ye Nan. Erza and Mirajane also looked worried, especially Mirajane, who unexpectedly called out the name Ye Nan. Originally, this was what they had committed. One person was responsible for the work and the other was responsible. What was the point of letting Ye Nan help them? How can you bring trouble to your family? The frog messenger broke down in cold sweat and bowed, Master Ye Nan, please don't hinder us from carrying out our official duties. Frog still respects Ye Nan. Too famous. Boom. Ye Nan punched a council member next to the frog messenger and flew away. Then throw up your hands and surrender. What are you? The frog messenger was puzzled. Ye Nan laughed instead and explained. I've also committed a crime by assaulting a public servant. If you want to arrest me, just arrest me together. I'll be tried together with Erza and the others. It'll save trouble, right? That's it. The frog messenger understood, but the frog messenger was just about to say that even so, he would have to wait until the arrest documents were issued from above. But suddenly he found that he couldn't move. The frog messenger looked up in horror. Ye Nan's eyes were full of threats and murderous intent, and the magic power on her body was released. Arrest me, no problem. Of course, no problem. The frog messenger swallowed his saliva. He really couldn't afford to offend someone who actively threatened the council to arrest him. Ye Nan stretched out her hands. The frog messenger put magic suppressing handcuffs on him. Only then did the magic power surging in Ye Nan's body stop. The frog messenger also breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he looked at President Makarov. I want to arrest Erza and Mirajane, no problem, President Makarov. The frog messenger felt anxious again. This kind of mission was simply a chore. The person they wanted to arrest was the famous fairy tale. No problem at all. Makarov said after a moment of silence. The frog messenger was just about to relax and arrest Erza and Mirajane. Makarov's voice sounded again. If a member makes a mistake, then as the president of the guild he is also responsible, so just arrest me together. Makarov also stretched out his hands, waiting for the magic suppression handcuffs. Chairman Makarov. The frog messenger looked embarrassed. How could he, a small servant of the Holy 10 Great Wizards, be qualified to arrest him? Makarov reached out even more. Frog face became even more embarrassed and took a few steps back. President Makarov, please don't make it difficult for me. Enough. Mirajane's voice sounded. She walked over, stretched out her hand, her face proud. Aren't you just going to arrest me? I'm right here, come on. And I. Erza's voice sounded at the same time, and she came over and stretched out her hands. Both of them stood in front of Makarov at the same time. You. Makarov's eyes were filled with emotion. Erza turned back and smiled, with tenderness in her eyes. President, you are so old, how can we let you worry about us anymore? That is. Mirajane also echoed. Makarov wiped his tears and Rizao was pleased. Okay, okay. You've really grown up. Mirajane and Erza looked at each other and smiled at the same time. Then I realized something. Turn away. How could she have a connection with Mirajane, Erza? It's impossible. But if you don't destroy the guild, it will save me more worry. Makarov's face turned dark again. Everyone is still a child, so he won't have to worry. Erza and Mirajane laughed. Can't we ignore their destruction of the guild? Old man, don't worry. Ye Nan gave Makarov a I have everything look in his eyes. No matter what happens, in the council, I will never let Erza and Mirajane be harmed in the slightest. You. Makarov also sighed, and Ye Nan didn't let him, an old man, worry. In order to help Erza and Mirajane, he ended up getting himself involved. Forget it, this is the time for you young people. Whatever you want to do, go ahead and do it. Remember, you are members of Fairy Tail. Makarov turned his back. President Erza and Mirajane were very moved. The frog messenger next to me was also very moved. Almost cried. 5.4. He can finally go back. He feels thrilling even if he stays here for a second. Everyone here has the ability to kill him instantly. Whenever one person takes action, he is gone. Then let's go together. The frog messenger respectfully put magic suppressing handcuffs on Erza and Mirajane. Then Ye Nan walked at the front, heading towards the council. Erza and Mirajane followed closely behind, looking excited. The frog messenger, dejected, followed silently. If it weren't for the magic restraint handcuffs, anyone who sees it will think that the frog messenger is the one who was arrested. Why did the superiors issue such a torturous mission to me? The frog messenger looked up at the starry sky with tears in his eyes. Fairy Tail. Very scary. Scared the frog to death. Chapter 84. The next day. Fairy Tail Guild. What? Erza and Ye Nan were captured by the council members. Natsu slapped the table and stood up, looking surprised. Makarov drank and glanced drunkenly. That's right. Damn it. Natsu's eyes were burning, and he stood up and walked towards the guild door. Stop. Makarov called him, what are you going to do? Natsu turned his face away, with anger in his eyes, and raised his fist slightly, with flames burning on his fist. It goes without saying. Of course, rescue Erza and the others. Don't go. Makarov's eyes also flashed with sadness, and he took a few more sips of wine. The people who took them away were the council. So what? You dare to hurt my family? If you don't bring them back, who are you? Natsu bared his fangs and gritted his teeth in hatred as he looked in the direction of the council. Well. Makarov sighed. But have you ever thought about it? So many things in the magic world need to be managed by the council. If the council collapses, then you'll take care of it. This. Natsu hesitated, wanting to say I'll take care of it, but he couldn't say it anyway. 03. Because he knows he can't do it. Then that's it. Makarov raised his head and looked in the direction of the council. I believe Ye Nan and the others. Natsu sat back and slammed his fist on the table. Damn it. Everyone in the guild was silent. There was no atmosphere of laughter in the past, and silence was spreading. At this time. Council direction. Ye Nan, along with Erza and Mirajane, were walking on the road of the council, currently on their way to the trial. The three of them were not nervous at all. The frog messenger following the three of them had a look of despair. Yesterday I gave him a hard time. Cell. This is our residence. Ye Nan frowned as she looked at the empty and crude cell. Yes. The frog messenger said that all the prisoners in the past lived here. No. Ye Nan refused without hesitation. This place is too shabby, Erza and the others can't live well at all. But, there's nothing superfluous at all. It doesn't matter. Ye Nan laughed inexplicably and stared at the frog messenger closely. The frog messenger kept retreating, scared to death. Master Ye Nan, this is. Where is your home? Memories are over. The frog messenger kept sighing with dark circles under his eyes. He had not slept all night since he arrested the people in Fairy Tail. Ye Nan, Erza, and others looked energetic and lively. Ta-ta! There was a sound of footsteps from ahead. Ye Nan frowned, stopped Erza and others, stopped in place, and looked at the footsteps. Who is it? From the shadow silhouette in front, a figure wearing a white trench coat, blue hair, and a pattern at the corner of his eye walked out. There is still a smile of unknown meaning hanging on the corner of the mouth. Jalal. No, it should be Chiku Rain now. Chiku Rain. Erza gritted her silver teeth, her expression very complicated. She can't tell whether it's love or hate. Who is this? Erza, is he an acquaintance of yours? Mirajane frowned, it was very suspicious to appear here. What are you here for? Jalal. Ye Nan looked at the person coming and thought silently in his heart that the person in front of him could be considered a pitiful and hateful person. What's pity is that Jalal's character in childhood was really kind, gentle, brave and strong, and he cared very much about his companions. However, he was bewitched by Altair and fell into darkness, his personality became ruthless, and he personally caused countless tragedies. At present, this Jalal is just a thought body. The real body is still in the Tower of Heaven. Erza, long time no see. Jalal had just seen Erza, and he waved and said hello, always with a smile on his face. Lord Chiku Rain. The frog messenger burst into tears and hid behind him as if he had found someone to support him. Jalal didn't care about such a small role at all. Eyes always. Put it on Erza's body. Just like looking at a fun toy or delicious dessert. Erza lowered her head and remained silent. Hey! You guy! Mirajane protected Erza behind her. She always felt that the guy in front of her was very dangerous and she couldn't let him have too much contact with Erza. Who on earth is he? Mirajane's face darkened, and she sighed. Long respected name, Demon Mirajane. With a smile on Jalal's face, he glanced to the side and observed Ye Nan, and you, Light Dragon Ye Nan, you really deserve your reputation when I see you today. Ye Nan doesn't have a good face, and she expects him to treat the person who caused Erza pain in a good manner. What is your purpose? Ye Nan stared at Jilami closely, releasing pressure from her body. Face this pressure. Jalal's smile became even brighter, with a harmless expression, it's nothing, I just saw an acquaintance and came to say hello. Finished. Jilami didn't stop, walked up to Erza's ear, and whispered a few words into her ear. Erza's eyes widened. You guy! Mirajane's face became ferocious and angry, and she wanted to walk over to find trouble for Jalal. Don't want. Erza fixed Mirajane's shoulders with her hands. Mirajane turned back 037 in surprise. No. It's nothing. Erza lowered her head, unable to see clearly the expression on her face. Through keen observation, Ye Nan noticed that Erza's body was shaking slightly. Erza. Ye Nan frowned and didn't relax for a long time. That BD Jalal. What on earth did he say to Erza? Erza, you. Mirajane was hesitant to speak, her observation skills were not inferior to Ye Nan's, and she also noticed Erza's abnormality. Fine. Erza finally looked up, wiped the tears from her eyes, and smiled again. Let's go. Seeing this, Mirajane and Ye Nan felt much more embarrassed. The frog messenger trembled. Sir Chiku Rain, if you don't help the frog is so scared. After Jalal made such a fuss, the three of them were no longer as relaxed as before, and the atmosphere was very calm along the way. All the way to the solemn gate of the council's trial court. The frog messenger gently opened the door. White light was released, and there were a bunch of people sitting on the high platform seats inside, and everyone's eyes were focused on the three of them. This is the people from Fairy Tale. Ye Nan raised the corner of her mouth and took the lead to step out. Even with the magic restraint handcuffs, her momentum did not let up at all. Everyone, it looks like you've been waiting for a long time. Then, let the trial begin. Chapter 85. Dozens of council members, wearing white robes, stood on the stage, looking down at Ye Nan from above, their brows furrowed deeply. This light dragon is too arrogant. Hey! Guanglong, this is the trial court of the council. Please correct your attitude. A serious-looking member of the council came over with an angry look. Ye Nan raised her head and looked over fiercely. You! The council members took a few steps back in fright. TCH. Ye Nan withdrew her gaze and glanced at the dozens of guild members sitting there one by one. Most of them were so frightened that they backed away. Damn it! It's so arrogant. Hey, no one can stop him from doing this? This is simply sweeping the majesty of the council to the ground. Many members of the council became angry and incompetent. Only a very small number of people are not afraid at all. Look at it. Interesting man. Altair licked his lips and stared at Ye Nan with interest, as if he was seeing an interesting toy. Ye Nan moved her eyes over and couldn't turn away. Altair stares at it. Ahem. With a slight cough, Ye Nan withdrew his gaze. This was just a matter of seeing no evil and seeing no evil. It was definitely not a sign of cowardice. This look seems a bit like a wolf and a tiger. I really can't stand it anymore. Erza and Mirajane also walked to the court. 3 people side by side. The members of the council on the stage also adjusted slightly. The scene was silent, with a group of people looking at each other. Ye Nan looked at her with a calm smile on her lips. If you have any questions, just ask. Damn it! Don't be too arrogant. Some council members really couldn't bear it. One stone stirs up thousands of waves. The council members immediately started shouting. That's right, don't be too arrogant. Don't forget where this is. You still have magic suppressing handcuffs on your hands. It's just a matter of words to execute you. It seems that Guanglong has lost his reputation because of his reputation outside. Countless pairs of eyes glared at Ye Nan, even the person holding the hammer glared at her. How are you going to solve it? Altair watched the show with great interest on the stage. Ye Nan is not afraid at all, even if he is against all members of the council. If he dares to hurt his family, even a god will kill him. Don't get me wrong. The corner of Ye Nan's mouth raised a strange expression, and she gently raised her hand with handcuffs. The council members were puzzled. What is this? Then, under their disbelieving eyes. Boom! The handcuffs shattered. Ye Nan used magic power to smash the handcuffs into powder, stretched his muscles, and sighed, it's more comfortable like this. Keep moving the joints in your hands. He didn't care at all about the silence and the petrified people. Silence. The person who struck the hammer was stunned, wondering what was going on. Aren't these magic suppressing handcuffs? Anyone, even if they are one of the 10 holy magic guides, will have no magic power in their body. Why? I don't know how long it took before the disbelieving voice sounded again from the high platform. Impossible. Why did it break? Who knows what's going on? The light dragon is so terrifying, so terrifying. The members of the council looked at Ye Nan in awe, which was the fear of the weak towards the strong. This hand. They were completely shocked. Then who will judge? Among the members of the council, I don't know who asked such a question. The whole council is silent, how can we judge this? Even the magic suppressing handcuffs are useless. It can be said that the lives of all their personnel are now in the hands of Guanglong Ye Nan. What a good show! Altair was very satisfied with the performance and was not afraid at all. Get out! Committee guys, get out of here! The sound from outside suddenly reached the court, and the members of the council looked at each other, confused. Where is this sound coming from? Have no idea. While they were still wondering, the door of the trial court opened again. The guard outside had a worried face and ran over in a hurry, kneeling on the ground. Oops! Sir! There are troublemakers outside. The members of the public council stared wide-eyed and couldn't sit still. What did you say? Ye Nan also looked surprised, wondering who did it. This kind of person is going against the council. He is so brave. Everyone, come with me to go out and take a look. The person presiding over the meeting turned back to the members of the major councils and said. Then, he looked at Ye Nan and others. Detain them first, and we will make a long-term plan when we come back. After saying these words, regardless of the look in the frog messenger's eyes that was about to burst into tears, the chairman led a group of council members out of the door to check on the situation. Door. Hand over Lord Ye Nan. Damn the council. Is the council also corrupt? They arrest people randomly. What's wrong with Master Ye Nan? Master Ye Nan is so pitiful. Each of the people held a vegetable basket in their hands and kept smashing rotten vegetables, eggs and other items toward the door of the council. And the smashing became more and more fierce. The door opened. The chairman of the conference was just about to look up to see what was going on. An egg hit him in the face. President. The guard was startled and quickly closed the door to resist the next attack. The chairman of the conference wiped the egg on his face with a handkerchief, and his expression was not very good. What exactly is going on? He took a quick look at the lineup just now. What a great team! Crowds of people. At least 100,000 people blocked the gate of the council. It was particularly spectacular. The only thing that puzzled the chairman of the conference was how on earth so many people gathered together, without even a bit of news. That. President. The guard looked hesitant, not sure whether to tell me or not. Go ahead. Tell me the reason. The chairman of the conference also noticed the guard's hesitation and offered words of encouragement. The doorman took out a newspaper and handed it over. The chairman of the conference was a little confused. When he took the newspaper and looked at it, his eyes immediately widened. This is. There was a headline written on the newspaper. Guanglong was arrested by the council? What crime did he commit? Moreover, the book also writes about Guanglong in a touching way, why he would not hesitate to go into the den of the council for his companions and die on his behalf. The council did not agree, and then he died in the hands of the council. It also says how rotten the council is now. This. The more the chairman looked at it, the more his hands trembled. He tore up the newspaper and roared angrily. Nonsense! It's just nonsense! That Guanglong boy was just running wild in our trial court. How could he be forced to death by us? He died in the arms of his lover. It was almost as good as us being forced to death by him. Ugh, let's bully people, we won't play anymore. The chairman of the conference broke down and cried. Chapter 86. In Mrs. Frog's room. The frog messenger squatted in the corner and cried silently. Frog tears couldn't help but flow from his eyes. He was so bullying. On a large cyan bed, Ye Nan was sitting on the bedside, next to Erza and Mirajane, sitting on one side and enjoying the fun of being together. Humph! You actually dared to rob me. I even wanted to scare those guys with my words. Mirajane looked tsundere and turned her head away without even looking at Ye Nan. Yes. Ye Nan was ashamed and did not take Mirajane's words seriously. The handcuffs alone could not be broken off with Mirajane, so how could they frighten the judges in the courtroom? But Erza. Ye Nan looked to the right. Ever since she came back from the trial, Erza had been like this, falling into a trance. No, not from the Inquisition. But, after meeting Jalal, Erza was already in this state. Clenched fists. Jalal. Ye Nan has never felt so angry in her heart. Because of Jalal's whispers, Erza became what she is today. Mirajane also fell silent suddenly. Erza she. The atmosphere in the room suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Only the sound of Tota 387 crying silently was left. Thumping. The door opens. The figure of the conference president walked in from outside the door and looked around. So you have always lived here? President of the conference. Ye Nan said with sarcasm on her lips, how come you, a busy man, have time to come here? Because of you. After the chairman finished speaking, he fell silent. You and Erza, Sleepy Lami and others have been released. Ye Nan's eyes widened and he couldn't believe his ears. He was originally scheduled to stay for a few days before being released. As a result, he was released even after the day was over. What exactly is going on? What kind of trick is the chairman of the conference doing? What's your purpose? Ye Nan stared closely and suddenly let them go back early. Something was wrong. The chairman of the conference closed his eyes and became depressed. I have only one request. That's to clear up the rumors. After saying these words, the chairman seemed to have lost all his strength and collapsed on the ground. Ye Nan frowned. What kind of rumor? Why hadn't he heard of it? Could it have been started by the person who called everyone to talk about the trouble in the council? The purpose was him? If I had the chance, I would. Ye Nan agreed, and the goal was achieved anyway. Ye Nan left with Erza, Mirajane and others. The frog messenger returned to his bed with tears on his face. It's nice to have a bed. Ye Nan brought Erza and the others to the door. The chairman of the conference suddenly spoke. Remember your words, I don't want it to happen again. The aura of a high-ranking person was released from the chairman of the conference. I see. Although she was still confused, Ye Nan decided to agree first and wait and see what happened. Open the Senate door. Ye Nan dodged the sudden attack of tomatoes and hit the ground, dodging countless vegetables and eggs again. What's really going on? Ye Nan just looked back and was still a little confused. Could it be that she accidentally broke into the execution ground? Immerse yourself in the scene. Turn around. Cheers erupted. Great. Master Ye Nan is not dead. I knew Master Ye Nan would be fine, let's see. Humph, the council is aware of current affairs. The people all shed tears of surprise, looking ahead with the light of faith in their eyes. Ye Nan turned around, even more confused as to what was going on. It sounds like he is dead. Besides, why are there so many people? Ye Nan's eyes widened and he took a quick look. What a guy. There are about 100,000 people. And it can be clearly seen that the crowds are constantly increasing. Even Ye Nan also saw the members of the Dark Guild that he had conquered, also mixed in the crowd, looking at him longingly. What exactly is going on? Ye Nan twitched the corner of her mouth. There was something wrong with this scene. That, sir. The doorman tremblingly handed over a newspaper. Ye Nan took it and took a look, eyes widened, looking at the newspaper, pinch it tightly. A long time. Damn, it's real-time tracking, why don't you die? Ye Nan's voice resounded through the sky, and the sound of collapse spread to everyone's ears. 100,000 people's eyes lit up. Did you hear that? Mr. Ye Nan is thanking you for the real-time follow-up report. Master Ye Nan is so caring. Their faces were flushed, and hundreds of thousands of people looked forward to it. This is faith. He is the true God. Hiss. Ye Nan tore up the newspaper with her own hands and said with a straight face, do newspapers like writing novels so much now? Write some random stuff to attract traffic. A crowd of 100,000 people surged up, and the whole place was filled with darkness. Master Ye Nan, give me your autograph. And me. And me. 100,000 people's eyes shone brightly and they ran over faster. Hiss. Ye Nan was startled and quickly closed the door of the council. Boom. Countless people were blocked from the gate. Master Ye Nan, Tianmen. Lord Ye Nan. Lord Ye Nan. The guard came over cautiously and asked cautiously, Sir, you. Ye Nan blocked the door, feeling the huge force behind her. She was a little frightened and patted her chest. People. It's so terrible. Ye Nan still has some lingering fear, a fear that even if she transforms into a blue-eyed dragon, she can't get rid of it. The guard also understood, and his eyes became pitiful. Lord Ye Nan, it's not easy either. Haha, I asked you to help so many people, and now you really deserve it. Mirajane covered her stomach and laughed. Such a dramatic scene almost made her stomach hurt from laughing. Mirajane. Ye Nan's eyes were black, and she suddenly laughed strangely. What? Mirajane swallowed and stepped back. Ye Nan is a bit scary now. Shouldn't it? She's not ready yet. I need your help. What help? The corners of Ye Nan's lips raised. You'll find out later. Master Ye Nan, why don't you open the door yet? I'm going to die if I can't see Lord Ye Nan for 10 minutes. 100,000 people sat paralyzed at the gate of the council, skinny and weak. Moment. Boom. The door opens. Master Ye Nan is out. 100,000 people were instantly resurrected with full health, looking at the gate with radiant spirits. Under everyone's gaze, Mirajane's face, wearing Ye Nan's clothes, with a forced smile on her face and the word well on her head. This guy Ye Nan actually wants me to dress up as him, damn it. Mirajane decides. I must give Ye Nan a look after I go back. Chapter 87. Time flies. 3 days have passed since the people made a fuss in the council. Using Mirajane as bait, Ye Nan successfully escaped the siege with Erza. Of course, Mirajane felt a lot more uncomfortable and spent a lot of effort. Until Ye Nan is sure to go away. Mirajane then took off her disguise and revealed her true colors. The people instantly lost interest. The siege dispersed. Mirajane breathed a sigh of relief and walked out of the siege safely. But after I came back, I repaired Ye Nan for a meal just to feel discouraged. That battle was shattering. The laughter in the guild never stopped. Even Lucy, who had just joined the guild, was immersed in the laughter. Didn't do the task. 3 days passed in a flash. This day. Early morning. Ye Nan kicked open the guild door as usual and looked at the silent crowd inside. Today there is no such laughter as usual. What's wrong? Ye Nan stood at the door of the guild, puzzled. A few days ago, these people were extremely happy. Why are they so depressed today? Have they overspent their happiness in advance? No, there are still times when these people overextend their joy. Ye Nan doesn't believe it. Ye Nan. Makarov walked over slowly, with a worried look on his face. Natsu, Lucy and the others took over the S-class mission without authorization. I sent Grey to chase them, but there is no news yet. Ye Nan's eyes widened. Natsu is so bold. Wrong. Natsu is a very brave guy. But it's an S-level mission. With Natsu's current strength, he is still a year or two ahead of schedule, and is about to undergo some settling in. More importantly, Natsu guy actually kidnapped Lucy. Ye Nan frowned. He knew very well how dangerous S-level missions were. If Natsu was barely strong enough to protect himself, then Lucy. It's dangerous to go with her strength. You understand how critical the situation is. Makarov looked serious. Ye Nan nodded. Lucy's safety is not guaranteed. If the S-level mission fails, it's just the next best thing. No wonder everyone in the guild is so depressed. I'm going to bring them back, old man. What mission did they take? Ye Nan asked in a deep voice. Makarov also said quietly. S-level mission, the mission to solve the demonization, the location is Garna Island. Oh. Ye Nan nodded in response. After a moment, his eyes suddenly widened and he looked in disbelief. Garna Island. Any questions? Makarov is more serious. Maybe this mission is more dangerous than imagined. Even Ye Nan was shocked like this. No, thick. He just suddenly thought that in the original work, Dionla appeared in a frozen state. Wasn't it the first time he appeared on Garna Island? But there should be no Dionla this time. Because Dionla has already been solved by him. I'll bring them back right away. Ye Nan walked out of the guild. Until far away. Instantly. The guild, which had been silent just now, cheered again. Drink, drink. Ha ha ha, old man, is it really okay to lie to Ye Nan like this? Macau drank wine and smiled. Very good mood. Makarov showed a triumphant smile. This kid has been too lazy recently, give him something to do, and also teach Natsu and the others a lesson. What a cunning old man. Macau grinned, shook his head and continued drinking. How are you talking? Makarov looked at the direction Ye Nan left. This is called helping children grow up quickly. I don't have much time left for this old bone. On the island of Garna. Natsu breathed fire, looked at the sky in surprise, and became excited. Haha, this is an S-class mission. Lucy looked up at the sky with a surprised look on her face. There is a purple full moon in the sky. It's amazing. It's obviously daytime, but it looks like night here, and the moon here is actually purple. Lucy exclaimed with a face full of amazement. This is an S-rank mission. It's completely different from ordinary tasks. Lucy, let's go see the mission location. Natsu carried the unconscious Grey and took out the stolen S-level mission paper. Yet, Lucy also looked excited. As a reward for the S-level mission, there was a key to the Zodiac, which she was missing. Lucy and Natsu came to a village. The residents here have become demonic. 0, please give me flowers. Lucy was trembling, Natsu looked excited. Then, the village chief came out and explained the situation. Grey also woke up at this time. After some temptation from Natsu, Grey also joined the team. 3 people doing S-level missions together. I learned from the village chief that wherever the moonlight shines in the Temple of the Moon, we might be able to find clues as to why they transformed into demons under the purple moon. Natsu, Grey, and Lucy went to the Moon Temple. But because of accidental encounter with a mechanism, all 3 of them fell down. At this time, underground of the Temple of the Moon, Lucy covered her head and stood up slowly, raised her head, and widened her eyes. What is that? In front of her, there was a behemoth more than 10 meters tall. The whole body is full of muscles and the face is very ferocious. It is the image of a devil. But keep your eyes closed. Like a statue. Grey covered Lucy's mouth with his hand, looking serious. Woohoo! I almost choked to tears. Grey didn't care about Lucy's state at this time. He looked solemnly and looked at the huge demon in front of him. He murmured in disbelief, impossible. Dionla. This devil will never admit his mistake. It's Dionla. But Dionla had obviously been eliminated by Ye Nan. He saw this with his own eyes, but why was he resurrected? However, this is not the most important thing. The top priority now is not to wake him up. If we wake up this monster, we will definitely be wiped out here. Grey said with a solemn expression. Lucy nodded quickly, she could hardly breathe. Devil, of course she would not wake up such a terrifying devil. Isn't this seeking death? Oh! What a big monster! Natsu looked surprised and shouted loudly. Idiot! Grey looked panicked and quickly ran over and covered Natsu's mouth. Natsu was speechless and kept struggling. Grey used all his strength to stop Natsu's struggle. Hoo! Lucy gasped for a long time, looked up at the ferocious lion in fear, and shuddered. This is an S-level mission. Amazing! It's completely different from ordinary tasks. Maru. Chapter 88. Garna Island, Coast. A ship flying a pirate flag slowly approached until it docked at the shore of Garna Island. Ye Nan's figure jumped out of the ship. The ship was full of scarred pirates, who trembled and said, "Brother, we are here, please let us go." Ye Nan turned around and her expression hardened. Are you really not a pirate anymore? I won't do it, I won't do it. The pirates shook their heads. They came out to commit robbery and even intercepted the uncle. This pirate is really a high-risk profession. What a devil to be a pirate! Ye Nan observed their faces and found that they didn't look like they were lying, and then let them go. The boat paddled quickly and disappeared soon. Ignoring the ship, Ye Nan set her sights on the island. After seeing the forest, her face fell. It's a forest again, 870. Sigh. He really can't find a way out. It's really hopeless. Forget it, the first priority is to find Natsu and the others. Ye Nan walked into the forest. Inside the cave of Dionla. Ta-ta! Gray suddenly heard footsteps coming from the cave, and they were coming in their direction. This is not good. Gray looked solemn as he scanned the surroundings and focused on a large rock. We ducked behind and hid. After whispering, Gray ran and hid behind the rock. Lucy follows closely behind. After they all hid, a person slowly walked out of the cave, a masked man. The masked man looked at Dionla and the purple moon on the ceiling. It looks like it will take 10 minutes to complete and wake up. As expected of Dionla, it actually took me 5 years to successfully replicate it. Gray, who was eavesdropping, clenched his fists and looked angry. There are still people who want to copy such a cruel demon. This is simply an insult to Ye Nan, who worked so hard to defeat Dionla. He would never allow Dionla to reappear in this world. Dionla? Replica. Lucy screamed, the news was really shocking. But this exclamation. Alarmed, the masked man looked towards the rock. Who is he? Come out quickly. Damn it. Gray loosened his arms. Natsu, Chew. After saying this, he didn't hear Natsu's passionate voice as always. Gray looked back in confusion. For a moment, I was speechless. Natsu actually fainted. Lucy squatted down and felt Natsu's breathing with her fingers. There is still breath. Of course I'm angry. Gray's eyes almost popped out as he complained. Never mind. In the blink of an eye, Gray's expression became serious and he stared at the masked man. Natsu is really unreliable. It seems that I am the only one involved. Lucy, take Natsu away quickly. But... Lucy was about to say that she also wanted to stay and fight together. Gray glanced sideways with fierce eyes and clenched his fists. Stop talking nonsense. You are just holding us back here, take Natsu away quickly. Turning his head, Gray looked at the masked man in front of him and said. That guy is not easy to deal with. You are just holding me back by staying here. I can feel the huge magic power in him. Lucy also looked over, feeling the suffocating magical force as well, with tears in her eyes. Must be careful. After saying that, he took the unconscious Natsu and left here. She is so useless. She is completely useless in battle, she wants to become stronger. Gray stepped out of the rock and attracted the masked man's attention. Lucy took the opportunity to run out of the cave passage. The masked man made no move, but kept staring at Gray as his magic power rioted. Aren't you going to chase me? Gray asked calmly. The masked man smiled, and a hoarse voice came out of his mouth, there is no need. Compared with that kind of small role, you, a disciple of you, is the real big fish. You know you. Gray frowned, observing the masked man's expression, thinking about his identity. You don't have to guess, you can't guess. The masked man's eyes kept staring at Gray, with an emotion in his eyes that was unclear whether it was jealousy or hatred. You have never seen me at all. Gray looked wary, folded his hands together, and an ice blue magic circle appeared. What is your name? Saryuti. The masked man slowly said a name. How about it? I never told you. Gray didn't reply. The ice blue magic circle in his hands opened instantly and he shouted. Ice shape magic. Gun. An ice cannon appeared on Gray's hand. Saluti's expression did not change at all, but her eyes were still a little contemptuous. It seems that you haven't mastered Yu's ice modeling magic yet. Cut the nonsense. The battle is about to break out. Forest. Ye Nan stroked her head and walked around. Her head hurt. She hadn't felt this pain in a long time. As expected. Ye Nan hesitated to speak, gritting his silver teeth. I'm lost again. Ah! The sound echoed through the forest. The birds under the purple moon were frightened away and fled in all directions. Ye Nan sat on a stone, looked at the purple moon in the sky, and murmured, this situation only occurs because of the magic layer. A piece of cake. Ye Nan didn't pay attention to this task. His only task now was to find Lucy and Grey and bring them back to the guild. Suddenly, from the shadows in the distance, there was a gasping sound of running. Ye Nan looked over. Who? Ye Nan condensed her voice, not daring to be careless in the slightest. In the shadows, Lucy was carrying Natsu on her back, panting. After taking a short rest, she looked up with a look of surprise on her face. Brother Ye Nan. Lucy 0.6. Ye Nan frowned, looked behind Lucy at the unconscious Natsu, and said in a deep voice, what happened? Why is Natsu unconscious? Did he encounter another enemy? But this is not scientific. He has obviously completely wiped out Lion, so there should be no danger on this island. This is what happened. Lucy put Natsu down from her back, panting, and slowly told about how they met Dionla and the mysterious masked man underground in the Temple of the Moon. Brother Ye Nan. Lucy looked at Ye Nan with admiration. Currently, the only person who can solve this dangerous situation is Brother Ye Nan. I understand. Ye Nan nodded. If someone wants to bring Diana back to the world, he should ask him if he agrees. Chapter 89. Dionla was destroyed by him in the first place. I'll rush over now. Ye Nan said, but her footsteps stayed in place for a long time. Brother Ye Nan. Lucy was puzzled. Didn't you say you should rush there now? Why haven't you taken action yet? Ahem. Ye Nan became a little embarrassed and hesitated. Well, can you lead the way? Lucy was speechless. It turns out that Brother Ye Nan is a road fool. Lucy led the way, Ye Nan followed behind, carrying the unconscious Natsu on her back, and the two headed towards the Moon Temple. Dionla. Inside the cave. Grey's ice cannon blasted out, carrying a large amount of snow, and shot over. Sara was already short, so he crouched down slightly to avoid the oncoming ice and snow. When Grey saw that the attack was unsuccessful, he immediately condensed two ice spines from his hands and rushed towards them, ice blades. 7 consecutive dances. Grey quickly arrived in front of Saluti and threw an ice thorn at him. Saluti dodged it. Grey followed up with the ice thorn in his other hand and threw it away. This blow is really unavoidable. Saluti looked at the ice thorn and smiled strangely, interesting. 03. The words fell. Although I don't really like it, I miss it very much. Long time no see. Use this magic. You should be familiar with it. Ice shape, ice wall. An ice wall appeared in front of Saluti to block the sudden ice thorn, and she stabilized her body again without any nervousness. The battle just now was just a small fight. Grey was completely surprised, staring solemnly, unwilling to leave for a moment. Who are you? Why do you know you are use ice modeling magic? Such proficiency in ice modeling magic definitely has a deep connection with you. Saruti's eyes flashed with deep hatred, and she gritted her teeth. Don't mention this name to me, I changed my mind. I will kill you. Let that woman be devastated. Then, Saluti slowly took out a crystal ball, and the crystal ball emitted colorful magical light. This is... Grey's expression changed drastically. This man's power was completely different from before. If he was just a tiger just now, he has become a dinosaur now. The magic power on my body is terrifying. Coming soon. That woman's disciple. Saluti looked over, and the crystal ball in her hand completely released its light. Grey's expression suddenly changed. In the state of running at top speed, Ye Nan is in a hurry. Lucy was already panting in front. It's almost there, it's almost there. Brother Ye Nan. Well, I get it. Ye Nan looked in the direction of Temple of Moon. Grey, you must hold on. He can be very sure that the person currently in front of Dionla's clone is none other than Altair. Only she can name it, Saryuti. The same is true in the original work. With Grey's current strength, if he wants to defeat Altair, he is still a little short of it, so he will definitely lose. Altair knows so much about ice modeling magic. Ye Nan ran over quickly. Hoo! Grey supported his hands on the ground, and the sweat on his forehead kept falling to the ground, grabbing the soil. My physical strength is constantly losing. Altair ignored Grey, put away the crystal ball, walked past him, and looked at Dionla. It will be resurrected in 3 minutes. Grey gritted his teeth. I will never let you resurrect Dionla. Altair looked sideways and appeared with a fake hoarse voice. With what you are now, what can you do? There's one more thing I can do. Grey lowered his head and stood up with support on his hands, swaying. After a long time, he managed to stabilize his body, squatted down, and crossed his hands. This posture is... Altair was shocked. This posture was very familiar to her. That woman's. The magic that dies together is absolutely frozen. Grey raised his head with a determined expression. Even if I have to pay the price of my life, I will definitely seal you and Dionla, and I will never let you bring harm to the world. An absolute field of ice appeared around Grey, and the temperature in the cave dropped rapidly. It's really good. Altair instead laughed and said, this magic can only kill one person, so it's sealed. Now that I and Dionla are here, which one of us do you decide to seal? Instead he asked. Altair's eyes were piercing, without any fear. She knew everything about that woman. Humph! Grey snorted, and the corner of his mouth curved with a hint of confidence. As long as I defeat you and prevent Dionla's resurrection ritual from continuing, everything will be over. Puff! Altair laughed and never stopped. Although I want to say it is correct, unfortunately it is wrong. Nanny! Grey was extremely surprised. Can this magic continue even if the person who performed it dies? This ritual magic relies on the purple moon in the sky as an energy source to replenish Dionla's demon factor. Even if I die, the energy source will still not stop. The immortal demon Dionla will still be resurrected in 3 minutes. But it's a pity that more remains of Dionla were not found in that town. Otherwise, Dionla might have been resurrected earlier. Altair explained. Damn it! Grey gritted his silver teeth. Even if he could get rid of her, it would be extremely uneconomical to resurrect Lion 103. Grey would cross his arms from Altair and aim at Dionla. Oh? Don't you want to keep targeting me? There was a smile on Altair's lips that showed success, but due to the mask and the disguise magic, it was impossible to see it. Someone will deal with you. Grey gritted his teeth and said word by word, it's just a pity that I won't be able to see that day. Oh, are you talking about your light dragon? But it's a pity. He's not here. Even if I count 3 times, my crusaders will not show up. Altair's face was full of jest, and he started counting down. 3. Damn it, guy! Grey gritted his teeth, and the frost was already on his body. The final ice-shaping magic. Altair's smile became even wider. Absolute. Grey's whole body was cold and he shouted, freeze. 0. Whizzing. A fast-moving afterimage disrupted Grey's absolute domain, and the ice freeze failed again. Ye Nan's figure appeared in front of the two of them, looking at Altair with a smile. It seems quite fun. How about adding me? The majestic magic power on his body was completely released, and the top of his head formed the shape of a dragon. Chapter 90. Having just arrived at the Moon Temple and feeling the biting cold in the temple, Ye Nan ignored Lucy and ran into the cave. The reason was that he was too familiar with this biting cold. Absolutely frozen. It comes from the same source as Ulu's move 5 years ago. Move as fast as you can. If you want to go faster, you can only transform into a dragon state, but it's not necessary. Speed is enough. There's enough time. Ye Nan used magic and movement to interrupt Gray's magic at the last moment, and punched him away. The magic power emerges from your body. Ye Nan stared closely at the masked and disguised man in front of her and said, Altair. Altair, who masked his face and used cross-dressing magic to disguise himself as a short man, looked slightly stiff and forced a smile. I'm not some Altair. Ye Nan stared closely without replying a word. It's not Altair. Who are you kidding? Altair also knew that he could no longer disguise himself, so he had no choice but to take off his disguise and reveal his true face, a beautiful long straight black man with a crystal ball in his right hand and a wave of waves. Your Excellency Guanglong, how did you figure it out? Ye Nan closed her eyes. If you really want to say it, just go with your gut. Hey! Altair was confused. What's the reason? To be honest, I've been deeply infatuated with you since the first time I met you. A silvery smile appeared on Ye Nan's lips, revealing a handsome face. Altair was speechless and raised the crystal ball in his hand slightly, releasing a dazzling light. The light dissipates. There is no trace of Altair, only the echo is left. It's such an honor to be favored by Lord Guanglong. Then see you next time. Such sounds echoed in the cave, and the last ray of moonlight shone down from the purple moon sky in the open air. Wait, don't run. Gray came out of the ruins in embarrassment and shouted, he still has many things he wants to ask? What is the relationship between that guy and you? Ye Nan came over to help Gray up and said warmly, let him go this time. We have more important things to deal with this time. Outside the cave, Lucy walked out with Natsu on her back. Under the gaze of everyone, Dionla's heart beat slowly, her eyelids slowly opened, and her appearance was almost the same as the real Dionla. Not only that, but even the terrifying aura on his body really reappeared in the world. I am back again. Dionla let out a deafening roar at Xiu, and then lowered his eyes to look at the four people, his eyes narrowed slightly. The person who resurrected him is pretty good. 4 snacks were also prepared, and Dionla scanned them one by one carefully. Lucy, Natsu, Gray. Everyone trembled when they were caught, as if they were being targeted by a big terror, especially Lucy, who almost cried with fear. How could there be such a terrifying monster in this world? When Dionla glanced at Ye Nan, his eyes froze and his body remained motionless. It's this devil. Dionla will never forget the fear of being skinned and cramped. The human being in front of him, no, the devil in front of him, he is not a human. Roar. Dionla looked up to the sky and roared, roaring unwillingly at Xiu. The sound spread everywhere. Is this about to attack? Lucy covered her ears and squatted down. No. Ye Nan looked up at Dionla. He is. Immediately afterwards, Dionla's body slowly turned into stone, shattered into pieces, turned into lime, and disappeared into ashes with the wind. Run quickly. If you don't run, it will be too late. Lucy's eyes widened and she was confused. What on earth was going on? Only Gray knew a little bit about the inside story, but he also fell silent. In fact, he didn't know much about what happened to Dionla back then. However, he could see the obvious unwillingness and deep fear in that roar. Gray turned to look at the silver-haired man in front of him, Ye Nan. The guy in front of him was simply inhuman. He actually scared Dionla into this. Ye Nan didn't say a word and closed her eyes. Was he really a devil back then? Not necessarily, compared to those who were miserable because of wearing Dionla. Ye Nan opened her eyes, with anger in her eyes and clenched her fists. He has been very kind. Alcatraz Island. Ye Nan brought the awakened Natsu and others to this village, and a group of demons came out of the village. The one at the front is the demon village chief. The demon village chief hurried forward and asked nervously, "How is it? Is the problem solved?" Gray shook his head, his face turned gloomy, and he couldn't find the reason for transforming into a demon after searching for a long time. The demon village chief looked ashen and gave up on himself. Not even fairy tales magicians could do anything about it. It seems they are really hopeless. The solution to your problem is actually very simple. Ye Nan didn't hesitate at all, her tone was firm, and her current power was enough to break the magic layer that shrouded the island. But this is their original appearance. Even if the magic layer above is broken, there will still be no change. In other words, this is an S-rank mission that cannot be completed. Really? Then solve it for me. The demon village chief pointed to the purple moon in the sky with surprise on his face. Are you sure you want to find Shattering Xiu? The demon village chief was very excited and squeezed the demon's claws. As long as Xiu was shattered, they would be able to change back. Wait. Lucy listened to their words and was stunned. Crushing the moon, is this possible? Ye Nan, maybe it can be done. Gray said with a solemn expression. It seems that he still has a long way to go, and even a mere moon can't do anything about it. He is really too weak. Okay then. Ye Nan took a deep breath, and the magic power from her body spurted out. All the demons around her felt a heavy pressure on their hearts and felt dizzy. It's like this force is their nemesis. Great. This time we will definitely be able to crush the moon. The demon village chief said with excitement on his face. It seems that such powerful magicians will finally become human beings. Exploding holy wind bomb. A terrifying shock wave of white light erupted from Ye Nan's mouth, and for an instant, it seemed that only a white light remained in time and space. Base. There was a sound of shattering glass in the sky, and the purple moon split into several halves. Lucy's eyes almost popped out. What kind of power is this? Natsu, who had just woken up, was still listless. After seeing this kind of power, he became energetic again and clenched his flaming fists. As expected of me, this is the goal I want to surpass. Ye Nan, just wait, one day I will defeat you. Chapter 91. It took a long time for the terrifying white light to slowly dissipate, and the moon had turned into a normal color, no longer purple. The moon recovers. The demon village chief raised his hands with excitement on his face. I'm going to be human again. A long while. The atmosphere at the scene was completely silent. The demon village chief still looked like a demon, without any change. The surrounding villagers still look like demons. What happened? Lucy covered her lips with disbelief in her eyes. It was obviously because of the moon. Why couldn't the moon turn back to its human form even if it wasn't purple? How come? How come? The demon village chief lay on the ground, crying. The moon is gone, but why can't they change back to humans? Why? This is. Do they have to remain demons for the rest of their lives? Ye Nan watched silently, closed her eyes, and then said, You can't change back, because you are originally demons. It turns out that not all demons are the kind of heinous guys. The only truly evil demons are those in the Book of Ziref. Nanny, Gray, Natsu, and Lucy were all shocked. They were originally demons. What does this mean? Is there no one on this island? I am originally a devil. The devil village chief was stunned for a moment, and then he seemed to have thought of something. He fell into a trance and cried and laughed. It turns out that I am a devil. Sorry. I'm from outside the village. Lucy's eyes widened, her teeth trembled, and she had the fear of the devil in her heart. What a devil! In other words, they have been surrounded by a group of demons just now. If there is any evil intention, they may have already. We don't hurt anyone. The demon village chief smiled and told the story of what happened and why the demons in their demon village did not hurt people. The son of the village chief also came here on a ferry. He is a devil, and his body is not important to him. The memory of being a demon has awakened. This S-level mission has been completely solved. Then, Ye Nan stared at Natsu and the others with a smile, like a smiling tiger. Come back to the guild with me. Lucy shivered and shook her head. What punishment will we receive? Natsu and Grey were not afraid at all. One held his chest and took off his shirt, while the other's body was filled with blood boiling. Don't take off your clothes, Lucy complained. Love. Happy echoed. Ye Nan laughed out loud and held her belly. Forget it, let's make an exception this time. When we get to the guild, I will plead with you in front of the president. Lucy's eyes shone as she leaned over and looked over with hopeful eyes. Brother Ye Nan, you are so kind. Ahem. Ye Nan was a little embarrassed and coughed, which made everyone here laugh. The night was spent in laughter. The next day, Ye Nan and others drove away from the island in a small boat. The demon villagers waved goodbye. The sea was calm. There was no disturbance, everything was so peaceful. In this peaceful atmosphere, Ye Nan returned to the guild with Natsu and others. I just came back to the guild. Natsu, Grey, and Lucy stayed where they were, motionless. Ye Nan also stayed in place, eyes flashing with fire, clenching her fists and biting her silver teeth. What on earth happened? Lucy swallowed. Why did the guild become like this just after going out? In front of them, the guild that had just been repaired was already riddled with holes, with more than a dozen iron pillars protruding from it, and it was already badly damaged. I don't know who sabotaged it. Let's go. Ye Nan's tone was still immersed, but this tone contained endless anger. He already knew who could do it. Lucy always feels that Ye Nan is a bit scary now. Grey stared at Ye Nan. I don't know which idiot could have angered such a monster. Natsu's fist fight, blood boiling. Since he dares to attack our guild, let me give him a big blow. Boom. As always, Ye Nan kicked open the door of the guild and found that everything was still business as usual, with people drinking, playing cards, and amidst laughter and laughter. Even the president, Makarov, was sitting at the bar, drinking silently, without making any moves. Oh, Ye Nan, you are back, let's drink together. Haha, that's great. The people in the guild were still calling, as if nothing had happened. Ye Nan had a downcast expression and clenched her fists. Natsu was completely incomprehensible, clenched his fists and yelled, Someone destroyed our guild, why can you still drink in the guild with a calm face? The magicians in the guild were silent for a moment, and then laughed and looked at him. Isn't it a guild? Natsu. Yes, no one was injured, right? Grey stood up and looked around. Who destroyed the guild? It's a ghost. Makarov said this, staring at Grey, still drinking wine in his mouth. It didn't matter, let this matter be over here, they are just a group of cowards. It will only destroy an empty guild. Natsu and Grey were speechless. Since the president said so, then. No. Ye Nan raised her head and spoke, her eyes unwavering, this matter must not pass like this. Fairy tale must not be so weak. This time the ghost attacked our guild, so what about next time, what about the next time? The more she spoke, the more Ye Nan clenched her fists. Ghost must give us an explanation for this matter. Makarov didn't hear anything and was still drinking. Ye Nan, do you know? Because of your last incident, the council is already particularly dissatisfied with our fairy tale. If something happens at this time, what will happen? There are no consequences. Ye Nan stared at Makarov and suddenly laughed. If there are consequences, I will bear them alone. Ye Nan, you. Makarov stopped. Then, Ye Nan had no intention of continuing to talk to Makarov, pushed open the guild door, walked out of the guild, and drifted away. Damn it! Go and stop him! Makarov shouted anxiously, and he was about to stop him, but Ye Nan went out. Now I'm afraid things are really out of control. The problem is that now is really not the right time to cause trouble. It is better to value harmony. Ye Nan has disappeared, President. Erza searched around, came back from the door, and reported. Well. Makarov sighed, raised his head, and shouted, the war has begun. Target Ghost Guild. Ignore those guys on the council.